The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, the Peabody Award-winning program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the third in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest is the Honorable Herbert H. Lehman, former United States Senator and Governor of the state of New York. He will be interviewed by NBC News correspondent Edwin Newman.
Herbert H. Lehman's contribution to the American scene become more impressive each time they are reviewed. His career has covered 60 years of public activity. It has spanned such diverse areas as business, state affairs, national concerns, international problems, and philanthropy. His political career has been highlighted by 4 terms as governor of New York State, 2 terms as United States Senator. In addition, he served as Director General of what has been called the world's largest humanitarian operation, UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. His biographer, Alan Nevins, has described Herbert Lehman as a fighter for liberal ideals. Governor, what is your conception of liberalism?
Well, as I view the situation, I would define liberalism as love of freedom and equality, concern for the underprivileged, a deep passion for justice, and a belief in universal brotherhood. And liberals must wage a never-ending fight for the realization of these fundamental goals.
Governor Lehman, it would seem that you truly are your father's son. He was a fighter for liberal ideals, too. As a matter of fact, your father was chosen by Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, for a humanitarian mission during the Civil War. That mission was to obtain relief supplies for Confederate soldiers in prison camps. Now, why was he chosen for that mission?
Well, it's pretty hard to say just why he was chosen, but my father immigrated to this country in 1848. His 2 brothers had come a few years prior to that date. He was a very highly respected citizen of Montgomery, Alabama, an intimate friend of the governor of Alabama, Governor Watts, and an acquaintance of Jefferson Davis. I don't think my father ever was an intimate friend of Jefferson Davis, but he was an acquaintance. During the war, of course, a lot of Confederate soldiers were made prisoners of war, just as Union soldiers were made prisoners by the Confederates. They had very little food, very few of the amenities of life. Alabama and the Confederacy then decided to try to buy additional relief supplies to send in to their soldiers, which were held in prison camps in the North. The only way they could finance this was through cotton, which was their only real barter item. So they set aside a considerable quantity of cotton with the idea of selling it to the mills in the North, which needed cotton very much, of course, textile mills. My father was chosen, together with a Protestant minister, whose name escapes me at the moment, to go to the North, go to General Grant's headquarters, just before the end of the war. And he asked permission to pass through the lines and take this cotton with him for sale in the North. General Grant, undoubtedly for military reasons, refused that permission, so that the mission became abortive, and the cotton was returned to the South. And my father always had great affection for Alabama. I'm quite certain that if he was alive today, he would not have that affection. I'm quite certain that he would be ashamed of what his former adopted state was doing. But at that time, he and my mother were loyal Confederates with a great affection for the South and their neighbors. He visited Alabama frequently after the war, even when he was living here in New York.
Governor Lehman, your family came to New York shortly after the Civil War, and you were born and raised in New York City. And then you went on to Williams College in Williamstown, Massachusetts. Now, you did that in spite of the fact that your older brother Irving, to whom you were devoted, went to Columbia College, and the fact that your father wanted you to attend Columbia. How did that come about?
Well, it's rather an amusing story, I think. My father had 4 sons, He made up his mind he would like the two older sons to go into business with him in New York. He wanted his third son to become a lawyer. My brother Irving not only became a lawyer, but of course became the head of the judiciary system department of the state, serving for many years as chief judge of the Court of Appeals. Then he wanted his younger son to become an engineer. I was the younger son, and I can honestly say that I don't believe I've ever known a man who has less mechanical or scientific understanding. I can't drive a nail straight, much less build a bridge or a road or a great building. But I didn't argue with my father very much. We didn't at those days, although my father was a very kindly man. I said, all right, if that's what you want, I'm going to do it. I didn't have any particular preferences either. So I took my examinations for the School of Mines at Columbia. And by some miracle which nobody has unraveled, I passed my examinations. So I was headed for Columbia School of Mines in the profession of engineering. Well, I had a teacher of history. Frank Irwin was a very good friend of mine. I was devoted to him, and I think he liked me. And he made up his mind he was going to intervene. So he went to my father and he said, Mr. Lehman, this is none of my business, but I can warn you that if you insist on your son Herbert becoming an engineer, you will probably spoil what may be a good businessman, or may be good in some other profession, and make a simply rotten engineer out of him. So my father, being wise, said, well, what would you do? And Mr. Irwin said, well, I would send him to a small college, preferably my own, which is Williams. That's how I went to Williams, and I never regretted it.
Well, at Williams, you tried your hand, I believe, at sports and at dramatics. How well did you do?
I was a very lonely boy the first year I went to Williams. I was the first boy of my faith who had come to Williams in 50 years. And the boys had known of Jews, but I don't think many of them had met them, because a large percentage of them lived on farms and in small communities. And I was a very homesick boy. And an incident happened at the end of my freshman year. I was on the squad of the track team. Captain of the team was Harry Patterson, who later became a well-known surgeon down here in New York. One afternoon when I had been trotting around the track for what seemed to me endless miles, I was getting dressed in the locker room, and Patterson came by and he hit me on the back and he said, freshman, you're not going to make the team this year, but I admire your spirit. Well, if you had given me $1 million, it wouldn't have meant as much to me as that word of encouragement. And I think it was the turning point in my whole college career. And I've told the story many times because I think we older people should remember that, give encouragement more frequently than we do.
Governor, after Williams, you started your business career in New York, but you also found time to do volunteer social work at the Henry Street Settlement.
Yes, I first went into the textile business. My salary was $5 a week, which seemed an awful lot to me. And when I got my first $5 bill, a nice crisp bill, I made up my mind that this was worthy of being memorialized, and I wanted to have it framed so as to always have it and show it to my family. $5 was a double of a lot of money to tie up. So I had the bill changed from $5 to 2 2s and a 1, and I had one of the $2 bills framed. But then I became very much interested almost immediately on graduation from college in the Henry Street Settlement. I had met Lillian D. Wald in about 1897 through Jacob H. Schiff, who was a great citizen of the city, great philanthropist, and one of the leading businessmen. I helped her a little bit, and many of my friends of my own age, did some work, club work, down at Henry Street Settlement. She herself, Miss Wald, came to New York from Rochester for the purpose of doing nursing, and she became the head of the visiting nurse service of New York. Well, I took a club, the second club that had been organized at the Henry Street settlement. It was called the Patriots. I suppose there were about 15 or 16 boys in it, all about 13 or 14 years old. And we met at least once a week, often more frequently. We'd meet in the settlement house, and then afterwards we'd go over to the corner drugstore and have an ice cream soda. And I got to be very, very well acquainted with these boys. I kept the club for about 5 or 6 years. By that time, they were old enough, of course, not to need a leader. I tried to teach them my concept, tell them about my concept of democracy. I tell them that what I thought it took to be a good citizen and an active citizen in community affairs. I remember once I told them about democracy and about the blessing we had in this country of being able to vote for whomever we wanted without any limitation whatsoever. And that we were also fortunate in having a secret ballot. That impressed them. And then we proceeded to have our election. It was a secret election. Each boy had a little piece of paper on which he was to write the name of his choice for president of the club. And I opened the results. I found that there were 13 boys, and each boy had voted for himself. But it was a great little club. I remained very friendly with the Henry Street settlement.
To this day, Governor Lehman, we know that the Henry Street settlement remains close to your heart. You're one of its directors. And one of your contributions to the settlement has a very personal meaning for you, I know.
Well, that's what is called Pete's House. That is a building which we erected in memory of my oldest son, who was a fighter pilot in the last war and didn't come back. And it's been most useful to the community. The boys and girls use it every hour of the day and late into the evening. It's a meeting place for them.
There's another manifestation of your great interest in children, Governor Lehman. That's your recent contribution to the children of New York, and I think it's fair to say to their parents also. That's the Children's Zoo in Central Park. What inspired that gift?
Mrs. Lehman and I were approaching our 50th anniversary, and we wanted to show in some tangible way our great gratitude to the blessings which we've had. Mrs. Lehman and I have always loved zoos. We remember going up to the Bronx Zoo when our children were very young, and then later when our grandchildren were young. But I consulted two men, particularly, about what form our gift should take. One was Bob Moses, and the other one was Jim Felt, who was long chairman of the Planning Commission. They advised building a zoo, which suited us very well indeed. Mrs. Lehman gave a great part of her time for months and months to watch the work and to help in any way she could. She was particularly active and useful in the decorations of the buildings and the design of the buildings. The zoo was dedicated on September 28, 1961. The attendance has been far greater than we had anticipated. And judging by the countless letters which we get from children and adults alike, I feel very confident that the zoo is bringing enjoyment to many children.
I'm sure you are justified in your confidence. Governor Lehman, your philanthropic interests reflect your concern not only for the material well-being of people, but for what might be called the spiritual ideals of liberalism. As a matter of fact, it's been calculated that you belong to and contribute to about 300 organizations, many of them religious institutions, and one of them the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Can you tell us something about your interest in the seminary?
I think this figure of 300, I'm not responsible for that.
I think you are responsible.
Well, I meant it was the calculation of the number, the count rather, was made by a secretary of mine who was with me for about 30 years, died 6 or 7 years ago. Certainly the number, however, since then has not decreased. One of those interests is the Jewish seminary. I've taken a great deal of interest in that for many years. It's rather peculiar, too, that I should, because I'm of the Reform group of Judaism. The seminary is of the conservative group. There is, of course, a third one, the Orthodox. All I wanted to know was that a man was Jewish in his outlook. When I say Jewish in his outlook, had the same deep faith that I think men should have, men of all faiths, not only Jewish, and led a reasonably decent life. I'm not deeply interested in ritual or in form. My interest is in the degree of faith that is behind those who practice religion.
Well, the Institute of Talmudic Ethics was named after you at the seminary. Is there a particular reason for it having been named?
Well, the only reason that I can see is that I've long been a director. I'm chairman of the Board of Overseers, and some of the faculty and trustees felt that they would like to honor me by calling this school after me, and it has been called after me. I think my interest in the seminary comes largely from the faith that I acquired early in life. Faith in the fundamental ideals and traditions of Judaism. Love and respect for one God who is the God of everyone.
Your concern, Governor Lehman, for the entire human family was certainly reflected in your activities as Director General of UNRWA. UNRWA is said to have alleviated more suffering and more misery than any human institution ever did before. In spite of that, you've said that that was the only task you ever took up that you left with a sense that it was unfinished. Why was that?
First of all, I want to say that of all the responsibilities and tasks which I've been privileged to take on, none has ever given me anywhere near the satisfaction of soul satisfaction that UNRWA did. It was by all means the greatest relief and rehabilitation organization in the entire history of the world. We spent nearly $4 billion. The reason it gave me such great satisfaction is because I could see the results of the work we were doing. We knew from personal experience in the field that we had saved and was saving millions of lives, millions of people, from starvation, cold, from lack of shelter, clothing, security, and hope. When I made that statement that it was unfinished, what I meant was that it was my opinion that the work should have been continued for at least 1 and possibly 2 years more. But the work of UNRWA was not unfinished because after a year or so, it was continued under the Marshall Plan, the Point 4 Plan, UNESCO, International Refugee Organization, the Foreign Aid Program, and other similar organizations. Even the United Nations carried on the work of UNRWA, and so far as the structure of the United Nations is concerned, it's almost identical with that of UNRWA. And we had about the same difficulties in conducting UNRWA as the United Nations now has in its relationships with other countries. The vote was very nearly the same at that time as it is now.
On the political side, sir, you have had your share of winning and losing battles and good causes. If you were to look back now, which victories would you pick out as the most important during your terms in the Senate?
Well, Miss Newman, my career was not based so much on victory as on preserving the principles and the purposes which were involved. For instance, in the McCarthy struggle, I was not the only one who beat him. I was, of course, one of the first and possibly the most aggressive. But there were many other men who were deeply interested and active in the fight against McCarthy. It was a pity that when he finally was censured, it was not so much on the ground of principle as on the ground of his having affronted the Senate. And I felt that to that extent we did not gain the victory which I had hoped for.
You also fought against the McCarran Act, I believe?
Yes, I fought against it even before I became governor. And I think McCarran was the most arrogant man that we had in the Senate during the years I served there, nearly 8 years. It's been a perfectly useless bill, and nonetheless gave at that time and still gives the power to abuse the privileges and the rights of many people. I also fought for the civil rights and liberties continuously. There, too, I carried on that fight long before I went down to Washington while I was governor. And we did get through a number of bills which were of importance. And finally, I fought for the passage of social legislation. You know, in the state of New York, and I feel very proud of this, in 1935, the only year, by the way, the Democrats had control of both houses of the legislature. And we had control of it by just one vote, a majority of one. We passed more labor and social legislation of value than had ever been passed before in the state. In fact, George Meany, the head of the AFL-CIO, characterized that session as having passed more and better legislation, labor and social legislation, than had ever been passed by any state in the Union.
Governor, we've mentioned Alan Nevins, the historian, Pulitzer Prize winner, who recently wrote a biography of you called Herbert H. Lehman and His Era. In talking about your work as a senator, he notes your commitment to principle and its effect on your work in the Senate. He says that despite your experience in practical politics, you found it difficult to compromise when you were in the Senate. Now, would you perhaps have been able to accomplish more if you had been more ready to compromise?
Well, he's perfectly right in mentioning that and raising the question. It's a question which I myself have raised about myself many times. Newman, I don't know. It's quite possible that if I had been willing to compromise more freely, and I did compromise occasionally, but not on principle, I would have gotten more bills through. Now, I'm quite certain that if I was confronted with the same decision now as I was at that time, I would take exactly the same position.
Our next guest in this series, Governor, is Sergeant Shriver, the director of the Peace Corps, and he has a great many young people working for him. This leads me to ask you, Governor Lehman, whether you feel the state of the world today encourages greater social idealism in young people than the world of your youth presented to you.
I think it does. For this reason, I think that the young people are far better educated than we were. They have education advantages that we didn't have through the development of mass media, the radio and television, the growth of the newspapers. I think many more of them have a desire to go into some kind of work that is going to be of benefit to the world. Today, of course, with the difficulty of the uncertainty of what he's going to do after he leaves college, with the certainty that we're going to live in the Cold War for at least a very protracted period, and he doesn't know what's going to happen to him. It's very natural he should be confused, but he is confused, and we want. And another thing I think I'm justified in being a little critical is that I think they put too much emphasis on conformity. And that's particularly true of the very young, the adolescents, who just hate to do anything that the boys and girls around them don't do. And I hope they're going to outgrow that as they get older. But at the present time, there's a great unreasonable amount of conformity, in my opinion, among the young people. I think there's too much conformity in business life, too. this emphasis on conformity has taken away a lot of the imagination and the independence of thought, both among the very young people and among young people who go into business.
How do you find the state of the world today, Governor? What do you think are the greatest dangers we face, and are you optimistic about our ability to face them?
Well, I find the state of the world today very depressing, very frightening. I think we're going to be able to triumph over our difficulties. I think we're going to be able to sustain our democratic, liberal ideas, liberal actions, but I'm not minimizing the difficulty of doing so. And sometimes I do question whether we're going to be able to. I think, of course, the great problem is the problem of survival. We come frighteningly near the brink of war a number of times during the past 10 years. As I view the world, what's happening in it, I think we sometimes, even today, are frighteningly near it. We've avoided it, and I hope to God we're going to. But you just can't shrug it off. I think the only thing we can do is to keep ourselves strong militarily. We have to do that. I think we must continue our efforts and insist on keeping the door open in every way we possibly can to peace and to a modus vivendi which will permit us to exist side by side with the countries that have different concepts, different views, and certainly different ambitions from what we have.
Thank you very much, Governor Lehman. It's been a great pleasure and a great honor to speak with you.
Our Eternal Light program today was the third in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest was the Honorable Herbert H. Lehman, former United States Senator and Governor of the state of New York. He was interviewed by NBC News correspondent Edwin Newman. Editorial consultant for this program was Robert Allison. We invite you to join us next week when our guest will be the Director of the Peace Corps, Sergeant Shriver. If you would like a copy of today's program, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is Vic Roby. This weekly Peabody Award-winning program is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
The President of the UN General Assembly, Zafrullah Khan, will meet the press today on NBC Radio.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, the Peabody Award-winning program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the last in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest is Sergeant Shriver, the director of the Peace Corps. He will be interviewed by NBC News White House correspondent Ray Shearer.
The Peace Corps is now a thriving, solidly supported organization a mere 2½ years after its inception. To understand its success, a brief look at the background of its director, Sergeant Shriver, is in order. Mr. Shriver has been a successful businessman. He's held important executive posts with Chicago's Merchandise Mart and Newsweek magazine. He's been active in educational circles as president of the Chicago Board of Education. His long-standing concern with social and moral problems has been reflected in his work as president of the Interracial Council of Chicago and his leadership in medical research as executive director of the Kennedy Foundation. In addition to the dynamism of Sergeant Shriver, another reason for the record of the Peace Corps may be found in the very nature of the project itself, and it's that aspect I'd like to examine with you now, Mr. Shriver. It is said in the Talmud, whoever teaches another man's child and helps him grow to the fullness of his promise, it is as though he gave him birth. Is there any relationship, Mr. Shriver, between that statement and the nature of the Peace Corps?
Yes, I think there is, Mr. Shearer. In the first place, almost half of the people in the Peace Corps are actually classroom teachers. They are finding in this work abroad the same kind of satisfaction that teachers get working in the classrooms here in America. One of our people, for example, wrote a letter not long ago and said, it's magnificent to see the light up in a child's eye when you're teaching them in a classroom. Well, to me, these people who are actually teaching exemplify that statement from the Talmud. These Peace Corps volunteers are fulfilling that statement, I believe. But in a broader sense, there are many other aspects to the Peace Corps which carry out that idea. For example, I've noticed in our own administrative organization here in Washington that many of the people who have worked in other agencies of the government or outside the government have for the first time in their life felt a complete commitment to an idea. They work until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night at the Peace Corps headquarters, not because anybody forces them to, not because they're getting paid overtime, but because they believe in the conception of the idea of the Peace Corps. I think that they have been released in doing this work so that they are, in a sense, having a new birth. The people right here in our own country.
There is a spiritual parallel, a Peace Corps based on the idea of one man helping his brother in a shared experience, then.
Oh, there's no question about that. And I think that the headquarters people in Washington feel that their complete justification is the amount of help that they can give to the Peace Corps volunteers overseas. In other words, they sort of take the attitude that a good manager of a team takes. That he doesn't actually play in the game. He's not in the football game or the baseball game, but he gets his success out of the success of the athletes and whom he's helped to manage. Well, that's the way the people feel at the headquarters in Washington.
Why is it that the volunteers have a greater feeling of commitment in this than in anything they've previously done? What is the intangible that seems to envelop them?
Well, there are a lot of aspects to it, and it varies, I think, from volunteer to volunteer. But one of the basic things is that many of them feel that they have an opportunity here to be of service to their fellow man. That's number one. Another thing is that they feel that they're making a contribution to a world order, to stability in the world. I think many Americans are concerned that at the emphasis it's given to armaments, not only here in our own country, but all around the world. And they feel that there has to be some alternative to warfare, and that the Peace Corps is one alternative. This is not to say it's the only alternative or necessarily the best, but a growing number of young Americans, I believe, want to make this kind of a contribution toward world peace.
Well, the Peace Corps has had, seems to me, great success in the field of cultural relations and the successful integration of all races and religion, both within the Corps itself and in the various countries to which it sends volunteers. How do you explain that record, Mr. Shriver?
Well, we've made a conscious effort to exemplify within the Peace Corps the basic tenets of American society, that all men are created equal, that people should be accepted for Peace Corps service on a basis of non-discrimination, whether on the race, color, or creed. The result of that is that today we have Catholics teaching in schools in Protestant countries and Protestants teaching in schools in Catholic countries. We have Jewish volunteers at work in countries associated with the Arab League. And all of these people are accepted on the basis of equality. I think that this exemplifies our American society, and our Peace Corps organization has aggressively attempted to make this known to people in America so that we would get applicants of all races, colors, and creeds in as volunteers and also as staff members.
When a young man or young woman does volunteer, are any questions asked about the applicant's religion?
No, they're not. They're none asked about his religion. They're none asked about his racial background. So that we evaluate the people solely on the basis of their qualifications for the job.
Well, how about the countries which seek help from the Peace Corps? Can they specify anything about the religion of a volunteer?
No, they cannot. All of our volunteers are assigned overseas on a non-discriminatory basis. And when we announced that policy, there were some people who said that because of it, we would never be invited to certain countries. But the truth of the matter is that we have been invited to all types of countries, all where different religions are practiced and where different racial groups live. In fact, we have been invited to almost 25 countries that we have not yet been able to go to. In other words, we have a backlog of requests for the Peace Corps that we have not been able to fill.
How was the idea of the Peace Corps born? Could you go back to the beginning?
Well, going back to the beginning in that case is a long way, I'm afraid. I really believe that the Peace Corps comes right out of the ancient Judeo-Christian heritage of our culture. I know that in the Bible, of course, there are references to being your brother's keeper, the Talmudic concept that whoever saves a single life saves a whole world. Then there was the philosopher William James, who talked about the idea of an army mobilized as a moral equivalent of war. And then most recently, of course, Senator Hubert Humphrey introduced a bill, I think it was 1958 or 59, in the United States Senate calling for the creation of a Peace Corps. And Henry Royce introduced a bill in the Congress calling for the creation of a .4 Youth Corps. So I think there have been many people who have had the idea of a Peace Corps before, but it was only in 1960 and 61 when President Kennedy spoke up on behalf of the Peace Corps that both the idea and the power to implement it were combined at one time, and that's why we have a Peace Corps today and did not have one in the past.
Isn't it the great missionary spirit of America, which is really your precursor?
Well, there's no question about that. The missionaries, of course, have set an enviable record all over the world. I wouldn't say it was only the missionary spirit of America, however. I think the idea of the Peace Corps is broader than any national group like the Americans. I think that this is exemplified by the fact that other people, other nations are starting Peace Corps operations now. And as I said a minute ago, the Peace Corps is a reflection, in my judgment, of the entire philosophical background of Judeo-Christian culture.
How did you get the job of running the organization?
Well, that's a question, Mr. Shriver, that's been asked me many times, and a lot of people don't believe it, but the true story is that when the president asked me to take it on, I said that I realized he had lots of political debts to pay off. He was a newly elected president, and I suggested to him that he offer this position to one of the people that he had a political debt, and then he told me that I didn't understand, that most people thought the Peace Corps was going to be a big fiasco, and it was better than for a relative to have the job. It'd be easier to fire a relative than a political friend.
Well, he hasn't had to fire you, that's for sure. What is the size of the Peace Corps now? How many volunteers in action and how many countries?
Well, right now we have about 5,000 volunteers in the Peace Corps, either in training here or overseas. They're working in 45 different nations around the world. By Christmas time of this year, we expect that we'll have about 9,000 volunteers in the Peace Corps.
You'll double it between now and Christmas?
Yes, yes, that's true, almost double it. And the reason for that is that most of our new trainees and new volunteers come into the Peace Corps during the summer months. That enables us to use many different universities in our own country to train them, and it also coincides with the opening of school years and new programs abroad so that our volunteers are able to arrive in foreign countries at the time they're needed.
Sergeant Shriver, is there any top figure in your mind that the Peace Corps will go to? What do you look for at the end of 1964?
Well, we have proposed to Congress that by the end of 1964 there should be 13,000 people in the Peace Corps, and that the difference between the 9,000 and the 13,000 should be concentrated in Latin America. We think there's a great opportunity in Latin America. There's a great demand in Latin America for Peace Corps volunteers. It turns out that Spanish is the second most popular language in our country, and therefore it makes sense to send those people who speak Spanish to Latin America. So we look for a Peace Corps of approximately 13,000 people by 64. How large the Peace Corps might become in the future is really a question that can only be answered in terms of two or three very important points. Number one is, how many qualified Americans are going to volunteer for Peace Corps service? Second, what's the demand going to be from overseas? And third, how much money is there available for this type of work?
About the volunteers, are you looking mostly for people with specific skills, or do you just want people who will go out and do a job?
Well, really, we want both. We want people with skills, and we want the liberal arts graduates from colleges, the people who have specialized in sociology and the liberal arts, just as much as people who have specialized in engineering, math, and science. Most of all, however, rather than a special skill, is we're looking for people of character, people with maturity, people who are able to carry on successfully over a period of 2 years abroad.
What kind of man makes the ideal Peace Corps volunteer? Where has he grown up in the United States? What sort of education has he had? What has been his family background? Is there such a thing as an ideal volunteer?
Well, actually, I don't think we have a Peace Corps type. And in fact, I hope we never do have a Peace Corps type. We've got people 18 years old. We've got people 76 years old. We've got people who graduated from high school, never went to college, who are skilled craftsmen, some of them. We have people who are PhDs and who've taught in universities. So that there really isn't a type. I will say, though, that all of them, I believe, have one thing in common, and that is that they are anxious to serve. They're anxious to help their fellow man, and they've got the courage, they've got the perseverance to carry on the job abroad.
What percentage of the total Corps is in Africa? What percentage in Asia, Europe, South America? How does it break down, roughly?
Well, by this fall, about 40% of our people will be in Latin America. About 30% will be in Africa, and the remaining 30%, 15%, will be in the Middle East and 15% in the Far East.
As I understand it, the Peace Corps is based somewhat on the aspect of these countries trying to help themselves. Could you give us some examples of how these countries are responding to Peace Corps efforts to help them help themselves?
Yes, well, all of the things we do are an effort to make these countries independent of Peace Corps assistance in the future. For example, Nigeria made a study which showed that they needed, let's say, 600 teachers this year, 800 teachers next year, 1,000 teachers the next year, but then it would begin to decrease as they got more of their own teachers, so that by 1970, let's say, there wouldn't be any need for foreign teachers in Nigeria. Well, now we fill that gap until they can take care of themselves, and we are participating in the process of producing teachers for that country. Now, this is true in practically every country where we work, especially in the teaching professions. It's also true when we do work such as civil engineering or geology. Once we've done a geological survey for a country, we're finished, we get out, and then they carry it on from there.
I was talking to some of your people about the Philippines, where there's a Camp Brotherhood, where volunteers apparently inspired natives to build a camp for underprivileged children.
That's true. Out there had never been a free camp for underprivileged children in the Philippines, as I understand it. About 19 of our volunteers out there got one organized. They got Philippine doctors to give their time free. They got Philippine businessmen to take an interest in it. And very soon, the Filipinos had taken it over themselves. We think that this was a good step in the right direction, and the Filipinos themselves, I think, have been gratified to see what they could do on their own. The Filipino people, incidentally, are extremely receptive to the Peace Corps. We've had a wonderful welcome out there, and I think that our program there is growing mutually, to the mutual satisfaction of both the Filipinos and the Americans.
Is that not your largest program?
It is our largest program, and it will be our largest program for a number of years perhaps to come. We have already 600 people in the Philippines. By the fall, we'll have almost 700. And it's producing a very favorable response for our country. At the beginning, people sometimes said to me, why go to the Philippines? They're so favorable to the United States already. My thought was that what you do is best is to strengthen your ties with your friends. I think that it's important when you have good friends to help them and help them to become stronger so that they can exemplify to the best of their ability the ideals of democracy, the ideas of the culture that we all believe in. And I think that the Philippines have done an admirable job in this respect.
Mr. Shriver, it's been remarked that one of the great assets of the Peace Corps is the fact that it doesn't give anything away. How do you explain this almost seeming paradox?
Well, I think we do give away something. That is, we give away, the volunteers themselves give away their labor. They give themselves. And when a person gives themselves, they are giving the most priceless thing in the world. That's a lot more valuable, I think. It's a lot better understood than mere money or material resources. So when the American volunteers are abroad giving themselves, they are giving a very priceless quality. They're giving a very priceless award, you might say, or reward to the foreign countries. And, of course, they are learning at the same time. They go over with a spirit of humility. They go over to learn. They don't go over with a big idea, a superiority idea that they're over there to teach people who themselves are ignorant. That's not true. All of our volunteers realize that in the Philippines or in Indonesia or in Africa, that we, the volunteers in the Peace Corps, are learning a great deal about ancient and admirable cultures. So this is a two-way street, and I think they go with that attitude, and that's what makes the Peace Corps popular.
Are you not working with a great many private organizations?
Yes, we are. We have 25 contracts with 25 different American private organizations, such as the YMCA, CARE, the American 4-H Foundation, the National Grange, the Farmers Union, and other groups of that type, under systems whereby they and we together jointly carry on programs in various countries. In this way, we feel that we're exhibiting overseas the essential pluralistic aspect of American society. After all, we're not just a monolithic society where everything is done by the government. And I think it would be a mistake for us in the Peace Corps to give the impression abroad that we are such a society. By using these private groups cooperatively with the government, we do demonstrate, as I said a minute ago, the pluralistic aspect of American culture.
Well, of course, many elements obviously contribute to the success of the Peace Corps. How important to the program's well-being is the fact that the volunteers live among and with the people of the country they serve?
I think that's essential. I think it's absolutely, and we've got some proof of it. For example, in South America, we sent people there to work in the slums. And at the beginning, these people lived in modest housing, not fancy housing, but it was a little bit better than the slum housing. And in the morning, they would go into the slum, and at nighttime, they would come out of the slum. And that approach was ineffective. So our volunteers move themselves right into the slums so that they live in the slums morning, noon, and night. They work in the slums. They eat in the slums. They sleep in the slums. And from that point on, the program really blossomed. And this, to me, is proof of the fact that unless you show by what you eat, by what you wear, by where you live, the language you speak, and so on, unless you show a real commitment to the people with whom you're trying to work, that the results of your work are ineffective.
You take, again, speaking of an average American who's grown up in fairly comfortable circumstances, and you suddenly put him out in a slum in Malaysia or however. How does he do this? How does he adjust to it?
Well, first of all, we don't really put him out without any preparation. Everybody in the Peace Corps gets at least 3 months training in our own country before they go overseas. Then they get an orientation program in the host country. And, of course, they get plenty of lectures and plenty of talk about what it really is going to be like when they get there. Now, having said this, it is true that there still is a shock, you might say, when you come up against the reality. In these circumstances, we think that the only thing that carries the volunteers through is their own internal resources, their own maturity, their own courage, their own perseverance. And, of course, that's what we look for when we try to select people for service abroad.
How many have not been able to cut it?
Well, out of the first 4,000, there have been about 50 who have been separated from the Peace Corps for emotional disturbances or because they were not able to cut it, as you phrase it. Mm-hmm. There have been about another 100 that we have separated from the Peace Corps for medical reasons or for compassionate reasons. But out of the first 4,000, there's about 50, which I think is about half of 1%, somewhere in there. Or 1%.
Negligible.
It's really very small.
Action is, of course, one effective way of demonstrating ideas to people, but what about the problem of language training for the volunteers? Has it proven sufficient to enable them to communicate with their hosts in the various
Well, not in all cases, no. And the interesting thing is that, to me at any rate, was that we thought that French and Spanish would be the easiest languages.
Aren't they?
They're the hardest. And why? Well,
Why, yes.
when you send American volunteers, let's say, to Thailand, and they can speak some Thai, it's very complimentary to the Thais, and they're surprised that Americans can speak any Thai. But if you send Americans down to South America and they speak some Spanish, that's not good enough, because those people there know that Americans should be able to speak Spanish. Or if you send them to a French-speaking country in Africa, they expect the volunteers to get off speaking French like Charles de Gaulle or somebody, which obviously they can't do.
I see. So the well-known languages require a rather sophisticated...
That's correct.
What do the volunteers get? 160 hours of specific language training before leaving the country?
That's what they used to get. That's what they used to get. We started off giving them about 160 hours. Now we're giving them 260 hours. And in some of the more difficult languages, like Thai, which is a tonal language, we give 350 hours before they go to Thailand.
I'm wondering about the older people. You mentioned a man 72. In our society, where more and more people are attaining the biblical riches of 70, what place is there for older people in the Peace Corps?
Well, there are many places, and I'm happy to say that today we have more grandparents in the Peace Corps than we have teenagers. So we are making a definite effort not only to attract older people, but to place them. Now, it is true that it's a little more difficult to place them. And also, they seem to have a little bit more difficulty with the physical examinations, which are required because we want to be sure that people stay healthy overseas. But we are looking for older people who can work in any one of the major fields that we're interested in. For example, in education, in agriculture, in any of the medical skills, such as doctors, nurses, lab technicians, any of those areas. And older people who are qualified in the skilled trades, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, construction people, automobile mechanics, diesel mechanics. All those types of skills are greatly needed in the Corps, and older people possess them, in many cases, more than younger people do.
Well, now, this summer, the first of the volunteers that you sent out 2 years ago will be returning. They'll come back with both marvelous knowledge of the country where they have been and a great sympathy for the people that they've been with for 2 years. How are we going to make use of that in our national life?
Well, already, American universities have established about 150 scholarships specifically earmarked for returning Peace Corps volunteers. Therefore, I think these universities are taking the lead in bringing the volunteers into American education. Certain public school systems, right here in Washington, D.C., for example, and in the city of Chicago and elsewhere, special efforts are being made by the superintendents of schools to bring Peace Corps volunteers back into the public school systems. Also, the United States government, through its agency, USIA, United States Information Agency, the State Department, and other agencies, United States Public Health Service, are trying to interest the Peace Corps volunteers in going to work for the national government. I've been very much encouraged to see, through a little survey we made, that over 75% of the returning Peace Corps volunteers are interested in joining service organizations, whether it's government service, private voluntary agencies, or other groups of that type.
Well, it seems to me they have something almost unique to contribute. Our diplomats go out, and one hears a criticism that they see only other diplomats. Yet these people have been living with the people on their level. How can we make use of this in our national life, and particularly in our diplomatic corps?
Well, I think that it would be very helpful if a number of these Peace Corps volunteers could get appointments to the Foreign Service, because if nothing else, they've proved that they can live in a different culture successfully, and that's very important. I think also that their skills in some of these more unusual languages like Urdu or Bengali or Nepali, languages like that, even Swahili, would be a help to our State Department. I think that's the most immediate way. But also, I want to keep coming back and insisting on education. I think that when these people come back to America, if they can get into the classrooms and teach our people about Africa or Latin America, if they can teach Spanish up here and Spanish culture as exemplified in Latin America, it seems to me that this would be very helpful to the students in our country.
I'd like to ask you to be personal, if I may, for a moment. I've seen you leave Washington, get on a plane, and go to these faraway places, and you get out in the field, you ride in a Jeep, and you talk to these people, the volunteers. What do they tell you? What has this meant to them in personal terms? How has it affected them?
The most satisfying thing to me is that I have yet to run across a Peace Corps volunteer who did not think that the Peace Corps for him had been a great success. I remember, being in the service during the war, and so many people grouse or complain about having to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. But generally speaking, I have not yet run across a case where a Peace Corps volunteer contested or didn't agree that the Peace Corps for him was a great thing.
Why is this different than being in the Army or the Navy, as you put it?
Well, I think
because of the people you chose in the first place?
No, I think it's the freedom they get once they're in the Peace Corps. First place, they're on their own. They don't have somebody bossing them around every day. They don't have to muster at 8 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock they don't have to sleep in a compound, all that kind of thing. They are on their own. They are their own bosses. They're able to do what they want. Second, they realize that they're under observation all the time by foreign people, and that they, to a certain extent, exemplify what America stands for. So they're conscious of carrying that burden and that responsibility.
What does this do to a young man's spirit, a young man, 21, 22, helping people and seeing these people grow and prosper? What does it do to his spiritual quality?
Well, the best way I can describe it is to say that 3 professors at the University of California who taught Peace Corps volunteers before they went overseas visited them about a year after they were overseas, and they could hardly recognize them because the volunteers had grown up so much. They were so much more mature, so much more certain of themselves, so much more sure of what they wanted to do with their lives. So I think it has a tremendously deep effect spiritually and in maturing the volunteers for the work in the future.
What has been the international response to the Peace Corps? Are other countries emulating us?
Well, they say imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, so I'm delighted that there are already about 10 nations that have decided to start their own Peace Corps operations. That's West Germany, France, Belgium, Holland, Norway, New Zealand, and others of the industrialized countries. And then several of the economically underdeveloped nations are also starting their own Peace Corps operations. El Salvador and Honduras in Central America. Ethiopia is considering doing the same out in Africa. And another interesting twist is that 2 countries are considering sending Peace Corps volunteers to the United States. That is, they would send...
In reverse.
That's right. They'd send people from their countries up here.
Finally, now, from an American viewpoint, what is the principal value, as you see it, of the Peace Corps?
Well, I think that the Peace Corps may have its ultimate, most important values here in the United States. In the first place, all of the people who serve in the Peace Corps will be profoundly affected by this experience. They will come back here knowing another culture, another language. They will have traveled. They will know the world as few Americans have ever had a chance to know it. They will never be the same. They will never be the narrow provincial person who thinks merely of Anglo-Saxon, let's say, Anglo-Saxon culture. I think that they themselves, therefore, will be greatly different and much better citizens. And the people they come in contact with, whether it's giving speeches or teaching in classrooms or just as citizens in a community, they will be a very important influence in our country.
And we are all the bigger for it. From all you've told us about what the Peace Corps is doing for others and in a very real sense for America, its essence may very well be found in the words of the Jewish medieval philosopher Maimonides: the highest form of aid we can give a needy person is to enable him to become self-sufficient. Thank you, Sergeant Shriver, for being with us today, and continued success to the Peace Corps.
If you would like a copy of today's program, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light program today was the last in a series of 4 conversations with distinguished leaders of modern thought. Our guest was Sergeant Shriver, Director of the Peace Corps. He was interviewed by NBC News White House correspondent Ray Shearer. Editorial consultant for this program was Robert Allison. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light begins its summer series, The Words We Live By. This year featuring outstanding literary dialogues of past seasons between Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. This program will be the first in a series entitled The Wisdom Books of the Bible. This is Vic Roby. This weekly Peabody Award-winning program is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Wisdom Books of the Bible, the first in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, I'm glad to be here again with you, and I'm glad now that we have this subject before us, the wisdom books of the Bible. I say I'm glad now because when we first agreed to discuss these books, I was a little perturbed. They're rather difficult books, and there's much in them that puzzles and teases me, and I have many questions to put to you, but I think that we can get some interesting ideas by discussing the text between us. But before we do that, I do want to make clear to the listeners that the wisdom books of the Bible is a phrase that doesn't occur in the Bible itself. It's a recent phrase. It denotes three books particularly or exclusively: the book of Proverbs, the book Ecclesiastes, and the book of Job. And these three, under that name, are in a sense set apart by modern critics or modern commentators as representing a specific outlook, the wisdom outlook. And in fact, the first question I would like to put to you is, do you feel there is about these books a specific character such as justifies their being put into a category of their own, the wisdom books?
Oh, I think so indeed. But first, Maurice, I would like to remind you that our hope is to be able to reach out a little farther and mention two or three works that are on the periphery of this subject. That is to say, two books that are not in the canon, the book of Ecclesiasticus and the book called The Wisdom of Solomon, as well as a book that I believe was never anywhere near the canon, a book usually known as The Ethics of the Fathers.
I'm glad you mentioned that. The interesting thing is that Proverbs and Ecclesiastes were themselves under discussion as to their suitability for the canon. In Proverbs, there happens to be, as you know, a good deal of material which seems to be of a purely secular character, and then in one place at least there is such a flat apparent contradiction as to how to answer a fool that the people dealing with the canon were deeply distressed and thought of leaving the book out. Also, the book Ecclesiastes might have been left out of the canon, and actually I think that Ecclesiasticus should have been put in the canon.
We don't need to worry about the fact that we have two or three works that are not normally found in the Bible, books that we shall want to bring into our discussion somehow or other. In other words, there's a total of 6 rather than a total of 3, isn't there?
Yes, if you include the Ethics of the Fathers, that makes 6. There are even other books, but that would lead us too far astray. What I would like to note at this particular moment is, when I mentioned to some friends that we would be talking on these subjects, and I mentioned Ecclesiasticus as well as Ecclesiastes, I discovered to my dismay that a great many of them didn't know the difference, didn't know there was an Ecclesiastes in the Bible and an Ecclesiasticus outside the Bible in what is called the Apocrypha. So if any of our listeners are a bit confused, let's have that clarified now.
Yes, I thought it might not hurt now, although we shall go ahead and talk about the whole wisdom literature as if it were one literature. I think, to answer your original question, and I'm sorry I delayed my answer, I think that it is one literature. There is a theme that is constant throughout all of these books. It is the theme of wisdom. Wisdom has I think, a rather special meaning in these books. To ask me what wisdom is to ask me a very difficult question. It's rather curious. I think everybody knows what wisdom is. Everybody knows what a wise man is, just as everyone knows what an unwise man is. Everyone knows what a wise action is. Everyone knows what an unwise action is. We're all perfectly familiar with the distinction, and yet, if we are forced to say what we mean by the word, it is difficult to do so. I was interested in a derivation of the word wise, the English word wise, which traces it back through the Indo-European languages to the word to see. The Latin word videre is connected, apparently.
Yes.
It means some kind of 20/20 vision, some kind of perfect eyesight, a clear and complete, or at any rate, unmistaken comprehension of what the world is like. And that relates the term for me with a meaning that it's had for a long time among all peoples, among the Greeks, for instance, who always talked about wisdom as a primary virtue. It seems to have meant sometimes not much more than knowing what the world is like, knowing the truth about things, knowing things in their proportions, in their true outlines. Wisdom is a worldly virtue.
Well, how far would you stretch the concept of wisdom? I agree that it's difficult to define. It's something to be felt rather than described. And if it's described at all, it must be by reference and by allusion and tangentially. But isn't it something more than a knowledge of how to do things, know-how in human relations? As far as I can make out, in the Bible, it very frequently, this concept of wisdom, stretches out into something like a philosophy of the universe as well. And it includes not only our feelings with regard to the significance of existence as such, but deals with the material of the universe. It has to do with astronomy, with biology, with the animal kingdom. It's not just worldly know-how.
Oh, know-how, by no means, is an equivalent, or is a proper translation of the term. We have a word cunning, which could be defined as knowing. The cunning man is the knowing man. And when we say that, we mean really that he doesn't know very much. He knows only his own advantage. He knows tricks. He knows how to secure his own advantage and get a long way past someone else. But I think no one thinks of that as the same thing as wisdom. And just so we often say that someone is knowing or knowledgeable, and we do not give him credit for any profundity of understanding. I quite agree with you that when I said wisdom is somehow the ability to see the world as it necessarily is and eternally is, I should have said, perhaps instead of world, the universe. Yes, in its farthest reaches, I believe the truth about existence is a thing that the wise man somehow sees, somehow understands.
When I began by asking you whether there was complete justification, Mark, for the separation of the wisdom books, I had in mind the fact that the word wisdom, the Hebrew word chokhmah, occurs in the Bible for the first time in connection, oddly enough, with a technique. You remember when Moses had to build the tabernacle in the wilderness, he was bidden by God to put a certain man to the task, Bezalel. And we find that Bezalel, the son of Uri, says God, I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship to devise skillful works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass. That's where the word wisdom occurs for the first time. And the second time, again, it occurs in a similar connection when Solomon hired the Phoenician Hiram, not the king of Tyre, but a certain Hiram, to help him build a temple. Again, this Hiram was filled with wisdom and knowledge and understanding. And oddly enough, those three words keep recurring like a triad. It's always wisdom, which is a Hebrew word is chokhmah, and understanding, which is tavuna, and knowledge, which is da'at. Those three words come together, and as I said, their first occurrence is in connection with an art, and not with a specific attitude toward life of the wise man.
Yes, of course, the Greeks were wonderful, it seems to me, on that, too. For them, the art of anything was the knowing how to do it. The art of writing, the art of poetry was the knowledge of how to write a poem. The art of building was the knowledge of how to build a house or a boat or something of the sort. On the other hand, we don't ourselves these days say a wise carpenter, do we? We say a good carpenter. We say a carpenter who knows how to build a house. We wouldn't call him wise because he was successful at the job.
Well,
wisdom might be in the man who was going to live in the house or who had designed the house. He might unwisely tell the carpenter to build a certain kind of house, but we think of a carpenter as no more than a man who knows how to go ahead and build a house that he's been asked to build. There might be some wisdom, Maurice, or unwisdom in the mind of the man who designed the house. I've always been interested in the question of and I alluded to this a minute ago, whether wisdom is in any sense a transcendental virtue, whether its final reference is ever very definitely to things outside of the world men live in. I've usually supposed that wisdom, at its very best, meant knowing how to live in the world, knowing how to live among men. Now, to be sure, the wisest man of all, if we know who he was, probably would have his final reference, his final gaze set upon something outside the world. He might have a very long view of things, and it meant that his motions down here, back and forth, would seem to be guided by a ray, guided by a beam that was set very far away from him. Whereas the person who had no such vision as that, who couldn't see very far, would be running around like a rabbit or a mouse without any sense in his motions. He would do this and then do that, would never seem to know why he did any of these things, and his doings also would be incomprehensible to others. He would be a silly, ineffectual person.
Well, do you think, Mark, that what you're saying now is the attitude in the wisdom books of the Bible, or is this your interpretation and you want to reconcile the two?
Well,
my feeling is that in the biblical or the Jewish biblical approach to wisdom, the view that you've just outlined is only one part of it. In the biblical book, first of all, they begin, of course, with the religious aspect. It's got to be, over and over again, we get the observation, as in the beginning of Proverbs, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, or the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And then it branches out in several directions. The direction which you have just indicated, namely this serene, I won't call it remote, but partially detached, at any rate, unegocentric attitude is implied. But also there is implied, I'll put it rather vulgarly, that a man's got to know on which side his bread is buttered. You asked before spoke before the distinction between wisdom and cunning. Certainly cunning hasn't got the range of wisdom. And I would define the difference between the two as follows, that wisdom is the strategy of love in human relationships, and cunning is the strategy of hatred in human relationships.
That's very good.
But only in human relationships. You can't talk of cunning as applied to one's attitude toward God, toward history, toward social problems. So the question emerges, in this attitude that you outlined before, is that a God-oriented attitude? Is it the Greek attitude? And if so, is it completely at one with the Jewish attitude, which begins with God is the first essential in computing a man's wisdom? If God is present, it's wisdom. If not, it's not wisdom.
Well, I think that's ultimately right. For instance, it does sound absurd to think of someone who was cunning toward God. The wisdom literature makes it very clear that you cannot deceive God. He sees all that you do. He hears all that you do. He even writes down in a book all that you do, or someone does up there. Remember, one of the Proverbs runs, I think, to that effect, or maybe it's in one of the other books that I came across this. Remember in everything that you do that there is a seeing eye, a hearing ear, and a book in which every one of your deeds is written down.
Yes, they go further. They say that you can, the shopkeeper is there, you can buy as much as you want, but someday you'll have to pay the price. That's in the Ethics of the Fathers.
Oh, that's where it is. Now,
yes.
I'm trying to, perhaps, to reconcile two things. I'm not at all sure that there's any necessity of reconciliation. I take it that wisdom finally means not only knowledge of how to live hour by hour, day by day, to save your own life, to keep on living, not to throw your life away with foolish and absurd things. You must somehow conserve yourself. But if your actions really make any sense, they make sense in eternity, so to speak. They make sense at some point very far removed from this particular point on which we stand. Otherwise, there is no true measure, it seems to me, of a man's actions. I believe the authors of these books understood that very well, because sometimes they say it's the part of wisdom to be silent, the part of wisdom not to do very much. You know, they advise against incessant activity.
Yes. They alternate in examining the question of wisdom. They take up different viewpoints, depart from use different measures, and you've got to get the totality in order to understand what they mean by it. For instance, in the very first chapter of the book of Proverbs, we read, "Wisdom crieth aloud in the street. She uttereth her voice in the broad places. She calleth at the head of the noisy streets. At the entrance of the gates in the city she uttereth her words. How long, ye thoughtless, will ye be thoughtless? Will ye love thoughtlessness? How long will scorners delight in scorning?" Now, this obviously refers to human relationships. But then in chapter 8, there begins a lyrical dithyramb to wisdom, which is totally divorced from human experience. When he says, "The Lord made me," this is wisdom speaking.
Yes.
"The Lord made me as the beginning of his way, the first of his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he set a circle upon the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when he gave to the sea his decree." That is also the function of wisdom. On the one hand, wisdom to teach a man how to behave. On the other hand, wisdom which inspires a man to consider the ultimate mysteries of creation. And it seems that somehow one must establish a bridge. I find it difficult. Establish a bridge between the two. One can't consider them both simultaneously, or can you?
It's very difficult. I might remind you that, to name a famous Greek, Aristotle in his Ethics writes 9 books about how to live in this world, how to behave, how to try to find the mean between the extremes of behavior, both of which are bad and foolish. But he writes a 10th book in which he says, after all, the wise man finally sits down and contemplates those things over which he has no control. He merely contemplates them. He merely remembers that although he is in charge of his life a great deal of the time, yet there are times where he is not in charge of his life. He cannot control the weather. He cannot control life and death. He cannot decide not to die. He cannot understand, perhaps, the ultimate things in the universe. And Aristotle is suggesting that unless a man is able to contemplate the uncontrollable, the infinite in that way, then he will not even be a good lawyer. He will not even be a good doctor tomorrow morning. There will be something foolish about that.
Now, Mark, do you make a distinction between the outlook of the Greeks on wisdom and the outlook of the Hebrews as it's contained in these wisdom books and in their peripheral books?
Well, curiously speaking, Maurice, I do not. For instance, I find all sorts of things here that the Greeks said. One of the sentences in one of these books is this: "Consider no man happy until he is dead." That is precisely what Solon said in Herodotus. In other words, maybe you don't know how your life is running. Maybe you don't know whether you have a right to call yourself happy until your last deed has been done. It may be the worst of all, or some calamity may occur to you. No, I think that the Greeks often meant by wisdom something very much like what is meant here. I suspect we do too. I suspect that the human race holds on very tight to the notion that the wise man is not only a shrewd and a cunning man when he needs to be that, and knows how to live and keep on living, and knows how not to get killed, and knows how not to become a pauper and not to be a charge on his friends and relations in the state, but also ultimately sees things that make him silent, see things that make him, just to come back to a tautology, wise. Now, there's another question that hangs on this. What is the relation between religion and ethics? In connection with almost every religion that's found in the world, an ethic is found. I sometimes wonder if it isn't difficult to bridge that gap, too. Sometimes
Now, Mark, you're raising so many questions, I'm becoming dizzy.
Well, sometimes the ethics don't seem to follow in any logical way from the...
No, that's perfectly true, but my mind is still working on something that you said before. That
all right, then, go on back.
I'm blocked at it.
Fine.
When you say that the Greeks and the Hebrews had pretty much the same outlook, and you correctly quoted something. There are many quotations which would support your thesis. Certainly the Stoic outlook on a man's behavior is reflected very frequently in the Proverbs and in the ethics of the fathers. Nevertheless, I can't help thinking that there's a tremendous difference between the Greek and the Hebrew outlook on wisdom, which could very well be epitomized in, on the one hand, among the Greeks, there was a systematic attempt to answer the riddle of the creation of the universe in what we call the scientific spirit. That is to say, they didn't have our modern scientific equipment, but they had the modern scientific outlook, and indeed they did launch the atomic theory. They launched a great many of the logical methods of modern science. The Hebrews didn't do that. Over and over again among the Hebrews, you get passages like this. This is from the book of Proverbs, and the words are attributed to Agor, the son of Yakeh. And he says, "Surely I am brutish, unlike a man, and have not the understanding of a man, and I have not learned wisdom that I should have the knowledge of the Holy One." And then he implies that it's not for a man to know. He says, "Who hath ascended up into heaven and descended? Who hath gathered the wind in his fists? Who hath bound the waters in his garment?" This is the theme, as you know, which is going to recur in our discussion of Job. Now, the curious thing is that on this question of measuring the universe, the Greeks were active at about the time these wisdom books were being collected or edited, some say were being written. And as you remember, at that time, Eratosthenes had already measured the circumference of the earth within something like 5% accurately. So that when the Hebrews talked of wisdom, they talked of awe before the riddles of the universe. When the Greeks talked of wisdom, while there was a congruence in certain areas, the Greeks said that the universe is something to be investigated, and the element of awe, a belief in an ultimate unknowability, is absent from their outlook.
Well,
Do you feel that's the case?
No, not quite. I think in substance, you're right. The Greeks were more interested in measuring the world that they found before them than in wondering where it came from. Their speculations were usually not very acute with respect to the question of creation. I think they assumed the world had always been here. Here it was, and they more or less serenely started out to measure it or to reproduce it in the forms of art. They were great scientists and artists. And we think of the Jews as being much fuller, well, completely full of the idea that God made the world. That before it was made, it had not been. The Greeks famously could not understand how anything could come out of nothing. But the Hebrews could understand it very easily. They knew that the world had come out of nothing. God had made it out of nothing. I only want to say that in the greatest Greek minds, you find at least a residue of doubt that the human mind can go all the way through the world. I mean, I'm speaking of the 10th book of the Ethics, for instance.
Yes.
And some of Plato's ideas are in a world that the mind really cannot reach.
No, that we only see the shadow of that famous story of his in the cave.
That's right.
The lights in the cave. But I'm speaking of the physical universe. The Greeks were determined to discover it, and the Hebrews had apparently given up hope. Not that they despised knowledge in that direction, but they believed that ultimately we should find ourselves blocked by human incapacity.
Oh, I think you're quite right. You don't think of the Jews as scientists and mathematicians. They're first of all religious and ethical men. There is a very interesting sentence in Ecclesiasticus that has teased many philosophers. God is referred to as him who made all things in number, weight, and measure. That is to say, he made them so that men could number them, weigh them, and measure them. If he hadn't done that, of course, then science would not be possible. But that sentence is interesting for its uniqueness as much as anything else. Nothing else, so far as I know, like that is ever said in the wisdom literature.
No, there is some reference in Job, when we'll come to that, how God did things with exactitude. It occurs also in Proverbs. But now let me come now to the question that you raised before about the relationship between a religion and its ethics. How would you relate the distinction that we, both of us, accept in different degrees, this distinction between the Greeks and the Hebrews? How would you relate that to the difference in ethical outlook between the two? Namely, the Jewish God-centered concept of the universe and the Greek, the Greeks made man much more the center of the universe, didn't they?
Yes.
In fact, you can put it this way. Among the Greeks, the greatest saying was, man, know thyself.
Yes.
And among the Hebrews, the saying was, the fear of God is the beginning of knowledge. Now, how would that be reflected in the diversity of their ethical outlooks?
I think it would be reflected in this way, that the Jews never let us forget that the ultimate reference is to God. They are saying that all the time. Even though, in their minds, I think they were implying it, even when they talked about very commonplace, ordinary, everyday emergencies in life, how you do this and how you do that. I think they understood that even those practical decisions were made under the eye of God and in the hearing of God. God is always in their minds, and nothing like that is in the Greek mind. I quite agree. Although they may often, when they are talking about everyday affairs, they often say the same thing.
Oh, they're bound to.
As men always will,
Yes.
everywhere in the world, as we do now.
Yes, they're bound to do that. But I suppose we would get a clearer view if, and I hope we'll be able to do this on our next session, by actually going into the Proverbs, analyzing some of them along the coordinates that we've just spoken about, and see whether they do reflect a particularity that we don't find somewhere else. What I would like you to think about in between is this question, whether there is an ultimate difference expressing itself in the social outlook. You just said there is a difference between the ethics as a result of the diversity of reference points. Would that produce a difference in outlook on the social structure, on the right social structure?
I think it might very well do so.
Then we'll go into that in our next talk, and by chapter and verse, see if we can elucidate it.
All right, sir.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the first in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the second of 5, entitled Wisdom Books of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Wisdom Books of the Bible, the second in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, 2 of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, I think we are ready in our talk today to examine in a little more detail the text of Proverbs in the light of the definitions that we agreed on or half agreed on in our last talk. I want to begin, however, with this suggestion. I'd like to know what you feel about it, that the wisdom books represent one of the 3 modes of human motivation. In one, we've got the prophetic guide to human behavior. In one, we have the priestly guide. In one, we have the wisdom guide. Each of these approaches has its advantages and its difficulties. In the prophetic, we are bidden to consider what God wants us to do in general terms, and we are thrown upon the intuitive. The danger is there that we fall into a sort of antinomianism. We have got no regulations. We are dependent always upon inspiration. In the priestly code, we are given very specific guidance. We are told of penalties and expiations, and the danger there is that we fall into a rigid formalism. In the wisdom literature, we are given the wise man's, the worldly man's outlook on human behavior, and the danger there is that we fall into shrewdness or cunning.
Or prudence.
Or prudence. And in fact, the word prudence occurs also side by side with those three attributes of wisdom that I spoke of last week: wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. There is also the word orma, which is prudence and might even be shrewdness. So this is the third coordinate. If you want to speak of behavior as being three-dimensional and solid, this is the third coordinate. The wisdom books say next to nothing about the prophets, next to nothing about the priestly code. They do mention, you may find mention in Proverbs, pay your first fruits and give your tribute to the Lord and he will bless you. But that's almost a formal, offhanded recognition. We are thrown back upon the worldly wise, the intelligently decent estimate of life. Now, we've got to look at that in the text in the light of what you said last week about the Jewish and the Greek attitudes toward life, and see if we can get some system out of the book of Proverbs and the other books that we're going to examine.
First of all, however, Maurice, let me remind you of something I believe is true, namely that during a certain period of the ancient Hebrew experience, men of wisdom, wise men, men who said things such as we're reading here, were almost a profession or caste in themselves. Isn't that true?
Yes.
There was a time they were not priests, but they somehow were a body of men who nursed in their minds and in their memories a series of sayings which had great antiquity, we can be sure, which were supposed to have come down from the fathers, things that had always been understood. These men were, in a sense, the guardians of these sayings. They were the men who knew how to say them. They were men who knew how to put them into words, and they had been put very brilliantly into words at some time way in the past, oftentimes into words that were now difficult to understand. The ethics of the fathers says to us once that we should never try to say anything that was difficult to understand in the hope that it will be ultimately understood. We better make it clear right now. On the other hand, the wisdom writers have great respect, apparently, for what they call dark sayings, for riddles or puzzles, things that at first blush don't seem to mean very much, but which upon examination yield very rich meaning. So that's only a footnote to what you were saying. The wisdom writers, the wisdom, the priests, they were almost priests of wisdom.
I think that's correct. It goes back almost to the tribal concept of the wise old man, the repository of experience and records. And I wonder if we can make a little digression here. Have we got anything like it in our modern concept of human relations? The wise old men, those that you go to listen to and whom you trust as having accumulated, sifted, and classified the results of a lifetime of experience. We haven't got that attitude toward old people now, have we?
I'm afraid we haven't. We can both say we are afraid we haven't in view of our own greatly advanced age. Of course, I'm older than you.
Oh, several weeks, I believe. Yes.
No, I'm afraid we haven't. We no longer assume that there's such a thing as the old man of the tribe who knows things merely because he's lived a long time.
It's rather a pity, for at least for a negative reason, there is an attitude now toward the older man that he's got to be very chipper and very young. There must be no evidence of any decline. Also, since it might reflect upon his condition, no evidence of having lived long in any sense at all.
Yes,
but to go back to what you raised before, these men, as the as the carriers of the civilization, one might call them. They were, as you suggest, almost a class apart. They were honored. Very possibly it led to abuse of their position, but it was a distinctive feature of that time, and I think this was true among the Greeks as well as among the Hebrews, the old man as the person to listen to.
And by the way, I think we must face the fact that probably some of them were bores.
Oh, there's no question about it.
They were Poloniuses. After all, there's
Yes.
a famous case, isn't there, in the play Hamlet. Here's this old man who knows all the old saws, and he insists on giving them to his son.
Yes, he never says anything foolish and never says anything interesting.
That's right, never very interesting. Yes, it's good enough, but usually when that scene is performed on the stage, his son Laertes is yawning and looking over his father's white head at his friends and smiling and saying, well, I've got to take this, but it doesn't mean much to me. I'll take it to Paris, where he's going. I'll take it in my luggage, and I'll leave it in my suitcase. I won't take it out.
Here's something else, Mark, that I want to hear you talk about. The question of the fool in wisdom literature. You've noticed, of course, that there is a tremendous emphasis on the fool, as though it isn't merely a person who lacks understanding. It isn't merely a person of whom we say negatively that he has not acquired information. He's a sort of a sinister buffoon. He is a figure dedicated to the suppression of knowledge, to the derision of knowledge, a sort of a huge tidal resistance to man's intellectual refinement and to the research into the mysteries of life. Over and over again, the fool does this. Fools die for want of wisdom is one verse. A fool's lips enter into contentions. And then one passage, though you bray a fool in a mortar and pestle, he'll remain a fool. As a dog returns to its vomit, so a fool returns to his folly, and so on and so on.
Well, I think we have the same idea. We all recognize fools today, and we're very likely to say of them, they remain fools. Nothing can ever make them wise. If they are corrected on one point, they are erroneous on the next point. They never seem to learn anything. I would say, Maurice, that the concept of the fool here is mainly the concept of a man who cannot learn. And not only cannot learn, but doesn't want to learn. He's the sort of man who doesn't listen. He's the sort of man who doesn't consider. He's the sort of man who thinks no one else could ever correct him.
But is there something about him of a primal malevolence?
Well, it seems to take that form sometimes. I mean, it looks as if it meant that. The word that we have, docility, which often has an unpleasant connotation, but at its best has a great connotation. That word docility applies, as I understand it, to a person who is continually learning.
Teachability.
Teachability. He likes to be a student all of his life, and doesn't assume that there isn't some man somewhere who couldn't tell him something, who couldn't teach him something. That's why he reads books. That's why he listens in conversations, and we often call him a good listener. But the fool here, and I think the fool with us too, is a man who never listens. He knows. Those are just words that you're speaking. I know myself. I'm a knowing fellow.
It's an active, destructive principle.
It seems to me finally malevolent and finally very terrible. I don't know anybody in my own experience more somehow odious than the person who gives me the sense that he never wants to hear me tell him anything. Or never wants to hear anyone tell him anything. He dismisses all things as specious. All things are probably attempts to fool him.
Now, here you see is part of the...
He thinks he knows everything already.
Part of the difficulty with the text. At the very beginning, wisdom crying in the streets. She says, how long, ye thoughtless, will ye love thoughtlessness? And turn you at my reproof, she says to the fool. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called and ye refused, I have stretched out my hand and no man attended. Apparently, in this particular passage, that hopelessness, which does appear elsewhere, is dropped. That they are teachable. Do you remember that essay by Hazlitt? Of course you do. Where he tells us that a nasty person just can't help being nasty, and that it's no use for him trying to be nice. The harder he tries, the more his nastiness creeps out. It's something that's indestructible and unchangeable. If that is true of the fool, you might say here's a person who has been damned from birth. There's no hope for him.
Yes.
Is that? actually what they mean predominantly?
I'm afraid they do. I'm afraid they were thinking about something that I'm looking at right now in the book of Proverbs in the 4th chapter, the 7th verse. The beginning of wisdom is, get wisdom. That's a curious sentence when you think of it.
Yes.
The beginning of wisdom is, get wisdom. In other words, the wise man is the man who wants to be wise. And incidentally, by the way, will continue all of his life.
Yes, that's a very good quotation of yours. I'll tell you a story that occurs to me now. Once at a lecture on Jewish culture, I was confronted with a question from the audience. A woman got up and said, very simply, Mr. Samuel, how can I get cultured? And some foolish people tried to shoo her down. They thought she was simple, but it was a very subtle question. And I said to her, to the extent that you want to be cultured, the extent that you come and listen and learn, you are cultured. The question about becoming wiser and learning more is something else. So merely to want wisdom is to be wise. You're perfectly right. This is the subtlest point in the book, perhaps.
Oh, yes, and incidentally, it's a moral virtue. Now, the old phrase, intellectual virtue, might refer to the capacity that we have to learn, but the desire to learn is somehow a moral desire, isn't it? It's a willingness to be taught.
Yes.
A humility, a belief that maybe one is not wise enough already, but could always be wiser. There is a moral dimension there that we do not find in the strictly intellectual virtues.
Now, to come back to what we discussed last week, you say a moral dimension. Was that present among the Greeks, do you think?
No, I think not. Not in nearly the same sense.
Well, if a man like Newton could end his life saying that he knew practically nothing, and if an Einstein could say it, then certainly it means that the degree of knowledge doesn't determine a man's wisdom. It's the attitude toward knowledge and what you've called the docility of the man, the teachability of the man. But let's get back to this dreadful problem of the fool. And, of course, I have no guarantee that somebody listening in just now isn't saying, what's that fool talking about? Or people...
Oh, I'm sure
I have no guarantee either that he mightn't be correct.
Well,
I smile at the notion in my superior way, of course.
Let me tell you.
But the fact is that there is no test, and no man is ever beyond the possibility of this reproach and of this condition.
Well, let us make perfectly plain to each other, if not to any third person, that each one of us thinks he might be very foolish, and that is the beginning of wisdom, I dare say. But there are certain things that the book of Proverbs in particular says with great wisdom, it seems to me, on this whole subject. It describes the wise man in certain extensions of his character. For one thing, he is serene and merry of heart. Remember, they talk a good deal about that. A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of heart the spirit is broken.
Yes,
he that is of a merry heart hath a continual feast. In other words, they like to think that wisdom could make a man happy. Not slap happy, he wouldn't be a cheerful idiot. He would be very well aware of the difficulties and dangers of the world, but he wouldn't be, as the fool is, ever in a state of perpetual panic. Just as he would be slow to anger. See, the fool is quick to anger. Isn't that always that always what they're saying?
I want to go to something that you mentioned before about the cheerful man. You're perfectly right. A man has to. The wise man is a cheerful person, and then you very aptly made the distinction between the cheerful person and the slap-happy idiot. Because, again, there is the warning in the book of Proverbs, as vinegar on the teeth, he says, is a man that sings to somebody who is in misery. There is a tendency nowadays to look at the grinning person as the right person. And it's particularly frequent among persons in public relations. The slapping on the back, the perpetual grin, the perpetual showing of the teeth in the gesture or the grimace of an empty and vapid, almost imbecilic cheerfulness.
That's right. One gets terribly tired of the smiles, the artificial smiles in advertisements and commercials and whatnot. Everyone is supposed to be just obviously happy all the time. A happy man, of course, could have a very straight countenance.
Actually, if one were continuously cheerful, one couldn't say things as bitter, as pointed, and as piercing as we find throughout the Proverbs. My mind reversed just now. As a ring of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman that turneth aside from discretion. Can't say that with a smile, can you?
No, no.
Especially if there are women present.
Or this, wrath is cruel and anger is overwhelming, but who is able to stand before jealousy?
Well, these are very serious, grim sayings, aren't they?
Of course they are. Well, life is grim enough. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein, and he that rolleth a stone, it shall return upon him. Oh, yes.
As to what the fool can do with wisdom itself, there is that saying, you remember, in the Ethics of the Fathers, that a man must not separate himself from the community. And in Proverbs, we've just alluded to those sayings, to those adages or aphorisms or guides, that a man must be cheerful on the one hand, but he mustn't carry it to extremes. When people are in bad mood, he mustn't intrude with his cheerfulness. I'm reminded, Mark, of a story that Sholem Aleichem, the great humorist, used to tell about himself, of course tongue-in-cheek, as to the way in which he carried out the instructions of the wise men of old. He said, I never separate myself from the community. When the community is sad, I am sad with it. When it's cheerful, I'm cheerful with it. When I used to go to market with my father as a boy, and we used to come back from the market, we always used to say the opposite of what had happened. If we'd sold everything and made a lot of money, we used to say we hadn't sold a thing and we'd lost all our money. And if we had actually lost everything, we'd say we made a lot of money. The reason was, he said, that if we made a lot of money, we came back and told them we lost everything, we were cheerful and they were cheerful. If we had lost everything and we came back and told them that we made a lot, then we were cheerful and they were cheerful. This was his illustration of what the fool does with these wise sayings of the fathers.
Very nice. Of course, I like to say, in my own experience, as a result of my own experience, that those persons who have been, as we say, educated and who seem to be unhappy, in my opinion, could not have been well educated. Education should make us happy. Education should make us somehow not content with the world in any complacent fashion, but somehow able to accept it. Because the power to accept the world, after all, is a very great power, to accept it as it is. It's a grim place, to be sure, and its grimness we accept along with other things. You spoke of the ethics of the fathers a minute ago. I find one terribly interesting statement about scholars there, or wisdom writers, and the fool would probably take this much too literally. I read here, warm yourself by the fire of the scholars, but beware of their glowing coals, lest you burn yourself. For the bite of scholars is as hurtful as that of a fox. Their sting is as deadly as that of a scorpion. Their hiss is like that of a serpent, and all their words are like coals of fire. That would be most true for a fool.
Well, I think there's some reference there to the quarrels that there are among scholars. You know, once when scholars get into a quarrel, they can be as rancorous, I'm afraid to say, as fishwives. There have been some famous quarrels in the scientific world. You remember the quarrel there was between the followers of Adams, the English astronomer, and Leverrier, the French astronomer, as to who had calculated the position of the planet Neptune. They went into it with a fury which was most unedifying, and similar quarrels as to who discovered the differential calculus first, whether it was Newton or Leibniz.
Or Leibniz.
Yes. Now, there's a reference to it there. There's also a reference to the fact that a learned man can be extremely bitter in his language and has a way of getting under your skin that the ignorant man doesn't possess.
Yes, but I like to think also that the truth can be bitter. The truth can seem to sting and hiss, because the truth is not always simply in the most obvious way agreeable.
That's right.
Now, but the wise man will nevertheless state it, and it will apply to him or apply to anyone else. He doesn't care. He will state it.
You were talking last week of the, and it has reference to part of this. You said that there was an apparent contradiction, at any rate, between the injunction in the Ethics of the Fathers not to say something which will be understood later, and
only later.
Only later, and at the same time they speak of dark sayings, chidot in Hebrew, the riddles. Yet there's no help for it sometimes. When they say in Proverbs, the sluggard, the lazy man says, there is a lion in the streets.
Oh, yes.
Now, what does he mean by that?
Well, I take it that he means I don't have to go out to work because there's a lion. I can just stay here and lie on my bed and spend the day.
But you see, the simple man would say, I know what he's talking about. This is a dark saying, isn't it?
Oh, that's
this is
true.
a riddle.
Yes, that's true, just as this.
But could it be put any better, really?
Oh, I think not. As a matter of fact, in one sense, all the proverbs, all the sayings are metaphors. They are figures of the truth. Now, the truth itself is probably unstatable. If it could be stated, it might be stated in just one word. Maybe it's something to be seen in silence rather than to be expressed. But men are talking creatures, and they have to keep on talking. And when they say the things that are said here, they probably have to reach for figures, for similitudes. I understand that the word we translate as proverb, the Hebrew word we translate as proper, suggests likeness or similitude.
That's right, yes. It's a parable.
A parable.
Yes.
It is something like this. In other words, you ought to know what the wisdom is. You ought to know what the truth is, my good friend. But if you don't quite know, I'll give you this saying, which you can chew upon and which you can take away and reflect upon, and maybe that will...
Maybe it'll steal in on you after a time.
Was there ever any difficulty, I wonder, with the beautiful proverb, better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith? I suppose that's not really difficult, is it?
No, the stalled ox means the eating of an ox which has been well fed.
Yes.
But now you're talking...
In other words, better live simply with love than richly...
well, that's a very deep saying, of
and
course.
Elaborately without it.
And it also may imply that one of the prices of living elaborately is that there's going to be a lot of quarreling, a lot of emulation and rivalry. But now that you mentioned the question of the ox, here's a very neat phrase. Where no oxen are, the crib is clean.
Oh, yes.
Now, a man may be boasting, my crib is clean, or my stable is clean, because actually he hasn't got oxen, he's not looking after them, and very possibly, if you're going to lead a busy life and a productive life, you can't have the neatness that some pedants might demand. But it's quite possible that we've lost some of these sayings that in time the phrasing and the allusion has evaporated out. We can't recapture it. I was thinking of a phrase I heard once at a meeting where money was being raised. A man said very simply, you can't take it with you, but you can send it ahead.
Well.
Now, if one didn't know that particular phrase, you can't take it with you, which has passed into the language, one wouldn't know what he's talking about, would one?
That's right.
Now, that may be true with some of the proverbs.
I mean, someone might say, a fool might say, what is it?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
That's right, yes. No, it needn't be a fool either.
No.
Supposing we'd forgotten.
All right.
It had passed out of the language. A man would say, what does he mean? You can't take it with you. It depends. A proverb is, after all, the distillation of a civilization as well as the wisdom of a person.
Well, proverbs once were defined, I don't know how long ago, as a proverb was defined as the wisdom of many and the wit of one.
Excellent.
I think it's a very fine statement.
Yes.
Very fine definition. In other words, these are things that all men know, who know anything. But it took one man to put it this brilliantly.
And that man has been forgotten as a rule, hasn't he?
Yes. Oh, of course, we don't know who he is. For one thing,
it seems to be almost an essential for a thing to be perfect that its author shall be forgotten.
Maurice, wouldn't you think this might be an example of that? There are many proverbs in the book of Proverbs itself that have to do with the man who refuses to be told anything, the man who refuses to be corrected, the man who refuses to admit that he could be wrong. And that's simple enough. But in one proverb, in the 15th chapter, 32nd verse, I find this: he that refuseth correction despiseth his own soul. That's a very interesting twist or turn given to it.
He that refuseth correction despiseth his own soul, yes.
It's not too easy.
It is self-destructive. Mm-hmm. You bristle when you're corrected, and any benefit that you might have derived from it not only slips past you, but it becomes the occasion for the perpetuation of your stupidity.
Yes, you have a kind of contempt for your own soul, which you think could never become any larger. And you protect it from enlargement.
Yes. Very close after that, in the following chapter, or a couple of chapters later, there's a verse which reads, let a bear robbed of her whelps meet a man, rather than a fool in his folly, which means it's less horrible to see a mother bear deprived of her whelps encountering a man than to see a fool in his folly encountering a man. there's a curse in Yiddish which says, "May God send a fool upon him," which is one of the most horrible experiences to use.
Yes, what could be worse?
Yes. Just imagine then you're trying to correct a man, and the man despises his own soul. He has no use for what you want to tell him.
You know, these men, of course, were marvelous psychologists, too. There's one thing I love. The words of a whisperer are as dainty morsels, and they go down into the innermost parts of the belly.
Yes. Yes.
These things that you love to hear, these flatteries, or these rumors, or these bits of gossip, that you shouldn't be taking into yourself, you drink them in deep and deep, because they taste so good.
In particular, he is aiming there at the whisperer, which means the slanderer, the backbiter.
Yes.
And telling us how we all love to listen to it. They go down, we digest them, and we forget that in slander there are two sinners. There is the talker and there is the listener.
Yes.
And the evil of it is the enjoyment with which you receive it, in the absence of which the other man wouldn't be talking of these things.
Yes.
But there'll be a lot of these proverbs for us to discuss, and I'm afraid we shan't have time for more than a small fraction of them.
Well, let's do some more, however, next week.
Yes.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the second in the 15-week Eternal Light Summer Series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the third of 5 entitled Wisdom Books of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
We invite you to hear Toscanini, the man behind the legend, a regular weekly feature on NBC Radio.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Wisdom Books of the Bible, the third in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, there's so much to talk about in the book of Proverbs, and there are so many brilliant and pointed observations there that I think you'll agree with me, we are just suffering from an embarrassment of riches, and we'll just have to be brutal with ourselves and skip a good deal of the material if we intend to cover the wisdom literature more or less. But for this week, let's still stick to the book of Proverbs and see what we can distill out in the course of the next half hour.
Well, Maurice, just in that connection, I might say that during this week I have considered the book of Proverbs again and have come to the conclusion that it quite rightly belongs where it is. That is to say, it is the master book of all these books.
Do you think so? I've often...
Yes, I really think,
when we come to the book Ecclesiasticus, I might challenge that, but I can understand your point of view.
Well, there are wonderful things in Ecclesiasticus and wonderful things in the ethics of the fathers, but it's a good thing to learn that a book which is supposed to be the best book, after all, is. It's a very interesting and very humbling experience. One has it all the time. This book oftentimes talks about things that are obvious enough, I suppose. The author or authors of the book of Proverbs don't like drunkenness, do they? Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging or riotous, and whosoever ruleth thereby is not wise. Anyone understands this, of course. It has always been understood. The foolish man not only is an easily angry man, a man who never can be corrected, a man who is sullen, uncheerful, unhappy, sour, glum, for no reason, except that he is not wise. He also is likely to be, he also could be a glutton and a drunkard. So gluttony and drunkenness are both pretty heavily inveighed against. Now, as I say, there's nothing astonishing about this.
It's put with a neatness that is memorable, as in the passage when he asks, who has red eyes? Who gets into trouble? Who gets his neck broken? Yeah. The man who drinks. And yet observe, as you have observed, how King Lemuel, the last of the contributors to the book of Proverbs, says, it is not for kings to drink, nor for princes to say, where is strong drink? Give strong drink to him that is ready to perish, and wine unto the bitter in soul. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Now, that's a very extraordinary thing, isn't it? This is to say that when men reach a certain stage of hopelessness, well, let him forget it. Let him drown his sorrow in drink. That is apparently something that the wise King Lemuel, whom some identify, by the way, with Solomon, accepted. Apparently in contradiction to the other point of view, and perhaps not if you reach a stage where a man has no hope whatsoever, well, then let it go.
Yes, well, I think it's the part of wisdom to recognize such a crisis in any human life. It is pity, it is mercy. In that case, to say, let him have his forgetfulness. But drunkenness for the sake of it, drunkenness that means nothing, that cures nothing, that helps out no soul in its difficulty, is simply declared a bad thing. I brought up this point merely in order to say that oftentimes the Proverbs are not dark. They're not mysterious. They don't have to be interpreted. Everybody understands at once what they mean. I've been interested also in the type of saying here, which is astonishingly mundane. For instance, such as this: diverse weights and diverse measures, both of them alike, are an abomination to the Lord. The attribution to the Lord of an interest in commercial trickery interests me a great deal. I think it's sound, actually. I think the liar, the thief, the man who deceives the tradesman who deceives his customers is a bad man.
There's an instance, Mark, I think, of that distinction we were discussing last week or a couple of weeks ago. I can't imagine a Greek saying so intimately that Zeus is watching you when you weigh out a bag of sugar. He might say Zeus hates lying and untruth and cheating, but he wouldn't come down to this homey picture of God being actually pleased when a man keeps right measures and right weights.
Incidentally, diverse weights and diverse measures, I take it means a different set of weights.
That's right.
When you're buying and when you are selling.
Yes, yes, it must mean that. And it must mean something else, too. That some simpleton comes in, you use another set of measures, another set of weights. But now that you've referred, Mark, to these dark sayings and these contradictions, there is a contradiction, or an apparent contradiction, which is not in the text itself directly, but emerges from the text. And that is the relationship or the attitude toward women in the book of Proverbs. On the one hand, the writer or the writers, because they speak, they're different contributors, seem to be terrified of women and conceive of women as some sort of dragon of the prime whose presence is almost invariably the precursor of a man's damnation. And yet at the same time, over and over again, we are told that the man who does evil shames not only his father but his mother. It says, a wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish man despiseth his mother. Hear, my son, the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. A wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish son is the grief of his mother, and so on over and over again. There's a deep contradiction there. You find King Solomon saying in Ecclesiastes, when we'll get to that book, that he has found among 1,000 men one good man, but among 1,000 women not even one good woman. There is here this contradiction. How would you resolve it?
Well, in the very simple way that I always do. We cannot get along with women, and we cannot get along without them.
Oh, in other words, the contradiction is part of life.
Oh, I'm afraid it is. We all, men like to say terrible things about women, and even those very men who say those terrible things know that they are indebted to them for almost everything that they have. There's a suggestion that, of course, if you're seriously interested in the truth about the world, Maurice, you will not waste much time talking with women. The Ethics of the Fathers says at one point, do not gossip with women. This has been said even with regard to one's own wife. How much more does it apply to another man's wife? Hence the sages say, whoever gossips with women brings harm to himself, for he neglects the study of the Torah and will in the end inherit Gehinnom. Which is a very serious saying, because, as I understand, that place that you will inherit is a place where unspeakable crimes had been committed.
Yes, are being expiated.
Human sacrifice and all that.
But it's difficult to interpret in our modern language the meaning of these phrases. There is, for instance, a phrase also in the Ethics of the Fathers that if a man is studying and he interrupts himself to the extent of saying, look at that beautiful tree, he has forfeited his soul.
Yes.
Now, if you're going to take that literally, it makes nonsense of the saying itself. It is in a certain context. It means that if you are studying, don't be distracted from the study by any aesthetic, momentary, passing incident.
Yes, for instance, some aesthetic interest in a particular tree as a tree. George Herbert, the English poet of the 17th century, whom I like so much, counsels himself against resting in nature and not the God of nature. It's an ancient notion that we should consider everything not in terms of its own beauty or its own form, but in terms of our wonder at who made it. There is a difference,
yes,
of course.
Yeah, that is the meaning there, and that some such interpretation must be made, Mark, of the sayings about the women, both in the Ethics of the Fathers and in the wisdom literature of the Bible, because it's quite obvious from the dozen references or more to the honor which a man owes to his mother to behave for her sake, that she played a tremendous role in his education and that she was considered one of the pivots of his life.
Of course.
So that some mode of correction of this outlook must be found. And I want to repeat what I said last week, that we've probably lost a great deal of the meaning of these things because the circumstances which were their sounding board and which provided the significant resonance and overtones for them, these things have disappeared. I was thinking, if you take one of the neatest writers in the English language, say Pope, who has given us in his essay on man and the epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot some of the finest phrases in English,
yeah,
and you try to translate them into another language or try to paraphrase them, they don't make sense. You remember that phrase of his, something about those write well, good writing comes by art, not chance, as those
move
easiest
who have learned
to dance.
That's right.
Now, there's a neatness there. If you try to paraphrase it, it doesn't make sense. I remember when I was at school in England as a boy, they used to have an exercise, a silly exercise, of paraphrasing a poet, putting it into your own language, which meant you actually destroyed all the content.
Yes, that is perfectly true, and the brilliance of these proverbs is a brilliance, oftentimes of metaphor, of of translation. To go back to the women just for a minute, perhaps we have not altogether lost wisdom in our time, because it is a common saying among us that it is unwise to underestimate the power of a woman. You know, everybody hears that phrase.
Oh, everybody hears it, and I bet a lot of money was paid to the man who invented that for the advertising.
But I take it that the apparently contradictory views of women here are capable of reconciliation. After all, they are all paying tribute to the enormous power of women to destroy men or to make them. Their mothers make them, but other women can unmake them. Of course, the book of Proverbs ends with a very famous celebration of the good wife.
Yes.
Of the good woman.
Mark, I have an idea for you. You have students, of course, who submit their theses, PhD theses to you.
Yes.
And do you ever suggest theses to any of the students?
I have.
I suddenly thought of one, or rather I remembered it. I thought of it a long time ago. On the question of the position of the woman in the Bible, suppose you got one of your students to make a comparison of the number of women included in the Encyclopedia Britannica as having had careers in the modern world, and the number of women that he will find in the Bible as having had careers of their own, and make a comparison of the two in order to discover, statistically as it were, the relative positions of women in genuine matters of importance in the biblical world and in the modern world.
And he would find a very high ratio of important women in the biblical world.
I think higher than in the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, I think so. He would find Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel,
Deborah,
even Jezebel.
Jezebel, it was a career of a kind.
Oh, of course. And Esther and Ruth. Oh, it's really remarkable.
No, but to get back to those phrases, the majority of them do come out magnificently in English. This one, for instance, he that sendeth a message by the hand of a fool cutteth off his own feet and drinketh damage. I don't think you could improve on that.
No, that's right. I was interested in thinking about the proverbs that deal with life that is lived hour by hour in the world. I was thinking also, in addition to the proverbs that have to do with weights and measures, a number of them that caution you, indeed very strictly warn you, almost as if the warning had divine meaning, against going surety for a neighbor. Or as we used to say, signing a note for somebody. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
Now, when I first came upon that in the Proverbs, reading it the very first time I went over it for our present purpose, it seemed to me rather odd. It didn't seem to me very important. It didn't seem to me surely that God would be very much interested in the question of whether or not you went on somebody's note. But upon considering it further, and upon reading also discussions of the matter, Maurice, I have come to the conclusion that it's not a trivial consideration, because to go on someone's note and lose your own fortune, to lose your own property, is to destroy yourself. It might be to destroy yourself. And that is not only a foolish thing, it might even be a wicked thing, because you cease to have any power for good in the world. You have wantonly, as it were, and without thought, somehow risked all that you had for someone else.
Yes, the same thought, the same admonition or warning appears again in Ecclesiasticus. There seems to have been a class of men who thoughtlessly, or in that kind of irresponsible generosity which is impulsive but not genuine, simply said, I'll go bail, I'll go surety for so-and-so, and you're warned. Why should you do this and have your bed sold from underneath you, which is the phrase they use?
Now, I'm sure the suggestion is that there could be a situation in which you would give everything you had for somebody to save your father, your brother, or your son. And everyone understands that that might be a very glorious thing to do. But just sort of casually to risk your well-being for someone who will go under and take you under with him is not to do any good in the world, because instead of one man disappearing, two men disappear. Now, I suspect that it has some fundamental importance. I might say that in my youth in Illinois, I often heard it said of such and such a man that he had gone on a note for someone. That was the phrase, to go on a note.
Yes.
It means to sign a note, to say that you will be responsible for his debt, which he maybe will not be able to pay. such and such a man did that once, and thereafter was an unhappy man because he lost his farm, or he lost his shop, he lost everything he had. And I remember then I used to hear my father say such things, my uncles tell about such things. And the suggestion always was that the man was, to be sure, to be pitied, but to be pitied partly as a fool.
Yes, there is a calculated, fine generosity, and there's the generosity of the man who doesn't know what he's doing. It's a sound wisdom that speaks in that.
You know, I might tell you of a man that we discussed here several years ago, because we've been talking almost through eternity, haven't we, about these matters?
A lustrum is what they call it.
Well, the author of the great Joseph books, Thomas Mann, someone who knew Mann very well, said that as a relatively young man, he was married, but he was still young, he was approached one day by a friend of his who was in deep trouble and who needed a good deal of money. Mann gave him that money. The sum was not stated. And only in after years did that other man learn that Mann had given him all he had.
I have not heard that. It's extraordinary.
It's amazing.
Story. Yes, it is.
It meant that Mann, thereafter, for weeks, months, had to struggle to get the other money to live by, to pay his bill, to live at all.
Well, that was a wonderful thing.
Mann did not tell him that, incidentally.
Yeah, and that sort of thing is not frowned on in the wisdom literature.
Oh, by no means.
It's the other kind where, as you suggested before, two are ruined instead of one man bearing the consequences of his own action.
Also, Maurice, it might be an act of vanity, don't you think so? You might might want to be known as a good fellow who...
There is something in that. It's certainly one thing may be said of a man who goes surety. He can't do it secretly. That's
right.
One thing that you cannot hide from somebody else.
And you may do it with a certain swagger. Sure, I'll sign it.
Yes, but it's also recognized, the wisdom books do recognize, however, the element of egotism in what we call goodness. You take a saying of this kind: rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and let not thy heart be glad when he stumbleth, which is very wonderful, and goes on to say, lest the Lord see it, and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him.
From him?
From that other man.
Yes.
In other words, don't crow because it might lead to a reversal of the situation, and you'll be laughing on the wrong side of your face.
Yes.
So an element of prudence, or even of cunning, is thrown into a genuinely moral statement.
Well, and with a religious reference.
Yes.
Because God again is listening. God again is watching. And this might put teeth or bite into the old statement that we should not judge other men.
It makes God rather human, by the way, doesn't it?
Of course it does. But it is God's role to judge men. And when we judge a man in that bitter sense in which is suggested here, God might become angry and say that we are overplaying our part.
Well, there is a...
he will say, I'll show you how to judge him. I'll save him.
Yes, there's a wonderful saying in the Ethics of the Fathers about, first of all, there is a statement, never judge a man until you have been in his position. And then there's another saying there, it's usually translated as judge a man in the scale of merit. Actually, what it means is when you judge your neighbor, weight the scale in his favor.
Yes.
Not merely give him the benefit of the doubt, but add something. You may have overlooked one of his good points.
Yes.
So judge him for the better.
You know, speaking of judgment, of course, now, not before the Lord, but in the affairs of men, there's a terribly realistic proverb in the 18th chapter. He that pleadeth his cause first seemeth just, but his neighbor cometh and searcheth him out. That's to say, wait until you've heard both sides. The first man who speaks always sounds as if he had all the truth on his side. It's his story, as we say.
Yes.
But wait.
Yeah.
The Ethics of the Fathers has a very amusing, not so much amusing, but pungent remark there. As a judge, consider both men who are before you guilty. After they have listened to your judgment and they have left you, consider both of them innocent.
Yes.
I think it's a very sweet saying.
Yes, it is. If they've accepted the judgment, well, then they are sinless.
They are clear.
Your observation reminds me of something that Weizmann used to tell, the late Dr. Chaim Weizmann, used to tell about his father, who was a very highly regarded man in the townlet of Mottele, where Weizmann grew up. people would come to him as the wise man of the village to settle their disputes, and Weitzman recalls that his father used to have this attitude. A man would come to him, full of complaints against somebody, and old Weitzman would listen very carefully. When the man had finished, he would say, "Good, I've heard your story. From what you tell me, you're obviously in the wrong. Now I'm waiting for the other man to come. I'll see maybe he'll put you in the right."
Yeah. You know, what do you think of all the proverbs that have to do with the rearing of children? Of course, there is the relatively harmless proverb that says, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and even when he is old, he will not depart from it."
It is harmless, but there's something more than that. They did recognize the permanence of the pattern which is impressed in youth as being a lifetime condition.
Yes, just as, remember, your friend Alexander Pope once said, just as a twig is bent, the tree is inclined.
Yes.
And we all know that. Once a character is formed, whether or not by the parents or by the child himself, it tends to stay in that form. But the proverbs go on in a number of cases to suggest that training a child in the way he should go is not a permissive technique, to use a phrase of our time. The rod should be used from time to time. The child should be corrected and should be given his form, sometimes in a pretty bitter fashion. Have you any feeling about that? Do you think that this is just old-fashioned stuff?
Well, Mark, we're both fathers with grown-up children, and I'm a grandfather. Are you, by the way?
No.
No, not yet.
I'm sorry.
You'll shortly be a grandfather.
I hope so.
And you may have another attitude toward the grandchildren than you have toward your own children. I've always said that it's much nicer being a grandfather. You have all the delight and none of the diapers.
And you have no responsibility.
And you have no responsibility, so perhaps you can afford to be much more kindly with the grandchildren than you were with the children. My feeling is that the emphasis that's been placed upon the purely argumentative side, especially for very young children, is a false one. If there is any truth at all in the theory of the reflex action, to teach a child to associate a misdemeanor or a folly with some immediate painful consequence, I don't mean a brutal consequence, but enough of pain or distaste there to form an instinctive aversion for the wrong thing, well, I don't see how else one can actually do it. I have the same feeling with regard to the general tendency in education in which the element of discipline has been so badly weakened that merely to refer to it, Mark, is already looked upon as a sign of a primitive mentality or of a reactionary mood. There is a good deal in this statement, spare the rod and spoil the child. If it has been abused, and it has been, no question about it, if it has been abused, we can correct that.
And the other thing can be abused, too. The opposite can be.
Yes, I believe that it has been abused a great deal, and it's very easy to be sentimental and to talk of the reasonableness of the child. A child is not reasonable. A young child is a little animal, is a little savage, who has to be loved and corrected. And he says, "He that loveth his son chasteneth him."
Of course, you wouldn't approve, probably, of what Benvenuto Cellini did to his son, or what his father had done to him, I believe. Cellini tells about it in his autobiography. Once there was a salamander that went across the pavement, and Cellini's father showed it to him and beat him so that he would remember, always remember having seen the salamander.
Well, first of all, I hope that, no, I don't share that attitude,
no.
But Benvenuto Cellini was not noted for the accuracy of his statements with regard to himself or with regard to anybody else.
I'm sure not.
But quite right, I wouldn't advocate that method because the association with salamander and beating would be altogether beside the point with regard to the information itself.
You know, every now and then the proverbs sound a little bit cynical. For instance, this one, "Every man is a friend to him that giveth gifts."
Well, is it cynical or is it a warning?
Maybe.
It is a warning, and it is something that puts you on your guard. The man who has a great many friends, Mark, you've got to ask, how did he achieve his popularity? There is a famous advertisement which has always made my hackles rise. I haven't seen it of late, but it was current for a long time. Such popularity must be deserved. You remember it?
Yes, yes.
Well, deserved for what?
Yes.
And that is what we're warned against in that statement. I'm sorry, Mark. I think we'll have to go into the more general fields, just discussing these individual statements, each one of which could be made the subject of a long essay.
Well, next week, however, let's take a look at the book of Ecclesiasticus, which has not only certain very famous phrases in it, many people don't know they're there, but has that marvelous long lyrical rhapsody on famous men.
Yes, I'm going to ask you to read that out next week.
I should like
before we discuss it, because it is one of the great literary passages in sacred and semi-sacred literature.
And a poet of our time has a famous poem. Let us now praise famous men.
Yes.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the third in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the fourth of 5, entitled Wisdom Books of the Bible. Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
Henry Cabot Lodge will be the guest on Meet the Press today on NBC Radio.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Wisdom Books of the Bible, the fourth in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, if we're going to cover the remainder of the wisdom literature, I'm afraid we'll have to leave the book of Proverbs now. I'm sorry, and I think you are too. It's an enigmatic book. It's full of problems and riddles, and we could linger over it with profit and amusement, too,
and
for a long time.
And full of great figures and metaphors.
It is. It sparkles. But we've got the book of Ecclesiastes and the book of Job belonging in the Bible, and we can't ignore the apocryphal books, particularly the book Ecclesiasticus that I know you're very fond of, so that let's pass on now, leave the book of Proverbs more or less unfinished, and go into Ecclesiasticus.
Would you prefer to go into that before you went into the book which is called ordinarily The Wisdom of Solomon? I don't care which one we talk about first.
Well, frankly, I'm not as fond of that book of The Wisdom of Solomon as I am of Ecclesiasticus, and I think Ecclesiasticus comes earlier in the tradition.
Very well.
Beside which, Ecclesiasticus was definitely written originally in Hebrew, and we don't know whether the Wisdom of Solomon was written in Greek. It belongs to the Alexandrian period, or whether it was written in Hebrew. So let's go first into the book Ecclesiasticus.
Well, it's quite all right.
And by the way, let's not forget to remind our listeners again that Ecclesiasticus is not the book of Ecclesiastes as many people think.
No, I suppose it might be easy to misunderstand someone, Maurice, simply because the names do sound alike, but Ecclesiastes is the greater of the books.
Oh, by far.
So? I mean,
it's
the more
shorter, but it's much greater.
You know, Ecclesiasticus begins more or less as the Proverbs began, with a statement that wisdom comes from the Lord. You remember, we wanted to emphasize the fact that the authors of the book of Proverbs were very eager for us to understand that the ultimate source of wisdom is the Lord.
Yes, there's a tremendous insistence in Ecclesiasticus on that principle. He says, the fear of the Lord is glory and exaltation. To fear the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The fear of the Lord is the fullness of wisdom. The fear of the Lord is the crown of wisdom. He goes on in a kind of ecstatic chant about the association between wisdom and the divinity.
Yes, and wisdom is a very great person indeed. There is but one who is wise, a very terrible one, seated upon his throne. The Lord himself created her. He saw her and counted her and poured her out upon all he made, upon all mankind, as he chose to bestow her. But he supplied her liberally to those who loved him. You notice that wisdom is given the feminine gender. Wisdom is not a woman. Let's not say she's a woman, but she's a deity.
Yes.
A goddess.
Well, I wouldn't say a goddess. The word wisdom in Hebrew happens to be feminine, chokhmah, and thence the translation is feminine.
But sometimes she becomes the wise man's bride. I mean, there is a pretty strong emphasis.
Yes,
not upon
feminine.
her womanhood or upon her godhood. I don't mean that literally either. But she is a very great person. I find them often referring to her.
Yes, they say, make her your bride, make her your sister. They speak of wisdom roaming through the streets in search of men. A very queer figure, by the way. It is as though they were redeeming somebody. Here's a woman stands in the open places and calls to men to come to her. But here is an oddity that I found in Ecclesiasticus that I'd like your comment on. There's always this insistence, seek wisdom, don't let go of her. This is the only path of life. And then you come across this strange passage. Seek not things that are too hard for thee, and search not out things that are above thy strength. The things that have been commanded thee, think thereupon, for thou hast no need of the things that are secret. And be not over busy in thy superfluous works, for more things are showed unto thee than men can understand. How do you interpret this check on a man's curiosity in the midst of this continuous and insistent plea, give yourself completely to wisdom, and here is a caution. Don't go after things that are beyond your intelligence.
Well, I connect that with what we were saying perhaps 2 weeks ago, that wisdom, finally understood, is wisdom, knowledge, understanding of the entire universe, many portions of which, of course, man's imagination cannot penetrate. I think the authors of our books were very serious men. They went the limit in their conception of what understanding is. We do too. Aren't there things that today, even with all of the knowledge of which we boast, aren't there things that we have to admit we do not understand?
Yes.
If we were to be perfectly wise, perfectly knowledgeable, we would know them too. It is my own belief that it's a part of wisdom always to recognize one's ignorance, always to respect it. As a matter of fact, religion has been called the art of recognizing our ignorance.
Yes, I agree with that thoroughly. But, Mark, does this mean that there is a positive prohibition on the attempt? Are there areas of human knowledge or human curiosity which it is not seemly to enter? That is what I'm wondering about. As, for instance, there would be in the Jewish tradition an area, the mystical, the Kabbalistic, which for a great many Jews was forbidden. They were too hard, and they were not only that, they were dangerous to a man's reasoning, to a man's intelligence and his mental health.
You mean dangerous to his mental health if he were not somehow prepared, not somehow forewarned against dangers that would not lie there for an expert, for a truly initiated.
They rarely admitted the likelihood of anyone having equipment to enter those areas of speculation without disastrous consequences. I mean, is that the intention, or is it something else? Is it what you suggest, namely a passage that occurs in Ecclesiasticus which says, instruction is as fetters on the feet of an unwise man. There are people to whom one should not give instruction because they're not fit for it. Is that also an acceptable principle?
It might very well be. I hesitate to say that these authors, Maurice, were too much aware of areas into which it was wicked or unseemly to enter with the mind and the imagination, because after all they had tremendous minds and they were very exploratory minds. I prefer to think that they were simply recognizing those vast regions where the mind is helpless, where it is impossible for man to understand anything at all. I think they still exist. It's a part of wisdom to recognize them. Not, I think, that it's a sin to attempt to understand them, but it might be a sin to claim that you did.
You know, Mark, we nearly lost the book of Ecclesiasticus. I've always regretted that it hasn't been included in the canon, because I consider it at least the equal of the book of Proverbs, and we almost lost it because the original Hebrew was misplaced, was destroyed mostly. The copies were mostly destroyed, and only a Greek translation made by the grandson of the author, namely Joshua ben Sirah. The grandson made a copy in Alexandria, made a translation rather, in Greek, and the introduction in which this statement appears is still extant. And only the Greek survived. It was a question at first whether it had been originally Hebrew. Then the Hebrew copy was discovered, strangely enough, about 60 years ago by Dr. Solomon Schechter in a cache of manuscripts in Old Cairo. And by the way, at the same time, he discovered the first of the documents which we today identify as the Dead Sea Scrolls. There was a copy of one of the documents of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the synagogue in Cairo. Well, we nearly lost Ecclesiasticus, and that would have been an enormous loss.
You mean we nearly lost it in this manuscript?
Nearly lost it in the Hebrew.
Yes, in the
Hebrew.
Hebrew
Has reappeared, and I say that if we had put it in the canon originally, there would never have been this danger. There would never have been this alienation from popular reading.
Well, I'm sure that's very important to take note of. We would give the wrong impression of Ecclesiasticus, of course, if we suggested that its reference was always to the ineffable and unknowable things. Of course, it's often talking about very familiar things, such as the importance of friends. Weren't you struck by the tribute paid to friendship here and the various views taken of it? A faithful friend is beyond price, and his value cannot be weighed. A faithful friend is a life-giving medicine, and those who fear the Lord will find it. The man who fears the Lord will make genuine friendships. It's very interesting to me to see a connection made between the fear of the Lord and friendship.
Do you know there is much more piety, I discover, in the book of Ecclesiasticus than there is in the book of Proverbs. There is much more interfusion of the presence and awareness of God than in the presumably earlier work, which is the collection for the most part, of the sayings of Solomon. Well, there's not only what you've just called attention to. There is, in addition to those lyrical and exalted passages on wisdom, down-to-earth things like, hast thou cattle? Have an eye to them. And if they are profitable to thee, let them stay by thee. Hast thou children? Correct them, and bow down their neck from their youth. Hast thou daughters? Give heed to their body. And then he goes off very soon after and says, jest not with a rude man, lest thine ancestors be dishonored. You know what he'll call you if you argue with a rude man.
And of course he tells you not to make sport of an uneducated man. Is that the same thing?
Yes, it's a similar passage. There are, Mark, these strange alternations between the abstract, the cosmic, the universal, and the very simple aphoristic approach to daily affairs, in which he gives you the shrewdest advice, making me think sometimes of Bacon's essays on human conduct. I suppose those are perhaps I don't know if you'll agree with me, the most concise, the most pointed, and the shrewdest essays on human behavior. And you have the same thing in Ecclesiasticus, mingled with the lofty considerations of the ultimate meaning of wisdom.
Well, now, the common things that are here, I quite agree with you, are of immense weight, Maurice. To go back to friendship just for a minute, I was particularly struck in this reading by the emphasis upon that. This statement, for instance, do not forsake an old friend, for a new one is not equal to him. I think everybody somehow knows how that is. And then there's the matter of rumors concerning what one's friend has said about one. He says you must be very cautious to believe that. Question a friend. Perhaps he did not do it.
Yes, yes.
Or if he did, so that he will not do it again. Question your neighbor. Perhaps he did not say it. In other words, perhaps this slander has no source. Or if he did, so that he may not repeat it. Question a friend, for often there is slander, and you must not believe everything that is said. A man may make a slip without intending to. Who has not sinned with his tongue? Question your neighbor before you threaten him, and leave room for the law of the Most High. Back, they always come, as you say.
Yes.
To the Most High.
Yes. And then again, a psychological insight. In addition to this accumulated wisdom of experience, there is the kind of insight which is not just the effect of experience, but has an element of the penetrative and inspirational in it. When he says, for instance, there is the kind of man who destroys his soul through bashfulness, and by a foolish countenance destroys it. And there is a kind of man who out of bashfulness promises to his friend, and then he makes him his enemy for nothing. The man that hasn't got the courage to say no when he can't fulfill a request, and out of weakness, they say that the old Chinese custom was never to contradict a man, but afterwards, if you had to negate what you'd said, to wriggle out of it. Something like this. You'd ask a man, Mark, have you ever been in England? He would say, oh, of course, yes. Yes, I've been in England. Well, I've not exactly been... The fact is, I've never been out of China, but I very much wanted to be in England.
Yeah.
Now, this sort of excessive shyness and timidity can get a man into very grave difficulties, and this is what Ecclesiasticus warns us against.
Yes, he warns us against many things. He warns us against unhappiness, too, because, like the author of Proverbs, this author understands that the fruit of wisdom is a kind of serenity. And the absence of serenity in a man might be a sign of ignorance. Do not give yourself up to sorrow, and do not distress yourself of your own accord. Gladness of heart is a man's life. An exultant joy prolongs his days. Be kind to yourself and comfort your heart. It's very interesting.
Yes,
be
very
kind
fine,
to yourself and comfort your heart. I love that. A heart that is cheerful and good will pay attention to the food he eats.
Yes. You remember how the heroes in the Iliad, I think it is, sat down after a defeat and very carefully cooked their own meal and ate it while mourning for their comrades. But they cooked it very carefully. This was a seemly and proper thing to do. And yet, you'll agree, I think, on something that we remarked on a week or two ago, that this cheerfulness has nothing to do with the sort of imbecilic, blithering grin that people are supposed to go around with in the modern world. He says, quite openly and unashamedly, says, weep for the dead, for light hath failed him. He is not trying to gloss over the tragedies of life. Then he goes on with a kind of deep irony, says, and weep for a fool, for understanding hath failed him. Weep more sweetly for the dead, because he hath found rest, but the life of the fool is worse than death. 7 days are the days of mourning for the dead, but for a fool and an ungodly man, all the days of his life. I mean, mourn all your life long for the man that happens to be a fool.
Well, there's no limit, it seems to me, to the penetration implied here into all the regions of our experience. For instance, the famous passage on silence. It's a famous question whether a man who is silent from wisdom or from foolishness. Ecclesiastic, it says, one man keeps silence because he has nothing to say, and another keeps silence because he knows it is the time for it. A wise man will keep silence till his time comes, but a boaster and a fool miss the fitting time.
Even for keeping silent?
Yes.
He keeps silent at the wrong time.
But, it is a famous question with many of our friends, I dare say, yours and mine, Maurice, that their silence sometimes is a kind of mystery. We don't know whether it covers immense depths of understanding, almost too great to express, or sheer shallowness.
Maybe this is one of those areas that we better not look into.
I think
we're forbidden to investigate. Do you know what I'd like you to read, Mark?
What's that?
That wonderful passage of "Let us now praise famous men." It's something that always moves me with its reverence for the past, its form of recapitulation of the national history, and at the same time, there is in it, I'm going to call attention when you finish reading it, a very dubious passage as to the role of the little man. Do read that out, because I'm very fond of it.
Well, you spoke last week of the little man, and they had touched me too. As a matter of fact, I often think, when I think of the history of the human race, of those innumerable persons who have held up their corners of the sky, who have done all the work that they needed to do, have reproduced their kind, have been good, faithful, and who have left no record of themselves. They are, sometimes, it seems to me, the true heroes of the race, because they did these things for no reward. It's almost more impressive when a man is a good man and an industrious man for the sake of goodness in industry than for the sake of a reward. And there are some who have no memorial and have perished as though they have not lived. And all that whole passage of which you read last week, that accounting for all of those anonymous persons seems to me of the first importance. But the passage of which you speak begins with this line that everyone knows, and that Stephen Spender, an English poet in our time, made a title of one of his poems. Let us now praise distinguished men, our forefathers before us. They are a great glory to the Lord who created them. They have shown his majesty from of old. Men who exercised authority in their reigns and were renowned for their might. They gave their counsel with understanding and brought men tidings through their prophecy. Leaders of the people in deliberation and understanding. Men of learning for the people, wise in their words of instruction. Composers of musical airs, authors of poems and writing. Rich men endowed with strength who lived in peace upon their lands. All these were honored in their generation and were a glory in their day.
And then comes that passage about the small people, yes. The sadness. What you were talking about before strikes me as one of the irresoluble riddles again. Just last week, when we'd been discussing that, I came across a passage in Logan Pearsall Smith's Trivia. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes,
book?
I do.
It's a very beautiful little thing.
Yes.
In which this is reflected again, the very thing you've just been speaking of. He says, when I read in the Times about India and all its problems and populations, when I look at the letters in large type of important personages and find myself face to face with the questions, movements, and great activities, where do I come in, I ask myself uneasily. Then, in the great Times reflected world, I find the corner where I play my humble but necessary part. For I am one of the unpraised, unrewarded millions without whom statistics would be a bankrupt science. It is we who are born, who marry, who die in constant ratios, who regularly lose so many umbrellas, post just so many unaddressed letters every year, and there are enthusiasts among us who, without the least thought of their own convenience, allow omnibuses to run over them or throw themselves month by month in fixed numbers from the London bridges.
Well,
this is the role of a small man.
Yeah, that's a very nice statement of it. The forgotten man, if you please. I never read a newspaper without saying to myself, well, think of all the people whose deeds, either good or bad, interesting or uninteresting, are not being recorded here. It's only by a crazy kind of accident that something gets to be considered news by the editors of newspapers. Well, listen, look, if you want to, at the names of the famous persons who are remembered here, there's a great list of them, and we couldn't read the passage. in its entirety. First of all, there's Enoch. Is that a good place in your mind to begin?
Yes, isn't that strange? He begins with Enoch and not with Adam. He leaves Adam for later on. He brings him in sort of offhandedly.
Yeah, there's Enoch, and then there's Noah, who was found perfect and upright. There's Abraham, of course, very soon, the great father of a multitude of nations, Isaac, Jacob. And in that particular passage, Joseph does not follow.
No.
You remember how sweet is the wisdom of old men. That's a quotation from these books. It isn't a reference to us. But, 5 years ago, we were talking about Mann's great Joseph books. And we had occasion to say there, as we have, for that matter, in some of the subsequent years, had occasion to point out that Joseph, for all of his brilliance and for all of his indispensable services to his race, is not very frequently mentioned in books after Genesis. For instance, when some hundreds of years have passed and Moses is to lead his people out of Egypt, he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph.
Yes, until this day we have three patriarchs, although, as you suggest, one might, from Joseph's immense services, have included him and made four patriarchs, but he is not there.
As a matter of fact, he is mentioned a little later here. It seems to me sometimes almost as an afterthought, but the list goes on through Moses.
But have you noticed, Mark, he gives little space to Moses and a lot to Aaron.
That's right.
Is that a curious inversion of their roles?
Well, I take it that it could be because Aaron was a priest. Don't you suppose so? The priesthood somehow or other by this time, because this is a pretty late book, is it not?
Yes, indeed.
The priesthood had its special importance. I don't know. I'm not sure that I can always understand the distribution of emphasis and space. Phineas.
Phineas is a very odd figure. They sometimes say this Phineas, who's the one who burst in upon the sinners in the tent in the time when the Jews were in the wilderness and they were sinning at Baal Peor. Phineas burst into the tent and slew the sinner and his paramour. And they've often said that he was later reincarnated in Elijah the prophet, that fiery scourge of sinners, chiefly of kings. And he finds a place here, although very few people remember the name.
That's it. Now, Joshua, of course, does belong here. Caleb, you remember?
Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, who, with Joshua, they were the only two of the scouts or spies who didn't come back terrified from their visit into the land of Canaan.
Yes, we spoke of that last year. And then, of course, there are the judges. And first of all, among the judges in this list, Samuel. And it's interesting that when it comes time to mention David, Nathan comes first.
Yes.
Nathan and then David.
Well, he was a very remarkable figure, Nathan. We spoke about him a couple of years ago.
And, of course, Solomon. And then the later kings. But Elijah and Elisha are terribly important.
There's no mention of an important figure like Deborah the prophetess. She was a heroic and valiant figure. No mention of Gideon.
No.
He skips over them, and you could say that is understandable if he had no room, but he spends a lot of time on certain figures and ignores others. There must have been some reason in his philosophy that I can't fathom now.
Well, of course, that always is the case. As biography is written and rewritten and rewritten and rewritten, emphasis changes and certain persons become more important than others. He does remember at the end, Joseph, no one was ever created on earth like Enoch, nor was a man ever born like Joseph. That's about the leader of his brothers, the support of the people, and his
for me, it's a very strange juxtaposition.
Yes.
Enoch was the most unearthly, the unworldly, in the popular modern phrase. He was out of this world.
Yes.
He was one of the two mentioned in the Bible who was translated to heaven without the intermediary of death.
This reminds me...
And Joseph was the most worldly of all the biblical figures. It's a queer juxtaposition.
This reminds me, Maurice, we haven't said anything about the wisdom of Solomon, but in that book, there is a passage about immortality. And I take it that immortality, most of the time in that passage, refers to the everlasting memory in other men's minds of one man. Is that true? Or does it become more...
Well, Mark, this question of immortality, we'll have to take that up when we come to the book of Job, because it's a burning question, and it's not the simple question that people imagine. There are many who say that in the Tanakh, in the Jewish Bible, immortality is denied or ignored.
Well, it certainly is not ignored.
No, it is not ignored, and it is not denied either. It's not at all clear as to what they thought about the survival, the Hasharat HaNefesh, as they call it, the survival of the personality after death. It's not at all clear. But we'll have to come to that in its place. And meanwhile, I know that you were very keen on saying something about the wisdom of Solomon, and here we are at the end of our talk. We'll have to let it spill over into the next talk.
Well, I'm not at all sure that it needs to. I quite agree with you that Ecclesiasticus is the richer book.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the fourth in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the last of 5, entitled Wisdom Books of the Bible. Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present Wisdom Books of the Bible, the fifth in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, 2 of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, here we've arrived, I think, at the book Ecclesiastes, and I don't know how much time we can give to it in our review of the wisdom books. And the very first thing I want to ask you is, do you agree with the title which has been given popularly to this book, Ecclesiastes, or Kohelet, to give him his Hebrew name, has been typed as the gentle cynic? Do you think that's a fitting title for him? Is that all he is?
No, I think that's a minor title. That's a sentimental title. I think he is neither cynical nor gentle. He has come upon in his old age, because he does write like a very old man, he has come upon a view of the world which is difficult for him to assimilate to himself. But I do not believe that it's an agreeable view, even to him. He is troubled by the fact that he can no longer see the glory of, in the world that once was there. He is frank in the statement of his predicament. The world has become bare and to some extent meaningless for him. But I do not believe he is a gently smiling cynic. I think he is troubled in spirit, and that's why, incidentally, I take very little stock in the so-called higher criticism of this book. Do you, incidentally?
No, I'm anxious to hear what you have to say about it. There are so many apparent contradictions in the points of view that it's very easy indeed to talk about different sources. I don't agree with it, and I'd like to know what you think about it.
Well, I think I've suggested my view already when I said that I take the author of this book as being truly troubled in spirit. He is an absolutely honest man, and he's begun to find it a little more difficult than he used to find it to understand what is meant by wisdom. The wisdom literature before him, of course, was ancient. There had been wise men since the beginning of time. And they'd tended to say the same things over and over again, such as that the good are rewarded and the evil are punished, and that life is quite a simple thing if one only puts his mind to it. Life has become complicated for him, and there are certain defeating things in it which trouble him. And he says what those are, very frankly and incidentally, very beautifully, so that this is one of the classics of all the literature of the world. But I believe he's troubled, and from time to time, he, as it were, Maurice, corrects himself, checks himself, and says, yes, but. That is why I have no patience with those scholars, like Morris Jastrow, for instance, who a generation or so ago were for throwing away about a third of this book as not part of the original document. All of those parts in it which check and in some sense remind the author of what he once believed and what he still can believe if he tries hard enough. All of those are supposed to go out as nonsensical pieties interpolated by later second-rate authors.
Yes, I not only agree with you, Mark, I would add something to it. Even if it were true, and it may be true that there have been additions, what we have here is something which is organic in itself, whether there have or have not been additions. If you take a folk song, which is perfect, and you consider what its origins are, it may have had 2 or 3 authors, but it has become, in the mind of the people to which it belongs, in the mind of the nation to the treasury of which it belongs, it is something organic and whole. And it's part of what one might call the genetic fallacy, to try and look back upon its origins as an explanation of its content instead of reconciling what apparent contradictions there are in order to see the unity behind them. Here, for instance, something that causes me to pause and ponder, almost at the beginning, after he has unburdened himself a little of his distress and of his confusion, he starts off very grandly like this. I, Koheleth, have been king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I applied my heart to seek and to search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven. It is a sore task that God hath given to the sons of men to be exercised therewith. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and a striving after wind. The first thing that I would like to ask, taking this as a unity, did he, as a young man, set out to search wisdom, or did he set out as a young man to have a good time, and now in retrospect he says, well, I was experimenting in order to find out the meaning of life? What do you think?
Well, I should think that he had started out seriously enough, but seriousness in a young man can mean no more than taking on faith from older men certain propositions about the world. As the young man grows older, he discovers that sometimes it's difficult to reconcile these propositions with what seems to happen. Things are not so clear as they once were, not so easy. Everything happens over and over again. Life repeats itself. Life is dull, for one thing, but particularly life repeats itself. And those simple rewards and punishments that the wise men said always came do not seem to come with that certainty that once was promised. Also, there is that oblivion in which all things seem to fall. The human race seems at times to have a very short memory. It does not remember its best people.
Look, you spoke last week, you raised this question of the pursuit of wisdom and the limitations of it. Here again, as in all parts of the wisdom literature, that note is sounded. He says, I applied my heart to know wisdom and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a striving after wind. Then, he says, for in much wisdom is much vexation, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Now, there is a curious note, the contradiction. After we are exhorted over and over again to seek wisdom, we are told, you seek it to your own undoing.
Well, it is a curious paradox of human life that our knowledge is supposed to make us happy, and doubtless, I suppose, ultimately should, and yet sometimes seems merely to have introduced us to experiences and to conceptions that we almost wish we hadn't had. Maybe our knowledge merely introduces us to to complexities of the world that are not to be understood. And from time to time, I think anyone understands that. The student must every now and then stop studying. He must relax. The boy who is too intent upon being this or being that must sometime forget his ambition. We all know that. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. A.E. Housman, in our time, that is to say, roughly speaking, our time, has written a very charming poem about this called Think No More. Think no more, lad. Laugh. Be jolly. Why should men make haste to die? Empty heads and tongues a-talking make the rough road easy walking, and the feather pate of folly bears the falling sky. Oh, 'tis jesting, dancing, drinking spins the heavy world around. If young hearts were not so clever, oh, they would be young forever. Think no more. 'Tis only thinking lays lads underground.
It's very beautiful, but rather self-defeating.
Oh, of course
he speaks in very melancholy tones about the happiness of gaiety, but he does it in a way which is extremely depressing.
Well, so for that matter is the author of our book here, who when he says eat, drink, and be merry,
it takes your appetite away.
It does not sound like a very happy man.
No.
It's a counsel of despair.
He insists over and over again that he's tried everything. I said in my heart, come now, I will try thee with mirth and enjoy pleasure. And behold, this also was vanity. I said of laughter, it is mad, and of mirth, what doth it accomplish? Well, what did he expect it to accomplish? And then he goes on, I searched in my heart how to pamper my flesh. And I'll just quote little parts of it. I made me great works, I builded me houses, I made me gardens, I planted trees, I made me pools, so on and so on and so on. And I was great and increased more than any that were before me in Jerusalem. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had wrought, and on the labor that I had labored to do, and behold, all was vanity and a striving after wind, and there was no profit under the sun. And then he goes on, almost immediately, and says, then I saw that wisdom exceedeth folly as far as light excelleth darkness. The wise man, his eyes are in his head, but the fool walketh in darkness. Apparently, he can't come to a conclusion. He's tormented all the time. He can't let go of wisdom, and he can't find happiness in it.
Yes, but that is just the point where the higher critic would come in and say, this must be an interpolation by some later, second-rate, pious person.
Yes.
No,
those are two other fellows.
Yes. Of course, these commentators, these higher critics, never seem to understand that they might be second-rate themselves.
Isn't it true, by the way, that this, Mark, that this tendency to reintegrate the old works is now appearing in other fields, too?
Yes, it has. Of course, as far back as the 18th century, it appeared in studies of Homer and Shakespeare. You see, every great book or every great set of books has come in for this treatment. I've been very much amused to see in my own lifetime a very great change with respect to Homer. I think many scholars now say not merely that the Iliad and the Odyssey, that each one of them is an integral work, the work of one hand, but that both are by the same hand. There was a time when they were throwing Shakespeare's plays out, many of them. They were either not by him or they were collaborators. Now, nobody pays attention to that anymore.
I wonder whether there is in that a touch of envy, a touch of incredulity about something very great, that no one man could have done that. You remember the story of the old lady who went to hear Hamlet for the first time and said she didn't enjoy it because there were so many quotations in it?
Yes. It's incredible that one man could have written that play.
That perhaps may be the reason for the uncertainty.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I attribute this to a misunderstanding of democracy. Democracy, I think, ideally means that every man may be very great. I'm afraid it has come to mean that no man can be very great. We tend to envy, as I say, such towering geniuses as Homer and Shakespeare. We tend to think that no one man could have done that, and so it must have been a collection of men. It must have been the human race. However,
very rare, by the way, is collaboration among men brings forth the greatest work. The only instance I can actually think of where an imperishable piece of work was done by a committee was the King James translation of the Bible. I can't think of any other that produced something really immortal.
Most of the translations of the Bible that I know have been done by committees, too, but that one is particularly famous.
Yes, although for that matter they relied enormously, you remember, on the work of their predecessor Tyndall, so that it was one man who dominated. In any case, I think there's a good deal in what you say. The fear of some, well, we might almost say a godlike figure appearing among men tends to make the average man whittle him down to the ordinary size in order that he shouldn't feel himself excluded from the pantheon.
As a matter of fact, Maurice, the maddest thing that higher criticism could do, it hasn't even thought of doing this, I'm sure. The maddest thing would be to throw Ecclesiastes as a whole out of the Bible, because of its very searching investigation of these disturbing things. The most disturbing thing of all being that as one grows old, one does find it hard to see the world as one wanted to see it as a youth, and perhaps as one did. This author has come upon some very hard truths, such as the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after that they go to the dead.
But by the way, when you read that passage, it evokes this thought in me. Wasn't it extraordinary that the makers of the Hebrew canon did include the book in the Bible?
I think it's simply wonderful that they did. That's true of many things in the Bible, as a matter of fact. A more timid people would have cast them out, but they left them in, I think, to the eternal glory of the makers of that book, because everything, finally, is in this book. And if this had not been here, if Ecclesiastes had not been here, I think a terribly important dimension of the mind would have been smothered. Here, for instance, is his perception that perhaps too great an assiduity in well-doing can be a kind of a misdeed too. There is a righteous man that perisheth in his righteousness, as there is a wicked man that prolongeth his life in his evil doing. Be not righteous overmuch, neither make thyself overwise. Why shouldst thou destroy thyself? He also says, of course, be not overmuch wicked, neither be thou foolish. Why shouldst thou die before thy time?
Isn't that an extraordinary thing?
Amazing.
He said, no, the most extraordinary is, be not overmuch wicked.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a certain amount of license, as if to say, well, you know, I suppose you have to sin a little bit, but don't overdo it. It reminds me, there's a saying of Machiavelli's. He said, people with a weak stomach should not try to be wicked because they'll break down in the middle. You've got to have a character for being wicked, just as you have to have a character for being good.
Well, you know, this man is, I think, a very wise man, as men called pessimists often are. My own experience of pessimists, I suppose I'm not one myself, is that they have an excellent time in the world because they don't expect anything. So when anything good comes, it's all gravy. And,
yes.
And wonderful. Vexation is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance, the heart may be gladdened.
But you're perfectly right. A real pessimist wouldn't have written anything. And to the extent that Diogenes bothered to make a wisecrack at Alexander and said to him, just get out of the sun, he wasn't a pessimist. He was showing off. He was having a good time.
That's right.
He was making a bid for immortality, that he was able to say to the conqueror of the world, all I want from you is to get out of the sunlight. The true pessimist really keeps quiet.
Of course he does. Maurice, I'd like to ask you about the very famous list of things in the third chapter of Ecclesiastes, of things for which there is a time. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. In my reading about the book, I've discovered that scholars vary in their interpretation of the word time and season, or the phrase, there is a time for. Does it mean, in your opinion, well, just wait long enough and the time will come around again for this and around again for that?
It can mean that, and I've always taken it as something else. I've taken it to mean that when things happen, it is because the circumstances have ripened for it, and don't try to anticipate a situation, don't try to rush the development of things. Which agrees to some extent with the interpretation that you give, but introduces into it more the element of resignation and propriety. There's a time for this thing. Don't force a thing unseasonably. There's a time to be born, That is to say, don't regret that you weren't born before or that you weren't born in a later age. This was the time when you were to be born. And when the time comes for you to die, well, that's been arranged. And so with the rest of them, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal. There is a season for all of these things. There is a constellation of circumstances which makes that the proper thing. That's how I interpret it.
A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. You go on. I'd love to hear you say the rest.
Yes, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. Notice, there is a time for war. This is quite free from the prophetic eschatological point of view. The day will come when there will be no more war. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn any more war. The extremist view of good and evil is absent from here. This is the world. And by the way, I wonder whether you'd agree with me in saying that the heavy note of sadness, the ultimate pessimism, which is here and there somewhat modified, is due to the fact that these books deal with individuals. They don't deal with a people, they don't deal with society, they don't deal with a process. It is the man himself who is concerned with his own destiny. There's no feeling of his being tied to some larger issue, so that what might carry him past a period of despair and depression, namely the thought of generations to come within the framework of his labor, all that is absent.
You're speaking of the individual is very pertinent to a memory I suddenly have of a portrait I saw not long ago of General Zakharov, who was the teacher in military matters of General Kutuzov, famous, in Tolstoy's War and Peace.
Yes.
Well, this old Zakharov, the great soldier of the 18th century, had a face which amazed all who were looking at it one day. Several of us looked at this portrait, and one woman suddenly said, that old man had seen everything. And I knew what she meant, because on this face was a kind of disillusion, to be sure. Nothing could ever have surprised him. No matter what had happened, what would happen, he had seen it before, or had place for it in his mind. At the same time, it was not a bitter face. It was a very compassionate face. Those two things are both here, don't you think so?
Well, yes, and perhaps here we have a clue to the reason, the ultimate reason for the inclusion of this strange and difficult and moving book in the canon, that you can entertain these thoughts. It is not sinful. It is part of man's experience to know these moments of despair and even moments of disbelief enter into the believing man's makeup and experience. This is part of the national treasury. A people can absorb it. An individual, were he alone, couldn't absorb this pessimism, but a people can.
That's right. I mean, if your experience is that rich, then it is possible. I'm always interested in ways the author not contradicts himself, but somehow amends his utterance. As, for instance, when, after having said that perhaps it would be better never to have been born than to have come into the treadmill of this life, and after he said that the grave is probably a very quiet and good place after the turmoil of this world, he says, nevertheless, the living dog is better than a dead lion.
Yes, there is the...
For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten.
Yes.
Better a living dog than a dead lion is a very wonderful statement.
By the way, there's an old quip about the question of whether it's better never to have been born. The question was put to a man, do you think it's better never to have been born? And his reply was, maybe, but only one man in a million has that piece of luck.
No, I never heard that. Of course, there's also his suggestion that he doesn't seriously mean that one should never do nothing, but sit in a kind of nerveless, relaxed, dumb way. He says, Whatsoever thy hand attaineth to do by thy strength, that do. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thou goest.
Yeah, or that again, he says, Mark, he says, the fool foldeth his hands together and eateth his own flesh.
It is the fool that does
The
that.
fool that does that. The wise man, whatever he suffers and however it goes against his grain to endure, at least to endure without murmuring the whips and scorns of time, keeps on acting. This is the principle of life.
And this is true for him, even though it is also true that the folly of others, or the folly of many persons in the world, seem almost to spoil the world at times. Here's this marvelous figure that, of course, you remember. One sinner destroyeth much good. Dead flies make the ointment of the perfumer fetid and putrid. So doth a little folly outweigh wisdom and honor. I'm sure he means only that it seems to. Only that when it is before your nose, you,
Yes.
you smell
Yes.
it.
We notice again how relentlessly they go after the fool with as much disapproval, or I might say rancor,
Yes.
as after the wicked man, or they equate the two. And they have shadings of the word fool. It unfortunately doesn't appear in the English. The fool is a sort of a lyrical theme. There is the plain fool, the Xil, who is also called the arrogant fool. There is the Evil, who is the evil fool. There is the Naval, who is the coarse and brutal fool. All sorts of shadings. They can't let go of the subject over and over again in this literature. The sinister figure of the buffoon fool appears and reappears.
Well, let me simply remind you of something I said the other day, that someone once in my hearing defined a wise man as a man who was no kind of a fool. Sometimes you can't do any better than that. The bottom, the utter negation of wisdom is perhaps the place to begin in our attempt to understand it.
Nevertheless, Mark, he does sometimes sound a note, I won't say of envy, but of resignation with regard to the fool. He says, how dieth the wise man as the fool, and in the end it's all the same. But then he comes back again, contradicts himself. He can't come to peace with himself. One of the values that I find in the book of Ecclesiastes, one of the many values, is that it gives you no peace of mind. I have a deep resentment of the literature that makes for the peace of mind and makes for peace of soul and makes for that kind of tranquility for which, if you can't read, you can take drugs. One or the other. Either it's verbal or else it's medical. I object very strenuously to it, and the book of Ecclesiastes may be considered also, this is an additional idea, may be considered also to have been included in the canon, in the Bible, in order to prevent people from falling into that fatuous attitude of contentment with the universe.
That's right, and nothing could be wiser than that project. I'm interested in the fact that Ecclesiastes at least seems to counter the remarks of the author of Ecclesiasticus about the anonymous good men, the men who did things that are not remembered. The suggestion was that they were heroes anyway, and that they should have done them. Here, he points out with that marvelous power of his, so that we cannot forget it and cannot help feeling a certain way about it, that perhaps it doesn't do anybody any good to do good. There was a city, you remember.
Oh, yes.
And there came a great king.
Read that. It's a beautiful passage.
There was a little city and few men within it, and there came a great king against it and besieged it and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a man poor and wise, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard.
Yes, it's moving. It's deeply moving. And yet he says, in spite of all.
That's right.
In spite of all. Dafka, they say in Hebrew. In spite of all, this is the right way.
I'm perfectly certain that he always means that. He's always coming back to that belief.
So that actually the book provides us with the antidote to its own poison.
Have you noticed, Maurice, how many times the word sun appears in this book? Under the sun, in the sun. The sun also rises, of course. That's
Yes.
in the very fifth verse.
Well, the sun is very prominent in Palestine, in
Yes.
Israel.
But here again, this man is sitting in the sun and under the sun, and he thinks of all the generations that are past, the centuries that are past, under that same sun.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the fifth in the 15-week Eternal Light Summer Series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the first of 10 entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the sixth in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
The fascinating thing to me about wandering through the Bible to begin with is the effect of solidity and mass and number, as well as the, so to speak, opaqueness of these individuals who appear suddenly as though we were sitting at one end of a large room, and past the open window at the other end of the room, these figures walk, make a few gestures, say a few words, disappear, and you have the impression that they have a past and a future, and all we got was a glimpse sufficient to provide us with an insight into the fullness of their lives.
Well, that suggests to me a novel by Tolstoy or by Dostoevsky or by Dickens or by Balzac has the same sort of thing happen in it. There are certain principal figures who produce the plot, in whose lives the plot takes place. But there are also an indefinite number of persons who appear, just as you say, from time to time. The hero walks down the street, turns into a house, and there are 6 people there whom we haven't met before and may never see again. But unless a narrative produces out of its background an indefinite number of persons like that, I believe the narrative does not have solidity, does not have thickness.
Well, what's more about the characters in the Bible is the effect of almost an infinite multitude. Actually, I suppose there aren't more than 200 or 300 that we can identify and speak of as individuals, and yet one has the impression, I have the impression, of an entire world, and it makes me think of the phrase, as numberless as the stars in heaven. And you remember the phrase, of course, canst thou count the stars in heaven? Actually, the number of stars visible to the naked eye, you probably know. The number of stars visible to the naked eye in the northern hemisphere is not more than 2 or 3,000. And yet they produce the effect of infinity because one has the impression that behind them there are countless stars which seem to be thrusting these to the front. And the effect is all the greater because you don't see an infinite number of stars. You couldn't see an infinite number of stars.
Well,
it's a suggestion.
And of course, it's important to remember that there's not an infinite number of stars. If there was an infinite number of stars, the sky would be white. Therefore, I think it's important to remember that although there are many, many persons in the background, some of them to appear only for a few seconds and then disappear, yet they're all individuals. In other words, it isn't a mass. It isn't a milky mass of humanity. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands, but there is a limit to their number, which is proper.
Not only that, the simile of the stars occurred to me because just as there are constellations in the sky, so there are constellations among these figures. I often group numbers of the figures into these constellations. I think of characters whom I call grotesques. I think of figures who constitute comics, and there is much more of the element of humor in its ordinary sense than most people appreciate.
Yes.
Then there are the figures whom I call the frustrated, the ones who didn't fulfill something that might have been latent in them, or perhaps it wasn't, it only looks like that, and I put those into a constellation.
Yes, and there are figures who curiously lack the courage that the heroes have, that the stars of the first magnitude have. The great figures of the Bible have, among other things, great courage and will, whereas there are a number of persons, and I hope we'll have a chance to mention some of them, who appear only for a moment in panic, or who, having their will frustrated, give up.
Well, of course, the best known aren't always the most instructive or the most important. I suppose that among the minor figures, as we call them, nobody is better known than Methuselah, and actually all that is recorded about him is that he was begotten and he lived 969 years and he begat, and he set the record for longevity. He must have been the dream of the insurance companies.
Well, there are thousands of such persons. There is that son of Jonathan, Maribal. Would you pronounce his name that way?
I'd pronounce it Maribal if I thought of it.
It has 2 A's, and I suppose we should put some kind of stop there. Maribal has only one thing known about him, that he was lame in both feet. Remember, he was the son of Jonathan, whom David, in subsequent years after Jonathan's death, wanted to favor because he had loved Jonathan, and so he has Maribal brought into his house where he has all of his meals with him, and the only thing we learn about him is that he was lame in both feet.
And there are some people that we have an impression about, that we know a good deal concerning them. For instance, the Queen of Sheba. She's a very familiar figure to everybody. And
by the way, now, wouldn't she be a case of an individual, presumably powerful because she's a queen, and yet, once presented with the evidence of Solomon's greatness and riches and wisdom, she loses her spirit. She gives up. She collapses and goes back a broken and defeated woman.
It's a rather unfortunate thing that the Bible itself doesn't give us the content of the riddles which she asked Solomon, and the rabbinic commentators have provided us with a lot of riddles, and I must confess that they weren't particularly instructive or brilliant or edifying. We haven't been able to catch up with her riddles or with Solomon's wisdom. By the way, talking about Solomon's wisdom, I must read to you something that I just recently came across, a speech delivered by a man, famous Soviet writer called Ilya Ehrenburg, speaking before the Peace Congress in April 1949. Now, this is what Ilya Ehrenburg said. An ancient legend relates that 2 women had come before a very wise judge. They were disputing over the possession of an infant. The woman who wanted to pass herself off as the mother answered the judge, "Cut the child in 2. She spoke thus because the child was not hers." End quote. How'd you like that?
You mean to say, well, the thing that strikes you is that Ehrenburg merely says an ancient legend, as if he didn't know that this was in...
well, of course, I presume he knew. It's incredible that he didn't know. This is what you call historic suppression. you mustn't mention the Bible as you mustn't mention Trotsky, although for very different reasons. It reminds me of the incident in Germany during the reign of the Nazis. There was a poem which had become part of the folklore of Germany, Heine's famous Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten, the poem about the Lorelei, which they always used to sing when they went down the Rhine and they passed the rock of the Lorelei. It had become such a habit among Germans that they continued even during the Nazi regime because they couldn't stop themselves. So the Nazis had to print that poem of Heine's, but at the bottom they put unbekannt, anonymous, author unknown. And this, but the important thing about this citation here, this quotation from Ehrenburg, is it's amazing how the Bible still penetrates, even though they attempt to repress it, and it has become part of the folklore of the Western world, and the characters in it are actually neglected as far as the source is concerned.
Or even their names.
Or their names.
However, Maurice, isn't it still a more serious thing that many of these persons have ceased to be even characters in folklore? I'm told, and I think it's my experience, that fewer and fewer persons recognize references that are made to persons in the Bible, or persons in Shakespeare, or persons in even old American history. You can't count as easily as you once could count upon an indefinite number of people catching a reference and saying, yes, yes, I know what that means, and I know how it's now being applied.
That's true on one side, and on the other hand, the reference has become part of the language detached from its source.
Yes.
Why is it that people are scared of reading the Bible? They have the excuse, and it's a phony excuse, that Shakespeare is difficult to read. He's not, as you've proved.
Of course not.
And as you know. What keeps them from reading the Bible? It isn't that the Bible is uninteresting. It's jammed with fascinating material about human beings. I think we're going to cover a number of these persons that appear in the background, and many of those that I have in mind are presented with such a brilliant psychological incisiveness that they make far better reading than the vast majority of what we now accept as popular novels and popular descriptions.
Well, there are certain persons of whom you know only one thing, sometimes more interesting than the fact that he was lame in both feet. There's Naboth, who had his vineyard, which he refused to give to King Ahab, you remember?
Yes.
The only reason that he gives for refusing to give or sell that vineyard is that it had been given him as a bequest. It had come down from his ancestors. All we know about him is that he sticks to that point. He's faithful to an inheritance.
Well, that brings up, to illustrate the point I made before, phrases that are stuck in the popular mind and the neglect of the source, which is much more interesting than the phrase, a painted Jezebel. Now, Jezebel was the wife of, the Phoenician wife of Ahab, and she was the one that needled him into the frame-up against Naboth. We talk about a painted Jezebel. Everybody knows the phrase. But why do they use it without reference to its origin? Actually, this phrase, the painted Jezebel, misrepresents the woman. It wasn't that she painted and that she was a sexually perverted figure. The real wickedness of the woman, which constitutes her dreadful fascination, was quite of another character. She was, in a sense, the Lady Macbeth of the Old Testament, the one who goaded her husband into evil, not because his appetite had been frustrated, not because of the importance of the garden, but she said to him, "Are you the king here, or aren't you the king here? Are you a man or a mouse?" And the wickedness of the woman didn't lie in her painting, it lay in the viciousness of her character.
Yes, it happens quite incidentally that we hear that on a certain occasion she painted her lips and looked out of her window, but there's no suggestion, as I take it in the text, that there's anything reprehensible about
No, and she did it only once. That was when she was waiting at the window for the messengers to come, and the day of her downfall. She did that only once. And nevertheless, what's more important, she slew the prophets of the living God. She wanted the death of Elijah. She arranged for the death of Naboth, and all that the popular mind retains is a painted Jezebel.
Yes, and the truly reprehensible thing that she did, it seems to me, is to plot the death of Naboth, merely that Ahab might have his vineyard.
Well, it wasn't, of course, the vineyard. There was this wickedness in her, this profound, this abysmal viciousness that she wasn't going to let anybody stand in the way of her ambitional enjoyment, her husband's.
There are all sorts of persons who appear and flicker and disappear, like poor Uzzah, or Uzzah. You remember, who touched the ark, who quite inadvertently, I believe, touched the ark upon one occasion and was struck dead. Now, that's all we ever know about him. The poor man had a career before that. He was missed undoubtedly by a number of persons, but all we hear about him is that he touched the ark.
Well, I suppose he was put in as an illustration that even if you don't know certain laws, the transgression of these laws brings a punishment.
Yes, you may not know that there's such a law as gravity, but if you step off of a building, you fall. And so he fell.
I'll tell you two characters that have interested me very much, and about which little is known, either in the Bible itself or else in the Midrashim around the Bible, are Pua and Shifra. Those were the two nurses among the Jews whom Pharaoh tried to get to kill the infant children, the infant males, the midwives of Egypt, and who somehow fooled him. I want to talk about those later. But I was just wondering how many of the listeners recognize these two names, Pua and Shriver, who, by the way, to me are also comical figures, not in an offensive sense, but comical in the sense of almost of a comical strip of plain persons getting the better of some villainous power that's trying to guide their lives.
The sister-in-law of Ruth is a very interesting person to me, Orpah.
Orpah, yes.
Who is accompanying Naomi, you remember, with Ruth. And suddenly, you remember, Naomi stops and says to her two daughters-in-law, now go back, because there is no future for you with me. I am going to be an outcast. I shall have no life of my own, and I think you'd better return. Ruth, as we all know, does not. Makes that great speech of hers in which she says that she never will return, never will leave Naomi. Orpah is not distinguished against there. We're not led, I think, to suppose that she is to be despised by any means. Nothing is said about her motive. As a matter of fact, in a way, it's a good motive. She obeys Naomi. But you can't help following her in your imagination and wondering what happened when she got back, and whether she ever regretted this.
She's one of those persons that I refer to as those that didn't fulfill themselves. And they've been the subject of speculation among Jews for thousands of years, and there was always apparently the question in everybody's mind, I wonder what became of Orpah. It's one of those human questions. What did happen to her after she left and she went back? And the legends have woven a very fearsome story around her. She was actually, they say, the sister of Ruth, as well as a sister-in-law. Two sisters married two brothers. And both were the daughters of Eglon, king of Moab. You remember him, don't you?
Yes.
The fat man.
The fat king who was killed by Ehud.
That's right, and he's so fat that when Ehud sticks the dagger into him, the fat closes over it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Orpah went back. And by the way, that word Orpah, the name Orpah, is connected with the Hebrew word Oref, which means the neck, the back of the neck. They talk about Am Kashay Oref, the people of the stiff neck, the stiff-necked people, the Jews. She turned her back on a possible great destiny. She went back, and the legends tell us what became of her. They link her up with Ruth, after all, because out of Orpah there came, she had many disastrous love affairs, and two giants were born of her. One of them was Goliath. And out of Ruth, of course, there came David.
Yeah.
And there was the famous fight between David and Goliath. The legends are always anxious to follow up these people who walk past the window, and to find out or to surmise where they came from, what they went into.
But all sorts of ironies develop also, Maurice. Now, you remember Lot, when Abraham says to him, we cannot both live in the same country. We must divide our countries in which we're going to live. Lot makes the first choice, and he makes the best choice, presumably, the rich cities of the valley of the Jordan. he looks out and sees all those cities and all that rich land there before him and says, I'd take that. And Abraham, without question, takes the ruggeder country to the west. I take it that it was ruggeder, the land of Canaan. Now you might say that Lot, therefore, at that point, looked forward to a great future. But the contrary turns out to be the case.
Well, I have a good deal to say about Lot afterwards.
Yes, I should like to talk about him later.
He's a much more complicated character. And the question of why he left Abraham and why, having 4 daughters, he went to live among the cities of the plain, which in those days had a frightful reputation for wickedness and corruption, why he went to live over there is something that exercises my imagination. We'll come back to him.
Well, yes, but those cities of the plain, the famous Sodom and Gomorrah, were only 2 of many cities there. It was a rich country, wasn't it?
But he went to live in Sodom and Gomorrah, not in the other places, and he became a well-known figure there. He is one of those frustrated persons who might have had a destiny and didn't. But speaking almost at random of the way these small figures clustering around the big ones also have lives of their own and yet are, in some manner, reflections of these greater figures. The most enigmatic figure to me is David, and one of the signs of the mysteriousness, the power of his personality, lies in this odd fact that his name is coupled with others in a series. If I say David to you, what name does it suggest next?
Well,
David and?
Jonathan, for one thing.
And?
Bathsheba.
And?
Abigail.
And?
Saul.
And?
I think
David and Goliath.
And Goliath.
And Goliath.
There's always
it's a David and. It's curious how the intensity of the electric field around him, so to speak, fastens personalities onto him in a way that no other Tanakh figure seems to have been able to do. It is evidence of a very powerful and multifaceted personality which reflects itself in these relationships.
Well, by the way, this tends to be true, Maurice, of all the major figures, does it not? I mean, if I say Abraham, what other names do you think of?
But you don't think of Abraham and Sarah, or Abraham and Lot.
And Isaac?
Abraham and Isaac.
No,
Abraham and Isaac, perhaps, yes. But not in the same curious antiphonal way, like a sort of natural echo.
Well, what if I say Jacob?
Jacob and Esau.
Yes.
Yeah, but how many such associations have you with Jacob?
No, not so many. Well, however, Jacob and Laban, Jacob and...
Oh, now, wait a minute. You wouldn't say Jacob and Laban have the same intensity as David and Goliath, or David and Bathsheba.
Well, no, not the same intensity. I grant that.
That is what makes David, to me, the most enigmatic, the most baffling figure.
Well, he is the richest figure of all, I would think. But these other people have a richness, too, which is only qualified.
Yes, but we mustn't get off into these major figures, or we'll never emerge from the maze.
Well, by the way, we're not dismissing them, are we?
No, we'll refer to them occasionally. We have to, because they're, so to speak, the part of that immense background belonging to these smaller ones. You take a character like Nabal. I don't think many people who are listening to us will remember who Nabal was.
Well, he was a fool.
Well, he wasn't merely a fool. He's one of my grotesques and one of my comics at the same time.
Well, his wife called him a fool. We don't know whether he was or not.
Well, the word Nabal in Hebrew is connected to the word nevela, which means a carcass. Mm-hmm. So, under any interpretation, it wasn't a complimentary reference. She called him a fool, and she said that as the name is, so is the man. And in the little sketch that we have of Nabal, we're given a complete picture of a man who was simultaneously a fool and a churl and a carcass, or as we would say in popular English, he was just a dog's body. That's really the equivalent of the word nevela as applied to a human being.
However, I have very little to say for Nabal, but I do have this to ask. Doesn't one have a little sympathy with him when the young men of David come to him and say, listen, we've been giving you protection all the time. All summer we've been in your neighborhood and we haven't taken any of your cattle. We haven't bothered you. We have permitted you to exist. Therefore, will you now pay tribute? There's some reason, it seems to me, to have a little sympathy for Nabal when he says, Well, I didn't know you were protecting me. I didn't ask you to protect me. Why should I pay tribute to this young man of whom I've heard very little before? Now, it turns out that that's David, and that finally it's very terrible that he'd never heard of him.
Well, there's more to the story than that, as you remember.
Yes, of course.
What actually happened was that Nabal really accepted his protection. He knew about it. And what is more, he insulted David by saying, "Who is this fellow? All sorts of rebellious servants are out in the world today, and who knows what they're up to." He knew very well what David was up to, and it was his meanness, because we read a very comical incident that when Nabal was told by his wife, Abigail, what the situation was and what she had done, namely that she'd sent to him, in spite of everything, 200 bunches of raisins and a number of slaughtered sheep and a number of slaughtered cattle. Then it says that Nabal's heart failed in him, ran out like water, and in 10 days he was dead. Now, I don't know whether he died because he got frightened of David or because she gave away all that good stuff to David. He dropped backwards, and in 10 days he was dead.
Again, he's one of those persons who fade out, who can be blighted by the opposition of a greater will.
Well, there's something of the grotesque about him.
Oh, yes.
But attached to David, of course, there are so many figures. There's also Uriah the Hittite that I want to say various things about. And a man who is presented with such a devastating psychological clarity that he stands out in my mind as almost a principal figure. That's Shimei, the son of Gera.
The man who cursed David.
The man who cursed David. But I'm going to, when we get round to the more detailed discussion of the figures, I'm going to quote that part about Shimei and the way it makes one's blood run cold at this man gone completely wild and hysterical and cursing his head off. And then, of course, there was a story of what happened to him in the end. Then, of course, around David, there's also the prophet Nathan. There are Abner and Joab.
Yes, and there's one woman who appears and almost instantly disappears, the mother of Sisera. You remember?
Oh, yes.
The enemy king.
Yes, she sits at the window, too.
Yes, there has been this battle. We know what the issue of the battle has been. She doesn't. We hear that she leans out of her window looking for her son, the king, to return in glory, and she is imagining that glory. It's something like that great scene in Aeschylus's The Persians. You remember when the Persian elders stand before their palace, Xerxes' palace, off in the east, waiting for the triumphant return of the Persian armies. We know they've been destroyed.
Yes, there's another figure again. There's the woman of the city of Abel, connected also with the name Sheba, but this time it isn't the kingdom of Sheba, it's a man who rebelled against David. And the story of how Job went to that city, and this woman of Abel persuaded him not to destroy the city because of the rebels, but she would throw out the head of the rebel, namely Sheba.
Yes.
She just appears as one of these strong personalities and disappears as rapidly and gives us the picture of a woman whose wisdom dominates the city, and a very powerful woman.
Or those two men in the window who are looking down over the shoulders of Jezebel. And
she's asking them who's coming, coming along there. Yes,
but they're told to drop her, and so they drop her.
And they drop her. They have no compunction about it.
No.
Well, I'm afraid that we haven't covered all the preview of the figures we're going to talk about. So I think that in the next talk we're going to continue with the preview, and I wonder whether some of our listeners will have jotted down these figures and checked against their knowledge of the Bible and their knowledge of what I might call, in addition to that, the folklore of the West, how many of them they were able to identify. Because I think of the list that I have in front of me, and your list doesn't correspond with mine, I've touched only about one half of them. I don't know how many you've gone over.
I think we've only scratched the surface. We haven't mentioned, for instance, the brother of Abraham, Nahor, about whom we know nothing except that he was the brother of Abraham.
And that... we know nothing either about the father of Lot, except that his name was Haran and he died young. Well, there are hosts of others, and I think we'll have to leave the part of the review for the next one, and then we'll go into a more detailed discussion of what they mean and how they are grouped according to my view into these constellations of significance.
Yes, I look forward to doing this.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 6th in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the second of 10 entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
An eclipse of the sun is a fascinating but a dangerous sight. On Saturday, July 20th, such an eclipse will cover the entire United States. The National Society for the Prevention of Blindness warns that there is no safe way to look directly into the eclipse. Sunglasses, smoked glass, or photographic film are not adequate protection. Even during the eclipse, the sun emits invisible infrared rays which can penetrate glass and film to cause serious burns on the delicate retina of the eye. There is no discomfort to warn you of the burning since the retina is not sensitive to pain. However, such a burn can rob you of your sharp central vision. To watch the eclipse safely, make a simple viewer from 2 pieces of white cardboard. Punch a pinhole in one cardboard and with your back to the sun, hold the cardboard so the sun's rays are focused through the pinhole onto the second cardboard. Never look directly at the sun during an eclipse. Don't risk permanent damage to your eyes. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 7th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, 2 of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel. The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 8th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, 2 of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, I think this week we reserved for ourselves a number of figures who come under that heading of ours of men in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, who seem to have missed out on something or seem to have fought a destiny which wasn't theirs, tried to play a role which was unsuccessful, and some of the figures we reserved for this week were Nimrod, I think, and Noah, and Samson, and Saul, who are linked, in my mind, and I think in yours too, with this tragedy of cross purposes or of a struggle between their essential nature and what was demanded from them in their time and place.
Yes, they were all great men. Nimrod, of course, was a mighty hunter, and he was an emperor. They were great men, with doubtless great capacities, and yet it appears that none of them somehow or other became a founder of a religion, founder of a people. And it's a very interesting question in my mind, too, whether or not we can say what it was that limited them, or in what respect they were limited.
Of course, this problem occupied students of the Bible for many, many centuries. And in the medieval commentator called Rashi, there's a passage in which he talks about Nimrod. And he explains the phrase which we have in the English text as Nimrod as a mighty hunter before the Lord. He dwells on the phrase before the Lord and said that what Nimrod tried to do was to anticipate God. He was before the Lord in the sense of running ahead of him and trying to take God's place. And Nimrod is also identified with the builder of the Tower of Babel. So that here we see perhaps the first, within this narrative, I mean the narrative we call the Bible, the first of the emperors. You just referred to the word emperor, the man who tried to found a physical dominion over humanity and over the material of the world.
Yes, because his empire included, according to a few verses in the book of Genesis, included Babylon, much of Assyria. He built Nineveh, and so forth and so on. He was a tremendous person, there's no question, a person of tremendous power. I'm interested in your reference to an interpretation of the word before, the phrase before the Lord. I'd never been aware of that. I never thought of the word before, but it might very well indicate that. I think I'd always assumed that it meant no more than in the sight of or in the presence of the Lord.
Well, that is
that's the ordinary.
The ordinary, the plain interpretation. But I really wondered why it occurred there, before the Lord. Why should he have said he was a mighty hunter before the Lord, as though, according to the obvious interpretation, it was God's will that he should be a hunter?
Well, now, of course, nothing perhaps could better support the statement that you were making the first time we met here. The statement to the effect that the Bible is incredibly rich in persons and in powers. Here is Nimrod, a mighty hunter and presumably a mighty emperor, and yet he's thrown away. He's just put into some sort of a dustbin here, and we go on now to such persons as Noah.
But wait a moment, wait. There's also this association. Fancy a man who was an emperor being known chiefly in our tradition. When one speaks of Nimrod, he was a mighty hunter. One doesn't think of him as the emperor, but as the hunter.
Yes, that's true. Well, the word Nimrod is still synonymous with hunter.
That's right, as one says Jehu of a fast driver.
Yes.
Or Samson of a strong man.
That's right.
But that an emperor should be remembered that because he was a great hunter is very indicative of the particular cast of mind which he brought to his empire.
Probably he didn't have anything that we would recognize as political wisdom or spiritual stature.
Well, what it would imply is that he hunted territories, he hunted animals
Might very
in
well
order
be.
to master them and to display his prowess rather than for some constructive purpose.
Like Alexander, for instance, among the Greeks.
Yes. There's a lot to say about that. Alexander thought he had a mission to Hellenize the world.
Yes.
And here, in the case of Nimrod, we don't know that he had a man like Aristotle as his teacher. All we know is he was a mighty hunter, and part of the hunting business, apparently, for him was the founding of an empire.
But Noah is a better case, isn't it, of a man who really stimulates our curiosity with respect to this point. Obviously, he was of the utmost importance in the whole narrative, because without him, the human race would have perished. And so, in a sense, he saved it. In a sense, he was the saving remnant. And yet, for some reason, it was not decided, it was not determined or not discovered that he should carry on in the same way that some generations later, Abraham is carrying on. And God makes promises to Noah, makes a covenant to him that the rainbow ever after will be a reminder that he will never again destroy the race. And yet Noah is dropped from that moment on. We hear about his sons and their children.
Yes, he is dropped in a sense, and there is a frustration. Yet Noah plays a tremendous role in all subsequent history,
of course,
in the Jewish idea, at any rate, because he was the founder or the promulgator or the crystallizer of the 7 laws which are obligatory upon all mankind, and by virtue of which one who is not a Jew is, so to speak, saved also. The 7 laws which carry his name, the laws that one shall not worship idols or blaspheme God or commit murder or incest or theft or robbery, nor eat the animals with the blood. That's one of the Noachian laws. Apparently his promulgation of this law under God was for the redemption of people from this beastly habit they had of eating the flesh of a living animal. And oddly enough, this same man is also loaded with some queernesses. He was the man who began the tilling of the vine. And, of course, he became the victim of this digression into what apparently is the superfluous, and got drunk, you remember.
Yes.
That was his retribution.
Of course, we can't help noticing at the very beginning of his story, of the story in Genesis as it affects him, that immediately after we are told that the Lord saw that the wickedness of man on the earth was great and it was spreading over the entire surface of the world, and he regretted that he had ever made man on the earth and was grieved to the heart, and so he says to himself, I will blot man out of existence. We hear, however, Noah had found favor with the Lord. There was one man whom he did not want to destroy. Nothing is said about the reasons for Noah having found favor with him. Is there any testimony about that in any of the legends?
Yes, the testimony does speak about his piety and his goodness, and there are many very pretty as well as moving legends about him. The whole of the Noah and the menagerie incident, which has become a part of the folklore of the Western world, portrays him in a rather charming light. I think of Noah swimming with all those animals and looking after them. There's a story, too, in the legends of how one day he forgot to feed the lion, and the lion struck him with a paw, and he was lame, like many other figures in the Bible, for the rest of his life. But the legends also seem to want to vindicate this destiny of his by which he wasn't permitted to become the founder of the religion, and the legends rather emphasize his role in drinking, or rather in the planting of the vine.
Mm-hmm.
Says that it was Satan who persuaded him, and Satan contributed to the fertilizing of the field, the blood of a lamb, a lion, a pig, and an ape. And the symbolism is, before man drinks of the vine, he is as innocent as a lamb. With a bit of a drink, he's as bold as a lion. You know, I can lick anybody in this room.
Yeah.
And a bit more, he becomes a pig. Finally, he becomes like an ape, without any inhibitions. And the legends emphasize this business of Noah's role in having become the first builder of the first planter of the vine.
Although, you remember you were saying a couple of weeks ago that certain persons out of the Hebrew Bible have come down to us only in connection with one phrase, the painted Jezebel and so forth. I suppose most living persons would think of nothing in connection with Noah, think of nothing except the ark. Isn't that right? Noah's ark. They might not remember that he'd found favor with the Lord. They might not remember his planting of the vine. They might not know at all that at the end of his story he hears from God that God will never again seek to destroy mankind, and that he has created the rainbow as a sign of this. Those, to me, are essential parts of the Noah story, and yet it is perhaps lamentably true that Noah's ark is the only phrase in which his name survives with most people.
And still the most important thing is that he laid down the laws for all humanity.
Of course. And by the way,
all the peoples.
You mean the 7 laws?
The 7 laws of Noah.
Yes. They're not known, I suppose, as popularly as the story of the ark.
By no means.
Yes.
Another interesting thing about Noah that I once heard from a rabbi, and I don't know where he got it from, was that Noah, in a sense, has also been responsible for animal worship.
Well, he might very well be.
Because he rescued all the animals, and if the animals hadn't been around, of course, then the Egyptians wouldn't have worshipped crocodiles and cats, and the Syrians wouldn't have worshipped bulls and the rest of it.
Of course, there's nothing more charming, I think, to the imagination than that great ship floating like a box full of animals. Naturally, every child is interested in it. I suppose no child ever lived
who knew this story, and what child hasn't known it, who hasn't wanted to draw pictures of it or imagined the animals in there? How do they live? Do they have little stalls? Do they have the small animals have boxes or baskets?
I tell you what they do tell. They tell the story of the Og, the great big Og. I think we'll come across him again.
You mean the giant?
Yes, who was also rescued at that time, but he couldn't get into the ark. It was too big. So he walked behind the ark, and the waters of the flood reached only up to his knees. But while we're talking about these animals and the animal worship, have you ever heard of any people that worshipped parrots?
Parrots?
Yeah.
No.
It struck me recently. Here's an amazing thing. The parrot talks, and what it says is ambiguous, just like any other oracle, and yet we never hear of parrots being consulted for their oracular ambiguities.
No. I think it's because we also inevitably think of the parrot as being nothing but a repeater. He doesn't originate anything. You can't think of a parrot as a sibyl, through whom wisdom pours. He's nothing but an instrument.
Yeah, but when a parrot says, Polly wants a cracker, it very well reads, one might hear in it, go and have a battle.
Uh-huh.
And it's just this uncertainty of what he's saying that would have made him an excellent oracle to the ancient world.
I was once talking with a man who had been an ornithologist who had been in the Malay Peninsula, and as he was going along one of the paths cut through the jungle there, he heard a parrot over his head saying, Mr. Roberts. And it turned out that this was the case, that some years before, an English explorer named Mr. Roberts had gone through there, and one of his party had called up to him and called back to him along the line, and this parrot had heard it, and it was still saying Mr. Roberts years later, although maybe Roberts was dead. But no one, I think, thought of that as having anything except a bizarre significance. And no one thought that the parrot knew anything about Mr. Roberts. Well, Noah is, of course, a great figure, and yet it is true, isn't it, that as we look back from a later moment in all this great narrative, he stands only as a person who had the physical duty, in a sense, of saving the race. He didn't save it in any other sense than physical.
There is a comment about Noah, the name in Hebrew, Noach, which has to do with the word comfort, that he was the one who was going to comfort us, to comfort the world, and to comfort us for the ground which God had cursed. He would remove it. And, of course, he was, the planter and tiller. But it's, to me, rather strange and a little bit sad that this enormous function which he fulfilled should have been replaced only by the story of the animals. And he should have become a figure for children to be delighted about and for men to ponder over. It makes me think a little bit of the misreading that one makes of Swift's Gulliver, which instead of being read as a great satire, which it is on the human race, is turned over to children as being just a pretty story.
And, of course, it's true. George Washington is known to most children, at any rate, only as a boy who couldn't tell a lie about cutting down a cherry tree. There's an immense amount of matter connected with his name. He's a very great person. But the American people, I think, still miss much of the content of George Washington's character because of the almost idiotic force of that little fable.
Well, I wonder
made up, by the way, by someone long after his death.
When we talked a couple of weeks ago about why people don't read the Bible, maybe it's because people are always trying to stuff it down other people's throats and give it a sanctimonious coloration which offends, instead of encouraging people to read it, so to speak, in the raw.
That reminds me of a very illuminating remark I read once in a book about Abraham Lincoln, who manifestly, toward the end of his career, read the Bible very richly and used it in his great speeches. But someone who lived in the White House for a while as a friend of the family, a woman, said that she had always been struck by the way he looked as he read the Bible. He read it as he would read any other book. His long leg was thrown over the arm of the chair, and he was reading it in perfect relaxation, not, as you say, as if it were an exercise in piety, but merely because it was the most interesting book in the world to him, and he was reading it as if it were an interesting book.
Well, now, let's move on, otherwise we shall be way behind with the schedule. We included Samson among the, so to speak, failures or miscasts of the great narrative. And Samson, too, is one of the sad figures. He's rated by the rabbis and in the legends as being among the poorest of that group of rulers or semi-rulers whom the Jews call the judges, the Shoftim. He's placed in the last three. Another one that's placed low on the list is Jephthah. And Samson seems to have earned this low rating which they give him because he too might have played, one would think, from all indications, a great creative role in Jewish life, a great savior. In fact, there's a midrash which talks about Samson of the tribe of Dan being hinted at as the Messiah in Jacob's blessing of his 12 sons.
And of course, he was a dedicated person, wasn't he? Remember, he was a certain man, sworn, to consider certain observances. Therefore, you might suppose in the beginning that he has some kind of religious dimension. But it turns out, in my memory of him, to have no religious dimension at all, no spiritual depth, whatever. He is nothing but a man of great physical force.
That's not quite clear to me. There's one passage which gives me pause on that. After he had smitten the Philistines, who killed his father-in-law and the family, the entire family, that's, I think, of his first wife, the woman of Timnath, not Delilah.
Yes.
It tells of him that he went and dwelt in the top of the rock, Elam. Now, it's a strange thing. He was supposed to be a judge of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And he withdrew into that solitude and dwelt up at on the summit of a mountain.
Yes, but Maurice, I don't think for a minute that that's anything like the withdrawal of the prophets, the withdrawal of the dedicated person who's going to find out something in solitude.
No, I wasn't putting it that way, but
He's licking his wounds.
Oh, is that what it? Oh,
I don't know.
He was just a lonely. He was a lonely and dissatisfied man and didn't know exactly what he should do with himself.
Well, now, think of what he was brought into the world for, according to our narrative. It seems to me, it says very explicitly, that he was one of those judges created from time to time in order to smite the Philistines, in order to keep the Hebrews alive as a society. They were backsliding, they were being wicked, they were forgetting their original destiny. And so for a long period of time, as you remember, God punished them by letting their neighbors smite them. But often enough, he reared someone who would smite back. And so, in the period when Samson is judged, his function is to kill as many Philistines as he can. And I would take it that the story is of how he's used, merely in that way. He never knows, he doesn't even know what he's doing. He's angry at the Philistines because they have murdered somebody. He's angry at them because they've taunted him, because one of their members has surprised a riddle out of his mind or something of that sort. And so in pure blind rage, he goes about smiting them and killing them by the thousands. But he never knows, it isn't indicated that he even knows that that is serving any larger purpose. We see from the sidelines, we see as readers of the book, that he has a purpose and it's being fulfilled.
You know, the jawbone of the ass with which he smote the Philistines is also given quite a distinguished role in the legends. We are told that it was the jawbone of the particular ass which carried Isaac to be sacrificed by Abraham on the top of Mount Moriah.
Well, that's very nice, but you can't imagine Samson as being a person who, even if he lived, even if he had known that, would have been interested. He would have said, "Who's Isaac?"
I'm not sure that the legends haven't been trying to rehabilitate poor Samson.
Well, Samson is a very interesting person. I'm not denying that he is. He's something like Hercules among the Greeks, or Heracles. He's a man of gigantic power.
And there's also a lesson offered to us among the stories that the reason he was blinded at the end of his life was because his eyes had strayed after women. Mm-hmm. He was apparently particularly smitten with Philistine women, the first one of Timnath and then the lady Delilah of the valley of Sorek. And it said of him that even when he was in prison, toward the end of his life and blind, the Philistines tormented him with women in the hope that he would beget on them giants like himself.
Yes, but you remember, to go back to that first wife of his, remember his mother and father have him in their old age. So many of the heroes are children of old parents who think they're never going to have any children, and then by divine intervention, they're given children. The mother conceives and so forth. This little child is raised in such a way that you might think he's going to be one of those great, and I would say spiritual heroes of the Old Testament, but not so.
I mean, that's the queer thing, why they give him such a tremendous prologue, and then, spiritually speaking, and then it dwindled away into the sadness of his actual life.
Yeah, that's right. You see, the first thing we hear of him doing is this. He goes down to Timnah, a Philistine city, and he comes back and says, I saw a woman there, and I want her for my wife. And his parents say, but she's a Philistine woman. He says, I want that woman. There's no argument at all, you see. And they give in to him, as doubtless they must, because he must be 10 times their size and strength. There's never, as far as I know, anything except physical force in him. It's tremendous. It has its charm.
Well,
but,
how would you link, in this series, going on to a man who succeeded him not long after the end of the rule of the judges, how does King Saul fall into this category of the unfortunate and the misplaced?
Well, now remember again, Saul is head and shoulders taller than other men. He's easily recognized. He stands, as I say, at least a head higher than all of the men. And I've always thought of him, of course, in different terms from those in which I think of Samson. I've always thought of him, nevertheless, as a pathetic, blundering, gigantic fellow who's been picked out to be a king when the Hebrews should not have had a king, I'm sure. I'm sure Samuel was right about that. Nevertheless, the king is given to them because they clamor for him, and so they're given this giant. But instead of this giant being like Abraham Lincoln, a truly superior person who never really makes any fatal errors, Saul makes fatal error after fatal error.
Well, he had the cards stacked against him. Here's a man comes into a tremendous task against the will of Samuel, against the implied will of God himself. And you can't, under those circumstances, please anybody. You're doomed to be, so to speak, accident-prone. And that's what Saul was, accident-prone practically all of his life. Nothing ever prospered in his hands.
And yet it isn't true. The determination was to make all kings fail, because the next king gloriously succeeded, David.
Well, after that, after you've given, so to speak, a demonstration, this is what a king is. You can't continue it forever. But on every occasion, Saul seems to have put his foot in it, so to speak.
But as I was saying last week, isn't it something like this, among other things, at any rate, that Saul's errors are the errors only that the normal person might make. Who would have known, except a man of extraordinary penetration, of genius, even like David, who would have known that he should have waited not only the 7 days at Gilgal to make the sacrifice, but have waited even longer until Samuel came? See, he was literal in carrying out the order. Wait 7 days.
There was another side of him, his mental instability or his affliction, some psychological affliction, which we can't trace for the reason that he brought David into his household, you remember, to soothe his nerves and to quieten him. But there's also about him a streak of the utterly absent-minded, a thing which is quite impermissible in a king. You remember that when David had been with him quite a time and had played for him, and he knew the boy, because David was a boy, a stripling, the text tells us, and went out to fight Goliath. Saul asks, who is that boy that's going out to fight him?
Yes, I was struck by that.
He's forgotten.
Well, that couldn't be, by the way, a slip, you think, in the telling of the story?
No, I think it's in character.
Yes, I should prefer to think so, too.
Because afterwards, again, he behaves toward David in this ambiguous, in this ambivalent way. He forgets people. And this is something that a king or a president simply cannot afford to display.
Yes, undistinguished persons are always forgetting people.
That's right. The people who are forgotten, they revenge themselves by forgetting. And at the same time, it's a particular gift that one has. It's something of a royal gift, that when a human being comes across your path, that human being registers and doesn't become one of the great anonymous and statistical mass. And this Saul lacked.
Of course, Saul must have had bitter suspicions in his mind that this young boy, being so brilliant and so beautiful, probably was going to supplant him. You remember Samuel very early in the story tells Saul, you have failed. You're not it. You haven't got the genius. I must find another king. I'm even now looking for him. So I suspect that Saul was searching with his eyes in all directions for that new king. He didn't know where he was going to come from or who he was going to be. Probably the seeds of envy were planted right at that moment, and he was capable of envy.
Well, ironically, of course, and this is one of the high points of the tragedy, he himself invited the boy into the house, and not only invited him, but delighted in him.
Yes.
Because this was the boy who soothed him when the demon took possession of his soul. And so that there was this, what we call an ambivalent attitude of love for the boy and of the suspicion, which afterwards became a certainty, that this was the one intended to supplant him. And not only that, but his own son entered into the pattern of the father's rejection.
You're speaking of the cards having been stacked against Saul. I can't help thinking that maybe they were in this very neurosis, if you please, that he had, because the text seems to say that God sent that blackness into his soul. It wasn't that a demon came, but that God made him sick, as if God wanted him to fail, and Samuel too, of course.
But that is part of a universal pattern that we find in the Tanakh, in the Jewish Bible, that God works within men with the apparent evil in order that we may not attribute that force to some source extraneous to God. You remember when David...
I mean, there must be no equal force.
That's right. When David went and numbered the people.
Yes.
It was because God put that thought into his mind, because God had the intention of punishing the Israelites, the Jewish people, for some particular misdemeanor, and he sent this thought to David to number the people. Not that numbering was itself a crime, but on this particular occasion it was a crime, and Gad the prophet came and said, for that reason, these and these things are going to happen.
Well, I've often wondered whether we weren't expected to understand there that the desire to take a census of the people wasn't an affront to God in this sense, that David, in so doing, seemed to doubt the capacity of God to give a sufficient strength to his people, no matter how few or many they were. Yet there were enough of them.
Now, there were occasions when God gave the command that the people should be numbered.
That's
in the
true.
book of Numbers, we're told.
The book of Numbers is all about that.
And when the Jews came out from Egypt, they were numbered. There's something to be said about this protest that was brought to the lips of the prophet Gad, and I think we're going to open next week's discussion with that, the protest against the census.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 8th in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 4th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
John Chancellor reports on people and events today on the NBC Radio Network.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 9th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
We have some unfinished business from last week, Mark.
We were talking about census taking, were we not?
Yes, and why on this particular occasion the taking of a census was the evil idea which was planted in David's mind for the punishment of the Israelites, whereas before The taking of a census had appeared to be a very necessary and proper thing, and God had commanded Moses to take a census of the Jewish people. This particular incident of the prophet Gad, who came to rebuke King David, stuck in my mind for a long time, and finally I came to read it as the protest against the census and the reduction of the human being to a cipher.
Yes.
There's an instinctive revolt against census taking, especially when it's being done by a king. When a king starts counting his people, it's either for the purpose of sending them to war or else of levying taxes. He never has any good in mind when he starts taking censuses.
Well, we don't have a king, but it's true that where I've been living this winter, I've been visited once a month by a census taker who asks me such questions as this. What were you doing last week? How many hours did it take you, and what were you paid for it? I find this rather difficult to catch my breath sometimes and answer him. I have to answer him, of course. I think I do.
Well, there's a sound reflection of human reluctance to be classified and tabulated and put into a pigeonhole to be handled, even for beneficent purposes, which were probably the case when you were being interviewed, beneficent, perhaps occasionally mercenary.
I was asked if I'd had arthritis, and I was happy to say no, but I wondered why I should have been asked.
Yes, and why the subject should be raised. It might put a suggestion into your mind that you're going to have it. At any rate, that is my interpretation of that particular revulsion against the taking of the census. And of course, you know, many people have the feeling that to count your possessions is bad luck and so on. That was in David's time. But we've got to go back to the series that we are now handling, the series of the misfits and the oddities and the unfortunates in the Tanakh.
Well, Maurice, excuse me just a minute. I can't help remembering, if you don't mind going back just a minute to this matter of numbering. Remember Gideon, whom God wanted to succeed with only a few men, because the text is quite explicit at that point that God does not wants it to be apparent that he is winning rather than the people. And so he sees to it that Gideon has only a handful, the famous little band of Gideon. You know, there are thousands and hundreds of thousands available to Gideon, but he selects quite mercilessly until he has only...
the men who didn't lap water like dogs.
That's right. The implication being that it isn't the number of your men that counts, but their spirit. And
that's perhaps another protest against this role of numerical preponderance in human ideas.
Yes.
And maybe this is also a sort of reflection on what we are going to talk about shortly, the giants who were misfits. Their mass was something which was contrary, repugnant to the spirit of the human being, and we don't find any of the giants working out well, whether it's a giant who is more or less of a harmless, comical type, like Og, king of Bashan, who was the Paul Bunyan of that period, or whether it is a much more, in my opinion, sinister figure like Goliath.
Well, giants have a kind of interest, I think, for all people, not only children, but grown people, too. Giants have a kind of interest that yields eventually the result that you suggest. They are greater than we are, if only in the sense that they're taller and heavier. But finally, they don't weigh up to our truly great men, because their greatness is again, purely in pounds and purely in inches and feet. The Greeks seem to have understood that. They had their giant, Hercules, who you might have supposed would have become, as they developed their legends, one of their greatest figures, but he actually dwindles until he becomes absurd. He becomes a comic figure. Hercules, in the final plays of Euripides, remember, is almost altogether comic, a drunken and a glutton, and just a silly fellow.
Do you know what I relate it to? Occasionally you hear philosophers sounding off against man as such. He's so small and the universe is so big.
Yes.
With the implication that if a man were only 10 times as tall, he would be 10 times more valuable.
Yes.
So we have giants, and there you have your illustration that being bigger doesn't make you a more dignified figure in the face of the infinity of the universe.
Because giants have always been interesting to the human mind, as far as I know. Well, there have been theories about them. Of course, I doubtless there never were any giants. I was last summer out at Cooperstown, New York, and saw there on exhibition the giant of
the Cardiff giant. I don't know whether you ever heard of him or not.
No, but I once saw Macknow, the great giant of about 45 years ago. He was about 9 feet 6 tall and...
you mean a true person?
a real person, yes, alive.
This was a stone giant who had been dug up, it was said, on a certain farm in upstate New York. Well, he had been planted there. He'd been carved by a charlatan. He'd been carved and buried there, and he was left until the farmer would find him. The farmer did finally find him, and here he was, 15 or 20 feet long, whatever he was, and he was taken all over the country and exhibited. But the thing that he was supposed to represent in the popular mind was a race of men from whom we have degenerated. One theory of giants, one theory to explain the legend of giants, is that men have to wonder, they seem to have to wonder whether they are what their ancestors once were. Maybe men were not only wiser once, but bigger. And so almost every race of people in the world has had its legends of giants, which seem to mean to them that we have degenerated, we have dwindled. There's another theory about giants, that they were a special race of persons born out of the earth. The word almost suggests that meaning itself, the Greek word.
Yeah.
They were born out of the earth. They weren't born out of men. They weren't born out of God. They weren't created in that sense, but they were born somewhat as mountains are born, as ranges of mountains, volcanoes and so forth. They are not continuous with human nature.
Well, the giant is, so to speak, an attempt to give a statistical answer also to the individual spiritual problem, bigger and better being automatically equated and disproved by all of the legends and certainly by all of the narrative in the Bible. We read of Og, for example, that his bedstead of iron was 9 cubits in length and 4 cubits wide. In other words, he was disproportionately wide also, and he was a remnant of the race of giants, we're told in the book of Joshua.
You see, there's a suggestion that there had been a race of giants.
Yes. And the legends tell, and the rabbis too also tell, that he was alive in the time of Noah, as we mentioned last week. He lived on until the time of Moses, who slew him. And all sorts of stories are told about his prowess and his bulk, and not always very consistent, because at some times he's made to appear almost immeasurably tall. There's one story that's told about Moses having to leap up something like 10 or 20 cubits into the air with an axe which was 10 or 20 cubits long, and Moses himself was quite tall, and he managed to smite Og, king of Bashan, in the ankle and brought him down to earth, and he died of the fall.
Well, now, so he was much bigger than I've ever assumed he was. The greatest figure I can find in our narrative here is something like, I would say, 15 feet. 9 cubits,
yes,
and a little more would be something like that.
That's what the Bible says, but the embroidery that's afterwards brought to it isn't always consistent.
No.
Just as if you read Swift carefully and about the Brobdingnagians, you'll discover that he sometimes makes them taller or their surroundings out of proportion to their enormous size, and in the direction of more size.
Although Swift has been given credit for working it out in great detail. You think he didn't?
Oh, I'm quite sure he didn't, because it was an obsession with me to prove that the thing didn't hold together.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Makes the book all the better.
But there's a big difference, just the same, between Og and the other giant, Goliath, because while Og seems to be a fairly harmless and amusing figure, a great big blundering force, there's something different to my mind about Goliath, who, though smaller than he, was an immense creature, and who brought with him into the scene, as I read it, as it impresses me, something of the primitively crude in man, almost like the id of the psychologists. He was just that blind, brutal, brutish impulse in man that knows only one phrase, I want.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an interesting comment in the Bible, on the Bible, with regard to the scene of his killing by David. The text runs in the English translation that Goliath came out boasting and saying, and when he saw David, he said, "Come," he said, "I will give you to the fowl of the air and to the beasts of the field." Now, in the Hebrew, the word that's put there is not chayot asadeh, the beasts of the field, the animals of the field, but behemat asadeh, which is the cattle. And one of the commentators, I don't know whether it's a medieval commentator or the Malbin, a more modern commentator, says that when he so boasted and David replied, "Come and I will throw your carcass to the beasts of the field," David used the right word, chayot asadeh. And David said to himself, the moment Goliath said, "I will throw your body to the cattle of the field," he said, "The man's mad. He's mine." Now, in this brutish, blundering mouthing of Goliath, there's a hint to me of somebody who doesn't know what he's saying, actually. This is just that primal force in a man which has neither discipline nor sense and is only aware of a furious impulse in a given direction.
Well, now, that would seem to bear out the theory. There seemed to be a statement of the theory that of giants, that they are subhuman. Not only, they're pre-human, perhaps, but they have remained pre-human. They're still primitive. They're not a race representing what we all were once, and might still be if we hadn't degenerated. They are odd. They are strange, brutal persons who never were human at all. Remember, David not only kills this Goliath, but we are told much later, when his career is being recapitulated, that he and his men had killed other giants, too. There was again war at Gath, where there was a man of great stature who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number, and he also was of the race of giants. There also was a giant named Dodo. To me, a very interesting one.
That's in that list of the heroes of King David.
Yes, David's mighty man.
Yes.
Then arose Dodo, who was one of the descendants of the giants, the weight of whose spear was 300 shekels of bronze, and he had a new girdle, and so forth and so on. It's as if these creatures had somehow survived, had survived out of the time, maybe when there were more of them, although not all men were like this.
Some of the giants were, of course, the Nephilim. Those were the offspring of an unnatural mating between the sons of heaven and the daughters of earth, produced by a grotesque and impermissible mingling of the spirit and the flesh, which was not in the normal course of events.
Well, the Greeks had a story for this too. Remember Polyphemus in the Odyssey? He's often called one of the children of God, of the gods, meaning no more, I think, than that he was one of those earth-born creatures whom the gods at a certain time had taken pity on and permitted to survive, although they couldn't truly survive civilized men like Odysseus.
There's an interesting comment by the rabbis that Goliath and Samson both met death on account of their strength. Not in spite of the fact that they were strong, but because they were so strong, they overdid their role, and they were defeated precisely because they relied upon that which was, so to speak, contrary to the spirit. There are other figures that strike one similarly as having been predestined to defeat by the virtues which they relied on, in contrary to what they should have relied on. The irony of a destiny which made itself manifest in a contradiction of what the person was striving for. Just as the clever man relying too much on his wisdom, like Ahithophel, you remember, the counselor of David's time, who counseled his son against Absalom against the father, and who upon Haman.
Yeah, and who upon hearing that David had taken the counsel of another man, Hushai, just went and hanged himself.
Yes,
Ahithophel hanged himself.
Yes, his intellectual pride was completely shattered. These are just grotesques and vicious. One of them a vicious grotesque, but there are other figures that one comes across, failures and oddities, verging already on the comical. If you go away from these well-known figures to figures that are frequently, less frequently mentioned, I find a particular interest in the figure of Ahasuerus as he is presented in the Tanakh, And the meaning of this man, this emperor who was obviously a fool and something of a drunkard, because when he got high and merry over the drink, he broke his whole policy and dismissed his wife and sent for any number of maidens whom he might choose from. Here is a man at the head of an empire. Reminds me in a certain sense of what we said about Nimrod in our last week's talk, who wasn't fit to be an emperor, ruled over 127 kingdoms from India, from Hodu into Kush, from India into Ethiopia, and yet played the fool in this fashion. And although he is not brought to a bad end, it's Haman who is brought to a bad end, he is apparently there as a foil, one of the intensely comical, absurd figures in the narrative, from whom we learn the lesson of the mismating of position and talent, as has been the case in other more serious figures.
Well, these Eastern potentates whom the Hebrews have to become prisoners of, but whom they nevertheless despise, tend all to have that quality, don't they? That is to say, there's Nebuchadnezzar, whom Daniel convicts out of his own mouth of having so much pride that his dreams mean no more than that he has risen and risen and swollen until he is so large that he must collapse, that he must fall and must become less than a man rather than more than a man. He must eat grass like it.
Now, there are great Oriental potentates who are spoken of in terms of high respect. For instance, certainly Cyrus, the great Oriental potentate, the Persian, is spoken of with respect in the book of Isaiah.
Yes.
I think it is. He's even called the Messiah, because he's the one who arranges for the return of the Jews to Jerusalem and to the vicinity of Jerusalem. But what I was driving at was this, that I can't conceive that any great ruler would be dissuaded from his policy, a man who had to conduct the affairs of an empire with tens of millions of people, would have that character. He had to be a hard worker, and he had to be a man who could drive himself, and if he had any amusements, if he had any sort of pleasures of this earth, they were incidental. And we see in the case of Ahasuerus, he was apparently easily moved from his course, and a vital matter like the chief, his wife, the empress, on this flimsy pretext of hers because he was drunk when he made the request.
Do you happen to know, Maurice, whether Ahasuerus is to be understood as being the same as Xerxes?
Well, he's called sometimes Xerxes, and sometimes they talk of him as Artaxerxes.
Well, but Xerxes, that was not a name like Caesar. It was not a family name.
That I'm not clear about. But the name occurs in various forms, Xerxes and Artaxerxes and other forms. So at least I don't know. But it's quite certain that this Artaxerxes that he speaks about in the Book of Esther lived a long time before the Book of Esther was written. Yeah. And so we don't know to what extent this is a real historical figure.
You know, we've been speaking of giants, that is to say, persons of truly gigantic stature, way out of this world. There are some persons in the Bible who interest me very much because they are oversized, although not gigantic, and they pay the penalty that oversize sometimes brings with it. There's that king who was the enemy of the Hebrews until they were saved by the judge, Ehud, the king Eglon. Do you remember who for a long time, he was the king of Moab, but he made the Hebrews pay tribute to him, and he victimized and bullied them for many, many years until a judge was raised up named Ehud. And Ehud made himself a two-edged dagger, we hear, a gomed long, and hanging it under his cloak upon his right hip, he brought the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab. Eglon being a very fat man. And from that moment on, perhaps, we have reason to suppose that Eglon is going to be helpless in the hands of this slighter figure, just as Goliath was helpless in the hands of David. Eglon is too fat, and Ehud will have very little trouble killing him. It
must have been an extraordinary figure, because he was so fat that a knife thrust into him would be swallowed up, blade and handle and all, by the oozing fat. I wonder how the man ever got around and how he could have fulfilled the functions of a king or been anything but a great sodden mass of flesh.
Well, I think that's what we're expected to understand, and I think that's the meaning, the moral meaning, if you please, of this whole scene, this whole episode. Eglon is nothing but a person who has power over others. Now, it's true, you can do that for a while. You can survive for a while by having nothing but power over others. Eventually, as the biographies of the Roman Caesars and Roman emperors make clear, eventually you can't keep going. You cannot maintain that power unless you have the brain and the will to do it with. He had nothing but money, he had nothing but soldiers, nothing but power, and the Hebrews, incidentally, being at that moment a defeated people, were helpless in his hands. So just as long as he can be this great swollen sort of spider who sucks their life out of them, he's free to do so, until someone superior to him, not in weight, because, of course, he's inferior in weight, but superior to him in intelligence and whatnot, comes along with this thin knife which enters that great fat body and reduces it. I couldn't help thinking maybe there's no real analogy at all. I couldn't help thinking of an important person at the beginning of the career of Samuel. There's Eli, the priest who has the corrupt sons. Eli is not corrupt, to be sure, but Eli is not able to prevent his sons from defiling the temple and from doing all sorts of things they shouldn't do, stealing from those who bring tribute and food there. Eli is unable to prevent his sons from living the corrupt life they do. And that fact, that incapacity of his to rule his household is suddenly brought home to me all at once in a phrase at the very end. We hear how he is exceedingly old, and when he kept hearing all that his sons were habitually doing to all Israel, he said to them, "Why do you do this?" And yet nothing happens. They don't reform. Finally, however, they are reformed by being defeated. They die on the same day in a certain battle. And the word is brought to Eli that this has happened. And when the word is brought to Eli, Eli fell from his seat backward through the gate opening, and his neck was broken, and he expired, for the man was old and heavy. I can't help thinking that the heavy...
Do you think that the word there is supposed to indicate such an abnormal condition of a man whose flesh had got out of control, so to speak, a glandular condition?
No, nothing like that, which was the case of Eglon, but the sluggishness of his spirit, which expressed itself by his failure to control his sons.
Yes,
and therefore,
he was an intensely disappointed man, like so many men who wanted their sons to follow after them, as Saul did, and it didn't happen.
Yes.
And he, too, had to give his pass on the role to the infant Samuel who came after him. And he's a very tragic figure. He's one of the most sympathetic and pitiful figures. But I don't think he falls into that category.
Oh, no, only in that one sense. I meant only as a sort of a footnote. At the very end, we hear that he was old and heavy. Now, heavy could mean heavy and spirited. It could mean dispirited.
Yes. Going back to Ahasuerus, one gets the impression from him that here you haven't got a destiny unfulfilled. This man seems to have been a sort of a born fool. He was a queer, a ridiculous, a sort of a boozy figure. He was an old King Cole without any of King Cole's merriness. And instead of having fiddlers 3, he had probably wives 300. And he was always giving feasts. There's an enormous amount of guzzling in the book of Esther. He made a feast for 7 days, and he made a feast for I don't know how many more days, and then he invited the common people, and he put precious stones into the garden and spent enormous amounts of money on this just perfectly beastly ritual of eating and drinking. He only made one concession. He said that those who didn't want to drink didn't have to. Mm-hmm. And that's noted to his credit, as it were, that as a particular act of grace, he wouldn't compel people to get drunk against their wishes.
Well, you remember our old friend Lot, our poor old friend Lot, whom we commiserated with last week or so ago.
I don't know whether I commiserated. I was a little bit denunciatory.
No, I had perhaps a little more sympathy with him than you did. But he, remember, was drunk on an unfortunate occasion. He was drunk on an occasion which produced two very pestiferous tribes, the Moabites and the Ammonites.
And yet, you'll notice that in spite of that fact, Moab and Ammon were given their territory against the transgression of which the Jews were warned. They were told, I have given this lot to the children of Ammon, of Moab, and when you enter into your own country, you shall not enter on their land. You shall go by the highway. You'll pay for whatever you eat. This is their territory. And apparently this abnormal origin of these peoples did not cut them out from the rights of nations.
Well, after all, we must remember that Ruth, perhaps the perfect woman of the Bible, was a Moabitess. Yes, I grant that. The grotesques, to take your term, are not always huge persons, are they? They're not always gigantic. Some of them are little. I hope we'll have time either now or next week to talk about the little people who are truly little.
Oh, the poor little fellows. You mean like, for example, Paltiel?
Paltiel.
The husband of Michal.
Paltiel, whom I weep for whenever I think of him, just as he wept for himself.
Yes, now, let's not talk about him now, because he deserves a little more extended treatment. He'll have to come under our discussion of certain women of the Bible who are very fascinating, because these women are not only extraordinary characters in themselves, but they are a very astonishing light on the men with whom they were associated. Michal, the wife of David, casts light not only on David's character, but also on this poor little man, Paltiel, or Falti, as he's called in other places. And we'll have to give him his honor, in spite of the fact that he is one of the minor figures in the Bible.
Because the insufficiency of purely physical strength perhaps has most meaning in case of Samson, doesn't it? Because with everything in his favor, with God's intention always behind him, he nevertheless can be no more the man of great prowess, whose prowess is in a physical place, namely his hair, and he never realizes his destiny, never furthers it by any thought that he has. So the King Eglon is nothing but a fat man, and Goliath is nothing but a grotesque giant striding down the hill against David, breathing murder.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 9th in the 15-week Eternal Light Summer Series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 5th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 10th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, I believe that we reserved for today some minor figures, was what we called them, and thinking it over since we last spoke, I'd also call them people who get pushed around. There are large numbers of them scattered throughout the Bible, and there was one that you called my attention to whom I'd passed over.
Who was that?
Paltiel.
Oh, poor Paltiel.
And he's one of the most pitiful of the figures. But considering him and all the others, I hit on what seems to me to be a characteristic of the Bible presentation of these figures, that just as the Hebrew Bible doesn't make any of the Jewish saints, or the old Hebrew saints and prophets sinless, so it doesn't make what I would call a demagogic appeal for the sinlessness of the victim. It doesn't make him a completely white character and the oppressor completely black. And the echo there is of something in the laws promulgated by Moses, that thou shalt not deflect justice even in favor of the poor.
In the case of Paltiel, however, I think the worst that you can say about him is that he is perhaps not weak. Weak would not be precisely the word, but incapable of self-assertion. All we know about him, isn't it, is this. Saul had given his daughter Michal to David as wife. First there had been Merab, who was been given him for a wife, but she'd been given to someone else, and so Michal, who loved David, came to him. But the troubles between Saul and David meant that Saul took her away from David and gave her to Paltiel. And we know nothing more about Paltiel than that he was the one who received her. Nevertheless, later on, when things had straightened out and Saul had passed from the picture, and when Abner, the general of the army, was making overtures to David to receive him now as his own commander-in-chief, David said, I will not negotiate with you about this unless you bring me Michal. And so Abner goes for her to take her away from Paltiel. And all we have, I believe, all I remember is this. He tells Paltiel he must let Michal go. There's no opposition. Abner and Michal start off. Paltiel walks after them, weeping, all the way to Bahurim. And at that point, Abner, sick of his weeping, or I don't know for what reason, turns around and says, go. And Paltiel goes. That's all there is to it. Not one word of protest, not one word of self-assertion. Is that contemptible?
It isn't exactly contemptible. That wouldn't be the word here. The only thing I ask myself is, what was this poor little schnuckel doing among these gigantic and, one might almost say, ferocious figures? He sometimes makes me think of small people who say, oh, I want to meet that interesting man and that interesting woman and the other fascinating people. And you ask yourself, on what grounds? What for? And why should you? Now, here's a man called Paltiel, or in another place I think he's called Falti, and he pushes himself in among these top figures, all of whom are, apart from their political and social importance, almost demonic in their intensity. And when the crucial moment comes, the poor little fellow walks along there sniveling. He had no business to be in the picture, whether you call him a contemptible figure or a weak figure. There's something also slightly comical in the pretentiousness of the man.
Well, I want to protest against your use of the word push in. There's no suggestion that he pushed in to get Michal. The statement is merely made. Now Saul had given Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Paltiel, the son of Laish.
Well, the best thing Paltiel could have done when he was offered Michal or Michal was to run for his life.
Yes, probably so.
Because he had no business being in that terrific setup, in that field of forces.
Yes, but to say that these people are superior to him because more demonic is only to say that they're more demonic, in my opinion.
Well, did I imply they were
Yes,
superior?
I think you did. You implied a superiority in the fact that they were savage and willful and selfish.
Well, they had a type of energy with which he shouldn't have tried to compete.
Yes, that's true.
He should have said, this is not my dish of tea, and withdrawn somewhere and found himself somebody more suited to his meek and probably kind and loyal and devoted character.
Yes, of course we know nothing about him. It's probably very important
that Michael left him without a word. She had no hesitation about leaving him, just as Abigail had no hesitation about marrying David when he sent for her. David, of course, had that terrific power, that fascination for people, both men and women, such as very few men have had. Paul Thiel presumably did not have it.
Well, we'll talk about Michal, who is one of the important secondary figures, I think, next week or the week after. For the moment, would you say that Uriah, the Hittite and the husband of Bathsheba, was a man who was pushed around? Would you put him in that category?
Yes. Yes, Uriah is, and so was a man we were speaking of a week or so ago, Naboth. I find that the Bible is more sympathetic than you are with these gentle people who are pushed around.
Wait a minute.
Uriah, since when Naboth was pushed around, a king and a queen were utterly destroyed for having done so. The Bible takes that seriously, the obliteration of a cipher, which was all Naboth was, a poor man with a vineyard that his father had given him, apparently a person of no distinction. So Uriah suffers also. The steamroller obliterates him, and that seems to be a pretty serious matter in God's mind as well as Nathan the prophet's mind.
Well, I wouldn't say that all of the figures provoke us also to criticism of them. I mean the figures, the people who are pushed around. In the case of Naboth, I find nothing that's hinted about fault in him.
Well, I find no fault hinted in Paul Thiel either. That's what
in Paul Thiel, there is this thing that I have in mind, that he was in the wrong place and shouldn't have got there. I don't know whether you call it a fault or a misfortune. If he had a sense of proportion, he wouldn't have been there. Now, in the case of Uriah, perhaps the greatest injustice that's been done to him is that his name has been made synonymous with hypocrisy by Dickens. But, and by the way, the Hebrew name sounds much nicer, Uriah, instead of Uriah.
Yes.
But there's this about Uriah in the Bible narrative that I find curious. You remember that what David did was to, as it were, abduct Bathsheba, and then when she was with child, he wanted to get Uriah into the picture and make him apparently responsible for it. And he sent for Uriah, who was then before the gates of Ammon, or Rabat Ammon, there it's called by various names, with General Joab. And he came back, and the king greeted him, asked for news, and then told him to go home. And this is what Uriah answered when the king asked him, why didn't you go home last night, and why didn't you go home to your family, to your wife? And Uriah said, the ark and Israel and Judah abide in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are encamped in the open fields. Shall I then go to my house to eat and drink and be with my wife? Now, here's a curious thing. When a soldier comes home on leave, the first thing he does is to join his family and be with his wife. Here was the man come back from the siege, and for 3 or 4 days, in spite of David's urging, he did not go and stay at home. He slept in front of the king's door. And he made a very fine speech, slightly sanctimonious in my opinion. What was wrong there? It's the privilege of every soldier and the right, so to speak, the longing of every wife when her husband comes home from the war, when he gets his leave, or blighty as the British call it. Now, there was something wrong there, and Uriah's speech covered up something as between him and Bathsheba as well.
Well, I don't find it so. I don't equate virtue with sanctimony.
Is it virtuous not to go home under those circumstances? What about the poor wife?
I think he thought it was.
Well, the fact that he thought it was doesn't make it so. Did you ever meet a man who committed an unvirtuous act and said, what a villain I am?
Well, I agree with you in admiring the bullies of the Bible more than I do the people who are obliterated.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, that's carrying it too far. I didn't say I admire the bullies of the Bible.
Oh, I do. I admire them. They are the great persons. But David triumphs at the expense of many persons. All great people triumph at the expense of many little people. That's the way of nature. But I don't see any reason why we should try to justify that, except in terms of the fact that we know it happens.
Well, it isn't justification. I'll tell you how I look at it.
Well, I think it is justification to look for something the matter with Uriah. In my opinion, there was absolutely nothing the matter with him. He was a small man. David was a great man, and David, of course, to use my term, obliterated him.
Well, here's what I have in mind.
Why can't we leave it at that?
Well, you've sometimes seen a movie about a chain gang, let us say. And whenever they want to show the evils of the chain gang, they show an innocent man who has been pressed into the chain gang and all the sufferings that he undergoes. The point of the picture would ostensibly be that chain gangs are wrong, not just for innocent men, but for guilty men too. But because they're afraid to show that the victims too are human and that they have their faults, they've got to make a victim there who is faultless and then rub off some of the sympathy that we have for him onto the others. The Bible doesn't do that. It doesn't invite us to regard the wronged man as having been faultless. He was human, and he had his faults, and in spite of these, the other action was wrong. This is where I find a subtle rightness in the Bible presentation of that moral problem that I don't find in the usual approach to it.
Yes, of course. No dice are loaded in favor of the weak person. I only thought you were loading the dice in favor of people who didn't need that loading, namely the great person. I think we can just note the fact that David makes use of Uriah to advance himself. He pays for it. God makes him pay very heavily by the death of the child born, and also pays for it by the fact that ever afterwards there will be death in his family and trouble. The revolution of Absalom is one of the results of this, and all the family troubles that David will have until he dies are the result of the wiping out of Uriah. So the Bible doesn't seem to think this is a small matter.
No, I wasn't for a moment thinking it was a small matter. It's simply that I'd like to call attention, the thing occurred to me, that in all of these pictures we are dealing with a supreme rightness, one might call it the honesty of art, in which there is no propagandizing. There is a true representation of a picture. Now you mention the revolt of Absalom. You remember during that revolt, the queer figure of Shimei, the one who came cursing. It happened at Bahurim again. There's the story that when King David came to Bahurim, there came out a man of the family of Saul, whose name was Shimei, and cursed still as he came, and he cast stones at King David, and all the servants of King David, and all the people, and all the mighty men were on his right hand and on his left. And thus said Shimei as he cursed, come out, thou bloody man, thou man of Belial. The house of Saul, in whose stead thou hast reigned, hath returned upon thee. And the Lord hath delivered the kingdom into the hands of Absalom thy son, and behold, thou art taken in thy mischief, because thou art a man of blood. And Abishai wanted to kill this, General Abishai wanted to kill this railing, ranting man. He says, why should this dead dog curse the king? And David forbade it. He said, let him curse, because the Lord hath said to him, curse David. Behold, my son which came forth of my bowels seeketh my life. How much more then may this Benjamite do it? This man Shimei is also a very vivid character. You remember what happened to him in the end?
Yes. David didn't kill him himself. He got credit for a certain nobility and stoicism, the reference to it, but as he was dying, he told his son Solomon to be sure and kill him. And so the first thing that Solomon did was to kill him.
Well, now there is the question. That's been one interpretation. David said to his son Solomon, now you know what to do with him.
Exactly.
It didn't actually say kill him. He said,
yes, I know. It's perfectly clear.
But wait a moment. Afterwards, Solomon tells Shimei to come, build himself a house in Jerusalem, and stay there, and not go anywhere. He said, the day that you pass over the river and leave the city, pass over the Kidron, you'll die.
Yes.
And this Shimei stayed there for 3 years, and then he went, at the end of 3 years, to Gaza to look for some stolen or strayed donkeys. Now, it's a very queer thing to risk your life for, to go looking for strayed donkeys down to Gaza. From the first picture...
Yes, it's a very natural thing when you live somewhere to want to leave it once in a while on a little vacation or a little trip. Solomon had imposed an all but impossible prohibition upon him. Of course, Joab got disposed of in exactly the same way. David had never been willing to kill Joab either, although I'm sure he wanted to. But he made it clear to Solomon that Solomon should, and Solomon did. Solomon got rid of all the enemies. Also Adonijah, the son of David, who had been so impertinent as to suggest that he might be king instead of Solomon. David had these three enemies on his deathbed, and he'd had them for, in many cases, for years.
Well, his
He
resentment...
turned them all over to Solomon to execute.
His resentment against Joab was perhaps more deeply rooted because Joab had been his accomplice in the
Yes.
In the murder, which is what it was, the murder of Uriah the Hittite.
Yes, and also he'd killed against David's injunction, no less a person than Absalom. He'd killed Abner. He'd killed Amasa. Joab was a butcher.
Yes. I don't think of him certainly as a man who's pushed around, but
no.
Shimei is one of those unfortunates. Nevertheless, again, you have a picture here of a man who isn't right somehow.
Well, I'm in this...
Shimei has this hysterical streak in him. Fancy coming out, there's the hillside, there's the people, and he runs along the hillside, cursing at the top of his voice and screaming and throwing dust. The man is unbalanced.
Well, David might have a right view of him. I don't think it was David's own view, but the one he expressed is intelligible. He says, well, he's just a curser. Let him curse. Let's not worry about him. Let him shoot off his mouth. There's an interesting parallel out of Homer's Iliad. You remember Thersites, who curses Agamemnon and Odysseus before Troy. Well, they do what is a perfectly natural and probably Greek thing. They just beat him almost to death. They don't monkey around about this and say, well, he's just that way. No, they get hold of him and beat him. And they get it all out of the systems. We never hear of Thersites again. David says, no, let this man live. And yet, years and years later, perhaps 30 years later, he remembers him. He's never forgotten it and asks his son somehow to dispose of him. I grant you that Solomon does it in a very roundabout fashion. But Shimei is going to get his and does get it.
Well, I remember you mentioned now Thersites. I remember the story of Pericles in a similar situation in Plutarch's Lives, that a man followed Pericles around all day long, cursing at him at the top of his voice.
Yeah.
Followed him to his house in the evening, and when Pericles went inside the house, he gave orders to a slave to take a lamp and conduct the fellow home, because he probably couldn't find his way home. And that's a... very different form of retaliation.
There are all sorts of ways to take care of these men who talk when they shouldn't.
But there is an oddity in David's concealed and well-preserved rancor against Shimei.
Well, by the way, it's a thing that I might be suggesting that I hold this against David. I don't think I do. David is, to me, a very fascinating and very great person. Full, however, of oddities and eccentricities and asymmetries of nature and character, which make him the great person that he truly is. He isn't a plaster figure, as we all know.
Would you consider Jephthah among the people who were pushed around? Let's say not who were pushed around, but who got a raw deal.
Well, he had been sent off to the land of Tob, as I remember. He was the son of a harlot, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he was, in a sense, banished to that distant land of Tob. He was asked to come back, however, when the Israelites wanted to go to war with the Ammonites, when they were threatened by them. And Jephthah was the only leader that they could think of who could save them. So they sent for him. Well, he came. And when he came, he made conditions. He said, if I win over the Ammonites, will you do thus and so? Will I have the following honors? And they said so, and they said that would be the case, and he has the campaign, and he wins over the Ammonites. Unfortunately, as he goes forth to battle, swearing this oath, that the first living creature he sees as he returns to his house, he will sacrifice. And it turns out to be his daughter.
You know that there's something about him that is, of course, romantically appealing. The outcast who is brought back like a Coriolanus in time of danger.
That's right.
And at the same time, there's a glimpse in him of an unrestrained element, an unrestrainable element. The Midrash puts it in this very interesting fashion. Supposing he had made a vow, which he did, and on his return he had met not his daughter, but a pig or a dog. And, as you know, to sacrifice one of these to God would have been a great blasphemy and a wounding of all the susceptibilities of the people. So it wasn't just the question of the daughter. It was just that rashness and that feeling that a man gets in a moment of tremendous triumph that he commands the circumstances, as it were, and it turned out to be his daughter.
Yes, I've often had a great pity for both him and his daughter whenever I've thought of the period that elapsed before he actually made the sacrifice of her. She begged him. He had to tell her, of course, what the case was. He said, I must put you to death because I swore this oath. And she might have said, and maybe it would have been better if she had, all right, kill me now, this instant. But she said, I would like so many days. What was it, 30?
I don't remember, to go up into the mountains and weep.
A number of days to go up into the mountains with my maidens and weep. I've often thought about those days, say it was 30 days, that she spent up in the mountains with her maidens. What did they talk about? What did they think about? Did they merely sing and dance? They did that, among other things. How formal was their dancing, and how disorganized by panic? And meanwhile, what about Jephthah at home, waiting for her to come back, day by day, waiting and letting this necessity build up in his mind? You wonder how he could have done it when she did come back.
The rabbis say that Jephthah sinned twice. He could have been cleansed of this vow.
I've often wondered if that were not.
Oh, yes. They said that he sinned the second time because the man who could have given him the information and who could have told him that the vow was no vow was then alive, and his name was Phinehas, the famous zealot of the incident in the wilderness. But they weren't on speaking terms, the story goes. And so Phinehas wouldn't come to see him, and he wouldn't go to see Phinehas. And the only man who could absolve him was therefore cut off from communication with him. And that was as great a sin as the vow that he had taken. You see, it's obvious they were very much distraught by such a situation, and they didn't see that it was a vow that was that couldn't be taken back.
That's right. There are certain stories, either in the Bible or elsewhere, which are told so briefly that you couldn't accept them. They have to be told as briefly as they are, because you couldn't accept them if they were told at greater length. For instance, if this story of Jephthah and his daughter were a novel or a 5-act play, it would be intolerable for the reader or the spectator to live through those minutes, hours, days until the killing of the daughter took place.
There would be the suspense element, of course, when you bring in those two characters, and why don't you go and see Phinehas? And,
that's right.
And why doesn't Phinehas go and see the other? And you'd be waiting to the last moment that they go and see each other, and then the execution falls. It'd be a regular suspense story.
Yeah, but I think you couldn't bear it.
Not if it were told as it should be, quite so. Do you know a character that may strike you as being odd in this connection, a man who gets pushed around, is Ahab. The king of Israel.
Is he pushed around by his wife?
Now, he's pushed around by his wife, yes. Now, he's the man who pushed around Naboth, whom we both agree to find completely guiltless either in the matter of taste or of behavior. And Ahab himself was a poor stick in the hands of his wife, a man with obviously good impulses now and again. I know of no more striking moment in biblical narrative than when Ahab is confronted by Elijah after the murder of Naboth. And he says to him, Ahab to Elijah, hast thou found me, O mine enemy?
Yes.
It's a terrific phrase.
Oh, it's a very great sentence.
And the Hebrew, by the way, is contained only in 2 words. So that it explodes in your face.
What are the words?
Hatimtsa'eni ovi, just 2 words.
Yeah.
There's a dramatic confrontal there, which shows that the man was
not a brute.
He was not a brute. He was ridden by remorse, just as Macbeth was, and that compared his wife to
Lady
I was
thinking Macbeth, and of course Macbeth's a predominant quality is the capacity to suffer for what he himself has done. He isn't just a killer brute.
No, he wasn't meant to be a killer.
Who kills and forgets. What he did was against his nature. Well, Ahab, however, was a monstrous idolater, was he not? That is to say...
Oh, yes. For 22 years, he corrupted the people. He brought in all the abominable practices of the surrounding peoples. You know, the official prostitution in the temple. He was, I suppose, as bad in that as the King Manasseh, who is said to have reigned for 60 years or so, and who corrupted the people and the temple and the worship. It's interesting that all of these corruptions of the faith are inevitably attended by corruptions of other things, namely of the most ordinary human relations.
Well, showing that theology and morality are probably very closely connected, more than we sometimes think. Incidentally, why do you suppose that Melville named the hero of Moby Dick Ahab? Now, the hero of Moby Dick may be Moby Dick himself, the whale.
Yes,
but the man...
I wonder. Now, has the name been used anywhere in New England? Is it a fairly frequent name?
Well, of course, the old New England names were predominantly biblical, as you know. I don't know. I've never been able to see any analogy. Have you, between...
None at all.
The hero of that book and this King Ahab?
Perhaps he just wanted some striking name which associated with power or with some terrific deed. I don't know. Perhaps the killer side of him.
Yes.
But the only other phrase that I remember in the Hebrew Bible that competes with, for dramatic fury and explosiveness, with that one of Ahab's to Elijah, is a similar confrontation between a prophet and a king when Nathan confronts David with the murder of Uriah after he's given him the long parable of the poor man with the one little ewe lamb, and David gets into a fury and says, "That man shall surely die." And Nathan the prophet says, "Thou art the man."
Yes.
By the way, again, you have 4 words in the English and 2 in the Hebrew. Ata ish. And the effect there, again, simply stuns you. Everything that follows afterwards in the way of the detailed punishment, when through Nathan the prophet, God says, "You've done this thing in secret, but I will punish you in public before the eyes of all men and in the light of the sun." All subsequent punishment becomes almost trivial with the, one might say, the moral ferocity of those words, "Thou art the man."
Yes. Well, of course, great stories tend to come to their climaxes in short sentences like that paralyze you, paralyze the speakers and the listeners both, certainly the spectators.
You know, there's one man I wanted to bring up, and it's too late, I think.
Who was that?
This was Belshazzar in the Daniel book, which is one of the most fascinating. But I think we'll have to leave it to our listeners just to read that very carefully and to be astonished by the number of famous phrases which occur in the book of Daniel.
When I was a boy living on a farm in Illinois, my father had sheep, and he had 2 rams, whose names were Belshazzar and Nebuchadnezzar.
Belshazzar and Nebuchadnezzar, father and son.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 10th in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 6th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 11th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, 2 of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, until today, we've been discussing people under categories. I don't know whether it would be correct to say that we continue to do that when we're going to talk about women of the Bible. They are, of course, a category.
Well, they're one of two great categories, surely.
Two of the most important categories, I should say.
Yes.
And we're going to speak about them. There's so much to say that we'll have to be very careful not to limit ourselves in discussing one of them in our anxiety to get on to the others. But there's a general observation I'd like to start with. One hears so frequently of the inferior status which women occupied in the Hebrew Bible, almost chattels. That's become one of the popular delusions, I would call it. Because when you read the Hebrew Bible, you come across countless figures of women who played really dominating roles, not only in the royal houses, women like Jezebel and Michal, the daughter of Saul, or in the high places like Miriam, the sister of Moses, and Deborah, the prophetess, but obscurely, like Hannah, the wife of Elkanah, and the mother of Samuel, and Naomi, and the mother-in-law of Ruth, and of course Ruth herself in her quiet, loving way. And what that provokes me to remark is that if you examine the formal laws of a people or of a time, you're not going to get a real picture of what the relationship between human beings is or was. The relationship is superior to the laws, sometimes circumvents them, sometimes makes them of null effect and void. And if you read the Bible for the spirit of it, you discover that the woman was by no means the inferior of man in her influence and in her enjoyment of life's possibilities.
Well, I suppose the paramount fact in this field is that she never has been, isn't now. Perhaps some of the institutions that people who succeed us in history will observe that we had will lead them to think that women had a kind of position now that actually she does not have. She hasn't. We often set her up these days as if she were the superior of men. Well, she isn't. She's as equal as I think she always has been. I've had the same impression that you have, experience that you've had in reading old literature. Homer, for instance, the Greek stories. You often hear that the women had an inferior position in ancient Greece. Well, it obviously was not the case when you think of the queens and the women of Homer and the women of the tragic poets.
Or Aspasia.
Yes, and the women of Shakespeare are certainly the equal of the men in power. Oftentimes, they're superiors in power, as can be true. Perhaps any living husband knows that his wife is superior in power in many respects to him at this moment.
But your observation about reading the old laws and what people in the future will think about our present laws reminds me of something that's always amused me. When you sit in the subway, you see, or you used to see, a notice, spitting forbidden. Anybody guilty is liable to a fine of $500 or a year's imprisonment, or both. Now, just imagine that if this notice had been enclosed in the time capsule, which was put in the World Fair in 1939, was it? And somebody discovers it 5,000 years from now and says, what a people. If a man spat in public, he paid 500 shekels of silver, and he was imprisoned for a whole year. No wonder that kind of people invented the atomic bomb and the hydrogen bomb and the cobalt bomb and whatnot. As a matter of fact, we may be wicked because we've invented those things or we dream of using them, but it has nothing to do with that particular law.
No, and the matter of women in stories comes down to this. The story is better than any other method of human communication. Tell us the truth about people. Laws may be what they are, and customs may be what they're said to be, but you get people going in a story, no matter when it's written, 2,000, 3,000 years ago or now, and truth begins to tell itself. The author cannot lie. If he's going to tell a story at any rate that people will understand.
That's usually the shortcomings of statistics and legal documents and anthropological studies.
Yes, it's the best justification, I think, for the statement that fiction is truth. That's exactly what we mean when we say that fiction is truth.
And also the truth is fiction.
All right. But fiction cannot lie.
If we examine the three principal wives of David, one certainly cannot say that they were oppressed figures or figures without influence or without character or they were frustrated in any way. They certainly lived themselves out to the limit.
Yes, and they were in some interesting way not afraid of him. They didn't quiver in his presence. They didn't act as if he were the only person living. Michael, for instance, or may I call her that?
That is correct.
I've been in the habit of doing so.
I'm accustomed to calling her Michal from Hebrew reading, but Michael is, I suppose, the correct English name.
Well, let's each use his pronunciation. It's as customary.
Oh, let me interrupt you a moment. This is the Hebrew pronunciation, Michal, and it's called Michael. I've often wondered how somebody from the outside to us would contrast the two types of modern Hebrew pronunciation. And I'll give you a phrase in the Ashkenazic pronunciation, as we call it, which has been the chief form of pronunciation among Jews of Europe, and the revived Sephardic pronunciation, which has always been current among the Oriental Jews. Which of these two sounds do you like better? Glossos sgiros or delatot sgurot?
Well, I'm afraid I can't choose between them. They're both very interesting to me. New.
It's very clear to me that the glossos sguros or glossos sgiros sounds very much inferior to delatot sgurot. It only means, by the way, closed doors.
Yes. Well, I don't happen to be one of those who believe that any word is either beautiful or ugly.
You know that I think Edna St. Vincent Millay was once asked, what's the most beautiful sounding word in the English language? And she said, cellar door.
Yes.
The door of the cellar.
Yes, that's what an Italian would think. It's what an Italian would think, because it would sound like Italian. Well, to go back to Michael, or to go on to her, we've spoken before in this series of conversations about various points at which she impinged upon David's life. She was given to him as his wife by Saul. She was taken away from him. He got her back, and she lived with him for many years. And there was one moment, to be sure, when she saved his life. Saul wanted to murder him and sent men to murder him in bed, but she let him down out of the window and told him to escape, and he did.
And she put a dummy in the bed, like in a real modern movie.
Yes, that's right. And when Saul asked her why she had done that, she said, "Well, David asked me if I wanted him to kill me." She didn't admit that she did it because she loved him. It seems that she had loved him from the beginning. We note almost the first thing said about her is that she loved David, and therefore she put herself in a position so that her father would perhaps have to give her to him. The Bible is true about women in this respect, too, as Shakespeare and Shaw are true about women. The great books never miss one fact. It is the women who marry the men. Men don't always know that. They think they are marrying the women, but the women have put themselves where they will be noticed.
And it's interesting about the three principal wives of David, that all three of them were either originally or at one time or another the wives of other men.
Yes.
He took away Bathsheba and from Uriah. He took away Abigail from Nabal. Of course, Nabal died first. And at one time or another, Michal was the wife of other men. She was the wife of a man who gave her 5 sons. You remember those 5 sons of her who met that horrible and tragic death?
Yes, but look at the first meeting between Abigail and David. David didn't just accidentally hear about Abigail. He didn't meet her socially. She came to him in the mountains, having heard that he was proceeding to destroy her husband because her husband had refused to meet his levy of taxation or tribute. Having heard this, she, without telling her husband, Nabal, Abigail hastened into the mountains with donkeys laden with figs and raisins and meat and bread and
her husband didn't know about it either. When he found out about it, he dropped dead, practically.
So she went there and found David in a pass of the mountains and stopped him, dead in front of him, stopped him, and prostrated herself.
You mean there was no escape for him?
No escape for him at all, and there he saw her. He was beautiful, undoubtedly, and so was she. Now, nothing is said at that moment about what David thought of her. All we know is that as soon as possible, he sent for her to be his wife.
Now, nothing is known of her, but a good deal has been suspected, let me say, because in the Midrash we hear the story that there was a hint of some kind of advance made on his part, and she rebuked him by asking him a ritual question which put him in his place.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that she knew how to manage him all right.
Well,
which is in line with your suspicion about the managerial capacities of these ladies.
Oh, women usually know how to manage men.
I wouldn't be so abject if I were you.
Mark?
It's not abject. We might as well recognize the truth and make the best of it. You see, we're worst off when we don't know this. When we think that we're managing them, it's just as well to know the truth.
Well, isn't it conceivable that on some occasion we manage to assert ourselves and get what we want?
I've almost never heard of it. We think we're getting what we want, but it's usually
But
been...
we live in a state of perpetual delusion, then.
Yes. Usually we've been...
I can't think, I must say,
We've had a job put up on us.
I can't say that I think that David was among these manipulated husbands.
Well, now, it's very...
He did a lot of manipulating on his own account, you know.
Yes, but it's interesting that Michael, to repeat myself, was not afraid of him. Now, she did make a very serious mistake. It turns out that she couldn't get away with this, but when he came back that famous time with the Ark that he had recaptured,
Yes.
and he was dancing before the Ark, whirling, undoubtedly, with the greatest abandon, singing, and with a special little costume on, such as dancers had. He didn't wear the costume of a king. He had put that off and put on the costume of a dancer. As he and his fellow dancers and singers approach his house, and she is there leaning out of the window to see what all this rumpus is in the streets, she sees her husband, as she thinks, being undignified, and despises him, his indignity. And as soon as she can, tells him that he should have been ashamed of himself.
She said, what a sight you looked, she said, dancing among the servants like that, like a servant yourself.
That's true. And whereas in many cases a woman can make a man really feel ashamed of himself, yet she was not able to do this with this great artist, this great poet, this great musician and singer, David, because she had touched him maybe at his very center. Because maybe at his center he was an artist as much as anything else. So he doesn't forgive her, and she never has any children by him.
She never had, it says that she had no more children by him. She never had any.
Never had any,
In fact, the only children she had that we have any record of are the children of someone, the son of Barzillai.
Now, this is...
Hadriel, the son of Barzillai. But
probably I'm agreeing with you, Maurice, ultimately. There can be times when a woman seeks to assert herself and does assert herself, and it is fatal, it turns out to have been fatal to do so, because there are places in men's nature where they cannot be...
We might put it this way, that we let them manage us as long as we want that management ourselves. But the moment that runs counter to what we desire, I don't quite agree with this prostration, so to speak, in the presence of the infinite capacity of the ladies. The fact is that in David's case, these women who were strikingly able, they were obviously people of character and of will. There was always the path to what David wanted. For example, would you say that Bathsheba was in collusion with David, that when he saw her and sent for her, and she was still the wife of Uriah the Hittite, that she had planned it somehow and that she arranged for him to see her at her toilette?
Oh, I have never supposed that was the case. You might... produce some midrash if it says so. I never heard of it.
Well, I'll look for it. I haven't found it yet, but it'd be worth looking for.
Maurice, I want to save myself, if I can, from the charge of having prostrated myself. You see, my position is this. As men, we'd better be on our guard against thinking we're freer than we are. A man who thinks he's free when he isn't, of course, is less free than he is at any other time. I'm sort of Machiavellian about this. I think we must keep on saying that we are ruled, and that way we can get some freedom once in a while. Once in a long while.
I mean, I shouldn't let the cat out of the bag, as it were.
No, that's right. These are very deep
Well, I think
secrets.
it was better to abandon this subject, otherwise all sorts of indiscretions will be emerging.
Yes, we'll be in trouble.
About Abigail, and there was certainly about her a degree of forthrightness and likability in this way in which she handled the situation. The tradition says of her that she was one of the four most beautiful women that had ever lived. The others were Sarah and Rahab of Jericho and Esther, the queen, the woman who married the Ahasuerus Emperor of Persia.
Rachel is not one of these four.
No, she's not put in among the most beautiful, which is quite extraordinary because one would have thought that this most tender love story in the whole of the Hebrew Bible would have led us to expect a supreme beauty. And yet, on the other hand, it's rather fine, I think, that she who was the loveliest and the most domestic and the most beloved should not have been loaded with this fatal attribute of an extreme type of beauty. There's a domesticity about her appeal which is a tribute to what men ultimately want, I suppose.
Yes, there was the beauty in her was, in a sense, known only to Jacob.
And yes, it was. I wouldn't put
known
it
fully.
Known fully. It was something that had to blossom in the in a particular relationship.
Yes.
But when we get back to Abigail, the Midrash also says that apart from the fact that she rebuked him in that very skillful way by putting him off by asking him a complicated ritualistic question, she also won his gratitude because she had prevented him from killing Nabal. He would have gone and killed Nabal. He said, I'm going to kill every male in that place. He was in a rage. And she prevented him from doing that. And yet this relationship of his to her and to later on to Bathsheba and earlier to Michal didn't prevent him from having a great many wives, concubines, and many children that we don't hear a word about. And it's somewhat striking that no son of Abigail played a role in his life in the time of David. All the tragedies and joys of his life were from children, not of these, what we call his principal wives, the women who played the greatest role. Although, of course, as we just observed,
Solomon
I said,
was the son.
I was going to accept Bathsheba, and of course Michal is out of it.
Yes.
And in the case of Bathsheba, there's only Solomon. The first child died, and only Solomon remained to remind him of the three important women in his life.
Yes. And of course, Bathsheba must have reminded him in a very poignant way. You see, the last thing we see of her, I believe it's the last thing, is at that moment in his old age when he is very old indeed and weak and cold. And he is having to be comforted and kept warm by this beautiful young girl, Abishag.
The Shunammite.
Yes. Into his chamber where he and the Shunammite are, one day comes Bathsheba to ask permission to tell him something. And he gives her the permission, and what she has to tell him is that Adonijah is plotting to be king instead of Solomon, their son. Well, nothing is said at that point, and these stories are great among other things because they don't say such things as this. They leave them for us to understand. Nothing is said about what he might have remembered then, at that moment. Years and years ago, he had seen this woman, now not so beautiful. Perhaps she's older.
There is
but he had seen her bathing and beautiful on that roof outside of his window. And meanwhile, she has been eclipsed, doubtless. You have the feeling that she may have been eclipsed in his life. She hasn't been figuring in it, and yet here she is doing this one thing that she's been asked to do and doing it successfully.
There's not only a hint of a physical change in her, there's also the hint of a change in her outlook. The tradition tells us that the famous woman, the perfect woman that's pictured in the last chapter of Proverbs, in chapter 31 of Proverbs, the picture was drawn by Bathsheba for the benefit of her son Solomon. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
The woman of valor, as she's called in the old translations.
She has every virtue.
Publication side of translation is a virtuous woman, and Moffat calls her an able wife. But now that you've mentioned the time of their great passion, Bathsheba's and David's, I'll read out that section where the perfect woman is described, presumably by Bathsheba. The chapter, by the way, is written under the name of King Lemuel, but the tradition says that she wrote it out, Bathsheba, for Solomon.
You mean for his guidance in choosing wives?
Yes, for his guidance in choosing wives, I suppose. He who had 1,000.
Yes.
She says, a virtuous woman, her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, and he hath no lack of gain. She doeth him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh diligently with her hands. She is like the merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth food to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She considereth the field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and maketh strong her arms. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. And so it goes on. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children rise up and call her blessed. Many daughters have done valiantly, but thou excellest them all. Grace is deceitful, and beauty is vain. You can imagine the poor old lady saying that at that time. And I suppose this may have been the time when Solomon was at his happiest and most full period with the girl in the Song of Songs.
Yes.
With the what was her name? The Shulamite.
Yes.
And his mother saying to him, now look, this isn't the sort of thing that is befitting for you. Think of somebody who in your later years. So there's that pathos, too, that is brought into the picture.
Yes, and think again of that moment that we've mentioned when Bathsheba came to David to tell him about Adonijah and saw him being comforted and warmed by Abishag. How could she help remembering the time when she had been that young and that beautiful? And that useful to him in a way that she could not be useful anymore. The whole story is very deep and very touching. As to Abigail, if we may return to her just for a moment, I've always been interested in the brevity of the narrative. At one point, I suspect the brevity is significant. It doesn't really conceal anything. We've told about that meeting in the mountains when she went to him with these loads of dainties and meats for him, and as a sort of bribe, perhaps, to keep him from killing her husband. And you quite rightly say he thanks her for having diverted him from that purpose. She goes off, she leaves him, he turns back. She goes home, tells her husband what has happened. The husband falls over dead, or at least he dies within 10 days.
It says his heart turned to a stone.
Yes, he became like a stone, and about 10 days later, the Lord inflicted the stroke upon him so that he died. Well, then we hear nothing more. I mean, the next statement is this. Then David sent and made his proposal to Abigail to take her to him to be his wife. And when the servants of David came to Abigail at Carmel and said to her, David has sent us to you to take you to him to be his wife, she arose and bowed her face to the earth and said, Behold your female slave, a maidservant, to wash the feet of my lord's servants. Then Abigail hastily arose and mounted an ass, and 5 of her maidens followed in her train. So she went after the messengers of David and became his wife. No discussion at all. No negotiations, no conditions, no asking whether he really meant it or not. She simply goes. Well, she had been waiting.
She knew what was toward. I was going to
However, you also read right after David also took so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so as his wives. He was taking wives at a very rapid rate these days.
The rabbis say very specifically that Abigail was the most important wife of David. She was the most important female influence in his life. The only son she bore him was Chilab, or Kiliab, it's written in English, and he plays no role at all. It must have been, for her too, a strange feeling to see the others coming to the fore and playing important roles, and her own son having some obscure place in the household among many other sons that I mentioned. At any rate, the narrative just doesn't lift him out beyond the mere naming of him. This is one of the oddities of, I wouldn't call it oddities either. It's one of the striking verisimilitudes in the Bible narrative that you don't follow a novelist's pattern in which you see that because this happened, therefore the other must happen. The unpredictability of life is always at play in these figures. Here was the most important woman, Abigail. She had played a great role. She had played a greater role in his life at that time when he was an unknown and obscure rebel well, not unknown, not obscure, but he was a rebel against royal authority. And his future was still cloudy. And she came to him with this rather splendid woman, this woman of obviously weighty personality as well as of personal appeal, came to him in those days, and she too may have thought in later years, just like Bathsheba, there was a time when I played the principal role in his life, and now not even my son. None of them, there wasn't a rebel among them, there wasn't anyone who aspired to the throne like Adonijah, there wasn't, of course, Solomon. And there are these three queens in this curious relationship to him. One often wonders, what did they talk about to each other? What was their relationship? No mention is made, as, for example, there is made of jealousies between the two principal wives of Jacob, or jealousy and suffering in the case of Hannah, the wife of Elkanah, and her, we may call her rival Peninnah, who bore sons to her husband while Hannah did not, or in the case of Sarah and Hagar in their relationship to Abraham. No story is told of intrigues between these three women who must have had a very tense sort of relationship.
Well, this reminds me of a statement that I've seen frequently made, that the kings of Israel at this time, particularly David and his son Solomon, adopted the Eastern custom, the Eastern kingly custom of the harem. And I've even seen a statement made that this was in the long run destructive of the state, of their society. Are you in sympathy with that statement?
Well, destructive of the state?
Well, because it became chaotic, you know. Pretty soon after this, the kingship reached a climax very quickly. See, the Israelites had asked Samuel to give them a king. He consulted God, who said they shouldn't have one, since he was their king, truly. Nevertheless, they were given their king. They had Saul, David, and Solomon, and then they had chaos. They had kings, to be sure, for many generations.
The kingdom followed in the generation after, to be sure. I don't know.
And I've seen the statement made that one of the regrettable things, maybe one of the regrettable changes at this moment, was not only the institution of the kingship, but the importation into Hebrew life of the institution, maybe better known in Persia, Arabia, India, somewhere else, of the harem.
Well, of course, it wouldn't multiply intrigues, and it would lead to a division of authority and a breakup of rule. It's a queer thing how there's an interweaving always in these stories, an interweaving. According to the views of the rabbis, Bathsheba was the granddaughter of Ahithophel, who was remember?
Yes.
He backed the rebellion of Absalom, in spite of the fact that she was the granddaughter, rather, of Ahithophel. And you have here all this mixture of forces and intrigues, which perhaps lends specific meaning to your view of the breakdown of the kingdom because of this form of life, the harem.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 11th in the 15-week Eternal Light Summer Series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 7th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
Democratic Senator Richard Russell of Georgia will meet the press today on the NBC radio network.
The Words We Live By.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the supporting cast of the Bible, the 12th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, we seem to be on the horns of a dilemma.
We've got a good deal more to say. We've agreed about the three principal wives of King David, and at the same time we're anxious to present as many of the fascinating, what we've called secondary figures, as possible. So we'll have to make some sort of compromise. And on top of all this, it's so difficult to speak about the three principal wives of King David without some reference to the great background which he furnished to their lives. The way we've talked about him till now somehow leaves the impression that he was interested in nothing but his wives and that his life was consumed by the problem of these women, whereas, of course, the fascination of the man lay in the fact that he was a singer, an artist, and above all, he was a great lover of God.
Yes, of course. The distinction of David for me, as I read and reread the Bible, is more and more just that whatever assessment we can make or was made then of any deed of his, or any misdeed for that matter, because there were such, and the Bible freely confesses it, and it's most important to say he freely confessed them too. Whatever assessment can be made of any single thing that he ever did, the great thing is what he was, and that was what God knew. God never could doubt that David loved him in a way that no other king did and no other hero did. And David could love him with perfect simplicity. And the simplicity, perhaps, was also the simplicity of his artistic character.
Yes, I like that word simplicity in that connection, because it reminds me of a fact which is very often forgotten in the relationship between parents and children, and we forget it, I suppose, in the relationship between God and his children. Parents are loved by their children not because of what the parents do for them, but what the parents are.
Yes.
And when parents have to point out that children have done this for you and have done that for you, the situation is a very bad one. And if reversing it, and if David had this grace in the eyes of God, in spite of what he'd done, it was because essentially there was a persistent goodness in him which struggled perpetually with the world around him and somehow asserted itself in defiance of all the individual misdeeds. I'm thinking particularly of the fact that although Nathan the prophet confronted him with what is admittedly and by the universal tradition the most dreadful deed of his life, the doing to death of Uriah the Hittite, and pointed a finger at him with the words, "Thou art the man," no word is said about David starting back in resentment, and no word is said about Nathan having been dismissed from his place as the official prophet. Fancy an official in a palace talking like that to a king. So there must have been in David a profundity of personality.
And a great depth of feeling. You remember how often he is blamed and criticized for the amount of grieving that he does for the death of somebody. The people about him can never quite catch up with him. Sometimes he grieves more than they think he's going to. Sometimes he grieves less. You remember, he didn't grieve very long for the child.
Yes, but he made that immortal remark. When the child was dead, he got up and washed himself and prepared to resume his normal life, and they said to him, "All the time you wept, and now?" He said, "Well, I will go to him, but he will never come to me."
Yes.
It's over.
Now, in so talking about David, we reveal the fact that he is a truly great man. I suppose one sign that a man is great is that other men do not understand him easily. He's always ahead of them. They think they understand him. They think they have his whole character clear in their minds, and then he does something that they didn't anticipate. They will eventually understand it, and they will incorporate this new understanding with all the old understandings, but he will always be bigger than they are. The only person who can really judge him is God, and God never makes any mistake about David.
Well, one of the characteristics, again, you lead me into this idea. Here was David, We don't find among the women that he chose, among the women that he loved at one time or another, anybody who is wicked. There was a temperamental woman, his first wife, Michal. She was temperamental and she was tactless to the point that finally he separated himself from her. But he could not have tolerated, I suppose, for one instant, a wife like Jezebel. And this is the contrast between him and wicked kings like Ahab, that he would never have permitted himself to be dragged into sin by somebody else. His sins were his own and his repentance was his own. You remember that very marvelous psalm, I think it's 52, is it? That's attributed to him the moment after he had been accused by Nathan the prophet, being confronted with his crime, and he wept. It is the most passionate expression of contrition that I can think of in the whole of the Bible. The passage occurs there, that a humble and a contrite heart is all that God wants. He couldn't have been led into evil by another. He was himself throughout in the bad things that he did and in the enormous love and goodness which blossomed out of him.
Yes, and this power of his to feel, among other things, grief, is a great thing in him. Lesser people always find greater people feeling too much. Well, of course, it's impossible to feel too much. You remember Hamlet's uncle thinks that he's grieving too much over the death of his father. Well, one cannot grieve too much over the death of one's father, but the uncle can forget for the moment that he probably killed him. The uncle is a lighter and shallower person who says that there's a time to stop grieving.
Well, I wouldn't go too far along that path. Your mention of Hamlet makes me think of the dilemma of the human being, which is expressed by two statements. On the one hand, we have the statement of Descartes, I think, therefore I am. And on the other hand, you have the implied statement by Hamlet, I think too much, therefore I am not.
Yeah.
So I suppose an excessive grieving too. But these are what Thomas Mann calls feeling people, very definitely. And going back to this question of the man himself, going back to Ahab and Jezebel, Ahab felt deeply. We know that he was frightened and he repented. But there is a case of a man whose evil is not his own even. There's this woman Jezebel, this astoundingly dominating character. You remember we said she's wrongly remembered of having painted herself, which was just the painted Jezebel, which was just an incidental. That is about her. I suppose she is, or at least she seems to me to be, about the worst character in the Bible. Probably so.
And her destruction is absolute, is it not? Also presented with brutal brevity. We merely are told that she's dropped from the window by those two men behind her. When they're asked to drop her, she breaks in pieces, and she's thrown out to be eaten by dogs, which had been the prophecy concerning her. And she's eaten so completely by dogs, there's nothing left but, what is it, her skull, the palms of her hands,
yes.
Yes. And her feet, perhaps.
What frightens me about Jezebel is never a hint of any kind of remorse or any kind of consideration.
No, she was a beast, you see, and beasts ate her, and there's nothing left of her except what can be left of beasts. Nothing survives of Jezebel. Is that to know there's no mind, there's no heart that's left?
Well, there was a mind. There was a mind that was capable of a kind of evil that the beasts are not capable of. Her passion was ambitional and not appetitional, as it is in the case of beasts. It wasn't the frustration in a particular enjoyment that sent her into a fury. It was the fact that she was thwarted. Now, a beast goes out to kill and to eat and is satisfied and then retires. But to this wickedness of the ambitional kind, there is no limit because it grows by what it feeds on. And she wanted everything swept out of the way which could possibly act as a barrier to the limitless satisfaction of this purely spiritual evil of domination. She wiped out the prophets. She would have torn Elijah to pieces. She absented herself. She couldn't stand it, perhaps. She absented herself from the famous trial that took place on Mount Carmel when Elijah wrestled with the prophets of Baal. She couldn't have borne to see that defeat of hers. And throughout, she radiates a dynamic wickedness that makes one start away from her and to wonder what such human beings would stop at, if anything.
Well, her name, you're quite right, has become synonymous with badness, and you indicate that, in your opinion, I think, in my opinion, it's true, too, she is the worst woman in the Bible. Who might be the best one? There would be many candidates, don't you think so, for that high position?
It's difficult. There are women who appeal to you by the sympathy of their warmness. You suggested Rachel in our last talk, and she is indeed one of the tenderest figures. Although when you begin to weigh up the actuality, it is what she was in the eyes of Jacob, and there is no specific mention of sacrificial deeds on her part. And perhaps I'm wrong in looking for some such specific expression.
You probably wouldn't include, even as a candidate for this position, those women who do great and good things, although they're single things and they're violent things. You know, there are women in the Bible who murder evil kings.
Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite,
who murdered Sisera, the
murdered
king.
Sisera as he lay asleep, Sisera the general.
And Deborah behind her, who, remember, had prophesied that on that day the Israelites would triumph through a woman. It's almost as if she didn't know through what woman. It turns out to be this woman who drives the nail or the spike into the brain of Sisera.
Well, she wouldn't be my first candidate for a good woman.
No, even though she plays a very useful part.
She plays a useful part, and by the way, she had her own interest in it. It wasn't purely a deed of kindness to the Jews. There was war, or there was enmity between her house and the house of Jabin, the king of the armies that were commanded by Sisera.
Well,
there's something about the deliberateness of Jael which is a little terrifying. I'd rather have that lady as a distant agent than as somebody to inspire me to good deeds.
Well, now, many persons would suppose that you might find the best woman in the book of Ruth. And might be one of two or three there. It would not merely Ruth herself, but her mother-in-law, of course, Naomi.
Naomi, yes, she is an attractive figure, and there is also about her the visible evidence of what might call calculated goodness or managerial goodness, the kind of goodness which is directed toward the benefit of others without much of a thought for oneself. We mustn't forget that Ruth was her daughter-in-law and not her daughter, and that Ruth's children would not be her grandchildren, and yet she was eager to have Ruth fulfill herself, and we are told that Naomi rejoiced in children and great-grandchildren as though they were her own. And there must have been something quite remarkable about her if these two Moabite girls left their homes and clung to her and wanted her God to be their God. I wonder whether you would consider as a candidate for the best woman, now that we've disposed of the worst woman, the Shulamite, the sweetheart of King Solomon.
She's a very lovely person, of course. But we don't know anything. We don't know her, do we, in the same sense that we know either Ruth or Naomi. We don't know what she does. We know what a man sings about her, what he says about her.
And, of course, what she sings about herself and about the man. But she is something of an intrusion in the Bible. I wrote down a passage that I came across in Proust that for some reason that I couldn't at first distinguish, but afterwards maybe I rationalized, put me instantaneously in thought of the Shulamite. Proust is describing, it's one of many passages describing a famous musical phrase in a sonata by somebody called Vinteuil.
Yes.
And this musical phrase keeps recurring in the love life of Charles Swann and becomes, as it were, the national anthem of his love for the woman Odette. And this is how he describes this phrase as it appears on a certain occasion when the pianist plays it. He says, "As in those interiors by Pieter de Hooch, where the subject is set back a long way through the narrow framework of a half-open door, infinitely remote, in color quite different, velvety with the radiance of some intervening light, the little phrase appeared, dancing, pastoral, interpolated, episodic, belonging to another world. It passed with simple and immortal movements, scattering on every side the bounties of its grace, smiling ineffably still." This dancing, pastoral, interpolated episodic is what gave me the key recollection to the Shulamite, the girl, the shepherd girl, or the girl of the countryside that King Solomon loved. And I think of it as being interpolated and episodic. She is not like the other women in the Bible, the lovable ones. There is about her an extraneous quality that brings in a universal charm, puts her in a position of uniqueness among them.
Yes, well, she's the heroine of a lyric poem, and that's a very different thing from the heroine of a dramatic or an epic poem, such as the Book of Ruth. I grant that Solomon's song is very beautiful and even deliriously and infectiously so. Nothing is said about Ruth's beauty or Naomi's beauty. Nothing is said about them at all. Nothing whatever is said about them. We merely observe this, that when Naomi comes to a point on the road home where she is free to, where she wants to set her daughters-in-law free, she says, now, go, return. One of them does, the other one doesn't. Instead of going, the other one makes the most magnificent speech, I suppose, ever made in the world. Whithersoever thou goest, I will go. Thy gods shall be my gods. There is no, in my opinion, the Song of Songs doesn't touch that for lyric power or for verbal power.
No, it goes to the roots.
It goes to the roots of everything. Now, there must have been something remarkable about Naomi that could have inspired this statement in Ruth. I've often said to people who ask, who thought they would like to take courses in short story writing or be taught by someone how to write stories and how to make characters and so forth. I said, you don't have to do anything about that. Just be able to write a speech like Ruth to Naomi. That characterizes both Ruth and Naomi.
Yes, that's a very small request to set them, isn't it?
Yes, I know, but also sets in proper perspective the whole nonsense of the notion that you can be taught to do these things.
Oh, I thought you really could. I've been reading the advertisements, and I sometimes get the impression.
No, please don't spend any money on those features.
It was either Wordsworth or Tennyson, perhaps you'll remember, who said that all his life he'd been trying to write a pastoral poem like Ruth, and he never succeeded.
No, of course not.
It was one of the two.
By the way, I was interested in your use of the word managerial. When Naomi and Ruth do finally arrive home, away from the Moabite land, and Ruth's future is to be taken care of, and Naomi begins, obviously, to look for someone who will be a husband to Ruth, we can't help noticing how magnificently she manages Ruth's life. Every moment, every movement that Ruth makes for a few days is dictated by Naomi, is it not? Now, you go this day to the gleaning
that's
field.
another instance of what you said. The man thinks he marries the woman. Here, it's a couple of women in there.
Oh, yes.
And who can resist that combination?
And there's something very fascinating to me about the dialogues between these women. Of course, few men are privileged to overhear what women say about them. But we are in this case. Ruth comes home one night and says describes what Boaz did on that day, and Naomi says, now he is caught. I know that he will not wait long. Both of us know what he's going to do henceforth. We must only do the right thing ourselves, and the right thing will come out. Well, I'm not saying this in unfriendliness to either one of these women at all, but it is magnificent and perfect. And the devotion of Naomi to Ruth is also perfect here, because she seems not to be thinking of her own case at all, but only of Ruth's.
Do you know what occurs to me? We've been talking about these exceedingly warm and, in some cases, very powerful characters. I've been haunted for a long time by two women that I must ask your opinion of. Do you remember the two midwives in the early part of the Bible? The two midwives of Egypt.
Oh, the early part of Exodus.
That's right, yes. Do you remember them? Have you ever thought about them and what they must have been like?
Well, I've thought about them because you asked me to think about them. You've mentioned them on one occasion or another, and I must confess that they had not attracted my attention particularly, although the thing that they said had attracted my attention. As I remember, it was this. There are too many Hebrew children being born in Egypt, isn't that right?
Yes, yes.
And the Egyptian authorities are worried about this, and finally go to the length of asking the midwives to destroy the male children as soon as they're born.
Yes.
And it isn't done. The male children keep on existing.
Yes.
And complaint is made, and the midwives say, well, these Hebrew women bear children so quickly that we can't get to them. By the time we are there, the children are born and hidden. Isn't that it?
Yes, yes. And the text goes on, says, Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. Now, what has interested me about these two women is what kind of business was going on there. First of all, there must have been more than two midwives, because we mustn't forget the children of Israel were 600,000 in number when they left the land of Egypt, apart from the crowds which accompanied them.
Oh, of course.
So there must have been, let's say, 30,000, 40,000 births a year, 15,000 to 20,000 for each midwife to look after, about 300 a week and about 40 or 50 a day. So it's absurd. They couldn't have looked after those cases.
Well, as a matter of fact...
There must have been lots of midwives. There must have been a school of them, and in fact the Midrash, in one place or another, so indicates it. But what fascinates me is that there's something funny about these women, the impudence with which they answered the Pharaoh. What kind of a cock and bull story is this? Now, whenever we come, the kids are already born, so how did they make a living? What was going on there? And he seems to have swallowed it. There must have been a degree of ingenuity in these women, and a lot of nerve to talk back like that to the king, and somehow they got away with it.
Well, maybe there was a certain shrewdness, too, because they might have counted on the king believing something that we don't necessarily believe, that he perhaps could. Remember, they said to Pharaoh, because he says, why have you done this? Why have you let the male children live? And they say to him, because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, but are animals, and that they are delivered before the midwife reaches them.
That's in your translation that you're using. But do you think that they could get away like that with a normal story? Because he might very well ask them, look here, why aren't you out of business? Since you're always coming late, why did they send for you at all?
Yes,
there's some funny business went on over there, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it, but I don't find any instruction in the Midrashim, and so I'll have to think about this matter and see whether we can't get at the substantial elements in it.
Well,
one thing is certain, these two women did manage to do the Egyptian monarch in the eye and got away with it in a very big way. And they haven't been given sufficient credit, in my opinion, that they've been left in this obscurity and ought to be brought a little more to the front of our attention.
Well, one point that I'm sure is always in your mind among as we discuss these matters is the fertility of the Bible and its power to produce, as you say, minor persons. They're not finally minor. They're not insignificant. There isn't room for 1,000 great persons. There's room only for perhaps 100 great persons, or 40 or 50. But the Bible is true. The Bible is true to the world and true to life and true to the demands maybe of any great story. So as we said on the first day, it keeps boiling to the surface. These people who would have been invisible if a great view had not been taken of their society. They're there anyway. Maybe they're all finally somehow of something like equal importance.
But look here, in this contest that we've just very informally initiated for a prize for the best woman of the Bible, would you consider these two midwives of Egypt as being legitimate contestants?
Mm-hmm. No, hardly.
No.
Hardly. Would you?
Well, I have to think about it because there's some kind of injustice being performed here in the lack of a midrashic literature about these women. All others get it in copious quantities, and they've been very much ignored.
What about Deborah? We were speaking of her a minute ago. She is a great person. Her name is a name that any girl may be proud to have today, and often is proud to have. The name survives. She is the author of one of the great songs in the Bible, isn't she?
One of the most powerful. Perhaps the most powerful in primitive strength, yes.
Yes. After that victory.
Yes, and interestingly, by the way, two greatest songs in that sense were both by women. One was Miriam singing by the seashore after the drowning of the Egyptians, and the one sung by Deborah. They're perhaps also the earliest kind of literature.
Yes. Miriam, by the way, could be a candidate, could she not?
She was a little too much in authority. She is a great figure, and I don't think she comes under our category of the so-called secondary figures. She belonged to a family in which everyone except the parents. There were only 3 children, as far as I remember, Miriam, Aaron, and Moses, and they monopolized the rulership of the people between them. And she is a gigantic figure also in the Midrash, so that I don't suppose she can enter into this. It may be one of the prerequisites of candidacy that they shouldn't be too important.
There's not very often a section of the biblical narrative which has no women in it at all. But I remember the book of Daniel. I was reading a book in which substantially there are no women. There is Daniel, and there are his three friends, the three young Hebrews with him, and there is the king of Babylon, and so forth. Are there any women in that story at all?
I remember only one woman mentioned, and that was that the queen sent for Daniel. When the handwriting appeared on the wall, the queen said to Belshazzar, Daniel will be able to interpret what the dream means.
Yes, but for the most part, it's men. Those men with the three famous names, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, remind me of a habit that Abraham Lincoln had when he looked out of his office window sometime in the White House and saw three senators coming. Three senators whom he particularly deplored. And whenever he saw them crossing the street to the White House, he said, "Here come Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego."
Their names were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah.
Yes.
But talking of the book of Daniel, you've raised it, do you realize how many famous phrases come from this single book of Daniel?
Daniel?
Yes. It reminds me of the woman who complained when she went to see a performance of Hamlet. She said she would have enjoyed it if there hadn't been so many quotations in it.
Yes.
And here is the book of Daniel. When you read it, you can think of a host of them. The handwriting on the wall,
yes,
of course, comes from the book of Daniel. And
Daniel in the lion's den.
Daniel in the lion's den. Daniel come to judgment. Mene, mene, tekeru farsin. Thou art weighed in the balance and found wanting.
Weighed in the balance.
The idol with the feet of clay is, of course, also from Daniel. It's packed with these allusions which have caught the popular fancy all over the world. And the book of Daniel became, as you know, one of the enigmas of the world, so that even a man like Newton, the man of mathematics, spent years writing about the apocalyptic meaning of the figures in the book of Daniel. But it's odd, as you suggested, it hasn't occurred to me before. There isn't any woman playing a role in there when it is, as a matter of fact, a book profoundly connected with the whole destiny of the Jewish people. There should have been some female figure to balance the multiplicity of the men.
Of course, the fiery furnace is another one of those phrases, isn't it? Did you mention the fiery furnace?
No, I didn't. Come to think of it again, there's the fact that these three men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, as they're now known by their non-Jewish names, in spite of the heroic role, the high symbolism which their names are invested with, don't appear anymore.
Yeah.
They just came. They were with Daniel at the beginning, and with him they ate, your translation would say vegetables.
Yes.
They ate vegetables. They refused to eat meat. The old translation says pulse, and I must say I prefer it, because eating vegetables makes me think a little bit too much of a crank.
Yes, a vegetarian.
That's right. And they're mentioned there, and then they're mentioned in the fiery furnace, and that's the end of them,
yes,
which is a curious imbalance.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 12th in the 15-week Eternal Light Summer Series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 8th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
Former Soviet Ambassador George F. Kennan will meet the press today on the NBC radio network.
Words we live by. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present The Supporting Cast of the Bible, the 13th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
Mark, I'm afraid that this morning
we really have to digress a little from the program we originally set ourselves and take in a subject that's been haunting us, as it were, in between our talks, and that is the subject of conversations that appear in the Bible, or colloquies between men and God, interchanges of views, and that curious experience of men when they're confronted with the supreme power and they seem to talk back at it, and what this means.
Well, I have always found, Maurice, that is one of the most impressive and indeed magnificent things in the Bible, namely the freedom with which Abraham, for instance, Moses, Gideon, almost any one of the greater or major heroes of the Bible, the freedom with which he can converse with God and argue with him, or at any rate offer criticism, or offer at any rate queries as to why God is doing what he is, and whether he should do it. This, we may not often realize, perhaps distinguishes the Hebrew Bible from all other Bibles of the world, because I know of none other in which the human beings are so free. They are also bound, they are also under some kind of destiny. They must do this or that, or they will perish. And yet this sense of destiny that they have, this sense of necessity that presses on them, still leaves them free. So they act like people arguing with one another.
There's something more. There seems to be no kind of person that God won't talk to. He talks with Cain and gets a very wicked answer. He talks with Lot. He talks with Laban. There's nobody obscure or corrupt enough to be free from God's intrusion into his life.
That's true, and he's always willing to give reasons for what he does. Although from time to time, to be sure, he must say, I can give you no reason because you wouldn't understand it. Nevertheless, he will listen to query and complaint. And he's very sensitive, I take it, to the claim sometimes brought against him that he is not just.
Well, there's something, I think, more than that. If we take the first great conversation, first great colloquy between Abraham and God at the time of the threatened destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, I get the impression that what God is trying to do with Abraham is to urge him, although without words, appeal to my mercy. It looks on the surface as though Abraham is questioning God. He says, will you destroy the city and sweep away the just with the unjust? If there are 50 men, and Abraham, superficially at least, seems to be sweating it out, going from 50 to 45 and then down to the number 10. But all the while, if you read carefully, you get the impression that God is implying, you appeal to my mercy. It's perfectly all right. And that's what I take to be the meaning of the fact that at 10, Abraham stops. Why didn't Abraham go down and reduce the principle to its final, so to speak, logical conclusion, supposing there's only one man? And I get the impression that Abraham was afraid there wasn't even one man, and he'd have no case whatsoever.
You mean not even his nephew Lot?
Not even his nephew Lot, because his nephew Lot, first of all, wasn't included. He was warned to leave the city. And that raises another point, by the way, now you mention it. The argument also seems to have a secondary significance. Abraham could have said to God, you're not going to destroy the innocent with the guilty. Let the innocent be taken out and destroy the city. And Abraham doesn't do that. He said, you're going to destroy the city, implying that if you destroy the city, you must destroy the others as well. What's the meaning of that?
Well, it is very strange. I must confess I have no answer offhand. Have you?
No, not an answer, but I have a kind of surmise that what we are dealing with here isn't just individuals, but with organized society, and that here you have a social organism which, as such, is on the point of dissolution because it cannot stand up to the elementary necessities of life, which are, in the deepest sense, moral. And therefore the organism goes as such.
Yes, and whereas later on God will want to destroy the whole race of Israel,
because of its backsliding, because of its stiff-necked opposition to him and indifference to him, yet he can always be persuaded not to do so, and that's what some of our colloquies will be about.
That's right. To digress a moment.
You know, Maurice, let me remind you that during this colloquy between Abraham and God about the destruction of the cities of the plain, you're quite right that Abraham sweats that out, because 3 times at least he pauses or interrupts himself and says, but look, listen, what am I doing? Here am I, asking God to do something he presumably does not want to do. Here am I arguing with him, whereas I'm mere dust and ashes. Isn't it presumptuous of me to do this? Here I am venturing to speak to the Lord. Please don't be angry with me. He makes all of these gestures of humility, and they're, of course, perfectly honest gestures, and yet he goes on making the request, and I think you may be right.
There's something in that.
I'll put it into his mind to appeal to God's mercy.
There's something in that also, I think, of the oriental flourish of a bargain, that you surround every concession and every request with a preliminary indication that I know I'm going to be very absurd when I suggest this, but won't you please consider it? There's also some kind of humor in it.
Yes.
There's a very gentle smile playing over the whole episode, that here God actually is naturally glad, rejoices that this man is so deeply imbued with the moral principle that he wants to know, why is this happening? And in the end, we see that the cities are hopelessly involved in corruption and in ruin. They cannot be saved as organisms. And coming to what you said about Moses, you remember that when Moses came down from the mountain and found the Israelites dancing around the golden calf, he was infuriated. He broke the tablets of the law, and he had God's threat, let me destroy this people and let me make a people out of you. And Moses said, don't do that. What will the Egyptians say? And all sorts of irrelevant arguments, actually, as though God had to take into account what will the Joneses think, that sort of thing. Actually, it was the same principle at work. Can this society or this people survive? Because Moses reflected, I presume, well, supposing God does make of me a new people, the same problem's going to arise again.
Yes, and of course, Moses also on that occasion dares to remind God of his original covenant with respect to the people of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. He says, after all, you promised certain things, and here you seem to be forgetting your promise. The background of all this, in my mind, the thing that makes it so important, and I think it's what makes the Bible, the great book that it is, really the book of the world, is that these persons who are subject to God, inferior to him in power, and of course life, are nevertheless, as I said, free and great. In other words, they are individuals. I know of no other religion which tells how God made individuals as God makes these individuals. And I think he meant it when he made them individuals. What is an individual except a person whom even God in some sense does not know? His knowledge may penetrate to all the parts of the universe, and yet there may be something at the center of any individual mind which God does not know. The individual still can surprise him, still can irritate him, or can please him more than he expected to be pleased.
And he leaves an area of the unpredictable in every individual, and that is the individuality.
And that's what individuality is.
Well, going back again to the colloquy of Moses with God, the best-known colloquy, I suppose, in the Bible is God and Moses at the burning bush. And what you said before, this small person arguing with God as to whether God's decree is really very wisely taken and oughtn't he reconsider it. The amazing thing is to me that here was Moses, to whom God had never spoken before as far as the biblical narrative goes, at the burning bush. Suddenly the Lord of the universe, the maker of all the spaces, appears to him and says, go to Egypt and do these and these things. And Moses answers with the 2 most famous words in any language. Who, me?
Yes, who am I?
He can't grasp it. You'd think that ordinarily the person would be overwhelmed, and if God has commanded it, well, there it is. And moreover, he would be filled with a megalomaniac consciousness of having been selected. But the individuality is not shattered, as you point out. It seems to be there, this conversation, for the purpose of bringing out this individuality. And There's no wonder that Moses is spoken of as the meekest man in the world, and the meekest that ever lived, if in such circumstances, instead of going off his head and becoming quite mad with a sense of power and privilege, he says, look, I can't even speak. I'm not a good speaker.
Yeah.
What am I going to do about it? The triviality of it. As a matter of fact, Moses is a very good speaker, because the things he says in various places in the Bible have the authentic power of a great master of words. But he says, I can't speak. Don't send me.
And of course, God is almost angry with him. At one point, when he repeats that statement, God says, if you did speak, who would make you speak? Whose words would you be?
He's not very angry, because what he finishes up with is, all right, take Aaron, and you'll tell him what to say, and he'll be your mouthpiece.
You said, Maurice, that Moses speaks two very famous words. I might say three. Who am I? When God gives him this responsibility to speak to all of his people about what they should do. Of course, in answer to that, God speaks the most famous words that he, I suppose, ever speaks in this book. When Moses says to him, but nevertheless you say you will be with me, you try to reassure and comfort me, and yet what will happen when I go to my people and say that you spoke to me? What will happen if they ask me what your name is? What is his name? What am I to say to them then? And then I suppose, quite possibly the most important words in the Bible are spoken. I am that I am. I am who I am. I am has sent you. Because nothing else so perfectly underlines the Hebrew conception, which I take to be basic, the conception that the existence of God is more important than anything else about him. He is the only person, with a capital P, I suppose, that truly and wholly and simply exists. His existence is a thing that the Hebrews had a conception of such as no other people have ever had.
Yes, there he divests himself of identity because he cannot be identified.
Yeah.
In the...
but he is being. He
is being itself. In the later development of Jewish theology, it's made manifest that you do not define God by anything except the absence of anthropomorphic identification.
No, the absence of non-existence. So
that's it.
The Greeks had another view of their gods, it seems to me, altogether. They thought of their gods as having natures. They had the god of this, the god of that. Their gods behaved certain ways. Their gods had form. Their gods had, of course, many names and biographies and whatnot. And the Greeks, consistently with that, had this consuming interest in the nature of the world. What is it like? In other words, they were scientists and artists. But the Hebrews, from the first to the last, it seems to me, were able to hold on to the idea of mere existence. Well, the existence of God was more important than anything else.
Well, that's it. I think you've touched on something essential here. I suppose that in one way we can distinguish between the Greek outlook on the nature of God and the Hebrew outlook by contrasting Xenophanes with the Bible. Xenophanes saying that man makes God in his image. You remember that famous passage of his? He says that if Thracians would picture God, they would make God with red hair and snub noses. And if a horse would think of God, he would think of him as a horse. And the Hebrews said that God made man in his image, not the other way around.
And they always stuck to that.
And it goes down to the modern world, too, by the way. When you think of the extreme scientificist, I won't say scientific, the scientificist attitude on God and man, you come to Pavlov, who said that man consists of nothing but conditioned reflexes, and he quotes the dog, and which is, by the way, spelt the opposite word of God, D-O-G and G-O-D. And the answer of the Jewish outlook is, it is not a conditioned reflex in its multiplied varieties that are represented here. There's something that conditioned reflexes cannot explain.
Well, now, the Greeks, I think, would never have been able to write such a thing as the first chapter of Genesis. I think they had not that kind of interest in the beginning of the world. I think for them the world never began. They had very little curiosity about what the world would be like if there weren't any. They took the world as it was, examined it as scientists, reproduced it as artists, but did not speculate concerning the awful fact of its sheer existence, whereas the Hebrews, beginning as they did with this first chapter of Genesis, when God makes the world out of nothing, which the Greeks said nothing could not be done. You see, the Greeks thought quite firmly that nothing could be made out of nothing. The Hebrew said there was nothing, and then there was the world. And that remains, I should say, the paramount fact throughout. You have the sense that God can unmake the world.
Well, that is something I think that we referred to in last year's talks, this problem of the Greek and the Hebrew and the contrasting effects of their final philosophy. But it comes down, as we return to these colloquies that we are discussing, it comes down also to a respect for personality. If there is this power, and if this power created man, it didn't create man as an automaton, because that isn't an act of creation. And again, in the conversations between Moses and God, there's one of the most remarkable, one of the most moving as well, one that one can hardly read carefully without tears coming to one's eyes, when Moses has what one might almost call an angry conversation with God. You remember when the Israelites became sick of the manna?
Yes.
And they said, standing at the doors of their tents and weeping, they said, there's nothing but this manna in front of us. And you remember the leeks and the onions and the garlics that we used to eat in Egypt for nothing, too. They got it for nothing. Such is the memory of man, by the way. They forgot what they paid for it.
Yes.
And then there's a conversation between Moses and God. And what Moses says first is, why hast thou dealt ill with thy servant? I can't carry these people. Why should I carry them as a nursing father carries his little ones? I can't carry this burden. He doesn't blame the Israelites. He first of all alludes to his own incapacity. And then when God tells him, I'll give them meat, he said, I'll give them meat not only for 1 day, and for 2 days, and for 10 days, and for 20 days. I'm going to give them for a month till it creeps out of their nostrils.
Yeah.
So I'll teach them to eat meat. And suddenly Moses perks up his ears and says, what? You're going to slaughter herds and cattle? They wouldn't suffice. What do you mean? It's like two people arguing, like two partners in an enterprise. You can't do this sort of thing. He forgets all of a sudden that he's speaking to the omnipotent, to the almighty, who can create millions of herds. It just terrifies him that he'll have to feed 600,000 people with meat, and where am I going to get it from?
Yes, where can I get meat to give to all those people? And of course they do get it. They get too much of it, and as a matter of fact, thousands of them die, don't they, from plague, while the meat is in their teeth.
Between their teeth. Tradition tells us to heighten the effect that actually the manna which the Jews ate in the wilderness wasn't just as the Bible intimates, like coriander seed, that actually it could be cooked in an infinite variety of forms, and it tasted like anything that you want. And there's very good warrant for this interpretation, because once you get the notion that the Israelites, this still undisciplined and unformed and uncrystallized people, actually, within a year or two, I don't think it was more, having left Egypt, suddenly said, oh, how nice it was over there. We had all the food that we wanted. We didn't pay a thing for it. There is the element of perversity there and of ingratitude, which makes it quite probable that the manna was any kind of food that you wanted, and what they were protesting against was the rigor of their self-discipline in any form, their refusal to take on character, their incapacity to appreciate they were no longer slaves and they had to bear the responsibilities and the pangs of free men. And this was the root of the trouble, not the fact that there wasn't meat to eat.
Surely. I hope that we can remember the particular animus, with, if I may use that word, with which God promises enough meat to come out of their nostrils. Hope we can remember that when, on a later occasion, we should be talking about the famous conversation between Samuel and God, when the people have asked Samuel for a king. Almost the same thing happens. God says, no, they had better not have one. They have one.
What happens, not just for 40 days, but he gives them kings, all right, for something.
For generations.
For generations, and then they learn what the taste of it is when the king, as happened to in the majority of instances, wasn't one that either pleased the people or pleased God. You know, here's one of the interesting uniformities that run through the majority of the conversations. You find that never does a man, or hardly ever does a man, plead with God to do something wrong.
What God inspires the man to do is to plead for something right.
That's very important.
At the very worst, you find Cain answering with that churlish and immortally brutal statement, "Am I my brother's keeper?" This evasiveness. But you don't have someone going to God, God having said that he will deal with someone mercifully and deal with people gently, saying, "No, don't do that. You destroy them." It's always the other way around. It is God provoking man to dwell upon his attribute of mercy and to form a sort of notion that if you plead with him, which is what he wants you to do, you are actually penetrating to his inmost nature.
Very shortly after this colloquy about the meat, another one occurs. As a matter of fact, Aaron is the talker in this case, rather than Moses. Very shortly after the episode of the meat, you may remember Miriam and Aaron begin to speak against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, "Is it only through Moses alone that the Lord has spoken? Has he not spoken through us as well?" And the Lord heard Aaron and Miriam saying this. Now the man Moses was very modest, was very meek, as you've just been saying. And he would not have protested himself. But God does protest. He asks Moses to bring Aaron and Miriam before him. Says, "Come, all of you three, to the tent of meeting." And they go there. And God then says very plainly to Miriam and Aaron that they should not have spoken against his prophet. "Mouth to mouth do I speak with him, plainly and not in riddles, in the very form of the Lord does he behold. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" So the anger of the Lord blazes against those two. And Miriam suddenly becomes leprous, white as snow with leprosy. And it is then that Aaron, through Moses, I believe, protests to God against the cruelty of that, against the fact that it is beyond necessity at all, and God instantly changes his mind and lets her be in that condition only for a while, and then she is well again. So here's a further case in which God can be appealed to undo something that he's done when his anger blazes. Probably half the colloquies, wouldn't you say so, deal with that situation?
The appeal to mercy and the encouragement in men to appeal to him. I was thinking while you mentioned the Miriam and Aaron episode and the Ethiopian woman, I was thinking of that incident where it's reported to Moses that people are running through the camp prophesying also, as though he'd be shocked at this usurpation of his privilege. And you remember his answer, "Would to God that everyone, that they would all prophesy the way I could," which is the most natural answer for him to give. And almost it isn't like modesty. It is so instinctive and organic with him that he feels like someone, to take a lesser illustration for a greater thesis, someone who enjoys music greatly. I wish everybody did.
Yes.
Or who has some intellectual enjoyment. I wish everybody did. It doesn't occur to him as being confined to him. And it is always the smaller people who are more jealous of the privileges of their leader than the leader himself, if he is a leader in that spirit.
What do you think about this matter? Sometimes when I read those colloquies in which one of the heroes, doubting his own capacity perhaps to carry out God's will, and doubting even that it is God who is speaking to him, because sometimes that doubt seems to exist, asks God for a sign. You remember Moses does not hesitate to ask him for a sign.
Yes, at the burning bush he asks for a very powerful sign.
Yes, and the sign comes. The sign in that case is that his hand put into his bosom becomes leprous and then ceases to be so. What is the other one?
The snake.
The snake.
The rod which is turned into the snake.
Yes, it turns into a snake and then it becomes a staff again. Gideon, of course, much later, when he is needed as a judge to save Israel, is suddenly confronted by God with this duty that lies before him. And he very frankly says, "Yes, but how do I know that it is you speaking to me? Will you give me a sign? Will you do certain things right now here before me?" There's the famous business of the fleece. Remember the fleece?
Yeah, well, the first thing was, of course, that the angel, or the text sometimes uses the word for God, or in one place at any rate, and in another place it says the angel of the Lord, he stretched out his staff and consumed the
the sacrifice with the food, with the flame. And then there was the fleece, wet and dry.
Yes.
That's against the dry and wet atmosphere.
Yes, all the dew should fall on everything else except the fleece, and then the reverse.
Yes.
Well, now, I wonder why it is that God does not protest against this request for a sign. Why doesn't he say, you should be able to believe me simply and purely?
Here is what I've often thought about. Among the pagans, it was a custom for a man to make up his mind to do a thing, and then he went to the auguries. And the entrails of birds, or the flying of birds, or the way the birds pecked at the food, he had made up his mind first. In the case of the Hebrew tradition, God came to him and said to him, you've got to do this. And the man doubted, possibly, whether he was called to this mission, whether he wasn't having illusions. It wasn't he who forced the issue. It was God who came with the issue to him, and the man said, well, I just don't trust myself. Give me such overwhelming evidence that I feel no hesitancy in going ahead with this.
Yes, but you see, my only point is this. The man might very well doubt his own capacity, doubt that he could do this tremendous thing that he's now asked to do. But perhaps he shouldn't doubt that it is God who is asking him to do it.
In the very first instance, I like to think of it another way, that here a man is, and suddenly out of the blue, almost literally out of the blue, there comes this terrific experience. It is proper for him to doubt himself. He reels under the
himself,
impact.
Yes, by all means.
And doubting himself, he must doubt the evidence of his senses at first, until by repetition and confirmation it's made abundant to him. Either he is completely mad, in which case he's not responsible, or else this is the ultimate reality which is operating through him. There's a contrast here, and a violent contrast, with the attitude of the pagan world, in which the power resides in the man. He looks for auguries, but he is the originating power. So we see in the instance that you've just cited, that Gideon should not ultimately become a megalomaniac and be carried away by this privilege. He is forced to reduce his army. You remember, first send away the people who are faint of heart. I don't want them in my midst. And then afterwards they went down at the famous well of Harod, or the spring of Harod, and those men that lapped water with their tongues like dogs, out. And those that modestly took the water in their cup, in the cup of their hands, and drank it in a human fashion, they were the ones to do it. Only 300. That further reduced any possibility that Gideon would say, think of himself, I've been the man that's destined, I can do with anything. By the way, there's a colony there now at Ein Harod in Israel today. It's called by the name, the Well of Harod, one of the oldest and the largest of the colonies that we have in the New Israel.
Well, Gideon obviously was a man for signs, because he even asked God to make some signs whereby the people themselves might be chosen. Well, I quite agree that it would have been beyond the power of any man to understand what, after all, he can understand when a sign is given him. I mean, the authority must be translated. Isn't that the word of God coming too directly would consume him?
There's what you suggest, the double problem. The man must not be crushed.
Yes.
The man must remain a man, and therefore if he's to remain a man, he cannot identify himself with God and say, God said this, I have no doubts, I am everything. There's that problem. On the other hand, he has to be the instrument and therefore has to accept his destiny. And the play between these two problems is the one that produces the spirit of these colloquies.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 13th in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the 9th of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation. The Words We Live By. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Words We Live By, the summer series of the Eternal Light program, which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today we present the supporting cast of the Bible, the 14th in this series of 15 outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel, two of America's foremost men of letters. Mr. Samuel.
I think the next brilliant colloquy or significant one after Gideon, whom we discussed last week, is the one between Samuel and God in connection with the Israelite plea for a king.
Yes, nothing interests me more, Maurice, at least nothing with something like a political dimension than this conversation. I take it that from this, almost all political wisdom could be derived. The people suddenly want a king such as their neighbors have. They have the inestimable privilege of a king in the sky. They do not see the distinction between this king in the sky and the king on the earth, such as I say, their neighbors have, a king who can go out with chariots and with armies and who can tax them and who can victimize them also. They want a king like that. And they come to Samuel saying so. And Samuel, although we know that he disapproves of the notion, says he must take the matter up with God. And then the colloquy starts. Isn't that your understanding of it?
I think the operative phrase is the one you mentioned in a sort of interpretation of the Bible phrase, like their neighbors. It isn't just that they want a king. They say very specifically that we may also be like the nations. After all, if they hadn't the example of the nations and they spoke of a king as being, let us say, a hereditary judge, or one whom they don't have to elect, and there's a royal line, it mightn't have been so bad. But when they threw in that phrase, that we may also be like the nations, this was the really offensive part.
Yes, they were keeping up with the Hittites.
That was one thing, and another one was that they had the example of what kings were, and they knew that kings were people who were tempted to arrogate to themselves divine powers and to interpose themselves between men and God, and nevertheless they wanted one. And in fact, that's what is meant by God's expostulation when he says, they haven't rejected you, Samuel. There's no reason for you to be offended if they want a king, but they've rejected me that I should not be king over them. It was this divinity worship of kings which was at play here.
You know, this all throws a certain light very creditably back upon Gideon, who, toward the end of his great adventures in the saving of the Israelites, was suddenly asked by them if he didn't want to rule over them, if he didn't want to be their king. Yes. And he says, I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you, since the Lord rules over you. Gideon was perfectly firm about this, and Gideon is sort of midway among all those judges who understood this perfectly. But now, it isn't understood anymore.
Yeah, but if any man could have had the kind of false ambition which was associated with kingship, that man might have been Moses. And the thought of Moses being king is such an indignity for Moses. He was so far above it because he was so far below such ambitions that one doesn't even think of Moses as a king. And throughout the refusal to arrogate to himself any particular position because of the labor that he's doing and the dedication to which he's been destined, throws into relief this absurdity of the people, let's have a king.
It's very interesting to me that God is so liberal with them at this point, gives them so much rope. After having made it perfectly clear to Samuel what the error is in desiring a king, and after spelling out to Samuel what he should say to the people by way of warning of what will happen to them if they have kings, you know, there's that long statement about what the king will do to them. Eventually, some king will. Now, Saul doesn't rule long enough to be able to do it, and David and Solomon are good kings, but you can have bad kings, and bad kings always come along pretty soon. After all that has happened, and the people still say they want the king, and Samuel reports this decision to God, God says very simply, listen to their appeal and make them a king. All right, they may have their king, just as he'd said to Moses, they may have their meat.
Well, that goes back to that question of whether human beings are going to be automata or whether they're going to listen to a lesson, ignore it, and learn it the hard way. This is the growth of man, that he can't acquire wisdom by having it injected into him. Then he wouldn't be a human being. The whole of this human scene wouldn't have occurred, and there'd be, as a matter of fact, there'd be nothing to talk about. If we got all our instructions, we followed them out, and we never came to any harm and didn't have to learn anything, life would be something that, to me, at any rate, is inconceivable. I couldn't project that kind of a life onto the screen of my imagination. This is the human scene, and one of the aspects of the Hebrew Bible is that it holds the mirror up to life. This is life, and this is the struggle of man, and this is one of the instances.
Well, now, this is in spite of the fact that you and I both thoroughly understand the political principle involved. Yet you are saying, and I quite agree with you, that the greatness of God consists, among other things, in his willingness to let us learn this for ourselves. Probably any person now alive must be aware of the danger that besets any people who begin to think that in a man whom they choose to rule them, or who chooses to rule them, in a man all wisdom exists. Any truly living society, I think, lives by an idea which is greater than any man, or lives maybe by a constitution, lives by a set of principles, lives maybe with a God. That would be the best thing of all. And sometimes the President of the United States, in one of his speeches, invokes God, and we may or may not believe that he means it when he says it. But when we do think he means it, he has great authority over us, because it is not his authority that he is invoking, but the authority of someone greater than he. Probably no political society is healthy unless it is understood by all persons involved that there is something greater even than the ruler.
Well, also, the lesson that we have to learn is that the best of kings is imperfect.
Of course.
The king that's been raised to the highest pitch of admiration and of religious affection by the Jews is David, who was a man who sinned and repented and sinned again and repented, so that we see even he was incapable of taking the place of the eternal.
Although the sublime distinction of David surely must be his capacity always to remember and love God. Is that not true? There is never any doubt, I think, in his mind that God is his superior.
Yes, he is supremely the struggling man in a perpetual anguish of good intent and occasional lapse. So that no wonder he himself said, or it's attributed to him in the Psalm, you remember that famous passage, for the just man shall fall 7 times and shall rise again. Yipol tzadik sheva v'kam. And the last colloquy between David and God, you remember, was also in the form of a melancholy rebuke to what David had done apparently with good intent. You remember when God comes to him in the final hour, and David wants to be the builder of the temple. He wants to have the glory of having supplied the house for the Lord. And you remember God's answer.
By the way, can you help me a little bit in understanding that answer? I've never been perfectly clear in my mind as to why it is that God declines to let David build a house for God. He says, you may have your own house. I will build a house for you, but you may not build a house for me. Your son, Solomon, will do that. Just why is it?
Well, the words spoken by God, this is not in the record of the king, it's in the record of the Chronicles. Thou hast shed blood abundantly and hast made great wars. Thou shalt not build a house unto my name, because thou hast shed much blood upon the earth in my sight. A son shall be born to thee, who shall be a man of rest, and I will give him rest from his enemies round about, for his name shall be Solomon, and will give him peace and quietness. unto Israel in his day.
Well,
Apparently, even the shedding of blood for the establishment of the people, even the shedding of blood in, let us call it a just war, is some sort of mournful reflection upon the man. And God did not want the temple to be associated with a warrior, which is the extraordinary distinction between that concept and the concept of the ancients, and for that matter, the concept of moderns. You go into St. Paul's Cathedral in London, and on every hand you find plaques and statues and intaglios to this warrior and that admiral and that fighter. And among the ancient Greeks, of course, and among the Romans, they would place the statue of emperor and general and warrior in their temples. And here God said, you shed blood. He doesn't rebuke him for it, but it is unbecoming that you should also be the builder of the temple.
Well, I'm very grateful to this, because I hadn't realized that it was in Chronicles that I should find it. In the second book of Samuel, where the colloquy actually takes place, or at least principally takes place, it had not been clear to me that that was the reason. God says, I took you from the pasture where you herded sheep. I made you a leader over my people, and I've been with you wherever you have gone, and I've cut off all your enemies from before you, and I will make for you a great name, like the name of the great who are in the earth, and I shall build you a house, but you may not build me one. I think this thing that you bring to bear upon the question is most illuminating. You speak of how in St. Paul's Cathedral in London there are monuments to warriors. It is still rather lamentably true, isn't it, that our greatest presidents are the ones who had wars. Washington,
yes,
Lincoln.
On the other hand, Lincoln, and yet I can't think of a man more conformable to my concept of a peaceful person than Lincoln was.
Yes,
it was to him a supreme agony that he had to be a war president.
Well, when you say that, you are saying that he is something like David, are you not? That is to say, the necessities were terrible.
Yes, I do frankly think of Abraham Lincoln as a biblical figure.
So do I. He became more and more
how fitting, by the way, that he should have had the name Abraham.
Yes.
He shouldn't have been called by some pagan name like Alexander.
Yes, that's true. But the irony of his career, his public career, his career as president, consisted in the fact that almost from the moment that he was inaugurated until the moment he died, a war was going on.
Yes.
One of the worst of all wars.
I think that the greatest feature of the American people is its adoration of Lincoln.
Yes.
That if I were asked, where do I see the salvation of America, I say it is in the fact that they've taken Lincoln to their hearts and they've begun to build legends about him, whether literally legends or whether by implication, that this sad, gentle, and humorous figure, too, at the same time, should have become, one may almost put it, the patron saint of America.
Yes.
And it's not only in America, as you know, all over the world, he has become one of those great, I think you can call it a religious figure all over the world.
Well, he was also, however, in addition to all the things that you mentioned, he was also a very powerful man. If you say sad and gentle and humorous, you might suggest a retreating or weak person. He had a tremendous impact upon others.
Oh, but he also had great physical force. He loved to think of himself as a first-class rail splitter, you remember, among other things.
Yes, but also as president, he had a power over men which nobody else could quite understand. I think the parallel in my own mind between him and David is most illuminating at this point. In both men, what we finally realize is an almost unfathomable depth of character, unfathomable richness and depth of character. There is great strength.
You actually mean the retreats where even God himself wouldn't penetrate?
I suspect so.
Abysses of inspiration and of secret association with powers that God left to the man's hegemony, and he didn't intrude on it. It occurs to me when you ask about David and the temple, it would have seemed to me to be altogether too much heaping up a function upon a man, that David should have been the effective founder of the kingdom, the man with the dazzling career, with that multi-sided world of experience of the shepherd boy and the singer, the psalmist, the warrior, the statesman, and the builder of the temple. That's a bit too much. And so God said, I can imagine, well, that's enough for you. You've got to leave something for somebody else. You can't, as it were, engross all of the historic functions of a man. And he gave it to Solomon to build the temple, even though Solomon is in many ways not the equal of David in his appeal. And you would say of Solomon, the very wise man, that he fell even shorter of his ideal than David did of his.
Do you think Solomon, by the way, was perfectly ingenuous? I'm not denying that he was. I'm not even doubting that he was. And yet it's a little surprising to hear him say, as he says at the beginning of his famous conversation with God in which he asks for wisdom, does not ask for riches, and God repays him by giving him both. When he says, I am nothing compared with my father. I am a little child by comparison with my father. I am nobody. I am helpless. I am tongue-tied. I am weak. Give me at least the strength of wisdom. Is it perfectly clear to you that he means every word of that?
You mean that he was toadying? That he said, I'll fix this. I know what God is like. If I ask him for the riches, you say, is that all you want? And he'd be disappointed. So he put one over, so to speak, and said, all I want you to give me is wisdom, because that's my best chance. Well, that's a little too ingenuous. I should have to think that Solomon wasn't at all wise, because that is only the attitude of a foolish person trying to put one over on God and saying, I'll make this, and then I'll get both of them.
Well, I'm not sure. Now, this is what he actually says. Thou hast shown great kindness to thy servant David, that my father, according as he walked before thee in truth, in righteousness, and in uprightness of heart with thee. And thou hast kept in store for him this great kindness, in that thou hast given him a son who sits on his throne this day. Now, therefore, O Lord my God, thou hast made thy servant king in the place of David my father, while I am a little child in comparison. I know not how to go out or come in. Thy servant also is in the midst of thy people whom thou hast chosen, a vast people who cannot be numbered or counted for multitude. Give thy servant, therefore, an attentive mind to judge thy people in righteousness, and to discern between good and evil. For who is able to judge this great people of thine?
That's the translation you're using. I think that the translation that put out by the Jewish Publication Society gives us a deeper insight. It says, give thy servant an understanding heart.
Yes.
To judge thy people, that I may discern between good and evil. Solomon does strike me as having a great passion for understanding. Whether it's the tradition or the story that is attributed to him, that intellectually had that hunger simultaneously with the ability and the humility, which would make that typical of him. I don't think there was a maneuver there. It wasn't a piece of strategy.
No, I wasn't really suggesting it.
Because when we go on further, there comes to him the adjuration of God that the house of prayer shall be a house of prayer for all the nations, that are men coming there from afar off. This is Solomon's plea afterwards, under God's guidance, we would assume, that if a stranger come from a far land and make his prayer in that place, then God would look from his throne and grant it to him also.
You know, the wisdom that he is given manifests itself, as we all know, right away in the famous case of the two women who come before him arguing about a child, and he handles the case expeditiously and brilliantly and beyond any doubt. The Queen of Sheba, you remember, when she comes to see him later, when he's so famous, not only for his riches but his wisdom, surveys his riches, also hears him trying cases, hears him judging individuals, and goes away sadly because she could never be either as rich or as wise as Solomon. It occurs to me that the kind of wisdom that he had to ask God for is probably something that no man gets by trying or by education, or by going to a law school, for instance. It's the kind of wisdom that we find in people sometimes quite regardless of their education. Sancho Panza has it in Cervantes' is a great book. Remember, his master, Don Quixote, doesn't expect, I think, Sancho to turn out to be the really very wise judge that he is on that island of his. But Sancho proceeds to settle cases with the wisdom that is almost knocks people over.
Yes, well, this is the...
It's given him by God.
Yes, this is the longing of people to find in what we call simpletons, or what Dostoevsky calls the idiot, to find in them they promise that without having the brilliance and the coruscating minds of the learned, they have a path also, if they will seek it, they have a path also to this discerning and understanding heart.
Well, we pay tribute to this principle when we say of a man that he's educated, but he hasn't any sense. He knows everything, and yet he doesn't know the...
He knows everything, but doesn't know what to do with it.
He doesn't know what to do with it.
That's like first-class etymologists know all the words, but what the words are for is not their business.
That's right. Well, sense, more and more take to be a very great term. A person who has no sense is obviously lost. It doesn't make any difference how many degrees he has or how much proficiency he has.
He has no sense.
That's true.
I was thinking that all these colloquies that we've been talking about are interchanges of opinion. Would you say that the great colloquy, perhaps it takes equal rank with the colloquy of Moses and God round the burning bush? The colloquy between Job and God at the end of the book of Job, is that an exchange, or would you think of it as being the crushing rejoinder of the Almighty of a man against a man who has reared his head and begun to inquire?
Well, I would look upon the whole book as a colloquy between God and Job, actually, although the two are not face-to-face, so to speak. They're not conversing with each other. But the whole book, for me, is a trial of Job, flows out of the original incident in which we hear Satan saying very maliciously to God, the only reason that Job is a good man is that he is fortunate. You have heaped favors upon him. He is well, and he's healthy, and he's rich, and everything goes well with him. Just try him. Take all those good things away from him and see if he will still love you. Now, although from that moment until the end, no words are spoken between Job and God, yet it's clear that God is listening to all that Job says and all that his friends say to him, and is storing up memories of that conversation. To me, the conversation of the book is chiefly between Job and his friends, including Elihu. Then at the end, God comes, as you say, with that crushing statement, which does not finally crush Job either, because Job cannot be crushed. His greatness consists in the fact that he cannot be crushed. I think God loves Job because Job upholds his integrity throughout.
I see it somewhat otherwise. I see it that the argument between Job and his friends, although it is under God's surveillance all the time, is an attempt to answer a riddle which is unanswerable. The friends of Job, the famous Job's comforters, tell him, you must have done something wrong or this would not have happened to you. And Job protests, no, I didn't.
Yeah, but that's very important.
But here's the point, that these men do not represent, in my opinion, God's view.
Oh, of course not. No.
Inasmuch as what they're trying to do is to equate virtue with prudence.
That's right.
That if you are virtuous, you will not suffer, and if you're wicked, you're going to suffer, and it's because you've been wicked. Now, this reduces the whole concept of virtue or of goodness to a bargain, and therefore it is a form of cunning to be good, and the two concepts are completely at variance with each other, and the riddle remains.
Yes.
What is the meaning of the suffering of the good man, which, by the way, as you know, occurs frequently in the Bible. Why do the innocent suffer? It began with, you remember, with Abraham questioning God and saying, wilt thou destroy the innocent with the guilty?
Yes, but nobody knows this better than Job in the middle of the book, does he? I mean, Job keeps saying, no, you're wrong. I will not attempt to curry favor with God by telling lies. He
won't put on a pretended humility for the purpose of getting a good mark.
Yes, you want me to lie to God and tell him that I think I know why I'm being treated this way. He says, I love God so much that I will continue to say that I do not know why it is. Now, he doesn't go beyond that point and say that he rejects and hates God, although he's very bitter in his account of what God has done to him. And he's very bitter in his statement that he is totally unable to understand it. It looks like injustice. And yet he says, my mind is open on this point. I still don't understand it, and I will not pretend to understand it. Away with you who think this easy to understand.
See, and in the end, he is justified by God. God says he was the man that spoke correctly, and the others had spoken badly, and they're bidden to bring a sacrifice in expiation of their sin. What occurs to me, going back to a question that we had before, as to wisdom and understanding of human beings. I've often put it to myself this way, and it occurs to me to ask you now. Who do you think understands human nature better, Shakespeare or Freud?
I would say Shakespeare.
I would say so, too, because we're bidden to think of Freud as being the scientific investigator of the conduct of man and of the sources of man's impulses. And nevertheless, it was an artist like Shakespeare that we've placed at the head, by almost common consent, at the head of those who understand human beings.
Well, Freud might have admitted that. You may remember that on one occasion, perhaps his 70th birthday, he was presented with all sorts of statements about what a great scientist he was, and he said, "Thank you very much, but I should prefer to be called a poet."
Yes, well, then that was a very wise reply of his. But then again, we probably find that Freudians are not what Freud thought. Freud himself was probably not a Freudian by the time he was through with his career. But the question comes in again. It has a bearing in my mind on this colloquy of Job with God, because the question is, can one understand man's position in the world by the pursuit of strictly logical argument, or must one take what the recent philosophers call the leap into the dark, to discover what the relationship is and how we are to reconcile the unhappiness of man with the function of man?
Well, there's one thing the Bible never makes a mistake about. It's never dark about. God is not a man. Many people seem to make the mistake. It's, I guess, easy to make, of supposing that God is a great man or God is a good man. The goodness of God is not like the goodness of man. The justice of God often looks to man like injustice. And Job understands this, I think, perfectly well. He never forgets that what God is doing may be just, but no man perhaps can understand it as just.
There's an interesting book of Horace Callan's.
In other words, God is not a man at all. The whole point is that he's not a man.
Horace Callan's, in which he treats the book of Job as a Greek drama.
Yes.
And that's fairly plausible from the point of view of its structure. But I think it's quite erroneous, because it is the very opposite. It may have borrowed the form, or it may have been influenced in the final redaction in the form, the discussion between men and the Greek symposia that they had. But it is the very opposite, because in the last analysis, there is, as you suggest, the blank. God is not a man, and the processes of the universe are not yet within our reach. The more I try to understand modern scientific explanations, and I began very early. I studied with Rutherford and with Niels Bohr, and I've kept it up more or less. The more I try to understand, the less intelligible they are to me, as they are to most people, and I suspect unintelligible also to scientists, when they try to tell us that space emptiness is curved and that matter is indestructible, but it becomes energy. All of these things, which I look upon as the valid and valuable extension of the Greek tradition of knowledge, all of these things leave us dissatisfied and empty and intellectually impotent until we add the element of the mystical.
Yes, which is connected with individuality. The immense advantage that Shakespeare had was that he started and stopped with individuals whom he didn't pretend to understand as God would understand them. They remain mysteries with him, and that's the only simple truth about the matter as far as men go.
In this respect, I suppose the book of Job is the greatest conversation in the Bible, because it focuses all of our attention upon this mystery of what, in a universe which physically seems to be atoms and the void, as Democritus put it, what in this universe produced us and our agonies.
Yes, it was the climax of our subject.
You have just heard The Words We Live By, the 14th in the 15-week Eternal Light summer series. We invite you to join us again next week for another in this series of outstanding literary dialogues of past years, featuring Mark Van Doren and Maurice Samuel. Our program will be the last of 10, entitled The Supporting Cast of the Bible. The Words We Live By is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation. This program was an NBC Radio Network presentation and came to you from our Radio City studios, pre-recorded. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program is the first in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories, adapted from Mr. Samuel's book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz. Mr. Samuel.
The book you have just heard mentioned, Prince of the Ghetto, is a study of the life and the works of Yitzchak Leibush Peretz, one of the 3 pillars of classic Yiddish literature, the other 2 being Sholem Aleichem and Mendele Moches Forum. Peretz, who was born in 1856 and died in 1915, worked in many forms: drama, poetry, the essay, social studies, even textbooks. He was deeply concerned with Jewish problems, and his Hasidic tales and folk stories were a kind of relaxation for him. But they will undoubtedly outlive, in many languages, what he took to be his most important creations. Now, there are tens of thousands of Hasidic folk tales current, written, and oral. The Hasidic literature is as huge, and some say as rich, as the ancient biblical legends and commentaries of the rabbis. Some Hasidic stories are simply hagiography, that is, tales about holy men. Others are fables and parables. There are also countless Hasidic proverbs and sayings attributed to this or that rabbi, or as the Hasidim call a teacher, Rabbi. Whether the stories are about the miraculous, whether they are just anecdotal, they always point a moral. But there is a particular class of Hasidic story which is of special interest to the student of human psychology. I don't mean here technical psychology, the modern psychology literally of mice and men. I mean psychology in its ordinary colloquial sense. There are stories which look penetratingly into human motivation, into the springs of good and evil in the human being, and which analyze, sometimes with uncomfortable lucidity, the everyday self-deceptions and unnoticed egotisms that human beings are prone to. They give us insights into how men are tempted into evil ways. They uncover the secret places of the heart. Peretz himself was not a believing Chassid. He was a lover of Hasidism. And the Hasidic stories he has written are a mingling of old tradition and modern sophistication. He made a charming blend of these 2 worlds. He can be read with equal enjoyment by the Hasidic believer and the modern skeptic, and not only with enjoyment, but with moral profit. The first story that I shall tell may be called All for a Pinch of Snuff, and is the sad record of the fall of a saint. Not a tragic story. In fact, amusing, although if you listen carefully, you may also wince a little. It begins with the machinations of the everlasting enemy of mankind. One day, Satan, the evil one, the tempter and destroyer, sat in his private office, idly examining his account book. He sat at ease, one leg dangling over the other, a kindly, diabolical smile on his lips, and his fingers turned at random the leaves which bore the names of all the living souls on earth. Then suddenly his complacency vanished, and he clapped his palms together. He had come on the page bearing the name of the Rabbi of Chelm, and it was as blank could be. For the devil's pages recorded only the sins and not the good deeds of humanity. In this respect, his satanic majesty resembles a large number of modern authors. At the sound of the clapped hands, a host of demon flunkies came running and crowded about the door. their tongues hanging out while they waited for a word of command. "Send someone up," said Satan, "and find out whether the Rabbi of Chelm has many years to live." The demon flunkies vanished as swiftly as they had come. A quarter of an hour later, the report was handed in from the upper regions. The days of the Rabbi of Chelm were numbered. The thread of his life, worn thin to invisibility, was about to snap. It might happen tomorrow, it might happen the day after, and the man would elude the clutches of Satan if something drastic were not done, and at once. Send for the recorder. Enter the recorder, a bald-headed little goblin, light-footed and merry-eyed. A bow, a scrape, a smirk, and he seated himself cross-legged, Turkish fashion, on the sulphur-smoldering floor. From one side he drew a bottle of blood-red ink, reeking with sin, and a new crow's feather. From the other side, a sheet of parchment made from the skin of an atheist. The recorder spat in his palm and threw a submissive look at his master. "Ready." Satan uncrossed his legs and leaned forward in his armchair. The recorder stuck out a fiery tongue. The quill flew across the parchment. A report and claim were indicted to the court of heaven. "Whereas we are told in Holy Script, no man liveth who shall do only good and no evil. And whereas there is among the living the Rabbi of Chelm, who stands with one foot in the grave, and the debit side of his ledger is blank, therefore in order that the Torah of Moses shall be true and shall remain true, let the Rabbi of Chelm be delivered into the power of the evil one." Back came the answer, "See Book of Job, chapter 1. That case Satan remembered without difficulty. It meant he could do whatever he wanted with the Rabbi of Chelm, save that against the man's life he could not put forth his hand. Such as the rabbi's days were, few or many, they had to run their course. But how was he to do with the Rabbi of Chelm what he had once done with Job? For Job had been a mighty man of substance, with 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels and 500 yoke of oxen, and he had had a wife and 7 sons and 3 daughters, all wealthy and living near him, and the Rabbi of Chelm, a widower, with his children married out and far away. The poor man hadn't even a goat for milk, nor could Satan afflict him with boils. He had them already. What trials and torments could you visit on a Rabbi of Chelm? "Some little lust of his," murmured Satan, licking his chops. "Some tiny desire, some obscure appetite." He stretched out his hand, lifted the bell, which was made from the skull of a positivist, and rang. The room filled with demon flunkies. "Whom shall we send to tempt the Rabbi of Chelm from the true path?" "Me, me, me, me." The competition is fierce, no wonder. Promotion waits for the demon who can pull this one off. There's almost a riot. Finally, they draw lots. A couple of minor imps get the lucky numbers, and they are off amid a chorus of Mazel Tov, good luck. The sun shone bright that day on the marketplace of Chelm, crowded with Jews who had nothing to do. They stood about in groups, buying and selling the skins of rabbits and hares that hadn't been caught yet, cases of eggs that hadn't been laid yet, timber from trees that hadn't been felled yet. Suddenly the earth beneath their feet began to tremble. A crack as of nearby thunder split the air, and a wagon burst into the marketplace, scattering Jews right and left. A strange wagon, and stranger still its behavior. High up in front stood the driver, a ragged cap on his head, a red girdle about his loins, pulling like mad at the infuriated horses to rein them in. Behind him stood the passenger, in decent black gabardine and fur cap, holding the whip in his right hand and cracking it over the heads of the horses. The driver pulled the horses back. The passenger urged them on. And now and again the passenger drove his left fist into the driver's back. Now and again he put his fingers to his lips and emitted a piercing whistle, which made the horses start as if they had been shot. And meanwhile the driver was wailing at the top of his voice, "Jews, have pity on me. Stop the horses. Save me." But before anything could be done, the wagon had passed through the marketplace, followed by a stream of sparks. The onlookers stood paralyzed, murmuring, "God have mercy on us." The wagon drew near the slaughterhouse, and the huge dogs that hung about the place sprang at the horses' throats. The muscular butcher boys came running out, grabbed the reins, and were on the wagon in a trice. The crowd drew near. What's the meaning of it all? Nothing much. Just a little difference between the men on the wagon. The passenger in the decent black gabardine gasps that the driver has gone mad. The driver wants the horses to dawdle and graze when it's a matter of life and death to get to the next market town without delay and sell the package of diamonds. At the mention of diamonds, the crowd falls back respectfully. But the next instant, confusion returns. The driver begins to yell that he is not the driver at all. The other man is the driver. They've come a long way. In the middle of the night, the real driver put a knife to the real passenger's throat, forced him to give up the package of diamonds, and here they are. The passenger denies every word of it. He is the passenger. The other man is the driver. Who's to make head or tail of it? The crowd pulls the wagon round and leads it with passenger and driver to the rabbi's cottage. Let him find out. And the Rabbi of Chelm interrogates each man separately and privately. The plaintiff first, the man dressed like a driver. And he talks like a driver, too, and looks like one. Big, coarse, massive, ignorant, a man of the woods. A voice that no cheder chant has ever tempered. But that is not enough for the Rabbi of Chelm. He cross-examines. What's the value of your package of diamonds? Rabbi, don't ask me. I'm an ignorant man. Can't sign my name, to tell the truth. Can't add up a column of figures. But God has been good to me, and so I'm a dealer in diamonds. How much money is there in the bag the other man took from you? Rabbi, I never count my money. You know, it's bad luck. The man is sent from the room. He, a successful merchant. Unbelievable. The Rabbi of Chelm sighs a heartbroken sigh for the wickedness of the world and asks that the other man, the passenger, be sent in. And what a contrast. From top to toe, the man of culture and learning. The rabbi feels him out with half quotations. The man caps them instantly. Talmud and Midrash and commentaries. Rabbi, cries the man, what's the good of all this? I'm in a hurry. Here. And opening the bag, he pours out on the table a heap of diamonds mixed with gold coins, blazing diamonds and flaming gold. Half yours and half mine if you say it's all mine. A faint scream from the rabbi's lips. Robber! The crowd breaks in the door. Where's the driver? Where's the passenger? Where are the diamonds and the coins? Gone like wisps of smoke. And all Chelm mutters, magic, or a nightmare. God have mercy on us all. Meanwhile, below, Satan is furious. Imbeciles, clumsy dolts. Maybe he's not beyond being bribed, but not that way. Not in the open, with a chance of being found out. Do you take him for an idiot? The two stupid imps are sentenced to a year of their own sulfur and brimstone. A second meeting is called. This time there is less enthusiasm. No yelling of me, 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 me. An elderly demon with a clear head and a long record accepts the assignment. Autumn days in Chelm, between the New Year and the Day of Atonement, the penitential days, the time of the soul's reckoning and of decisions in heaven. The mud lies knee-deep in the streets of Chelm. The skies above are disconsolate. And a beggar man, all skin and bones, God help us, comes into the town limping on crutches and drags himself from house to house, from shop to shop. At every 10th door, he gets a crust, and he has no teeth. And at every 20th door, a battered and faded kopeck, which almost slips out of his palsied fingers. Not that Helm is uncharitable, but it is amply stocked and overstocked with paupers of its own. Paupers of standing, respectable paupers, the kind that starve in silence, widows and orphans of rabbis, relics of teachers and synagogue officials and saints and men of piety. The newcomer crawls from house to house the first day, the second, the third. The cold and wet go through and through him. The soaked and dripping lining sticks out of his tattered coat. His eyes sink deeper and deeper into their sockets. And then, suddenly, he falls down right in the middle of the marketplace, foaming at the mouth. A crowd gathers about him. One dashes water in his face. A second brings a cup of raisin wine. A third brings a knife to force between his teeth. Meanwhile, there are some who scream, "Helm! Helm is Sodom and Gomorrah!" And the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah awaited. And the beggar man is obviously dying. God in heaven, they can't let him die in the street. On the other hand, who's going to take him in? Householders shrink back. Every room in every house is overcrowded. And just then the rabbi comes up. And you have one guess where the beggar man winds up. So they carry him into the rabbi's one-room cottage, and there he lies in a trance. The rabbi sits at the table, a sacred book open before him. Every now and again he casts a glance at the sick man. Outside the cottage, a number of Jews linger uneasily. Who knows whether help will not be needed any moment. Night draws on. The rabbi is about to begin the evening prayer when he hears a stirring in the bed. He bends over the sick man compassionately, ear to lips. "Rabbi," the sick man breathes, "I have been a great sinner. I cannot die without confessing." The rabbi makes a gesture as if to call in witnesses. The sick man stops him. "God forbid, just we two." And he tells the rabbi that all his life he has been a mendicant, and a fraudulent one. He begged for bread in the name of wife and children, and never had wife or child. Begged for dowries for the marrying off of his aging daughters. Collected funds for Talmudical academies and for institutions in Palestine. But not a kopeck of that money was ever seen by a poor scholar or by a needy resident of the Holy Land. He peddled Palestine soil, which the pious, since times immemorial, have put under their heads in their own coffins, and he had dug up the soil under the nearest hedge. And then he draws from under his ragged kapot a bag, saying, "This is what I've collected and saved." He opens it. Wads of banknotes. "Take it, Rabbi. Distribute it among the poor. Or do with it as you think fit." The Rabbi of Helm leaps to the window with a joyous shout. He is suddenly 15 years younger. "Jews! Charity money! Come in and count." But when the Jews enter, the beggar has vanished. So has the sack of money. Magic again. Another nightmare. Down below, Satan mutters. This time it was not in the open. No chance of being found out. And the black folk are in despair. Then Lilith, the woman demon, springs to the front. "I'll bring him in. The old ways are the best." So it came to pass one day that the Rabbi of Helm, feeling some disturbance in his health, sent the beadle for the healer, thinking that it might be well to do a little bloodletting. Meanwhile, the hour arrived for the afternoon prayers, and the rabbi was stationed at the 18 benedictions, which, as you know, the worshipper must repeat standing motionless with feet together and facing east. The door opened, and the young woman came in carrying a fowl. Obviously a ritual question. Is the fowl kosher or is it unkosher? The rabbi is absorbed in his prayers. The young woman will wait. And waiting, she begins to hum to herself, absent-mindedly, as it were. And what a voice. The voice of womanhood itself. Need I tell you that the Rabbi of Chelm doesn't even hear it? So the young woman, seemingly bored, sits down and begins to rock herself in the chair. The rocking and the humming fill the room. What of it? If a snake were to enter the room and bite the Rabbi of Chelm, do you think that his attention would be deflected from his prayers? The rabbi finishes the 18 benedictions, takes the 3 ritual steps backward, spits out ritually on ignorant idol worshippers, repeats the closing prayer, seats himself at the table, and says in his quiet, leisurely, good-humored way, let's see the fowl. The young woman leans forward to put the fowl in his hands. In the same good-humored voice, the rabbi says, put it on the table. A grown-up Jewish girl should know better than that. She begins to tell him where and how she got the fowl and makes a long story of it, can't sit still, and begins to wander about the room as she talks. The voice fills every corner with music. The white teeth flash, the white body shines through the dress. Her sleeves are rolled up. A perfume as of precious spices rises from her flesh. She stands behind the rabbi and leans over. She breathes on him. And it's all wasted. The rabbi listens, examines the fowl, puts it back on the table, and says, kosher. And you, young woman, had better see about getting yourself a husband. Maid and fowl disappear through the window. The rabbi smiles. He knows all about it. Again, an assembly of the black folk below. Some say this and some say that. And then a young and untried demon, without a feather in his hat, without a tooth dangling from his neck, asks, but hasn't the Rabbi of Chelm a single weakness? Stripped clean of weaknesses is the answer. No enjoyments? Maybe the ritual steam bath on a Friday afternoon. The young demon persists. But hasn't he some special custom of his own, some harmless habit or trick? Say, like rolling bread pills after a meal while he says grace. Nobody's seen him eat. Probably has no such habit. And then suddenly Lilith recalls that when the perfume of her body assailed the nostrils of the rabbi, he took a pinch of snuff. That's it, exclaims the young demon, and vanishes. Every Friday afternoon, having bathed for the Sabbath, the Rabbi of Chelm used to go for a walk in the woods. He always took the same path between a wheat field and a cornfield. And as he walked, he repeated by heart, as pious Jews are wont to do on Friday afternoons, the Song of Songs. Now, knowing himself to be an absent-minded man, and fearing that some Friday afternoon he would wander out too far and fail to return in time for the reception of the Sabbath, a grievous transgression, he had created for his own protection a special device. He had measured the distance against the time it took to repeat the Song of Songs, and had found that a little less than halfway through the prayer, he came to a certain tree. There he would sit down, treat himself to a hearty pinch of snuff from his goat's horn snuff box, rest a while, then get up and return, saying the second half of the Song of Solomon. Thus he would get back exactly in time for the reception of the Sabbath. One fateful Friday, just before the Rabbi of Chelm set out for his walk, a spindly-legged little fellow, dressed like a German in derby hat and green-striped trousers, appeared on the scene, uprooted the tree above mentioned, and carried it out farther into the woods. He replanted it and sat himself down on the farther side. The rabbi, meanwhile, arrives on the spot where he has always found the tree hitherto. He is nearly halfway through the Song of Songs, and the tree, he perceives, is quite a distance off. He is shocked. Obviously, he has been repeating the prayer mechanically, rapidly, without absorption and contemplation, also a grievous transgression. He will do penance at once. He will refuse himself that pinch of snuff until he has reached the tree. His nose itches for the grateful tickle of the snuff. His heart is faint with longing, but no, not until he has reached the tree. His limbs are feeble, his steps totter, and all the time there is this itching and longing so that he can hardly see. And now, at last, he reaches the tree. He sits down and snatches the snuff box from his pocket, but his hands are all a-tremble, and just at that moment, a wind begins to blow from the other side of the tree. It's that miserable little German, of course, blowing, and the snuff box falls out of the rabbi's hand. He reaches for it. The wind grows stronger, and the box rolls away. The rabbi crawls after it on all fours, his body crying out for the strong taste of the snuff. The wretched little German grins and blows harder. Then suddenly he uproots the tree again and replants it in its proper place. The rabbi looks up, wondering what has happened to the tree. He perceives that it is night. The sky is studded with stars. The Sabbath has begun. The sun has gone down, and he has not even noticed it. So furiously has his heart been set on the pinch of snuff. But wait, my friends. The sin of the rabbi in failing to appear for the reception of the Sabbath was the lesser of the two sins into which his lust for snuff led him that evil day. For the demon kept blowing, the snuff box kept rolling, and the rabbi, crawling after it in anguish, went out beyond the limits of a permissible Sabbath walk. The brilliant young demon, returning to the nether regions, was at once entrusted with another highly important mission. Addressing the Mephitic assembly before his departure, the young and triumphant demon said, "Gentlemen, nobody ever stubs his toe against a mountain. It's the little lusts that bring a man down."
You have just heard the first in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hasidic stories adapted from his book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz, published by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. We invite you to join us again next week for the second program in this Eternal Light series with Maurice Samuel. The Eternal Light is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program is the second in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories adapted from Mr. Samuel's book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz. Mr. Samuel.
Today I have 2 Hasidic stories for you from Prince of the Ghetto, and they both happen to be connected with the solemn time of year through which Jews are now passing, the High Holy Days. Both stories also concern the famous Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, who lived nearly 200 years ago and is remembered as the Compassionate One. He was the defender of the simple and lowly, carrying their cause into the heavenly court, and he was a man of homely understanding, his heart responsive to the needs of the sinner. In particular, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak used to argue with God in the same manner as Abraham of old argued in connection with the doomed cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. It was the eve of the Day of Atonement in the synagogue of Berdichev. The skies were dimming outside, the tall white candles blazed within. The preliminary prayer had been uttered. It was time for Rabbi Levi Yitzchak to open the diapason of the Kol Nidre, and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak stood there silent. All eyes were fixed on him as he stood in his prayer shawl and faced the ark, his back to the congregants. Not a whisper was heard from the men below or from the women in the gallery above. They waited. Perhaps Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would introduce the prayer with a few words in homely Yiddish, as he sometimes did, addressing himself to the Almighty in a friendly, brotherly way outside the stately choreography of the Aramaic. But Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was silent. Not a syllable, no motion. What could it mean? Were the gates of prayer still closed? And even if they were, was not Rabbi Levi Yitzchak capable of knocking at them? No sound, no gesture. He only stood there with his head slightly cocked, as if he were listening to something or for something from above. Then suddenly Rabbi Levi Yitzchak turned and called, "Beadle." The beadle came running up, and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak asked, "Is Beryl the tailor already here?" The congregation could not trust its ears. The beadle stammered that he did not know whether Beryl the tailor was in the synagogue. Everyone looked around. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, too, looked. "No, he's not here," he said. At last, he stayed home. "Beadle, go to the house of Beryl the tailor and tell him to come here. Tell him that I, Levi Yitzchak, the teacher of this congregation, call him." Beryl the tailor lived in the synagogue alley. It took but a minute to bring him. He was wearing his workday clothes. He had neither prayer shawl nor prayer robe. There was a queer expression on his face, half anger, half fear. He addressed himself to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. "Rabbi, you sent for me. I've come to you." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak smiled. "Tell me, my dear, good Beryl, why all the excitement about you up there?" And he indicated the heavens. "The hosts of the blessed don't stop talking about you for a moment. What have you been up to? Wherever I listen, it's Beryl the tailor and Beryl the tailor and Beryl the tailor." "Ha ha!" exclaimed Beryl triumphantly. "Have you got some sort of complaint?" "I should say I have." "Against whom?" "Against the Lord of the world," answered Beryl. The congregation was stupefied. They were ready to fall upon Beryl and tear him limb from limb. But the smile on Rabbi Levi Yitzchak's lips only became broader as he said, "Wouldn't you like to tell us what it is?" "Certainly," said Beryl. "What's more, I'm ready to let you arbitrate. Shall I go on?" "Speak." "Rabbi," began Beryl, "last summer, all summer long, I was, God save you from it, without a stitch of work. Neither Jew nor Gentile crossed my threshold. I could have stretched myself out on the floor and died with my tongue hanging out." Now, said Reb Lev Yitzchak in gentle reproof, "are you forgetting that you live with the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Merciful children of merciful fathers, you had only to speak up. Not I, Rabbi. I'm not the man to speak, and not the man to take charity from my fellow men. My portion in the Lord of the world is as good as anyone else's. I'll tell you what I did. I sent my daughter out of the village to take service in the city, and I waited and waited and waited at home to see what our Father in heaven would do. A couple of days before Tabernacle, the door opens. Ho, he has bethought himself of me. Who should come in but the special messenger of the Baron? What is it? The Baron wants a fur coat relining. All's well again. He that gives life gives bread. I'm conducted to the castle, led into a private room, given the fur coat and a number of fox pelts. But those pelts, you should have seen them, Rabbi. Gems, beauties, from the very homeland of the foxes. The congregation was still waiting for Kol Nidre. The Rabbi prodded Beryl. So, you relined the coat, did your work honestly, and then? And then? Why, then, Rabbi, something unexpected happened. 3 little pelts were left over. And you took them? Not so fast, Rabbi. It's easier said than done. When you leave the castle, there's a lodge. In the lodge, there's a guard. If he has the slightest suspicion, he searches you, strips you, takes your boots off, and if he finds anything on you, God forbid, the Baron has dogs. The Baron has whips. What did you do? What did I do? It's not for nothing that I am Beryl the tailor. The first thing I did was to go into the kitchen and ask for a loaf of bread. Beryl, the bread of idolaters? Rabbi, I wasn't going to eat it, God forbid. I got the loaf, a big one. I went back into the private room, made a cut in the loaf, and scooped out the insides. I kneaded the soft bread in my hands until I got the sweat all worked in. Then I threw the bread to the dog in the room, and he gobbled it up. Dogs like human sweat, you know. Then I put the 3 fox pelts inside the loaf and went on my way. At the lodge, the guard stopped me. Hey, what's that under your arm? I show him a loaf. And so I got out of the castle grounds, and as soon as I was out of sight of the castle, I turned off the road and went across the fields through the cornstalks, a shortcut that I had always used. And I skipped along singing, 3 lovely little pelts. I'd get me a lovely palm branch for tabernacles and a lovely citron, all my own. I wouldn't have to wait my turn to use the community citron. I wouldn't have to borrow. I'd let my neighbors borrow from me such beautiful little pelts. Then all of a sudden, I felt the earth drumming under my feet, and I knew at once what it meant. A horseman at full gallop, the Baron's rider from the castle. My mother's milk grew cold in me. They'd counted the pelts, examined the coat. There was no sense in taking to my heels. A horseman, and one of the Baron's horses. The first thing I did was to throw away the loaf among the cornstalks. Then I made a marker, a very clear one, no way of mistaking it. And then I waited. Not for long. Berko, hey, Berko! The Baron's little Cossack, right enough. I'd know his voice a mile away. My insides were all a-tremble. My heart went up into my throat. But Beryl the tailor doesn't give himself away so easy. I turned round, cool-like. You know, you wouldn't have suspected a thing. And Rabbi, all that fright was for nothing. I'd forgotten to sew a hanger on the coat. So I got on the horse behind the Cossack, and thanked God in my heart, I sewed that hanger on, left the castle a second time, came back to my marker. There was no mistaking it. The loaf was gone. It was a long time after the harvest. Not a soul would pass this way. The birds couldn't have made off with it. So I knew at once who was at the bottom of it. Who? asked Rabbi Yitzchak. He, answered Beryl the tailor, and pointed heavenward. The Lord of the world, his doing it was, and no one else's. And of course I understood why. He, the great Lord, the mighty master, did not want his slave, Beryl the tailor, to take leftovers. Naturally, said Rabbi Yitzchak in a gentle voice, that's the law, as everyone knows. A tailor mustn't take the leftovers after a job. They belong to the customer who paid for them. The law is very clear on that point. Law schwa, answered Beryl hotly. The Lord of the world knows as well as I do that custom is stronger than law. What's more, he added, I didn't invent the custom of leftovers. It's older than any man can remember. And if the Lord of the world, that high and mighty prince, doesn't want his humble servant, his slave, Beryl, who's been serving him all his life, to take tailor's leftovers, then it's his business to provide me with a livelihood. Isn't a prince responsible for his servant's keep? What's the idea? Neither my keep nor leftovers? No, sir. That I wouldn't stand for. And therefore I decided to leave the service of the Almighty. And I've taken a vow on it. I'm through. There was a growl from the congregation. Hands were lifted. Bodies surged forward. Rabbi Yitzchak cast one glance at the congregation. Silence. And turned to Beryl. He asked gently, and then what happened? Why, nothing. Nothing at all. I came home that day. I refused to wash. My old woman started to ask the meaning of it. Out of the room, I yelled. I went to bed. I refused to say the night prayers. My lips began to move of themselves. I bit them. In the morning, no prayer again. No washing of hands. No prayer shawl. No phylacteries. Eat. That's all I said to the old woman. She ran out of the house to her father's in the next village. So what? So I'll do without a wife. In fact, it was better that way. After all, I'm Beryl the tailor, and she's nothing but a weak female. I don't want her mixed up in this business. And so I went on. Tabernacles came. No tabernacle for me. No palm branch. No citron. No holy days for me. No Sabbaths. No benedictions. Not even when I take a drop of whiskey. At the time of the rejoicing of the law, I put on sackcloth, like Mordecai in the book of Esther. I'll show him. The weeks passed, the months passed, and the penitential days came round, and there was a kind of tugging at my heart. The beadle makes the rounds before dawn, waking Jews to prayer. I want to go along, but I'm Beryl the tailor. I'm a man of my word. And then, the New Year. I don't budge. You can hear the blowing of the shofar all over town. I stuff up my ears with cotton. It wasn't easy, Rabbi. I felt myself being torn apart. And I hated myself. I was sick of myself. Unwashed, impure. There was a mirror on the wall. I turned it round. Didn't want to see my ugly face. I heard the people going to the river to cast out their sins. I stayed put. Beryl the tailor was silent a moment and then cried out suddenly, But I'm right, Rabbi. I'm right. I won't take back a word. Rabbi Yitzchak meditated a while and asked, Well, what is it you want, Beryl? A livelihood? Beryl was offended. Livelihood, nothing. He should have given me that before. Everyone's entitled to a livelihood. Even the birds in the air and the worms in the earth. A livelihood is just a servant's keep. I, Beryl the tailor, want more than that. Speak, Beryl, what do you want? Beryl paused. Rabbi, he asked, on the Day of Atonement, those sins are forgiven which man has committed against his Maker. Isn't that so? Yes, Beryl. But not those sins which man has committed against his fellow men. No, Beryl. Beryl the tailor drew himself up like a soldier on parade and declared, I will not withdraw my vow. I will not re-enter his service until he will declare that this year, for my sake, he will also forgive the sins of men against his fellow men. Am I right, Rabbi? Absolutely, answered Reb Levi Yitzchak. What's more, I advise you to stand firm on that point. You can't lose. Then Reb Levi Yitzchak turned back to the ark, looked up, listened a while, and turned back to Beryl with the report. Beryl, you've won. Go home and get your prayer robe and your prayer shawl. My second Hasidic story today also concerns the illustrious Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, and it tells how Levi Yitzchak cheated the devil. That's allegorical, of course. We don't believe in the devil nowadays. We don't even believe there is such a thing as absolute evil. We call it banality. Well then, on a certain Rosh Hashanah day, a famous Hasidic rabbi was leading his congregation in prayer when suddenly he stopped dead before the sentence, "To him, that is, to God, who buyeth his slaves in the day of judgment." There was silence. The congregation became alarmed. The rabbi did not seem to be with them. And indeed he was not. He had suddenly realized that he had never understood what those words meant. To him that buyeth his slaves in the day of judgment. They had no meaning. And to repeat a prayer without knowing its meaning is sinful. But there and then the rabbi was vouchsafed a vision. It lasted less than a minute, but much was crowded into it, and the meaning of the verse was made clear to him for the first time in his life. This is what the rabbi saw. The chamber of the heavenly court. It is still empty. The prosecuting attorney, the counsel for the defense, the judges, all are yet to arrive. The rabbi looks around. The chamber has 5 doors. One in the right wall with the sign, Counsel for the Defense. One in the left wall, a prosecuting attorney. 3 doors at the back in the eastern wall, and in front of them the table and the fateful scales. The middle door at the back, which is closed, bears the legend, Hosts of the Blessed. The other 2 doors at the back are open. Through the one on the right, the rabbi sees the garden plots of paradise. There the patriarchs and the sainted ones are seated, steeped in the effulgence of the divine light, studying the Torah. Their crowned heads are bent over the sacred texts. For them there is no judgment day. Through the door to the left, the rabbi sees the labyrinths of hell. Hell is empty and silent on a holy day. The fires still burn. It is the everlasting fire which shall not be extinguished, but the demons are occupied with a special task. And now the door in the right wall opens, and counsel for the defense enters, carrying under his arm the records of the good deeds of mankind for the past year. Alas, a very small sheaf. A poor year it has been for good deeds. Counsel for the defense observes that the door opposite is still closed. A bad sign. It is taking them too long to collect their records. The harvest of mankind's misdeeds fills the granaries of hell. Counsel for the defense drops into a seat and closes his eyes sadly. The door in the left wall opens, and 2 demons enter, staggering under the load of the first bundle. The rabbi hears their bones creaking under the burden. They throw down the bundle and sing out loudly, "That isn't even a tithe of the harvest. The demons are still collecting. Whole treasure is yet to come." Counsel for the defense covers his face and groans. He apparently feels that no one hears him. The court is not yet assembled. The residents of paradise are busy with the Torah. Hell is empty. Counsel for the defense is mistaken. Among the residents of paradise there is the beloved, the unforgettable Hasidic Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. He hears the groans of anguish that burst from the lips of counsel for the defense. He alone among the children of bliss has not forgotten those who dwell in darkness and the shadow of death. He alone remembers that for them on earth below, there is still a judgment day. And if someone groans in heaven, it is undoubtedly for them. Reb Levi Yitzchak interrupts his studies, looks up, and through the open door perceives the crushed figure of counsel for the defense. Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, tenderest of all Jews, rebuker of the Almighty for his severity toward mortals, Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev steals into the chamber and understands at once what is toward. He sees a slender sheaf under the counsel's arm, the vast bundle on the table. It takes Reb Levi Yitzchak just one instant to decide. He bends down and, straining himself to the utmost, picks up the bundle of adverse records, flings it through the door at the left, down into the flames of hell. Again 2 demons enter, bent double under a load of records. The moment they leave, Reb Levi Yitzchak deals with this bundle as he dealt with the first, and so with the third and the fourth and the rest. Finally, it is the Ashmedai himself, Asmodeus, the devil and prosecuting attorney, who enters, a broad grin on his face. What is this? Help! The records! Not a sign of that opulent harvest. He looks around, sees the last bundle burning in hell, looks around again, and sees Reb Levi Yitzchak sneaking back toward paradise. He runs over, grabs him by the arm, and yells, "Stop, thief!" The cry resounds through all the 7 heavens. Patriarchs and saints start up from their studies and rush into the chamber. The center door at the back opens, and the members of the court file in. Counsel for the defense starts up. What is this? Before this heavenly assembly, the devil declares how he caught Reb Levi Yitzchak red-handed. He points to the fires of hell where the last bundle, it was the heaviest of all, is still smoldering. Truth is truth. Reb Levi Yitzchak confesses. Justice is justice. The devil is asked what sentence he demands. He too decides on the instant. He quotes the scriptures. He would. The thief shall be sold for his theft. Let Reb Levi Yitzchak be sold as a slave publicly to the highest bidder. Now the devil will of course join in the bidding. And no matter what it costs him, he intimates, he will find it worth his while. This is the law, and there is no appeal from it. Let the auction begin. So they stand facing one another, the devil on one side, the children of bliss on the other, Reb Levi Yitzchak between them. The members of the court take their seats. The bidding opens. Father Abraham makes his offer, his heavenly credit for the priceless gem of the covenant, the first Jewish commandment. And he adds as bonus his credits for his famous hospitality. After him comes his son Isaac, whose contribution is almost as large, the credits for his readiness to be sacrificed on the altar by his father. Jacob, the 3rd patriarch, follows. His possessions are his simplicity, his devotion to learning in the days when his brutish brother Esau went hunting in the fields. Then comes Rachel with her special distinction, the love mandrakes. And after her, the other matriarchs, each contributing her own glory. And row upon row the saints follow, each putting up for the purchase of Reb Levi Yitzchak whatever reward he had garnered during his sojourn on earth. But it is the devil himself against whom they are bidding, and he has treasures beyond computation. For every addition to the right scale, he throws a corresponding price into the left scale. He ransacks the earth, brings out forgotten wealth from beyond the hills of darkness, until the eyes are dazzled by the display. Where the saints have exhausted their stocks, the devil takes the crown off his head, and in a last flourish flings it into the auction. He must have Reb Levi Yitzchak at any price. The scale on the left begins to sink. It falls lower, lower. Counsel for the defense advances and throws in on the right the meager records of the year. In vain. They are not substantial enough to arrest the downward flight of the scales on the left. A crooked and vindictive grin spreads over the devil's lips, and triumph flickers in his eyes. Oh, what a catch! What a haul! What a victory for hell! Rabbi Yitzchak of Berdichev, perhaps the most glorious figure in the Hassidic world after the founder himself, the master of the name. Before the scale has touched bottom, the devil places a hand on Rabbi Yitzchak's shoulder and points significantly to the door on the left, the door opening on hell. This way, please. Horror runs through the ranks of the blessed. What? Rabbi Yitzchak lost? It cannot be, and yet what is to be done? The horror and confusion increase until they are suddenly stilled by a voice. It is the voice from the throne of glory. I buy him. And again, through the deathly silence, I raise the bid. For mine is the earth and the fullness thereof, and I give the whole world for Rabbi Yitzchak. The devil's face became black as thunder. It was the biggest gamble of his life, and he had lost. And this was not all. The rabbi at his prayers, who had seen this vision, had at last learned the meaning of that baffling sentence, to God who buyeth all his slaves in the day of judgment.
You have just heard the second in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories adapted from his book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz, published by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. We invite you to join us again next week for the third program in this Eternal Light series with Maurice Samuel. The Eternal Light is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
John Chancellor reports on people and events today on the NBC Radio Network.
Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program is the third in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories adapted from Mr. Samuel's book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz. Mr. Samuel.
The Hasidic story I shall relate to you today is one of Peretz's most famous. Its title is Between Two Cliffs, and it tells of the time 100 years ago when Jewry was sharply divided between the Hasidim and their opponents, the Misnagdim. It also explains with great skill the grounds for that hostility. The Hasidim laid emphasis on the heart, the Misnagdim on the head. The Hasidim were all emotion, the Misnagdim all intellect. At any rate, that is what they said of each other. The man who tells the story, a certain Shmaya, is the one who was trapped between two mountain cliffs, a great Hasidic rabbi and a great Misnagdic rabbi. Very few Jews, he begins, know that the famous Hasidic rabbi of Biale, Noah or Noachke, was once a student in the yeshiva or Talmudical seminary of the equally famous Misnagdic rabbi of Brisk. Very few therefore know that Noachke broke away from his teacher, turned himself into a wandering beggar, and finally settled in Biale, where he became a great light in Israel. Noachke left his teacher for a number of reasons. At the yeshiva there was of course much studying of the Torah, but Reb Noachke felt the method and approach were dry and lifeless. If there was a real case between Reuben and Simon, a problem of kosher and non-kosher, the law became alive. But by itself, pursued for its own sake, the law was to him dry, lifeless, and meaningless. Such was young Noachke's view. The study of mystical books was forbidden in this yeshiva. The rabbi of Brisk placed a curse and a ban upon anyone who read the Zohar or any other book of mystical wisdom. To show you how far he went, he once caught a student with a forbidden book. He had the man tied down and his beard shaved off by hired Gentiles. That was the rabbi of Brisk. One night, Noachke had a dream. He dreamed that he of Brisk came to him and said, "Come, Noah, I will show you the earthly paradise." He took his student by the hand and led him to a great palace. The palace was without windows and without entrances except for the door by which they entered. But it was light within, because the walls were made of a curious crystal which shone of itself, and they wandered through the palace for an endless time. "Hold on to my gabardine," said he of Brisk. "The rooms are without number, and if you let go of me, you will be lost." Noachke obeyed. They wandered on, and nowhere did they see a single stool or a sign of the master of the palace. "Here," said the rabbi of Brisk, "one never sits down, one only wanders." Noachke felt his legs giving under him. The eternal brightness of the walls was blinding him, and suddenly he was flooded by a great homesickness for friends, for Jews, for Jewry at large. "Be homesick for no one," said he of Brisk. "The palace is only for you and me. Someday you too will be the rabbi of Brisk." These words only frightened the young Noachke the more, and tottering to a wall, he put out his hand to support himself. But the wall burned him, not as fire burns, but as ice burns. "Rabbi," he cried, "the walls are of ice, not of crystal, just ice." The rabbi of Brisk did not answer. "Rabbi," cried Noachke,
"Take me out of here. I don't want to be alone with you. I want to be with all the other Jews." No sooner had he uttered these words than the rabbi of Brisk disappeared, and he was alone in the palace. Now he burst into tears. "Lord of the world," he wept, "take me out of this place. Better to be in hell with fellow Jews than here alone." At once there appeared before him the figure of a simple Jew, wearing the red girdle of a wagoner and carrying a long whip. Without a word, he took Noachke by the sleeve, led him out of the palace, and disappeared. He awoke as the sky was growing gray with dawn, and understood that this was no ordinary dream. He dressed hastily, intending to go at once to the study house to have his dream interpreted by the scholars who passed their nights there. But hurrying through the marketplace, he was pulled up by the sight of a vast, old-fashioned market wagon with horses harnessed to it. By the horses stood the driver with the red girdle of his trade about his waist and a long whip in his hand. Just such a Jew had led Reb Noachke out of the palace in his dream. So this was the meaning of it. He approached the driver and said, "Which way do you travel from here?" "Not your way," answered the driver boorishly. "Please," insisted Noachke, "I might come with you." The driver thought a while and said, "And what's the matter with your legs, a lad of your age? Go your own way." "Where shall I go?"
"Just follow your nose," answered the driver, and turned away, as if it's my business. Then at last Reb Noachke understood, and he went forth into his exile, into the period of homeless wandering. Well, as I told you, the greatness of Reb Noachke was revealed a few years later in Biale, and about a year after his revealing, I too came to Biale to be a tutor in the household of a Biale merchant, Reb Yechiel by name. I was reluctant about accepting that post. Reb Yechiel, they told me, was a man of great wealth, an old-style grain dealer bursting with money.
His daughters used to get 1,000 rubles each as dowry, and he married into none but the highest rabbinic families. At the last wedding, he had become father-in-law to the daughter of him of Brisk. I don't think further explanation is needed. If the Rabbi of Brisk was an enemy of Hasidism, the families he married his children into could hardly be friends of it. And I, as you have probably guessed, am a passionate follower of the Hasidic Rabbi of Biale. How could I possibly become tutor in one of those families? And yet, Biale, the sacred city of my Rabbi, to be near him night and day, I could not resist that. I thought the matter over and accepted. Rabbi Chiel turned out to be a very simple, decent sort of man. I'll take my oath on it that his heart was really with us, I mean with the followers of the Hasidic rabbis. He was not much of a scholar. If he understood one word in 10 when he of Brisk held forth, he was doing well. He did not forbid my visits to him of Biale, but he himself would have nothing to do with him. When I introduced the subject of my rabbi, he pretended to yawn, though I could see he pricked up his ears. His son, the son-in-law of him of Brisk, would frown and look at me with a mixture of anger and derision. He did not argue with me. However, he was not much of a talker anyhow. Not long after my arrival in Biale, it was announced that Rabbi Chiel's daughter-in-law was about to be confined. Nothing extraordinary or terrible about that, you would say. It happens every day. Ah, but this was a special case. It was known that since he of Brisk had caused the student to have his beard shaved off for reading a book of the Kabbalah, he had lost his standing on the list of the righteous. Within 5 or 6 years, 2 of his sons had died, and none of his daughters had borne male children. More than that, all 3 of them delivered their young with the most frightful sufferings. One never knew, God save us, whether they would come through alive. But the Rabbi of Brisk still continued to persecute the Hasidim with denunciations and excommunications. I was sorry for poor Gittela. That was the young woman's name, first in a general way, but more particularly because she was such a saintly creature, an angel, I tell you, and she had to suffer because of her father's obstinate anger. So when I saw the mother-in-law, Rabbi Chiel's wife, making the preparations for the childbirth, I began to move heaven and earth to have them send to Reb Noachke. Let them send only a note without the usual redemption fee. Did my rabbi need or want redemption fees? Everybody knew that he despised them. The first one I approached was the husband himself, Rabbi Chiel's son. I knew that there was a great love between him and his wife. His soul was bound up in hers. What a reception I got from him. At the mention of the name of the Rabbi of Biale, he spat out and walked away, leaving me standing there open-mouthed. I went next to Rabbi Chiel himself. His answer was, "But it's the daughter of the Rabbi of Brisk. I wouldn't do such a thing to him, even if her life were at stake. Good heavens!" In my desperation, I tried Rabbi Chiel's wife, a good, honest, simple soul. She answered with these words, "Let my husband only say so, and I'll send you, Rabbi, my holiday headcloth. It cost a fortune, and my earrings. Otherwise, I won't send anything, not even an eggshell. Without my husband's knowledge, I can't do a thing." And she turned away from me to hide her tears. Her mother's heart was filled with foreboding. When I heard the first scream from the young woman, I ran to the rabbi myself. "Shmaya," he said to me, "what do you want me to do? I will pray." "Rabbi," I begged, "give me something for her. A coin you have blessed, anything at all." That, he said, might only make matters worse. God forbid. Where there is no faith, such things are harmful, and she has no faith in them. What was I to do? We were at the beginning of the Festival of Tabernacles. I could not return to the house where the young woman was agonizing. I decided to stay with my rabbi. I would catch his eye whenever I could. I would plead with him. Perhaps he would take pity. The reports from Rabbi Yechiel's were not reassuring. The birth pangs had lasted 3 days, and the end was not in sight. Everything possible had been done. Prayers in the synagogue, appeals before the scrolls of the law, supplications in the cemetery, and charity, of course, without stint or calculation. Every clothes closet stood open in the house. On the table in the living room lay a huge heap of coins. The poor entered, took what they wanted, unwatched, unchecked, and all the time the pain grew in my heart. Rabbi, I said, is it not written, charity saves from death? The rabbi answered, quite beside the mark, it seemed to me, perhaps he of Brisk will come. That very instant, Rabbi Yechiel entered the room. Shmaya, and he caught me by the lapel. Shmaya, a cart stands ready outside. Get into it and bring the Rabbi of Brisk. And the face of the man was, how shall I say it? I have seen faces with more life on them in coffins. I set out at once thinking, if my rabbi already knows that he of Brisk will come, great things may happen. We may have peace between the two parties in Israel. For surely if the Rabbi of Brisk will come, he will see for himself. The man has eyes, hasn't he? But it looked as if it was not heaven's will to make things too easy for us. Hardly had we left Biale when a tremendous cloud began to roll across the sky. A cloud. It was more like a river of pitch. And with the cloud came a frightful wind howling like 1,000 demons. The driver pointed to the sky with his whip and crossed himself. We were in for a rough trip. And indeed the wind redoubled its fury, and driving against the cloud split it into 2 gigantic fragments, which it proceeded to pile one on top of the other, like a river piling the ice floes, one on top of another. I took it rather lightly at first. I already knew what it meant to be soaked to the skin, nor was I afraid of the thunder. But when that rain suddenly slapped me in the face once, twice, and 3 times, the blood in me curdled down to the bottom of my boots. It was as plain as the nose on my face that the heavens were set against my journey. The poor driver, too, was imploring, let's turn back. But I knew it was a matter of life and death. Sitting there in the wagon, I could hear the moaning of the woman in labor, and there rose before me Rabbi Yechiel's deep-sunken eyes in the more dead than alive face. Go on, he begged me, go on. And we went on. The water came down in torrents from the clouds above. It squirted up in fountains from under the wheels. The road disappeared under the water. No roads, no fields, a lake. We were more like a raft than a wagon, and we lost our way, of course, but I didn't turn back. We brought the Rabbi of Brisk to Biale, but truth is truth, and I have to set it down that the moment he of Brisk mounted the wagon, everything quieted down. The clouds divided, the sun came through, and we went back in peace over the drying roads. And when we got to the house, you should have seen the women and the way they greeted the rabbi. They almost fell at his feet. Nothing could be heard from the next room where the suffering young woman lay. Rabbi Yechiel didn't even see us. He was standing at the window with his burning forehead pressed against the pane. The son-in-law, too, didn't turn round to greet him of Brisk. He, too, was very far gone, and such a feeling of pity overcame me that I thought I would faint away. But the Rabbi of Brisk, I don't know if you've ever seen him. There was a man for you, a pillar of iron. He towered above the others from the shoulders up, like King Saul of old. A regal presence, I tell you, terrifying. A gigantic white beard, one point of it, I remember it as if it were yesterday, had slipped under his girdle, the other lay quivering above it. Massive white eyebrows overshadowed half his face, and when he lifted those eyes, great God, those eyes, they flashed like blades. The women fell back, and he, with a voice like a lion, exclaimed, "Out of the way, women!" Then, more softly, "Where is my daughter?" They showed him into the other room, and I remained frozen to the spot. that presence, that look, that voice. How could two such men as he of Brisk and he of Biale inhabit one world? The eyes of the Hasidic rabbi of Biale shine with such a mild and kindly light that the heart expands with joy. And the sweet, loving voice, so caressing, so comforting, it melts your heart and draws it out of you. And the rabbi of Brisk, nothing but majesty and terror, a master of the days of old. I was thinking, what can such a man do for a sick woman? He will frighten the last bit of life out of her. And I ran to my rabbi. He met me with a smile. Have you seen the majesty of the Torah? He asked. Pure kingliness, is it not? I was comforted. If the rabbi could smile, all was well. And indeed, all came out well. Within a short time, the young woman was delivered of her child, and by the day of the rejoicing of the law, the rabbi of Brisk was holding forth to an assembly gathered round the table. What shall I tell you of the rabbi of Brisk and his mastery of the Torah? If the Torah is an ocean, he of Brisk was its Leviathan. In one sweep he flashed from end to end of the ocean, cutting through a dozen tractates on the way. With a single gesture he gathered in the world of the Talmud and its commentators. The waters seethe, fountains rise, a foam of quotations breaks into the air. It made one dizzy trying to follow him, but the heart knoweth its own bitterness. There was no joy for me that day of the rejoicing of the law. I remembered the Reb Noach's dream, and my blood froze. Over there at the table of my own rabbi, another kind of Torah was being uttered. Over there everything was bright and warm. Every word was steeped in earnestness and love. Angels hovered in the room. You could catch the flutter of their great white wings. My heart was filled with longing, but to leave was out of the question. Suddenly the rabbi of Brisk broke off his discourse and asked, "Who's the Hasidic rabbi in this town?" "Oh, some fellow by the name of Noah," came the answer. "A wonder worker?" went on the rabbi of Brisk. "Not very much. At any rate, we hear little. The women talk about him, to be sure, but who listens to them? So, he takes money without working wonders?" They told him truthfully that this particular Hasidic rabbi took little money, and most of what he took he gave away. The rabbi of Brisk meditated. "A scholar?" "A great one, they say." "And where does he hail from, this Noah?" And no one could answer, so all eyes were turned on me. "Wasn't he once in Brisk, this Noah?" asked the rabbi. Was my rabbi in Brisk?" I stammered. "Yes, I think he was." "Ah," exclaimed the rabbi, a follower of his, and it seemed to me that he started as if he had seen a spider. He turned to the assembly. "I once had a student by the name of Noah. He had quite a good head on him, but he hankered after those others. I spoke to him about it once and twice, and I was going to give him a third warning, but he disappeared. I wonder if this isn't the man." "Who knows?" And the rabbi of Brisk began to describe him, a gaunt little man, black-bearded, with black curling earlocks, an abstracted air, a gentle voice, and so on. "That's probably the man," they commented. "It sounds very much like him." After the meal and the grace, something utterly incredible happened. The rabbi of Brisk got up from his chair, approached me, took me aside, and said in a low voice, "Take me to your rabbi, my pupil. But listen, no one is to know about it." I obeyed, as you may well imagine, and on the way I asked him, terrified, "Rabbi of Brisk, what is your intention?" He answered quite simply, "During the grace it occurred to me that I had judged him in his absence. Perhaps with God's help I will rescue an old pupil of mine from their hands. Do you know, you young heathen," a touch of playful mockery crept into his voice, "if your rabbi is indeed the Noah who studied with me, his name may yet be great in Israel. He may be rabbi of Brisk some day." And now I was quite certain that it was the same Noah, and my heart jumped into my throat. So these mighty cliffs came face to face, and I was caught between them. It was a miracle that I wasn't flattened out. He of Biala followed a custom of his own on the day of the rejoicing of the law. He would send his Hasidim out of the study house and tell them to go strolling in the open air, and he himself would sit on the veranda and take pleasure in the sight. Biala is no longer what it was. In those days it was a little more than a village, clusters of tiny low houses with the synagogue and the rabbi's study house standing out in their midst. The veranda was on the second story, and below it lay the village and its surroundings. The rabbi sits up there and looks down. If a group of Hasidim passes without singing, he throws them the opening notes of a melody which they take up and carry away with them. So group after group goes by, and singing spreads out into the fields. The rabbi must have recognized our footsteps, for on this occasion he rose and came forward in salutation. Shalom Aleichem, greeting, Rabbi, he said modestly in his low, sweet voice. Aleichem Shalom, Noah, answered he of Brisk. The Rabbi of Brisk sat down, and he of Biala stood before him. Tell me, Noah, said he of Brisk, lifting his eyebrows, what made you run away from my yeshiva? What did you lack there? Ah, air, Rabbi, said he of Biala. I lacked air. I couldn't catch my breath. Come, Noah, how can that be? I mean, my soul lacked air, said he of Biala in the same voice. Why, Noah? Your Torah, Rabbi, is only law and judgment, without compassion, without a touch of tenderness. Without joy, the breath of life is not in it. It is a lofty and majestic Torah for scholars and for choice spirits. He of Brisk was silent, and my rabbi continued, But tell me, Rabbi, what Torah have you got for the common people, for the wood gatherer, the butcher, the laborer, and particularly for a sinful Jew? What have you, Rabbi, for those who are not scholars? He of Brisk still remained silent, as if he did not know what was being said to him. And he of Biala went on again in his sweet, low voice, Forgive me, Rabbi, but I must be truthful with you. Your Torah had only the body and not the soul of the Torah. The soul, said he of Brisk, and rubbed his forehead. Indeed, Rabbi, your Torah, I said, was only for scholars, for the elect, but the Torah was given to all Israel. And your Torah, Noah? Do you want to see it, Rabbi? See it. See the Torah. Come, Rabbi, I will show it to you. I will show you the glory of it, the joy that streams out from it for all Israel. The Rabbi of Brisk remained seated. Come, I beg you, Rabbi, it is not far. And he led the Rabbi of Brisk out on the veranda. I followed silently. That which I saw differed in no way from what I had seen on previous occasions, but the manner of my seeing was different. It was as if scales had fallen from my eyes. I saw the wide, enormous heavens, infinite in extent, and blue, radiant blue, so that the eye was filled with delight. A host of little silver clouds floated up there, and if one looked closely, one could really see that they quivered with happiness, as if they were dancing in the rejoicing of the law. Below, within the circle of the hills and the river, the townlet lay embedded in green, a dark and living green. One would have said that a living spirit breathed among the grasses. The spirit broke out here, there, elsewhere, like an odorous flame which danced between the bushes, kissing and caressing them. On the meadows, among the flames and grasses, little groups of Hasidim walked to and fro. Their satin gabardines, and even those of plain cotton, glittered like mirrors, all of them, even those that were ragged. And the flames that danced among the grasses touched the holiday attire of the Hasidim and played with it. It was as if every Hasid was surrounded with exultant, joyous fire. And the Hasidim turned their longing eyes to the veranda, and the light in their eyes was drawn from the eyes of their rabbi. And as the light grew, their songs became louder, gayer, and even more sacred. Every group sang its own melody, and the melodies mingled in the air and came to us in a single harmony. And not only they sang, the heavens sang too, the upper spheres sang, and the earth under their feet sang, the soul of the world sang, everything sang. Lord of the world, The sweetness of it melted my heart. And yet the moment I had hoped for did not come. "It is time for evening prayer," exclaimed he of Biale abruptly. In that instant, everything vanished. The scales covered my eyes again. I looked and saw an ordinary sky, and under it ordinary fields. On the fields wandered beggarly Hasidim in tattered gabardines. The flames were extinguished. I turned to my rabbi. His face, too, was extinguished. No, they did not come to an understanding. He of Brisk remained an opponent of Hasidism, but the visit was not without effect. From that time on, he no longer persecuted the Hasidim.
You have just heard the third in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories adapted from his book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz, published by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. We invite you to join us again next week for the last program in this 4-part Eternal Light series with Maurice Samuel. The Eternal Light is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is your World Series station. Remember that starting Wednesday, you will see the World Series, hear it all on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program is the last in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer, on great Hassidic stories adapted from Mr. Samuel's book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz. Mr. Samuel.
One of the most beautiful aspects of the Hasidic folklore is the tenderness and respect with which it treats the simple and untutored. In the Hasidic philosophy, saintliness of a high order may be associated with an uncouth and even repellent exterior. On the other hand, agility of mind and even genuine solidity of learning may be associated with defects of character which turn these assets into grave liabilities.
Again and again in the Hasidic stories, a man unnoticed or despised by the world turns out to have been one of the 36 saints in whose virtue the world is not permitted to perish. Isaac Leibush Peretz, whose Hasidic tales I am relating here, took up the legends which had been current among the folk and turned them into literary masterpieces, but without sacrificing their essential simplicity. He has many stories illustrating the mystery of genius, its waywardness, its unpredictability, its habit of turning up in strange and totally unexpected guise. And both Peretz and the Hasidic tradition may therefore
be classed among the profounder democratizing influences in Jewish life. Not in wealth and not in beauty and not in learning and not even in all three in combination will you always find the spirit which sustains the human spirit above the levels of the beast. The Hasidim would say that God loves to confound the wise by showing supreme wisdom in unlettered simplicity. I do not know the source of the story I have here adapted from Peretz. It is even possible that he invented it, but if invented, it comes right into the tradition, particularly in one respect. Hasidism was in love with music as a mode of worship. A melody was to Hasidim a living thing with a destiny. In our story of today, Peretz speaks not about a piece of music, but about a musician. It is called a bass viol for heaven. In the village of Tomaszów, hard by the Polish-Galician frontier, there began to appear at the doors of the houses a young man, a beggar, of whom no one knew where he lived and whence he came. A strange, inoffensive creature, he accepted neither coins nor any kind of food except bread. They noticed that he always had a faraway look in his eyes, and that his ears always seemed to quiver slightly, as though he could hear something when to all others the world was as quiet as the synagogue on the Day of Atonement before the blowing of the ram's horn. If a word was addressed to him, he started, as though he had been recalled from another world. As he became a more familiar figure, a householder or a goodwife would now and again try to make use of him by sending him on a simple errand. But they soon gave it up, for entrusted with a message, he would disappear for several days and then come back with an answer that was quite meaningless. And this not from laziness or ill will, but from sheer absent-mindedness. It would turn out that he had gone about delivering the message, but on the way had stopped to play with a field mouse, and then a bird had called to him, and he had followed, and so he had forgotten where he was going and with what message. Then he had come back quite innocently to beg a piece of bread. One summer day, when the village was quiet and the shopkeepers sat at their doors waiting for customers, the young man happened to pass down the street. A shopkeeper, weary with the emptiness of the day and having nothing better to do, called the young man over for a cross-examination. First he invited the youth into his shop, but the youth shook his head, whereupon the shopkeeper sat down on the threshold of his door and began to question the other. What's your name, young man? My name, repeated the youth. Ah, Abraham, yes, Abraham. Aren't you sure? No, he didn't seem to be quite sure. There were so many things. How could one be sure? The shopkeeper grinned. And your family name? Family name? What's that? A family name. There are lots of Abrahams. Which Abraham are you? Whom do you belong to? My father. And what's your father's name? Father? The man's smile broadened. Where does your father live? That seemed to be a difficult question. After a while, the youth pointed heavenward. There. Have you no other father? No. Have you no mother? What for? Asked the youth. And then, as the shopkeeper laughed aloud, added, Can I go now? Soon. Tell me, where did you come from? A village. Which village? That he could not answer. He did not know the name. And when he was asked how he came to Tomaszów and how long it took him, he said, I walked and walked and walked and walked. But he did not know how many days he had walked. Can you daven? Can you say your prayers? That he did not understand. But after a long explanation, he broke out with, Oh, speak with Father. That's right. I can say the Hear, O Israel. And where did you learn it? That the young man could answer. In one of the woods lying between the villages, he had met an old man who had told him who and where his father was. He had also taught him to speak with his father and to repeat the Hebrew of Hear, O Israel. It appeared also that he did not know the meaning of the words, but the old man had told him that the father did and was pleased when they were addressed to him. In this way he spoke with his father twice every day. Also he played whenever he spoke with his father. You play? On what? Well, sometimes he played on reeds, and once someone had taught him how to cut himself a whistle. Someone had given him a clay flute, and he had learned to play on it. And suppose you were to be given a fiddle. Red spots suddenly appeared in the young man's cheeks. A fiddle? If someone were to give him a fiddle. He wanted a big one, he said, a very big one, the kind they carried with a strap. Well, drawled the shopkeeper, immensely amused, maybe someone will buy you a big fiddle. Let's see first what kind of musician you are. Without waiting for a second invitation, the young man drew from under his tattered shirt a clay flute and blew on it. Hardly had he begun to play when the birds gathered overhead and flew in circles round the ascending music. But the shopkeeper did not look up or mark anything. The young man stopped playing, smiled, and put the flute back under his shirt. Tell me, said the shopkeeper, what did you live on in the woods? Mushrooms. And in the villages? There he lived on whatever the good people gave him. Ah, thought the clever shopkeeper. Now he had caught the youth out. Who gave you things? Everyone. The peasants and even the priests. And you ate everything they gave you? No, he had thrown everything away except the bread. He had lived only on bread. The other things were for the birds. He said that the old man in the woods had also asked him what he ate, and when he told him that he lived only on bread, the old man had been very pleased. That was why he had taught him how to speak with his father. He had come to love the old man with all his heart because he had taught him the Hear, O Israel. And suppose this old man were to tell you to steal. Then he would steal, said the youth. Or to kill someone. The old man would not do it. He was good. Still, if he told you to kill someone, then he would kill. And wouldn't you be afraid of your father? Why should he be afraid? Asked the young man, more with his eyes than his lips. Because he would punish you. For the first time, the young man laughed outright. You're making fun of me. A father doesn't punish. At that instant, the time for afternoon prayers was announced, and the shopkeeper went to the synagogue to tell everyone of his witty interrogation of the young man. The community of Tomashov had an orchestra, God save the mark, 2 fiddles, a flute, a clarinet, a tambourine, and, as the usual additional noisemaker, a bass viol. It was a melancholy little orchestra used for local weddings or at the occasional performances given by strolling players. It was also called in from time to time by the neighboring landowners when they could not get anything better for their dances. One winter morning, the Tomashev orchestra was returning from a ball. The men were hungry. They had not dared to eat anything in a Gentile home, for all the food there was unkosher. But they had, according to the custom, taken a few drinks, and they went along the road arguing, singing, and quarreling. A snow had fallen, and the bass viol player, an old man staggering under the weight of his instrument, kept lagging behind, crying out to the others not to leave him. They paid no attention. When they arrived in Tomashov, they scattered to their homes, tumbled into their beds, and slept like the dead, but not for long. In a little while, the bass viol's wife was making the round of the houses, screaming for her husband. A search party was sent out and returned empty-handed. For several days, the hope lingered that the man had taken refuge in a peasant house. But on the following Friday afternoon, when the storms had died down,
a peasant cart drove into the marketplace, and on it lay the frozen body of the lost player. They buried him with the utmost haste before the onset of the Sabbath. The next day the widow interrupted the services according to the immemorial tradition that had grown up for such purposes, and would not let the prayers continue until the heads of the community had promised to make provision of some kind for her and her 5 orphans. That evening a meeting was held with all the musicians present. There was no community chest in Tomashov. It was therefore proposed that the orchestra should do without a bass viol, and that whatever pay would have been given to the bass viol should now be given to the widow. The musicians objected. An orchestra without a bass viol was no orchestra, whereupon the rabbi observed that the sustaining of a Jewish family was more important than a bass viol. And the musicians replied that the rabbi, if he would forgive them, just didn't know anything about music, which greatly offended the rabbi, but brought the matter no further forward. Then suddenly the witty shopkeeper, who had interrogated the young men, cried, "Gentlemen, I have an idea." And he proceeded to tell them of the joy with which the young man had greeted the possibility that he might someday get a bass viol. Now, wouldn't it be an excellent idea to marry the young man to the widow with the 5 children, give him the dead man's instrument and his position, and thus take care of the family? Perhaps he meant it by way of a sorry jest, but the meeting caught at the idea, and the rabbi was deputed to make the suggestion to the widow. He found her willing enough, and Abraham the beggar had no objection. So within a month they were married, and Abraham acquired a wife, 5 children, and a bass viol. The arrangement worked quite well. The couple got on nicely. Abraham never set foot in the house. He passed his time as he had done heretofore. When he became hungry, he knocked at the door, took a piece of bread, and disappeared with it. When he was needed for a performance, he turned up in time, strangely enough, and was taken along. The neighbors asked the erstwhile widow what kind of life she led with her new husband. She laughed and answered that it was perfectly wonderful. What did an elderly woman need after all? This husband of hers ate practically nothing, drank not at all, and never said a harsh word to her, or any other kind for that matter. She did business direct with the orchestra and got her husband's pay intact. It was perfect. Abraham, too, was quite content. At first he had his troubles with the orchestra. He learned to handle the bass viol well enough, but he paid very little attention to the music. He seemed to play all for himself or as part of an orchestra that nobody else could hear. He would go on playing when the others had finished and had to be stopped forcibly. In time the difficulty was overcome. Not that Abraham adjusted himself to the orchestra. It was the other way around. At Jewish weddings, either they knew what the situation was, or else they thought that besides being a bass viol player, Abraham was a bit of a buffoon. And his solo playing, when the rest of the orchestra had ended, occasioned much merriment. At Gentile dances, the musicians simply snatched away his bow as soon as a piece came to an end. With his musical instrument, Abraham acquired a new habit. 3 times a day, mornings, evenings, and midnight, he used to play the Hear, O Israel on his bass viol. The sunrise and sunset worship he offered up by the river bank in the meadow outside the village. But at midnight he came into the village and stationed himself in the marketplace. The melancholy tones of his instrument would melt into the night and steal through the doors and windows into the hearts of the sleepers. And there was something so earnest and simple and insistent in the deep loo of the bass viol that many sleepers whom the knock of the beadle had failed to awaken for midnight prayers would start up at that sound, listen awestruck for a while, then light a candle and hasten to the synagogue. A wondrous affair came to Tomashov, such an affair as the village might expect only once in 100 years, and this was the manner of its coming. The president of the community of Lublin and the rabbi of the community of Krakow were making a marriage alliance. Since neither city would yield to the other the privilege of witnessing the wedding, it was decided that the ceremony should be performed
at a point equidistant from the two. This point was occupied by the townlet of Tomaszów. The president of the Lublin community was the host, and the first thing he did was to have a barrel full of gold coins rolled up out of the cellar for the wedding costs. Could he do less to signalize the honor he had achieved? To have married into the family of the Rabbi of Krakow? Well, he would delight the Rabbi and the Lubliners and the Krakowites with a wedding that would be talked of for generations. The cooks and servants and waiters and attendants invaded Tomaszów to make the arrangements. There would be guests from Krakow and guests from Lublin, merchants, scholars, high synagogue dignitaries, rabbis, and simple householders, and the inhabitants of Tomaszów would be invited along with the outsiders because their townlet had been privileged to occupy the point midway between Krakow and Lublin. 3 orchestras would play, one from Krakow, one from Lublin, and the one from Tomaszów. The wedding would be held in the big barn outside the village. The ordinary use of this barn was to house, through the winter, the logs of the timber merchants who floated their rafts down the Vistula to Danzig. For its new, exalted one-time function, it was transformed into a palace. The walls were painted and decorated with pictures. Costly hangings were brought from Lublin, and innumerable paper lanterns. 2 immense tables were laid along the length of the barn, one for the men, the other for the women. 400 guests. There were to be separate entrances for the men, for the women, for the waiters, and for the musicians. The main door, or rather gate, was reserved for the Rabbi of Krakow and a few other distinguished guests. The day of the wedding arrived, and with it the hundreds of guests who were accommodated in the homes of the Tomaszowites. Tomaszowites, so honored, were happy and proud to give up their best rooms to the visitors. In the evening, visitors and Tomaszowites streamed to the transfigured barn, which presented a glorious scene. For when the guests were all seated, and the lamps were all lit, and the precious stones twinkled in the earrings, and on the kerchiefs, and on the stomachers of the women, and the hall was filled with the light of the Torah, it was like a vision of another world. The long rows of waiters wound in through the door, carrying the plates of fish. There was a happy tinkling of silver knives and forks against a background of happy conversation. Up at the head of the table, a learned discussion developed, led by the rabbis of Lublin and Krakow. And then there broke in the mingled music of the 3 orchestras. The flames in the lamps danced with joy. The precious stones took on a fresh sparkle. The voices became gayer, and the Rabbi of Krakow leaned his head on his hand and listened happily. It was known that he was a great lover of music. The orchestras passed from a merry piece to a pastoral, from a pastoral to a religious melody. A violinist from Krakow dominated the music. The tones melted the hearts of the listeners. The orchestras strummed softly while the melody soared and fell and rose again. It was as though a river were flowing through the hall, as though the Vistula had spread its waters between the tables, rocking and murmuring among the guests. And above the river, a bird floated wondrously, and from its beak poured delicious and melancholy music, one religious theme after another. The mood of the guests alternated. There was great joy for the occasion, for the gathering of learning and piety, for the marriage of the young couple. Then would come the recollection that Jewry was in exile, and the divine glory was in exile too, and it was unbecoming to feel too happy. So for a moment a reflective sadness would descend on the guests. But a moment later, the pride and exaltation of the occasion would sweep away the touch of melancholy, and a riot of gay voices went up, carried on the waves of music which poured inexhaustibly from the orchestras. Suddenly the music stopped, as if every string had burst and every instrument fallen apart. In the silence that followed was heard the loo, loo, loo of Abraham's bass viol, proceeding all alone, as if it did not belong to the place and occasion. The astonished guests turned and saw him seated with his face to the wall, fiddling away peacefully, the only hand still in motion, loo, loo, loo. The musicians had arranged this little comedy for the amusement of the guests at Abraham's expense. Somehow the trick did not take. The musicians waited for the public to burst into a shout of laughter, but the public stared first at Abraham and then from Abraham at the Rabbi of Krakow. The musicians had miscalculated. The guests would not permit themselves to laugh at anyone in the presence of the Rabbi of Krakow. Not that they were not so inclined. Their lips were already twitching. But they looked at the Rabbi, and they saw that, leaning his head on his hand, he had closed his eyes. Had he perhaps fallen into a doze? Meanwhile, the bass viol played on, loo, 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 and an uneasy feeling spread through the hall. Suddenly, all eyes turned from the Rabbi toward the central door. Something was happening there. Footsteps and voices were heard. Attendants clustering round the door seemed to be thrusting back a throng, and the guests heard a frightened whispering. No, 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 not here. There will be a separate banquet for the poor. Beggars, it seemed. The Rabbi opened his eyes and was about to say something. Doubtless he was about to order the attendants to admit the poor guests. What else would a Rabbi of Krakow do? But before he could speak, the door sprawled wide open, and the astonished assembly saw an old man in tattered headgear and tattered gabardine. A beggar, one would have thought, like all other beggars, except for the majesty that shone from his eyes and informed the gesture of his hand. The attendants had fallen back involuntarily, and involuntarily they made a pathway for him. The old man, in rags from head to foot, but possessed of the presence of a king, advanced down the hall, followed by a company of beggars as ragged as he. He came to the center, in front of the Rabbi's throne, and paused there, his company clustered behind him. The wedding guests looked on, dazed, the Rabbi not less than the others. Only Abraham, face turned to the wall, went on playing. The trembling hand moved back and forth unceasingly. The bass viol gave forth its sad, earnest tones, loo, 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 loo. The old king in beggar's garb opened his lips and uttered a single phrase, the midnight prayer. Then, Rabbi of Krakow, Abraham is playing for the midnight prayer. You do not understand or believe, but soon you will. It was in order that this privilege might be conferred upon you that the marriage was arranged between your family and the family of the president of the community of Lublin, so that you might come to Tomaszów, which is midway between your cities. And for your sake, the other guests will hear and understand, but none so well as you, Rabbi of Krakow, who are a lover of music. Loo, 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 the bass viol went on, and the assembly listened as in a trance. Then suddenly the old man lifted his right hand in a signal to the roof, and the slopes of the roof moved, parted, and swung open slowly, one to the right and one to the left. Above the heads of the wedding guests, the midnight sky appeared set with 1,000,000 stars. The old man made a second gesture, and the sky itself divided, as the roof of the hall had done, and in the deep beyond the deeps a light trembled, out of the light came music. The hosts of the blessed were intoning the midnight prayer. The orchestra of the angels played, and the melody of Abraham's bass viol mingled with the heavenly melody and was part of it. Again the old man made a signal with his right hand. The music from above died out, the heavens closed, the shimmering light was replaced by the twinkling of countless stars, and once again that gesture, and the slopes of the roof swung back slowly and shut out the heavens. Loo, 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 sang the bass viol. Suddenly the bow fell from Abraham's hand. He rose, turned toward the assembly, and recited the prayer of the dying Jew. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. He recited it to the melody which had sounded in the heavens, and to which his viol had played the accompaniment, and having ended the recitation, he fell to the ground. The old man went over to him and lifted him in his arms. "Carry him to the charity house," he commanded some of the attendants, and handed the body of Abraham to them. When they had left, he turned again to the rabbi. "Rabbi of Krakow, it was not for a wedding that you were brought to Tomaszów, but for a funeral. Abraham has been called to the orchestra of the hosts of the blessed. They were short of a bass viol." And the old man vanished together with his company. Abraham died the next day, and the rabbi of Krakow and the wedding guests attended the funeral. The old man, they say, was Reb Levi Yitzchak, the Hasidic rabbi of Berdichev, whom they called the Compassionate One.
You have just heard the last in this Eternal Light series of 4 talks by Maurice Samuel, author and lecturer on great Hasidic stories adapted from his book, Prince of the Ghetto, a study of the life and work of the great Yiddish writer I.L. Peretz, published by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. We invite you to join us again next week when the Eternal Light resumes its regular live dramatic series with the first of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. The Eternal Light is produced under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This pre-recorded program has been an NBC Public Affairs presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. Our dramatic program today, A Rhode Island Refuge, written by Morton Wishengrad, is the first in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, presented in observance of the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series.
They call it the old Jewish cemetery of Newport. From Narragansett Bay, the land breeze rustles in the trees, and the Rhode Island sun is clean and friendly on our graves. They sleep so still beside me. Once, so long ago, they fled from Spain and Portugal, fled before the Inquisition, and they wandered over the earth again. And here in Rhode Island, they found refuge. And now they sleep, a final refuge, the last exodus. The headstones mellow in the rain. Lopez, Alvarez, Levy, Seixas, Turo. But over my grave there is no tablet, only a nameless stone the color of earth. It does not matter. The grass is my comfort, and it is warm and green and living. And yet, once I had a name, and also a history. My name was Mordecai, a good name, and Benjamin was my father, a good man. And in the year 1760, when I was a boy, my father read to me from the Bible.
It hath been told thee what is good, and what the Lord doth require of thee, only to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God.
We walked gladly with God, and we sang his praises in the new synagogue on Britain Street. And why not? For in Rhode Island there was reverence for God and reverence also for men, which is a fine thing. It was not so in the other colonies, where Puritan persecuted Quaker and Anglican opposed the Catholic, and both opposed the Jew. My father told me this, and also how 23 Jews came to New Amsterdam, and how Peter Stuyvesant nearly turned them away. And he told me also how others came to Rhode Island, and what Roger Williams said.
All men may walk here as their consciences persuade them, and everyone in the name of his God.
And for 5 generations after Roger Williams, we found sustenance in his words, and the colony of Newport prospered greatly, even beyond New York and Philadelphia. Aaron Lopez sent his ships far to the whale fisheries. Jacob Rivera introduced candles of spermaceti. James Lucena made soap such as had been made before in Castile. And some were silversmiths and iron workers and merchants and simple farmers. And Benjamin, my father, was likewise a merchant with a shop on Long Wharf. I remember still how he quarreled with Maya Pollock and why it came to pass.
10 casks of nails, check. 15 bushels of wheat, check. 100 pewter basins, check. 1 looking glass, check. 6 barrels of molasses.
Benjamin, 6 barrels of molasses.
I heard you.
Well?
I don't like it.
Here you talk, someone might think molasses isn't kosher.
I want no part.
Oh, don't be foolish.
Molasses means rum, doesn't it?
Of course.
And rum means slaves, doesn't it?
What if it does? You're not trading in slaves.
Why not, Maya?
Who cares why not?
I care, because it is written, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother.
Many things are written, and you can lose your mind trying to live up to it all.
Maya, are you a Jew?
What has that got to do with it?
You can't be half a Jew or a quarter of a Jew or a fifth of a Jew. You have to do what is written.
Look here, don't tell me what to do. I go to the synagogue every day, as good as any man. I don't mix milk and meat. And I have faith in the Torah.
Faith isn't enough. You cannot be a Jew only with your lips. You're a Jew every hour, every moment, in every act.
Excuse me, Benjamin. When I need a sermon, I listen to Rabbi Turo. And when I want to do business, I won't come here.
I'm not quarreling with you, Maya, but I won't deal in molasses when it's the blood of the slave trade.
Is that your last word?
If you wish.
Then goodbye.
Goodbye, Maya.
They did not speak much to one another after that, and then they grew stiff-necked and did not speak at all. My father suffered for it, for how can a man bear to see injustice done without crying out? Yet how can a man protest to one who will not listen? My father's business did not go well, but Maya Pollock prospered. His ships went forth to Jamaica and Barbados, and they came back laden with good things. He dealt in molasses and in rum, and once my mother said,
"Perhaps he's in the slave trade, Benjamin."
Bring the bread to the table, Rachel.
Well, it's only what people say.
People should learn not to slander a good man's name.
Did you ever hear of a rich man who was good?
Or a poor man's wife who wasn't envious.
Oh, be still, Benjamin. Here's the bread.
Wash your hands, Mordecai.
He's already washed. Say the blessing, Benjamin.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, King of the universe, who bringest forth bread out of the ground.
Amen. Benjamin,
Yes?
isn't it true about Meyer?
No, it isn't true. We're no longer friends, and I know he talks against me, but it isn't true. The Jews of Newport do not deal in slaves. Now go ahead and eat your supper, Rachel. Well, Mordecai, do you need a special invitation? Eat your supper.
My mother ate her supper and smiled into her plate. Then, when she looked up and saw my father, and saw that he saw her also, her eyes were wet. And I was glad for him and for her, and for myself that I was their son. And as I grew older and took my place with the men in the synagogue, I saw that my father was as he was because he was bred to the Talmud, and my respect for the law of Israel did not diminish. And it happened many years later that Meyer Pollock lost his ships at sea and all his merchandise with them. And my father went there.
Oh, it's you. What do you want? I've heard of your loss, Meyer.
Get out.
Meyer.
Get out. You're gloating outside.
I'm not gloating, Meyer.
No?
No. You're wiped out. Let me help.
I really believe you mean it. Benjamin, you are a fool.
I don't have much to give, but take it.
Thanks, Benjamin. I shouldn't have called you a fool.
Why not? I suppose I am.
Well, a good fool, then. You never did believe I dealt in slaves, did you, Benjamin?
No, I didn't.
I didn't, you know. I could have, but I didn't. Once I tried, Benjamin, and then one day I found the book on a chair. Open. And the page was Leviticus. It stared at me.
I know the place.
Do you? It said something about not making your brother serve as your bondservant. Of all pages in the Bible, Benjamin, it had to be open at that one.
For they are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondsmen.
That's it. Benjamin, I thought you ought to know.
I'm glad you told me.
You'd better go now. If you stay any longer, I'll become a fool.
Like me, Meyer?
Like you, Benjamin. God willing. There were many things my father said as I came to manhood, and I do not remember that anything he told me was false or insincere or said merely for the sake of pious display. Each morning, after prayers, he went to his shop on Long Wharf, and I went with him. And on Sabbath Eve, my mother would light the candles and make the benediction, and we would go together to the synagogue. Sometimes, on the Sabbath, after services, we would take the long way home and go among the quays and watch the boats dipping in the harbor and listen to the water slapping against the piles. How well I remember it. The Jews of Newport walking homeward, neat in their Sabbath dress, hungry for the warmed-over Sabbath meal. And our Christian neighbors stopped to shake a hand or to murmur a friendly good Sabbath. And within our house, there was peace and serenity and a table laden with good things. I wonder sometimes whether we are ever fated to have peace and serenity for long. For the colonies were impatient under the restrictions and the taxes of the crown, and soon there was a feeling of tension and a sense of impending trouble, which made the Sabbath bitter as Mara.
No reason that it can't be settled now.
Please, not all at once.
Now it should be settled.
That's better, isn't it? Let's do this thing democratically. We're here to make up our minds on some action, definite action. Moses Satius, you haven't said anything.
I'll stand with the others, Benjamin.
You can count on me, Benjamin. We'll buy no British tea, pay no British taxes, import no British goods.
How about you, Isaac Hart? Do you go along?
You know my opinion.
Well, I'm not sure that we do.
It hasn't changed.
Suppose you tell us.
All right, I will. All my life I've known you. I've broken bread with you. Our children have grown up together. We've liked each other, respected one another.
Get to the point, Isaac. Thy yes must be true, and thy no must be true. One must not say one thing with his mouth and another in his heart.
You've become quite a scholar of the Talmud, Meyer Pollock.
I'm no Tory, if that's what you mean.
And I'm no rebel. I side with England. England is where I was born. England has done me nothing but good. What reason would I have?
You live in Rhode Island. Yes,
I see. This is a democratic meeting. Everyone wants to talk and no one wants to listen.
Let him speak. Go ahead, Isaac.
You are all, at this very moment, guilty of rebellion.
Can you tell us what liberty has ever been established without rebellion?
I see, Maya. You are not only a scholar, you're also a philosopher.
Maya, sit down, please. Isaac, let's speak without anger. We're friends here. We can settle our opinions quietly. This is our synagogue. It is unseemly to raise our voice here.
Yes, you are right. But every Jew in Newport is turned against me. Why? Because I am loyal to England? Would Roger Williams have been able to found Rhode Island colony if not for English tolerance? Would Spain have permitted you to live here unmolested? Don't you see the consequences of your rebellion? There may be bloodshed.
Some things can only be settled in blood.
The words roll so easily from your tongue, Meyer. Before you quoted the Talmud to me, I can also quote.
I'm listening.
Look in the Talmud Sanhedrin. If someone should say to thee, kill, or I will kill thee, it is better that you should be killed than to commit murder. Why don't you answer, Meyer?
Shall I answer for him, Isaac?
Yes, if you can.
2 answers, Isaac. The first, Moses said, shall your brethren go into the war, and shall ye sit here? The second you know also, Isaac. Separate not thyself from the congregation.
You distort the meaning.
No, Isaac, the meaning is plain. The American colonies are your congregation. This is our place. We came here as the others came. We came for the same reasons. Pray God there will be no letting of blood, but if blood is to be spilled, our place is with the colonists.
Lexington came. We began to drill. Meyer and Moses Satius went among the townspeople collecting saltpeter and brimstone. The guns from Fort George were removed to Newport. Sentries were posted on the hills, and 2 full months before the Declaration of Independence, Rhode Island declared itself free and independent. And with Rhode Island stood the congregation of Newport. The young men took up arms, Abraham Satius and Solomon Rofes and Moses Isaacs and many more, and I with them. Then there were battles, and many of the redcoats were slain.
Rejoice, Isaac Hart.
And why should I rejoice, Meyer?
Because 100 redcoats have fallen.
When the angels began to sing as the Egyptians drowned in the Red Sea, God said, creatures of mine are drowning in the sea. How can you sing a song?
Meyer Pollock raised his hand to strike him, and then his hand fell to his side, and he turned away. Isaac Hart loved the king, and he did not fear to say so. He could have held his tongue, yet he would not. It came about that he was set on by a mob and killed. And even we who had shouldered the muskets of the Patriot Army mourned the passing of a man who suffered death for loyalty's sake. But during the fight there is little time for mourning. It is only later, when the living go into the fields to count the dead, that men can truly mourn. I was ordered to join the 8th Massachusetts Regiment, and before I went, my father took his musket and gave it to me.
Take it, Mordecai. I'll try to use it well, Father. When you were a little boy, I read you a few lines from the prophet Micah. Do you remember, Mordecai?
I remember, Father. It hath been told thee what is good, and what the Lord doth require of thee, only to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God.
I'm glad you remember. Now say goodbye to your mother and don't let her cry. And Mordecai. Yes? Be a good soldier for our people, Israel, and for America. These were the last words I ever heard from my father's mouth. I went to war, and the congregation of Newport dispersed before the British invasion. The goods were burned, the warehouses emptied so that nothing could fall into the hands of the enemy. And then, after the terrible winter of Valley Forge, Moses Satius wrote me a letter.
My dear Mordecai, God be with you. My heart melts for thee, for I have nothing to give thee but bad news. Benjamin, your father, and Rachel, your mother, are no longer among the living. They went to settle in another place and to help the patriots, and a terrible sickness came like a plague and took them from the living. Mordecai, your father, was a good man. He was eyes to the blind and feet to the lame, and a pillar to the synagogue. Truly, it is said, the hope of man is but the worm. May they rest in peace.
I said the Kaddish. It is not an easy thing for a soldier to say the mourner's prayer for the departed when the feet are naked and the body is cold, yet I tried to say it. I said it shivering in the mud and weary almost to death. And many years later, when the war ended, I returned to Newport and stood with Moses Satius in the synagogue Yeshuat Yisrael.
You see, the synagogue still stands.
Yes.
It will always stand, Mordecai.
Your faith is very great, Moses.
Well, why not? In America, faith is possible. President Washington came here, and he stood where you are standing.
Oh.
He saw the Ark of the Lord and the Holy Scroll, and he was pleased.
I'm glad.
He gave me a letter, Mordecai. You have fought your country's war. Now you have a right to hear why. This is Washington's letter.
Will you read it to me, Moses?
Yes. To the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. The citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for having given to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. It is now no more that toleration is spoken of as if it was by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support.
Mm-hmm. Read on.
May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while every one shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all, in our several vocations, useful here, and in his own due time and way, everlastingly happy.
They call it the old Jewish cemetery of Newport. From Narragansett Bay, the land breeze rustles in the trees, and the Rhode Island sun is clean and friendly on our graves. Yes, they sleep so still beside me. Once, long ago, they fled from Spain and Portugal, but here they found a refuge. The names on the headstones are mellowed in the rain. And if I have no stone, it does not matter, for the grass is warm and green and living. And something else. The words, too, are living. The words a man called Washington addressed to the little Jewish congregation at Newport, the congregation that sleeps beside me.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Mortimer Marcus, prominent civic leader, member of the Board of Overseers of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, and member of the Board of Trustees of Congregation B'nai Jeshurun, New York City. Mr. Marcus.
The moving and symbolic story, which has just been enacted so beautifully, is especially significant at this time, on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the construction of Newport Synagogue, the oldest Jewish house of worship now standing in America. This broadcast launches the American Jewish Regional History Series, which recreates past Eternal Light scripts. The series marks the 20th year of Eternal Light radio presentations by the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. And I sincerely feel that a Rhode Island Refuge is a most fitting choice as the first of 13 such broadcasts. Today's story not only underscores the value of religious teaching, it also emphasizes that Jewish roots were planted in this country even before the American Revolution, and the Jews fought for and helped to win the precious independence which is so dear to all of us. It is a potent reminder, too, that Jews always will help to preserve liberty and contribute to the advancement of human understanding. Although Newport Synagogue is the oldest edifice of its kind, the first Jewish congregation in this country is Congregation Sheret Israel, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which now holds title to Newport Synagogue. Presently situated in New York City, Sheret Israel was formed in 1655, and its first house of worship was built in 1730 on Mill Street, which now is South William Street in New York. From these earliest synagogues, Jewish life in the United States grew steadily, overcoming much hardship and leaving a deep religious and ethical imprint on the character of our nation. The Newport Jews, loyal to their religion and ideals, joined with other patriots in creating our republic and nurturing its growth. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were based on principles first expressed in the Bible and in the teachings of religion. The Liberty Bell, sacred symbol of the Revolution, bears the challenging call to liberty taken from the Hebrew Scriptures, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all inhabitants thereof. In these days of world tension and racial strife in our own country, it becomes even more important that we rekindle the light of friendship and understanding. The founding fathers of this nation were God-fearing, religious men in whose breasts burned the love of freedom and equality. They believed that man was created in God's image, and they knew that justice and righteousness could not prevail unless the dignity of man was preserved. They imparted their fortitude and beliefs to their children by keeping alive the teachings of their religion. It is time now for all men to adhere to the principles of their religious teachings. It is time for all men to rededicate themselves to the tenets of democracy. And it would be well to remember the words of George Washington's prayer, which was so eloquently repeated on today's program. The government of the United States requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Rhode Island Refuge, was written by Morton Wishengrad and presented on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the dedication of the Toro Synagogue. Today's program was the first in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical music. The cast featured Alexander Scorby as the narrator Mordecai and included Roger DeKoven, Santor Sotega, Bryna Rayburn, Arnold Moss, and Stotts Cotsworth. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light presents Rebecca Gratz, a drama by Morton Wishengrad. This is Vic Roby. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light, the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. Our dramatic program today, Rebecca Gratz, written by Morton Wishengrad, is the second in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, presented in observance of the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series.
I, Rebecca Gratz of the city of Philadelphia, being in sound health of body and mind and advanced in years, declare this to be my last will and testament. I commit my spirit to the God who gave it, relying on his mercy and redeeming love, and believing with a fine and perfect faith in the religion of my fathers. Shiviti ad Hashem v'negdi tamid. I have kept the Lord before me ever.
And Rebecca Gratz died in a good old age and full of years, and was gathered to her people. My name is Washington Irving. I knew Rebecca. You know her also, for she has not died. Listen, I shall tell you a story. It was the month of August in the year 1817, and I had gone abroad and had come to Scotland. And there I found myself with my friend, Mr. Walter Scott. And my friend Scott was perplexed.
Irving, it does not go well.
The book, you mean?
Aye, the book. It's clear in my mind, and yet when I come to set it down on paper, it will not unravel.
Put it aside, then. Turn to something else, Scott.
No, I cannot do that. It will be a good romance, I think, and yet it wants something.
Does it?
Aye, it does. Contrast. Irving, what could be a greater contrast to a story of the Crusades than the introduction of a character of the Hebrew faith.
I see, Scott. A Jacob or an Isaac to set against your Ivanhoe. A Rachel or a Leah to set against your Rowena.
Exactly.
Well, I know no Rachel, but...
Yes, Irving?
In Philadelphia, there is a Rebecca.
Aye?
Rebecca Gratz is her name. Scott, it may be that she's a pattern for your character.
Maybe so, Irving. Tell me about her.
We sat together in the castle of Abbotsford, Walter Scott and I told him the story of Rebecca Gratz. It was a fitful story pieced together from the few fragments that I knew. But he listened intently, and when I'd finished, he lit his pipe again and was silent. Soon after, I left Scotland, and in the following months, I learned with pleasure that Scott was to receive a baronetcy from His Majesty. I had almost entirely forgotten the incident at Abbotsford, when 2 years later, a package came for me.
I took the liberty of unwrapping it, sir.
Oh, thank you, Henry.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Irving, but that's a queer name for a book. Ivanhoe.
Is it, Henry?
That it is, sir. Oh, I nearly forgot. This note came with it.
Ah.
Bad news, sir?
Oh, no, Henry, not at all, no. A note from Sir Walter. My dear Irving, how do you like your Rebecca? Does the Rebecca I have pictured here compare well with the pattern you gave me? Well, what do you make of that, Henry?
Sounds like a message in code, Mr. Irving.
No, this is clear enough. Well, thank you, Henry. I'll ring if I need you.
Very good, sir.
I read Sir Walter's Ivanhoe, yes, and I placed the pattern of Rebecca of York over the pattern of Rebecca Gratz of Philadelphia. A curious exercise. It made me think and remember. Remember the time when great happiness and an even greater sorrow entered her life.
Come in.
Mr. Samuel Ewing?
Oh, won't you come in, please?
Oh, you're younger than I thought.
Well, try not to be so disappointed.
Oh, I'm not disappointed, only I expected to find...
Samuel Ewing, barrister, huh?
Yes.
Well, please sit down, Miss Gratz.
Thank you. You know my name.
Oh, of course I know your name. Miss Rebecca Gratz, Secretary of the Female Association for the Relief of Women and Children in Reduced Circumstances. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Well, it's absolutely inexcusable. Well, you must admit, Miss Gratz, it does sound funny.
As you say it, Mr. Ewing, it does.
Well, Miss Gratz, how do you say it?
The Female Association for the Relief of Women and Children in Reduced Circumstances.
Well, now you see what I mean. I couldn't help it, Miss Gratz. Forgive me.
Of course.
You know, virtue isn't such a bad thing.
It's very kind of you to say so, sir.
No, that isn't what I mean. Virtue's all right, but why must it be so humorless? Women and children in reduced circumstances. Now, why couldn't you just say poor?
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for selecting the name.
You?
Hmm?
Well, you don't look like... Well,
Thank you, sir.
Why did you select such a name?
Mr. Ewing, do you read Scripture?
Yes, well...
Scripture does not say, happy is he who giveth to the poor.
Oh, I thought it did.
No, Mr. Ewing. Happy is he who wisely considereth the poor.
Well, is there a difference, Miss Gratz?
Oh, I believe so. Giving isn't the essential thing.
Isn't it?
Oh, no. Giving with delicacy of feeling. That's the essential thing. And I thought the word poor or the word needy would be more humiliating than reduced circumstances. And I'm not quite sure now.
I'm sorry I laughed. You'll excuse it, won't you?
Of course.
Now, how can I help you?
Well, we need legal advice, sir. We wish to found an orphanage.
I'll do whatever I can, Miss Gratz.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing.
Rebecca Gratz and Samuel Ewing. In this meeting for them, a beginning of happiness and sorrow. They met frequently thereafter. They didn't seek the meetings out, and yet somehow they were drawn together. Once, Rebecca Gratz visited the church where Samuel Ewing's father was pastor, And once on a summer day, he found her standing idly outside the congregation Mikveh Israel.
I've missed you, Rebecca.
Have you, Samuel?
I hope you're not taking your legal matters to anyone else.
You seem very anxious to hold a client who pays you nothing.
Oh, I am, Rebecca. Oh, is that your cantor rehearsing?
Yes. Listen. It's an ancient Sephardic hymn.
Sephardic?
Yes, this is a Sephardic congregation. It was founded by people driven from Spain in 1492.
My grandfather was driven from England. I suppose America meant a good deal to grandfather. And to your father.
More than you know, Samuel. Let me show you how much. Look closely at this brick wall. What do you see?
Just a wall.
Oh, Samuel, look again. Look sharply. Do you see here, on top, this crack here?
Oh, yes, I do see something. Well, what is it?
Once it was a door. A secret passage ran from the altar through this wall.
A secret passage?
Yes, you see, they didn't know what to expect in America. They knew only what they had found in Spain.
Oh, yes.
So they built a secret passage against a time of persecution. And then, when they had lived here only a few years, they walled the door in, just as you see.
Poor devils.
Oh, Samuel, you mustn't pity them. They were very proud and stiff-necked. You know, sometimes I think they preferred persecution to pity.
Well, I'm glad they found their rights and their liberties here.
Oh, they didn't want that either.
What?
Neither rights nor liberties.
No?
Only right and liberty.
Oh, I see what you mean. Rebecca, you should have been a lawyer.
No, Samuel.
Oh, you are perverse. Now, why do you say no?
Well...
Yes?
If I had been a lawyer, perhaps I never would have met you.
Rebecca, it's time for candle blessing. Yes, Mother. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us by thy commandments,
and commanded us to kindle the Sabbath light. Rebecca,
you love him, don't you?
I think so, Mother. I didn't know it was so plain.
I love you, too. That's why I could tell.
Thank you, Mother. What do you want me to do?
Only what you think is right, Rebecca. But try to remember that for us, the house is a synagogue. A father and mother are high priests in a house of worship. We trust you, Rebecca.
Sometimes I wish you didn't. This way, it's as though the fate of the entire congregation rested on my shoulders.
Doesn't it?
Does it, Mother?
Everyone must answer that question for himself. It isn't easy, Rebecca, but you'll have to find the answer by yourself.
And even while Rebecca was pondering the answer to the question, Miriam Gratz, her mother, died on a Friday without the notice of an hour's illness. She was an excellent woman, and perhaps as much prepared to meet death unwarned as any human being could be. Yet for the living, it was a grievous loss. My father asked me to give you all his sympathy.
Oh, Samuel. Oh, it's so good to feel surrounded by friends. Everything is to be endured, save loneliness.
Your dress, Rebecca, it's torn.
Oh, no, not torn, Samuel. It's cut. A cut to the width of 4 inches in the garments of the mourners.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Don't be sorry. Do you know what the rabbi said to me as he was about to cut the garment? He said, "Stand up, Rebecca. Stand up to meet your affliction."
Rebecca, I can't bear it any longer.
You mustn't speak,
But
please.
all I'm trying to tell you is that
Don't you think I know? Oh, I think a woman always knows when a man loves her. Oh, Samuel, you know, even my mother knew.
What did she, Rebecca? What did she say?
She said I had to decide for myself.
Have you?
Yes. I've decided, Samuel. I've decided that I love you with all my heart.
Oh.
And that I can't marry you.
But you love me.
Yes, but I can't help that. And neither can I help the fact that now on the Sabbath I shall be the one to light the candles.
I won't press you, Rebecca. I won't press you. But I cannot accept your answer. Maybe I shouldn't have spoken now. But, Rebecca, I am going to speak again.
There are those who can be eloquent on their own suffering, and for them the pain is mitigated. For they console themselves with expression. But for Rebecca Gratz and Samuel Ewing, there was acquaintance with the mute, blunt-edged grief that tears the heart. They met, they sat together, they looked at one another, and they departed. And when they met again and when they spoke, there was still silence. It couldn't last that way, they knew it. On a raw day, when the sky was a single cloud to the horizon, Rebecca Gratz and Samuel Ewing met once again.
Rebecca, I'm speaking now.
Oh.
Yes, I'm asking you to marry me.
Oh, Samuel. I can't abandon my faith.
I'm asking you again, Rebecca.
Samuel, the sun will go down by itself without my assistance, but my faith, it depends on me.
Well?
Don't you see, mine is an ancient tradition. It's so ancient, Samuel. Don't you think it's worth preserving?
It separates us.
Not as human beings?
Oh, I hate things that separate people.
Do you hate your own religion? It separates you from me.
Oh, I don't want to argue, Rebecca. We're alike.
Oh, where in all the world are two things alike? Are there two blades of grass? Are there two grains of sand exactly alike? No. And yet is the world worse off for these differences?
Rebecca, please stop being a philosopher. I want to marry you.
I can't.
I knew it would be like this. I hoped otherwise for weeks and months, but I knew. It's like the thing you told me when your mother died and they cut your garment for the time of mourning.
You remember that?
Oh, yes, Rebecca, I remember. Rise and stand to meet your affliction. Go forth to meet it.
Yes, Samuel.
I thought of everything. I spoke to my father. I racked my head for a solution. If you won't enter my faith, I could
enter mine? Samuel, you are as steeped in your father's tradition as I am in mine. You would never be happy.
Oh, yes,
No. And a Jew may not proselytize. To see converts is forbidden.
I remember a phrase I heard from the Rabbi. The righteous of all nations shall have part in the rewards of the future world.
Well, you should marry a rabbi, Rebecca.
Don't be bitter. I can stand anything, Samuel, but not your bitterness.
Oh, please, I've made you cry. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh, when your eyes are wet this way, it's like the shining of your Sabbath candles. It's all right, Rebecca. It's all right.
Please.
I'll take you back to your house.
And Samuel Ewing returned Rebecca Gratz to the house she had never left. There is no wound so deep in the living flesh that it cannot heal. The years passed, and Samuel Ewing remained her friend. And then in the year 1810, Samuel Ewing came to see her.
Congratulations, Samuel.
You know?
Elizabeth told me.
Oh.
Oh, I'm very glad you're marrying my friend.
I've told her about you.
Oh, Samuel, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, no, it was no more than right. I'm very fond of Elizabeth. I hope I'll be a good husband.
You will be.
You'll come to my wedding?
Oh.
I always wanted Rebecca Gratz to be at my wedding.
I'll come, Samuel. Of course I'll come.
Does he really look like me, Rebecca?
Oh!
Hmm?
It's hard to tell. I should say he looks more like a vegetable.
Well, he does it that.
Oh.
Elizabeth and I, thank you for the gift. He'll be handsome in it.
I have another gift for him. May I?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh.
See? Look, he likes to be held.
When I was a child and my father had returned from the synagogue on Sabbath, he would place his hands on our heads and bless us. And then he would say, "The Lord bless thee and keep thee.
The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace."
Thank you, Rebecca.
Hmm?
Rebecca, why don't you marry?
Oh!
Well?
Have you seen our new rabbi?
Oh, yes.
Does he want to marry you, Rebecca?
I don't know.
You'll forgive my saying so, but Rabbi Lesser isn't a very handsome man.
You know I'm a very tactless woman.
Yeah.
Yes, once when he could hear me, I wondered aloud how so much wisdom could be entrusted to such an ugly body.
Oh, well, that was tactless.
Awful.
And what did your rabbi say?
Oh, he smiled. And then he asked, "Rebecca, what kind of vessel does your father keep his wine in?" "A common earthen vessel," I answered. He smiled again. "Why doesn't he keep the wine in a container of precious metal?"
It would get sour.
That's what I told him.
I suppose he had an answer?
An answer from the Talmud.
Oh.
Wisdom is safest with ugliness. For beauty is a provocation to vanity, and vanity is the enemy of wisdom.
Ah, I see. Well, will you marry him?
Oh, Samuel, no. I'm an old spinster. I'm set in my ways. I'm very fond of my own privacy. I'll just stay as I am and hope for the best.
That isn't good enough, Rebecca.
Thank you, Samuel. But there's the orphanage and the nursery. And did you know I'm thinking of organizing a Sunday school? I am. It isn't much, Samuel, but it will keep me.
It was like Rebecca Gratz not to run away, to seek no retreat from life. She entered into all the struggles of her society and her world, and somehow she became purified in the moral climate she created. She was a seed planted in fertile soil, and her roots were a faith in her tradition. And many hundreds of miles away, Sir Walter Scott sensed this from my story. Whatever else Ivanhoe is, Sir Walter has written her enduring monument in the last chapter of his novel.
Among our people, since the time of Abraham, have been women who contributed their thoughts to heaven and their actions to works of kindness to men, tending the sick, feeding the hungry, and relieving the distressed. Among these will Rebecca be numbered. Say this to thy Lord, should he chance to inquire after the fate of her whose life he saved.
Rebecca of York and Rebecca of Philadelphia, centuries separated, yet the same. And in the fullness of her years, Rebecca Gratz died and was gathered to her people.
I, Rebecca Gratz, being in sound health of body and mind, and advanced in years, declare this to be my last will and testament. I commit my spirit to the God who gave it.
Relying on his mercy and redeeming love, and believing with a fine and perfect faith in the religion of my fathers. Shiviti ad Hashem lenegdi tamid. I have kept the Lord before me ever.
If you would like a copy of today's script,
Please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. S. Harrison Dugo of Philadelphia, prominent community leader and chairman of the Philadelphia Patron Society of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mr. Dugo.
Sir Walter Scott did, indeed, write an enduring monument to Rebecca Gratz when he patterned his Rebecca of Ivanhoe after the Rebecca Gratz
of Philadelphia, a woman of proud and courageous piety whose life's work was motivated by her abiding love of humanity. But even more enduring, I believe, is the honored place accorded to her in the annals of American Jewish education. Here, the impact of her far-sighted, pioneering efforts is felt even today, as Jewish youngsters learn the true meaning of Judaism and prepare their adult life as ethical and productive Jews who can fulfill their roles as responsible and religious Americans. This year marks the 125th anniversary of the founding of the Hebrew Sunday School Society in Philadelphia. Rebecca Gratz was the principal organizer and its superintendent for more than 25 years. Many great and beloved Jews whose names will live through American Jewish history had early ties with the Hebrew Sunday School Society. Among them were the renowned Rabbi, Dr. Sabato Moraes, founder and first president of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, and Dr. Cyrus Adler, president of the seminary from 1915 to 1940. Dr. Moraes devoted 46 years to the society, visiting its schools, explaining the weekly Bible lesson, and teaching the chant of Hebrew prayers and hymns. Dr. Adler received a good part of his Jewish training and inspiration at the Hebrew Sunday School, as did his mother before him, and was a graduate of the school. Rebecca Gratz left to the Jews of America a rich legacy, just as she gave new stature to women in a period when they were considered productive only as housewives and mothers. She justly belongs in our Hall of Fame, along with Emma Lazarus, Rebecca Kohat, Henrietta Zold, and those others who have played noble roles in shaping and enriching Jewish life. Sir Walter Scott could not have had a more suitable model for the Rebecca he immortalized in his great classic.
Thank you, Mr. Dugo. Our Eternal Light drama today, Rebecca Gratz, was written by Morton Wishengrad and was the second in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast were Joan Loring as Rebecca Gratz and Court Benson as the narrator, Washington Irving. Others in the cast were Reynold Osborne, William Griffiths, Alan Bergman, Claudia Morgan, and Sarah Fussell. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light presents Photographer in Buckskin, a drama by Mark Siegel. This is Bill Wendell. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Yovad Yisrael, Omerim Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. Our dramatic program today, Photographer in Buckskin, written by Mark Siegel, is the third in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, presented in observance of the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series.
Between the great oceans, the continent lies broad and beautiful. The rivers wind through the peaceful land, providing sustenance, and the mountains reach upward toward the absolute. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. To this land they came, the sons of many nations, seeking a sign of his presence and the brisk air of freedom. For 200 years, slowly, painfully, they pushed across the continent. And as they stood before the wonders of his hands, first on the stormy seacoast fringe, then in the plains and mountains, in 1,000 places men sensed with awe the presence of their Maker. In the year 1854, high on a hill crest in Utah, a gaunt figure in tattered buckskin stood beneath the open sky, and seeing the tiny Mormon settlement nestled in the valley below, lifted his head like so many before him, and offered up a prayer of thanksgiving.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, who has kept us in life and preserved us unto this day.
Yes, a prayer of thanksgiving. His name was Solomon Nunes Carvalho, son of a family of rabbis, teachers, and writers. And this is his story, an obscure but heroic chapter in the unfolding drama of America.
I left New York on September 5th, 1853. My purpose to join Colonel John Charles Fremont in his expedition through the western wilderness. I reached St. Louis a few days behind schedule, and though it was midnight, repaired immediately to the home of Colonel Fremont.
Ah, Mr. Cavallo, at last. My respects, Colonel Fremont, and my apologies. The transportation is not exactly modern in these parts.
You'll revise your standards on that score in the next few months, Mr. Cavallo. But come in. We have been waiting up for you. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Solomon Carvalho, who is to be our official photographer. Mr. Cavallo, this is Mr. Eggleston, our topographer.
How do you do, sir?
Hello. And Mr. Fuller, our engineer.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, sir. Hello.
Have you been in the Plains country before, Mr. Cavallo?
No, Mr. Eggleston. This is my first trip west.
Then I take it you have photographed the mountains of the east.
No, I've lived all my life in the cities.
Well, you won't find the wilderness much like New York or Philadelphia.
I don't expect to.
What Mr. Eggleston is trying to say, Mr. Cavallo, is that you are free to withdraw from the expedition.
Withdraw? Why should I withdraw?
Well, I'll be frank with you. When you agreed to serve as photographer to the expedition, I, too, had some qualms.
As to my professional ability?
No, not at all. As to your ability to withstand the rigors of the journey.
Then why did you invite me to join you, Colonel?
Endurance is as much a matter of spirit as physique. And I felt you were a man of spirit.
And now?
Obviously, I was right. Let's consider the matter settled.
Good.
Between now and tomorrow, Carvalho, get some buckskin clothes and moccasins. Top hats and broadcloth coats are not the best apparel for the western wilderness.
I traded my boots for moccasins and my broadcloth for buckskin. And the very next day stood at the railing of the steamboat with Eggleston, watching as St. Louis and civilization receded.
Don't look back, Carvalho. Look forward.
Sorry, Eggleston. This is a new experience for me.
You were thinking of home?
Of my wife and family. How did you know?
Oh, when I was younger, I did too. Always.
You've been into the wilderness before, haven't you?
3 times, with Colonel Fremont. But never into the Rockies and never in the winter.
You sound almost afraid.
Afraid? No, I'm not afraid.
What is it like, Eggleston? The country?
Beautiful, Carvalho. Wild, untamed.
Ah, good. It'll make wonderful photographs.
If the elements allow it.
There, you've said it again. Haven't you any confidence in the expedition?
Confidence is an important attribute, Carvalho. But there is another equally important in the wilderness.
For survival?
For survival and for peace of mind.
And what would it be, Eggleston?
Humility, my son. Humility.
We set up camp at Westport, where final preparations were to be made while we awaited Colonel Fremont. Our party consisted of 22 people. 2 were Mexican guides. 10 were Delaware Indians. Among them were Luchas, who undertook to train me in the ways of the plain.
Pungo ready.
What's ready, Waluchas?
Pungo ready. Heap good buffalo pungo.
Pungo? What's pungo?
Follow Waluchas. You see. Yeah. This pungo. You learn ride pungo good.
Within the week, I learned to ride that buffalo pony. Under Oliver Fuller's direction, I tried to learn other things as well.
Hold it straight before you, Carvalho.
Like this?
No. At arm's length. Now try again. And fire 3 shots in succession. Carvalho, you have a wonderful eye.
Thank you.
For taking photographs. But you're no marksman. If you want my advice...
Yes?
Do your shooting with your camera, not your revolver.
We stayed in camp at Westport several weeks longer than we'd planned to. Colonel Fremont had taken ill in St. Louis. It was early November before he rejoined us, and there was little time to waste.
Mr. Fuller, is everything in readiness?
Yes, Colonel.
How many mules have you purchased?
50, sir.
Good stock, I hope?
Of the best.
They'd better be. The entire expedition depends on them.
I know it, sir.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes, Colonel.
We have lost almost 2 months. Do you believe that we can cross the Rockies?
It will be difficult, Colonel.
I know it will be difficult, Eggleston. I'm asking if you think we can get across.
Yes, sir, I do. With one exception, we have all had experience in extreme hardship.
You refer to Mr. Carvalho?
Yes, sir.
Well, Carvalho, I give you your choice. We're going to send all our excess baggage back to Independence tomorrow. If you wish, you may accompany it.
I gave you my word, Colonel.
You don't seem to understand. This may be a question of your life.
I understand it very well, sir.
Think it over. Let me know in the morning. It's not so simple a decision to make.
That night, I tossed and turned in my sleeping bag. And at dawn, still torn between thought of my family and the pledge I had given Colonel Fremont to accompany him, I was up. I saddled my buffalo pony and rode out from the camp a few miles to make my decision in solitude. Above me, the arched vault of heaven stretched to infinity. At my feet, the undulating grass, stretching as far as the eye could see, seemed to carry my thoughts upon its rolling surface, far, far into an impenetrable future. You cannot know what it is like to stand in a place seeing no human being, alone. Yet not alone, for all around me, in every tree and every flower, life, unceasing eternal life was evident. I sat thus perhaps for 15 minutes, my heart beating anxiously, yet with a strange serenity. And then, galloping toward me, I saw Eggleston, his wise old face turned to the luminous sky.
Yeah, I heard you leave. I thought you might want to talk to someone. Perhaps to someone older.
You're very kind, Eggleston.
Friendships are made quickly beneath the open sky, Carvalho.
Yes, that's true. But why?
A sense of insignificance, perhaps.
Eggleston, I think I understand what you meant about humility.
Knew you would.
And it has helped me make up my mind.
You will return to independence?
No, I'll go forward with you. I'm confident that the Great Spirit, who shows himself in all this natural wonder, will also protect me in the trials ahead.
Carvalho, it's good to know you're staying with the party.
I'm happy in the decision, too, Colonel Fremont.
But all of this paraphernalia, do you really need it?
If I'm to make pictures, yes.
All of these books, are they necessary?
No, sir, not essential.
Then ship them back to Independence, the whole lot of them.
Yes, sir. I'll get them together.
Mm-hmm. Well, just a minute, Carvalho. I mean what I say. Every additional pound is important.
I understood you, Colonel.
Evidently not entirely. What about the book you've just set aside?
This book, Colonel?
Yes?
This book is the Bible, Colonel Fremont. I do not think the Bible will impede us on our way. We started the long trek, the mule train stretching out before us toward the western horizon. From Westport to Smoky Hills, from Smoky Hills to Walnut Creek, up the Arkansas River across the Great Divide. Each day I made pictures, seeking to capture on the photographic plate some of the wonder and majesty of God's work. On, into the Huerofano Valley, through Sand Hill Pass, into the San Luis Valley, across the Rio Grande del Norte, into a country never before explored. Always, whatever the obstacles, I made pictures. In early December, we had our first snow. On the summits of the mountains, I stood waist-high in snow, photographing panoramas of the land. And in the valleys, we slogged along in the mud, down the side of one range, up the side of the next. But the day it happened, we were making our way up the muddy side of the mountain through a sheet of driving rain. At our left, solid granite. To the right, the dizzying canyon below, yawning, waiting. Suddenly, the lead mule took fright.
Maruchas, watch that mule! Hold him! He's slipping! Eggleston, cut the traces! The lead mules are slipping into the canyon!
Carvalho, I congratulate you on your cool-headedness.
Thank you, Colonel.
But I cannot hide the seriousness of our situation from any of you.
We've recovered some of our provisions, Colonel.
Food for a few days, Fuller. That's really all that's left.
We'll find game, Colonel.
Game is scarce in these mountains, Eggleston, and you know it.
Our Indians are good hunters, sir.
Our ammunition is at the bottom of the canyon, Eggleston.
I have some ammunition, Colonel.
For a rifle?
No, sir, in my revolver.
Oh. A revolver isn't the best weapon for hunting, Carvalho. Well, gentlemen, we'd better face the facts. It's possible we will not get out of these mountains alive. Yet if we are to die...
Yes?
Let's die together, helping each other. Like men.
Eat it, Carvalho. It will give you strength.
I can't, Eggleston.
You must.
But...
Eat it. It is not the first time a man has had to eat his own horse to stay alive.
Lean on me, Fuller.
It's no
use, Carvalho. You can make it. You have to make it. Not with this frozen foot, Carvalho. Please leave me. You lose the others. Fuller, get on my back.
I can lose the others, but I cannot lose myself. For 5 weeks, we wandered in the snow-bound Rockies, slaughtering one pack animal after another and living on its flesh. When there were no more mules or horses, we dug for roots and pushed on westwards, always toward our only hope. Then, one morning, Waluchus awakened Colonel Fremont with unusual haste.
No. What is it, Waluchus? For the love of heaven, stop shaking me.
Indians.
Huh? What tribe?
Utes in war paint.
Utes? Where?
Standing in circle round camp.
How many?
As many as the fingers of 10 men.
Waluchus is a good guard. Carvalho. Egglofstein.
Yes. What is it, Colonel?
Colonel.
Waluchus says we are surrounded by Utes. Perhaps 100 braves.
Utes. That is not good.
They come.
Yes. I see them, Waluchus. Everyone up. Let's stay together.
The Indians approached silently and stood in a group before us. The leader began making sign language to Waluchus.
Yeah, look at them, Carvalho. The poor devils look as hungry as we do.
What is he saying to Waluchus, Eggleston? He seems angry.
He's saying the white man does not belong in the mountains.
What will happen, Eggleston?
The worst, Carvalho, unless we can convince them we are powerful.
That we are powerful?
That it would be unwise for them to hurt us. Carvalho, where are you going?
Waluchus, tell the chief we do not wish to hurt him or his people.
I have told, Chief.
Tell the chief we have great magic. Tell him to place his tomahawk in the snow at 100 paces, and I will show him.
Eggleston, what does Carvalho think he's doing?
I don't know, Colonel Fremont. Wait, he's taking his revolver from his holster.
Tell the chief I will make splinters in his tomahawk.
Chief say you have no bow and arrow, cannot break tomahawk.
Tell him I don't need a bow and arrow. Tell him when tomahawk breaks, there will be a sound as of thunder. Understand?
Waluchus understand. Waluchus will tell Chief.
Good.
And now, may the Lord be with me.
Carvalho, we've done it. They're going away.
When did you learn to shoot like that, Carvalho? Your hand was as steady as a hunter's.
It wasn't my hand that held the revolver, Eggleston. It was the hand of the one above. For almost 2 weeks more, we wandered. Oliver Fuller, our friend and comrade Fuller, went off into the snow rather than be a burden on the party. When it seemed that we could go no further, Colonel Fremont summoned me to the tiny fire we'd built to warm our numbed hands and feet.
Carvalho, I've about given up.
Colonel Fremont, I beg of you, do not say that.
I feel I can to you. Somehow you've proved stronger than any one of us. Carvalho, we have only one chance of getting out of these mountains, only one hope.
I'm ready for whatever you wish of me, Colonel.
By my reckoning, by what observations I've been able to make, and by Egglestein's best guess, we're only a few days from the Mormon settlement of Parowan.
Then let us push on.
No, we don't know in which direction. But from a suitable vantage point, perhaps we could see some trace of civilization.
A suitable vantage point? You mean that peak?
Yes, if we can make it to the top.
I'm ready to try it, Colonel.
I doubt we can make it, Carvalho. Not in our weakened condition.
It is better to try and to fail.
Perhaps.
No, Colonel, for certain. I've learned 2 lessons on this journey, Colonel. Eggleston taught them to me early. To be humble and to look forward, not back. Up, 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 through the glaring day and the black night, to our armpits in snow, scratching for the prickles of cactus leaves to support our failing strength. And finally, on the 3rd day, Colonel Fremont and I reached the ice-capped summit of the great mountain and gazed into the distance.
Oh, no, Carvalho, no.
Before us lay not open country as we had hoped, as we had expected, but more snow-capped mountains, stretching as far as our vision carried.
We're lost now, Carvalho. Totally and finally lost.
While we're alive, we're not lost.
In the face of this, how can you remain so confident, man? Look at the face of the earth before you. Do you believe we can survive in this?
It is the face of the earth that makes me know I will survive, Colonel.
I don't understand.
What is revealed in this grandeur? Is it not God's will? Are these mountains not God's creation?
I do not question that.
Then let us trust that he will deliver us.
I envy you your faith, Carvalho.
Do not envy it, Colonel Fremont. Share it.
It's not so easy.
There is a psalm that will help, Colonel, the 108th. Do you know it?
I think not.
They wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way. They found no city to dwell in. Then they cried unto the Lord in their trouble, and he delivered them out of their distresses. And he led them forth by the right way, that they might go to a city of habitation. Soon after our return to camp, digging weakly for food, I felt something beneath the snow.
Carvalho, what is it? What is it?
Eggleston, feel this. Feel it.
This rut?
Yes, Eggleston. But it's not just a rut. It's the rut of a wagon wheel. We have found a road back to life. Three days later, we stood on the crest of a hill in Utah. This time in sunshine. Below, the smoke rose peacefully from the little settlement of Parawan. We bared our heads and offered up thanksgiving. Thanksgiving for deliverance and for the great good land. Colonel Fremont, whose ancestors had trod the soil of France. Eggleston, born and schooled in Germany. And I, the son of Spanish Jews, who fled to this new world in search of freedom and a new life. And knowing that we were saved, we three, saved also by the sacrifice of Fuller, an Englishman, and by the devotion of our Indian and Mexican guides, I offered up another prayer in my heart as well. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Abram Knuff, Professor of Clinical Pediatrics at the Downstate Medical School and President of the American Jewish Historical Society. Dr. Knuff.
Adventurer, explorer, and scientist, Solomon Nunes Carvalho lived a life which is a dream in many a boyish afternoon, a dream to which Solomon added the role of artist, photographer, community leader, politician, and author of a bestseller. With it all, he was an observant Jew and even authored 2 volumes of biblical commentaries. Always restless, Carvalho left his mark in Charleston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Salt Lake City, Los Angeles, New York, and the Caribbean islands. A student of Thomas Sully, he painted a number of excellent pictures, including a famous portrait of Abraham Lincoln. He was already a nationally known photographer when Fremont picked him. No mean distinction, for the latter was a popular American hero who personified the great American westward movement. As an inventor, he pioneered in the process for steam and hot water heating and developed into an astute, successful businessman to exploit these inventions. A pious Jew, Carvalho, in the midst of bitter Charleston dissension over the formation of the first Reformed congregation in America, wrote, "The only article of faith necessary for any believer is that of Torah min Hashemayim, the personal revelation of Torah by God himself." Always a Jewish community leader, he helped in Los Angeles to organize California's first Jewish society, and in Baltimore was a founder of Beth Israel. In New York, he and his wife were active in the Hand-in-Hand congregation, now Temple Israel. His adventures as an explorer have already been dramatized in the script. As it turned out, Carvalho's diary was the only written record which remained of Fremont's last exploration. When Fremont ran for president, this diary formed the basis for a book which was supposed to be a routine affair, extolling the virtues of the candidate. Actually, it became a bestseller book of history and adventure. The American experience has given rise to all manner of men. Something in the American environment has made it possible for the Jews to participate joyously and completely in this diversification. In the free air of his country, Solomon Nunes Carvalho could be all American and all Jew.
Thank you, Dr. Knupp. Our Eternal Light drama today, Photographer in Buckskin, was written by Mark Siegel. Today's program was the third in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Clifford Carpenter in the title role with Norman Rose, Ian Martin, Leon Janney, Harry Belliver, and Larry Robinson. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light presents Isaac M. Wise, a drama by Morton Wishengrad. This is Bill Hanrahan speaking. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. Our dramatic program today, Isaac M. Wise, written by Morton Wishingrad, is the fourth in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, presented in observance of the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. The year is 1899. Sir Moses Ezekiel, the internationally celebrated sculptor, has come to a Cincinnati suburb to carve a likeness of a great rabbi, the stormy petrel of American Judaism. It is spring, and somewhere nearby a bird is singing. But for Isaac Mayer Wise, it is winter, the 80th year of his turbulent life.
This shouldn't take much longer, Rabbi Wise. You're not tired, are you?
Don't be so all-fired solicitous, young man. I'm not used to it.
Well, so I gathered. A bit more to the left, please. Hold it, please.
Young man, you're a nuisance.
Am I? Would you mind wearing your spectacles?
I certainly would. Besides, I lost them.
No, you didn't. They're in the same place, Rabbi Wise, on your forehead.
Well, that's where they belong. You sculpt me just as I am, young man, and don't you try to make me venerable. Nothing venerable about me.
You're rather pleased with yourself, aren't you?
If you can reach 80 and make as much trouble as I did, you'd be pleased yourself.
I dare say. Now, tell me if the pose tires you. You all right?
Of course I'm all right. You go right ahead and fiddle with the clay. I'm just thinking. Being old, it's like a state of suspended convalescence, just sitting, the satisfaction with small things, a little bird singing, the sun on your cheek, the feel of your own pulse. It's good, just sitting and being pleased with the smell of April, not worrying about December. That is good. And thinking. A little town in Bohemia, such a long time ago, 1845. 1845 in the Bohemian town of Ratnitz, and the Burgomeister saying...
Sit down, Rabbi.
Thank you, Herr Burgomeister. I'll stand.
As you prefer. Your name is Isaac Mayer Wise, isn't it?
Yes, Herr Burgomeister.
I understand that last week one Joseph Dorfman and one Abigail Steinschneider came to you.
They did.
Did you marry them?
I did.
Without our permission?
I did.
Let me refresh your memory, Rabbi. No rabbi in Bohemia may perform marriages without our permission.
My apologies, Herr Burgomeister.
Sir, I object to your tone.
That makes us equal, Your Excellency. I object to your law.
Nevertheless, you will obey the law.
Some laws are a crime, Your Excellency.
Their execution is a felony. Be careful, Rabbi. I didn't make the law, but I carry it out. Impress that little fact on your mind. The Jewish population is going to remain stationary, do you hear? No one marries until there is a vacancy, and a vacancy occurs when someone dies, and I certify that a vacancy exists. Is that all, Herr Burgomeister? Yes, that's all for now. We've got our eye on you, Rabbi, for a lot of things. No more marriage services, my friend. That's a warning. Place the ring on her forefinger. No, the right hand. Yes. Say after me, Behold,
Behold,
thou art consecrated unto me by this ring.
Thou art consecrated unto me by this ring.
According to the law of Moses and of Israel.
According to the law of Moses and of Israel.
Oh. Don't be alarmed. Apparently, we're to have uninvited guests. There is a door in the back.
Are we married, Rabbi?
Yes, the ceremony is over. Now, don't hurry as you leave. Don't be afraid. They are the criminals, not we. Now go, and God bless you. Come in, Herr Burgermeister. Where are they? Rabbi, I said, where are they? You're too late, Herr Burgermeister. That's a pity. Yes, a pity that it's true, and very true that it's a pity. No. Tell me their names. No, Your Excellency. You refuse? I do. Well, I'm not going to arrest you. Oh, no, Rabbi, not for this. When I get you, it's going to be for something good. I appreciate the compliment. Not at all, Rabbi, not at all. Oh, wait a minute. I've forgotten something. Yes, tomorrow is the Emperor Ferdinand's birthday. You will preach the customary sermon of congratulation? Yes. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Why not come yourself? Rabbi, a very good idea. Good. Then I shall take special pains with the sermon. No doubt, Rabbi. No doubt. My text is Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 17. Thus saith the Lord, Ye have not hearkened unto me to proclaim liberty, every man to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim for you a liberty, saith the Lord, unto the sword, unto the pestilence, and unto the famine. And I will make you a horror unto all the kingdoms of the earth.
Members of the congregation, the gown is getting threadbare. The gilding wears off from the wooden idol. The priests desert the altar. Add shame to blasphemy, add folly to falsehood, contradict humanity, and praise the Emperor Ferdinand on his birthday. Europe is an aching sore, a bleeding wound, a blasting stigma. The nations are a flock of sheep, a herd of cattle belonging to the tyrant. Let us pray for our noble and virtuous Emperor Ferdinand.
Put a man in a chair, set a cap on his head, place a scepter in his hand, worship him, slaughter one another at his command.
Eloquent sermon, Rabbi.
Glad you like it, Your Excellency. I'm not quite finished.
Oh, I think that will do, don't you?
Perhaps you're right.
Let's not keep the governor waiting.
The governor?
Yes, of course, Rabbi. He's most anxious to speak with you.
Oh, I see, Herr Burgermeister. By all means, we mustn't keep the governor waiting.
Just what I think. All right, Rabbi, let's go.
You admit these charges? I do, Governor. Also that you have performed marriages against our expressed injunction? I have.
And that you have been heard to say that republicanism is preferable to monarchy?
I have said so.
Why?
I happen to believe it.
Is that in your religion?
That's the way I interpret my religion.
Oh, so you're also an interpreter, eh? I'm accustomed to having my questions answered.
Why not come to the point, Governor?
My dear Rabbi, I generally conduct my interviews in my own fashion. So you don't like monarchies, eh?
Men who take care of themselves are free. When they let others take care of them and make their laws for them, they are slaves.
Why not save that for your pulpit?
Because I've got more than a pulpit conscience.
My dear man, I suggest a change of atmosphere for you. The climate of Bohemia may become rather, shall we say, suffocating.
Oh? If Your Excellency has no objection, my family and I will emigrate to America.
Do that, my dear Rabbi. Do it quickly. Yes, in your case, the quicker the better.
The timeless pattern, pilgrimage to freedom. The ocean luminous with the wet footprints of exiles who had gone before. wind steering westward to the American earth, where no man gnaws the dead bones of past centuries. A place for new beginnings, where men can write their names upon the stars and not upon tombstones. A place to learn new words and a new language, and to stand in a free pulpit and open an American Constitution and see in every line the law of Moses, the code of Israel. So many years ago, my first American pulpit, the call to the Albany congregation.
Rabbi Wise, before we decide to engage you, we'd like you to make something clear.
I want him to make a lot of things clear. I'll come to it, Schmidt. If you don't, I will.
Don't you trust me, Schmidt?
Go ahead. Don't talk so much.
Well, now, as I was saying, Rabbi Wise, we want you to clear up something.
What is it?
We hear you believe in some kind of reform.
That is what we heard.
I do.
Oh, is that so? What kind of reform, Rabbi?
I'll try to state it simply. Only that portion of Judaism which will and must become the common good of all men is religion to me.
Is that so? Well, go on. We're listening.
You want to speak?
No. Just tell us what you believe.
All right, Mr. Schmidt. I believe that Judaism does not insist on dogmas.
Oh? What makes a religious Jew?
His deeds, not his creed.
Schmidt, what do you think? I'm still listening.
Well, that's not only my doctrine, Mr. Schmidt. You'll find it in the Talmud.
I'm still listening.
There's a section in the Talmud where God is imagined to exclaim, I would rather they had forgotten me and had observed my law.
Schmidt, what can we lose? He quotes Talmud. Yes, that's a fact, yes. Well, Rabbi Wise, you've got a congregation. Rabbi Wise, this is too much.
Schmidt, take it easy.
I will not take it easy. Rabbi Wise, I want to know if this is true.
So do I.
Is what true?
My wife tells me that you are preparing my daughter,
a girl, for confirmation.
Yes, I am, Mr. Schmidt. She's a bright girl, and she's going to be confirmed on Pentecost.
In our synagogue?
Yes. Do you see anything wrong?
Anything wrong? It's not done. It never has been done. Bar mitzvahs are for boys, not for girls.
It's absolutely unheard of.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Rabbi Wise.
You're not going to disgrace this synagogue with these crazy innovations.
Tell me, when Moses brought the women of Israel to Mount Sinai, were you disgraced?
You cannot justify this thing.
I think America justifies it. Women are not second-class citizens. Go back and read your Bible. Chochmas Nashim Bon Saw Besaw. It is the wisdom of the woman that builds the home.
Schmidt, what do you say? I don't know.
I believe in a living Judaism. Legalism isn't religion. Mysticism isn't religion. No. Religion, Judaism, for me, it's the fear of the Lord and the love of man. I've tried to introduce reform in other places. I've been mocked and scorned and reviled, but I have faith in America. Someday the mockers and the scorners and revilers will admit they're wrong. They will accept the confirmation of girls. It's a small thing, perhaps, part of a much greater idea, but they will come to it.
All right. It can't hurt.
Good. Let us enter the palace of the Lord and not waste our time scratching our names on the bricks outside.
Schmidt, what do you think? Oh, I don't know. Life used to be so peaceful before he came.
Perhaps the desire to reform the world is a sickness. It's hard to say. Some men do no more than they must. Traditions can be accepted, but they must also be made. It was a hard lesson to learn, a harder lesson to teach. Then the time came to teach it elsewhere. A call from Congregation B'nai Jeshurun in Cincinnati. A call from the American West, the place of new beginnings.
Rabbi Wise, that's a fine little magazine you publish.
Thank you, Blackman.
You can do a powerful lot of good with it. Don't spoil it.
Mr. Blackman, if you want to tell me something, why not tell me?
All right. This editorial. Did you write it?
You know I did.
This country has disavowed every connection with any church. Nothing is more disgusting than the combination of religion and politics.
Come to the point, Mr. Blackman. I wrote that. What's objectionable about it?
Why did you write it?
You know why. It's an attack against the Know-Nothing Party.
That's what I thought. Rabbi, take some advice. Leave the Know-Nothing Party strictly alone.
I can't, Mr. Blackman.
Why can't you?
Because they're attacking Catholics and Negroes.
You're a Jew. It's no skin off your back.
Mr. Blackman, I'm an American.
Rabbi, you're being mighty tactless.
I've got a good theological word for tact.
You're making a
mistake, Rabbi. Keep out of this. It won't do your people any good.
Mr. Blackman, for 18 centuries, Israel was at fault for too great love of God. And perhaps the enemies of Israel were at fault for too little love of their neighbor. But this is America. The foundations are different here. They must be defended.
It's not your job to defend
What
them.
kind of an American do you think I am? You see a Chinese wall around the Constitution. When the Constitution is attacked, I retaliate.
What are you going to do?
I'm calling a special meeting of the congregation. I'm asking every Christian and Jew in Cincinnati to come. You might also, Mr. Blackman, might do you some good. The old sickness, bigotry, and sectarianism, and this time in America. It hurts in other places, but in America so much more, for this is the beacon light of nations. And yet every generation must fight its own evil and build against it, and every man must build in his own way.
Oh, Rabbi, can I drive you somewhere?
Why, thank you, Father Riley. I'm going to the station.
Get in. It's only a bit out of my way. That was a good talk the other day, Rabbi Wise.
Thank you, Father Riley.
Let's make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You convert Jews to Judaism, and I'll see if I can convert Christians to Christianity.
Well, I'm going to keep my part of the bargain. That's why I'm going to the station. Father Riley, I may be wrong, but I think there's room for a Hebrew college in this city. You can't build synagogues without rabbis. I think it's time to start training rabbis.
Well, good luck to you. You can tell them Father Riley's on your side.
Thank you.
If you gentlemen have no objection, I'll turn the meeting over to Rabbi Wise. The floor is yours, Rabbi.
You gentlemen look rather pained.
We're wondering how much you expect from us.
You think I like doing this?
From what we've heard, you do it mighty well, whether you like it or not.
I hate it. I live on a railroad. I go from city to city. I beg. I come here. Why? I'm getting old and weary, almost tired of life, yet I must come here and speak. A man can't rebel against his conscience any more than he can rebel against God. You and I cannot separate ourselves from our people. We cannot be faithless to our religion. I'm here to plead for a holy cause. I'm asking you to help me build a college for the training of rabbis. I think a portion of the history of America depends on your answer.
It isn't much, Rabbi Wise, but it's all we can afford.
Thank you, Jonas. That's enough for 6 classrooms.
Will you accept this, Rabbi Wise?
With all my heart. You've just given us half of a library.
I'd like to enroll as a rabbinical student.
Glad to have you. Nervous, Rabbi? What for? The first commencement of the Hebrew Union College? I've never been happier in my life. The mouth of the Lord hath spoken.
Let no good man despair of human nature and human destiny, for the Lord is at your right hand and you cannot fail. His promises are your banner of light. The time must come when all the fortresses and the castles and the bastions will lie in ruins, and a newer generation will say, our forefathers needed these damnable structures, but we do not. The time is fast approaching when men will recognize in man his fellow creature, the image of his God, the object of his love, the brother of his heart. God bless this country. Let it be a beacon light of nations. Let all free men raise their temples to the Most High and praise his glorious name forever and ever.
Rabbi, you can rest now.
What's that?
I said you can rest. Remember me, I'm the sculptor.
Oh, yes, Sir Moses.
Have you been thinking?
Yes, remembering.
Why don't you go in now, Rabbi Weiss? Go in and lie down.
No, you go in, young man. I'll sit here. When a man's 80, sitting is good enough. Time enough later to sleep.
Don't stay too long.
As long as I'm allowed, young man.
I'll bring you a blanket.
No, young man, don't bother. I'm warm enough. Spring. There's a good smell from the ground. The birds are back. Yes, indeed. I'm warm enough.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mrs. Albert J. May, Honorary President of the National Federation of Temple Sisterhoods and daughter of Isaac Mayer Wise. Mrs. May.
The episodes in the life of my distinguished father have just been well told, and I join heartily in the applause for this dramatic production. Morton Wishengrad, our author, is gone to his eternal reward, but his works will be long remembered. I hope you will not think me an aging sentimentalist if my memories, reverent and beautiful, are different from the written records of the life of Isaac M. Wise. Somehow his 12 children knew him best as an affectionate and human father. His love of democracy molded his entire thinking. He had a passion for getting to know people from all walks of life and welcomed their opinions. The Wise family home had an open door of joyous hospitality, cherished by many visitors who flocked to our home. My memories of our childhood seem to me to be full of charm and depth. Life in our family was a daily adventure in which the children participated. Religion with its rituals spread a warm glow over our home where hypocrisy was despised. And there was always a place for laughter, even for the revolt of youth. I wish honestly that today's family would have some of the old-fashioned attributes of the less pretentious home. In his work, Isaac M. Wise especially valued and respected the contribution of women, and he made a place for them in the synagogue. He was often a stormy petrel, but more frequently he was the understanding pastor. The leaders of his community stood by him, as did the many throughout the country, and cooperated with him in laying the cornerstones of Reform Judaism. These were the factors which helped this untiring, completely dedicated man to build the institutions would spread the life of Judaism and carry high the banner inscribed with his favorite motto, Yehi Or, let there be light.
Thank you, Mrs. May. Our Eternal Light drama today, Isaac M. Wise, was written by Morton Wishengrad. Today's program was the fourth in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical music. Featured in the cast was Roger DeKoven as Rabbi Wise, a cast which included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, House Jameson, John McGovern, Gilbert Mack, Daniel Acco, Joseph Bell, and Hal Studer. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light presents The Rabbi with the Ink-Stained Hands, a drama by Mark Siegel. This is Bill Hanrahan speaking. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. Our dramatic program today, The Rabbi with the Ink-Stained Hands, written by Mark Siegel, is the fifth in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, presented in observance of the 20th year of The Eternal Light.
Otto! Otto!
What is it, Rabbi? What's the trouble?
Ah, Otto, this printing press. Listen to it. Like an old gate, it creaks.
I'll admit it's a little noisy, Rabbi, but it does the job.
Yeah, it does the job. But I tell you, Otto...
What, Rabbi?
I tell you, this printing press, it is much noisier than the last one. When they destroy this press, Otto, we get a nice, new, quiet printing press, yeah?
We never did get a new printing press. And that one, the last press on which we printed Sinai, the newspaper of our congregation, was the most stubborn machine I ever worked on. It creaked and groaned and screamed. Yet out of all that noise, there came words which sang with beauty and conviction. The noise of our printing press was the sound of the birth of freedom. There were some who used to think the rabbi was like our printing press, just plain stubborn. Rabbi David Einhorn, they'd say, he's the most stubborn man in Baltimore. And perhaps they were right. He was, as stubborn and courageous and single-minded as an Old Testament prophet. I know. I was his printer from the day we published the first issue of Sinai. That was in 1855, 6 years ago. And from the beginning, there were some people who questioned his right to be stubborn.
Rabbi, it's very difficult to talk.
Wait, I stopped the machine. Now, what was it you say, Mr. Schoenberg?
I was saying, Rabbi Einhorn, that it's impossible to talk over the clatter of that machine.
Also, if we go into my office then, huh? Otto.
Yes, Rabbi Einhorn.
Otto, you go on printing. I take Mr. Schoenberg into my office.
Right, Rabbi.
You follow me, Mr. Schoenberg, yeah?
Yes.
And be careful of your clothes, I think. It's a little dusty in this cellar.
Dusty? Dust doesn't form in layers 2 inch thick, Rabbi.
Oh, a little dirty then. Go in, please.
Yes.
Here, I clean a chair for you. Sit down, Mr. Schoenberg.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Now, you were saying, Mr. Schoenberg.
I was saying, Rabbi, that some of the members of the synagogue have asked me to talk to you.
They are afraid to talk to me themselves?
No, not at all, Rabbi, but it seemed simpler this way.
Simpler, Mr. Schoenberg? It is so important, then...
No, Rabbi. It's just that,
Please, Mr. Schoenberg, you say it, yeah?
Well, I'll try, Rabbi. It's just that a good many of us in the congregation feel that working in a dirty cellar doesn't befit the dignity of the rabbi of the Har Sinai synagogue.
The dignity? That I print a newspaper?
Well, this manual labor, Rabbi, it's just not suitable to your position.
Ah, Mr. Schoenberg. Creative labor, no matter how humble, is always fitting. To labor with one's hands, that is even a form of worship.
Perhaps our concept of the rabbinate is not in complete agreement with yours, Rabbi.
No, Mr. Schoenberg?
No, Rabbi Einhorn. I didn't wish to put it this directly, Rabbi, but our congregation does not enjoy having a rabbi with ink-stained hands.
Oh, yeah, I see. Mr. Schoenberg, you have been direct with me. I will be direct with you, yeah?
Oh, good, Rabbi. I'm listening.
I will ask you a question. Is it the printer's ink on my hands you object to? Or is it what I write with that ink that you do not like?
Perhaps you will understand better if you know just one sentence from one of Rabbi Einhorn's editorials in Sinai. I remember thinking, as I got ready to set the type, that it was a sentence which might not be received too kindly in Baltimore in that year of 1855.
All right, Otto. This is the last sentence. You are ready?
Yes, Rabbi. Go right ahead.
Is it anything else? Is it anything else, then, but a deed of rebellion against God to enslave human beings created in his image and to degrade them to a state of beasts, having no will of their own?
It was soon after we printed that editorial that Mr. Schoenberg visited us. And it was soon after Mr. Schoenberg's visit that the rabbi was called to a meeting of the board of directors of the synagogue.
Rabbi, this is a serious matter.
Yeah, that I can see, Mr. Lowenthal. The meetings of the board, they are not often so well attended.
All right, gentlemen, please. Rabbi, I hope you will understand. We respect your scholarship. We respect your leadership.
But, as Mr. Schoenberg says, you don't like the ink on my hands, hmm?
Exactly. Mr. Schoenberg, in fact, has proposed that you discontinue publication of your newspaper.
Because he thinks it is not dignified for a rabbi to be a printer, huh?
We knew you would understand, Rabbi.
Yeah, Mr. Schoenberg, I understand. Gentlemen, I ask you a question, all of you. Why did you bring me here from Austria?
Because of your reputation, of course, Rabbi. As a scholar, as a great speaker. as a teacher.
Yeah, good. But why did I come? You can answer that?
Not as well as you can, I'm sure.
I came because I thought there in America, there is freedom. I thought there no government will close down a synagogue. There a man may pray as he will, believe as he will.
Mr. Chairman, this is hardly relevant to our discussion.
Please, Mr. Schoenberg, let the rabbi continue.
Thank you. Then I come here to America. I find there is freedom, blessed freedom, yes. But I find there is slavery, too. How can I be silent? I am the same man I was in Austria.
Rabbi, you missed the point. This is not Austria. This is Maryland.
Do you suppose the Almighty recognizes the state boundaries, Mr. Schoenberg?
Rabbi, if I understand what Mr. Schoenberg is saying...
What do you think he is saying, Mr. Lowenthal?
He is saying that there are matters of custom.
Does custom justify an evil?
Rabbi, slavery is as old as Maryland.
It is even older. But that is no reason for accepting it.
I don't think you understand, Rabbi. We don't support slavery.
Please, Mr. Chairman, please. You think I don't understand, but I do. I understand. The pro-slavery forces in Maryland, they are very strong, yeah? Very powerful.
Exactly, Rabbi.
And you, Mr. Schoenberg, perhaps you don't support slavery, but you don't want to antagonize your neighbors.
I'm glad to see you're taking a practical view of the matter at last, Rabbi.
Yeah, I take a practical view, I take a moral view, and a practical view. You know my moral view already.
Yes, I would say we do, Rabbi.
Now I tell you, I will be bound by what you decide. But before you vote on whether you want a rabbi with ink-stained hands, I tell you my practical view.
We're listening.
I tell you something I have learned in Austria, in Germany too. While one minority is oppressed.
Rabbi, what are you getting at?
While one man is oppressed, no other man is free.
That is dangerous talk.
No.
Very, very dangerous.
I go further, gentlemen. While any minority is in slavery, not even the majority is free. Please, you will let me know how you vote?
They voted to let him continue the publication of Sinai. And in its pages he spoke out strongly for freedom, for brotherhood, for an end to enslavement of one man by another. And while we worked together on the old press in the dusty cellar, the years passed and the crisis deepened.
So, Otto, there it is. A good job.
Thanks, Rabbi.
Volume 4, number 1. Volume 4. I tell you, Otto, when we started, I never thought we would be printing Sinai for 4 years. 4 years.
A lot's happened in those 4 years, Rabbi.
That is true. Perhaps more will happen in the next few days.
What do you mean, Rabbi?
Otto, did you read the editorial in this issue?
Of course I read it. I set the type.
I don't think some people will like this editorial, huh?
Well, it won't be the first time, Rabbi.
That is true. But I'm afraid they won't like this one particularly. It favors Mr. Lincoln. They are not very fond of Mr. Lincoln in Baltimore.
Rabbi Einhorn?
Yes, that is my name.
Rabbi, I've come here as a friend.
Good. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you before.
That's true. Perhaps it's better that you don't know my name.
I don't understand. But if you tell me that it is better, I won't ask it.
Rabbi, I'll be brief. I don't agree with your abolitionist sentiments.
I see. Well, you have the right.
But I don't want to see any violence done.
You are warning me?
Precisely.
I'm rather used to such warnings.
I've come here for your own good, Rabbi. There's a lot of talk about you around Baltimore.
And what do they say, sir?
Well, they say you're dangerous.
I? I am dangerous?
Yeah, some folks are tired of what you've been printing in your paper, Rabbi.
Do they say what I print is untruthful?
They don't bother. But you'd be wise to stop writing what you've been writing.
That's what they say, your friends?
Well, they don't say it quite that gently, Rabbi, but that's what they say.
I see. What else do they say, my friend?
A great many other things, Rabbi. I'd rather not repeat them.
Such as?
You really want to know?
Oh, it might prove educational.
Glad to oblige. What they say mostly, Rabbi, is, why don't you go back where you've come from?
There you have it, Rabbi. I've had a visitor. Mr. Schoenberger's had a visitor. Every member of the board has had a visitor.
Was he a soft-spoken gentleman, Mr. Lowenthal?
Yes, he was, Rabbi.
White, polite?
In his language.
But not in his sentiments.
Exactly.
Rabbi Einhorn.
Yes, Mr. Schoenberg?
I don't think it matters very much who the man was who visited us. We're here to discuss the newspaper, Rabbi.
I think Mr. Schoenberg's right, Rabbi.
You would desert your principles because they are attacked? I don't understand, gentlemen.
Rabbi, we have all been warned. 4 years ago, when you first came to us, you taught us that custom doesn't justify evil, and we accepted that, Rabbi. But the times have changed in these years.
That's just what I've been trying to say, Rabbi. It's a question of safety, not a question of right and wrong.
Mr. Schoenberg, the greatest safety man has is to be in the right.
Rabbi Einhorn, don't you have any concern for the well-being of this congregation?
It isn't enough to be concerned only with the well-being of our own congregation, Mr. Schoenberg. There is a larger congregation.
I don't understand, Rabbi.
The congregation of all mankind, Mr. Lowenthal.
That's a big responsibility for one rabbi.
We bear the responsibility jointly, Mr. Schoenberg.
Rabbi Einhorn, you are right, of course. You're always right. But will you answer me just one question?
Ask it, Mr. Schoenberg.
All right. I'll ask it. Why are you so stubborn?
Do you mind if I answer your question with another question, Mr. Schoenberg?
No, I guess not, Rabbi.
If Moses had been less stubborn, do you think you and I would be here discussing other people's slavery?
It would be easy to say that all the leaders of the congregation agreed with Rabbi Einhorn, but they did not. Some considered him foolhardy, some considered him heroic. But all, even those who opposed the publication of our newspaper, had come to respect his integrity and the force of his conviction.
Yes, come in, please.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Ah, Mr. Schoenberg, I'm glad you could come.
You expected me?
I hoped you would come after yesterday's meeting. If you hadn't, I would have visited you. I wanted to apologize.
But, Rabbi, that's why I've come here. To apologize.
No. It was I who spoke harshly. If you have forgiven me, I am grateful. But I take it you still think we should not publish Sinai, huh?
Oh, yes, for many reasons.
Mr. Schoenberg, in all good spirit, I must ask you, where would you draw the line?
What line, Rabbi?
The line of our responsibility to others.
Now, Rabbi, I've already said time and again I am not a supporter of slavery.
That is no longer the whole issue, Mr. Schoenberg, as you know.
Then what is, Rabbi?
The whole issue? The sanctity and freedom and uniqueness of man.
That is a big jump, Rabbi.
It goes by little steps, Mr. Schoenberg. A small compromise leads to a bigger one.
Rabbi, you're an idealist. To go on publishing a newspaper is simply dangerous.
Perhaps it is more dangerous not to.
I don't think you understand the lengths to which these pro-slavery men will go.
I think I estimate the possibilities correctly, Mr. Schoenberg.
And you are willing to take that chance?
I do not think there is a choice.
Rabbi, I don't know if you're a wise man, But you are certainly a selfless one.
A selfless one, Mr. Schoenberg? No, not at all. I am very much concerned with myself.
You are? It's a new way, then.
Not new. Very old, Mr. Schoenberg. Do you know the words of Rabbi Hillel?
No, which words, Rabbi?
A few words for all time, Mr. Schoenberg. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? And if I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when?
If not now, when? They were words which took on a different meaning for me. For if there were members of the congregation like Mr. Schoenberg, who came slowly to see Rabbi Einhorn's point of view, there were others like me who wondered as the months went on whether there would ever be an end to slavery.
Otto, what is troubling you? All the time lately, there are mistakes in the typeset.
I don't know, Rabbi.
Are you worried? Is that it?
Worried? Yes, Rabbi. Maybe that's it.
About what, Otto?
Well, we don't seem to be getting anywhere, Rabbi.
Please move slowly, Otto. A struggle for the right always moves slowly.
But why, Rabbi? Why must it go so slowly?
It goes faster than you think. You will see, Otto.
What, Rabbi?
It goes slowly at first, but then suddenly it goes fast. Perhaps too fast for comfort.
Rabbi, are you all right?
Yes, Otto.
You're not hurt?
A little scratch, nothing. What was it?
A brick. They threw a brick through the window.
Ah, that was very careless of someone.
Oh, Rabbi, how can you joke about it? You could have been hurt badly.
I can joke because I was not hurt, Otto.
Look, there's a note tied to it.
What does it say, Otto?
It says, remember Elijah Lovejoy. What does that mean? Who was Elijah Lovejoy?
Ah, Otto, you should read more history. He was a minister, Presbyterian minister in Illinois. He believed in freedom, Otto, and published a paper as we do to say so. And one night, a mob circled with torches and guns around the warehouse where he had the printing press, and they set the warehouse on fire.
What happened to him, Rabbi?
They shot him, Otto. They killed him. Come, now, let us get on with the printing.
We went on printing Sinai after that, every month until last week. It has happened the way the rabbi said it would. First slowly, then fast. Faster than we could imagine. Mr. Lincoln became president and had to steal through Baltimore at night on the way to Washington because they had planned to kill him. The slavery men got bolder and bolder. And then last week, I was working at the press when Mr. Lowenthal came running into our shop.
Otto, where is the rabbi?
Mr. Lowenthal, what is it?
Rabbi, quickly, you must get home at once.
What's wrong, Mr. Lowenthal? My wife, is she all right?
She's all right. The children, too, but the news. Have you heard the news?
What news?
They have fired on Fort Sumter. It's begun.
It should not have come to this. Not to war.
Rabbi, you don't understand. There are mobs in the streets, secessionist mobs.
Well, the militia will bring them under control, Mr. Lowenthal.
That's why I've come, Rabbi. The military commander of the district came to the synagogue.
The military commander? But why?
He had a list with him, Rabbi, a list drawn up by the secessionists.
What kind of a list, Mr. Lowenthal?
A list of anti-slavery men that they have sworn to kill. Rabbi, please go home at once. Your name is on that list.
We took the rabbi home, and we had hardly shut the door when someone was pounding on it.
Who's there?
Let me in, Rabbi. It's Schoenberg.
Let him in.
Rabbi, I brought a carriage around to the back of your house. You better hurry while there's still time.
Do you think I will go now, Mr. Schoenberg? I've told you how I feel.
Rabbi, please, it's a matter of your life.
A man's life is meaningless if he deserts his principles.
Rabbi, don't you understand? There's a mob outside that door. My own son is guarding that door with a gun in his hand.
Your son?
My son and Mr. Lowenthal's son and the sons of the other members of the congregation.
Mr. Schoenberg, I thank you, but I do not think. I do not think I should go.
It's not just that you're threatened. It's your wife.
My wife?
Yes,
You.
and your children.
Mr. Schoenberg, you seem more concerned about my safety than your own. You seem more worried about my children than yours.
It's something I learned from a very stubborn man, Rabbi. Please, will you go?
Yes, I will. God bless you, Mr. Schoenberg. God bless you and keep you. Let us go to the capital.
I took the rabbi and his family to the waiting carriage. My eyes were wet with tears as I shut the carriage door.
Goodbye, Otto. It will not be forever. Do not be sad, my son.
We are defeated, Rabbi.
No, Otto. It is no defeat. There's no defeat while men struggle for justice and freedom.
Will we ever win, Rabbi? Will there be an end to slavery?
There will be an end to it, Otto, with God's help, if we make an end to it.
It is only a week that Rabbi Einhorn is gone, but to me and to all those who worked with him, it seems an eternity. Yet I hear his words always, and perhaps others in times still to come will heed him too.
Slavery will go, yet other evils will take its place. Still, there is hope for man who is created in God's image. There is hope and a responsibility, for each man has been granted the power to choose between good and evil. There is hope, for it is not thy duty to complete the work, but neither art thou free to desist from it.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Rabbi Theodore Friedman, President of the Rabbinical Assembly and spiritual leader of Congregation Bethel of the Oranges and Maplewood, New Jersey. Rabbi Friedman.
The story of the stubborn courage of Rabbi David Einhorn of Baltimore 100 years ago comes to us now with telling timeliness in the centennial year of the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation. For alas, the blotchy, persistent shadows of the monstrous evil against which he spoke and wrote so forthrightly a century ago still mar the American landscape. If he were with us now, we may be certain that his prophetic voice and his moral courage would be engaged in today's great surge towards full equality, freedom, and human dignity for all the people of America, regardless of color. But he would not be alone. He would find colleagues, fellow rabbis, throughout the length and breadth of this land, who even now are lending their voice, their heart, and their presence to the end that America fulfill itself by fulfilling its promise of the inalienable rights of all men to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rabbi Einhorn's present-day successors to the office of rabbi, teacher, and preacher stand in the very same tradition that moved him to fearlessly challenge the oppression and the indignity of slavery. That tradition goes all the way back to the story of the Exodus, Israel's deliverance from bondage, a story the Jewish people, ancient and modern, could not and would not forget. Indeed, it is a tradition that goes all the way back to the book of Genesis and its imperishable word, in the image of God created he man. That tradition fairly glows in the unforgettable utterances of the ancient Hebrew prophets, even as it is reflected in the enactments of the Talmud. The imperatives of human equality and dignity of the tradition command us to raise our voice today in behalf of those to whom they are denied. In recalling Rabbi Einhorn and his undaunted stand for human freedom, we rabbis and laymen alike are recalled to go forth and help finish the work he had helped begin so nobly a century ago.
Thank you, Rabbi Friedman. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Rabbi with the Ink-Stained Hands, was written by Mark Siegel. Today's program was the fifth in a series of 13 programs on American Jewish regional history, marking the 20th year of the Eternal Light program series. Cantor Robert H. Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured were Guy Repp as Rabbi Einhorn and Jim Stevens as the narrator Otto. Others in the cast were Ivor Francis, Mandel Kramer, and Joe DeSantis. We invite you to join us next week when the Eternal Light program presents The Builder, a drama by David Davidson. This is Bill Hanrahan. Our program was directed by Kenneth McGregor. Portions of this program were pre-recorded. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, currently marking its year of dedication. This is the NBC Radio Network.